Tonight, the nightfall in Dawn City is the earliest this week. Thunder can be heard faintly in the sky, a rainstorm is coming, and dark clouds have covered the sky without anyone noticing. Since 6 p.m., the checkpoints at the Dawn City harbor have been locked, no ship can pass through, and the radio is broadcasting information on evacuation. There are many ships parked in the sea area, densely packed with large and small ships, it looks like at least hundreds of them, and some ships can be seen rushing back quickly in the sea area not far away. There are only 10 minutes left before the transfer at 9:30. Shang Tian's voice rang in Pei Jinya mind. Pei Jinya sat by the window in a coffee shop not far away, scanning his eyes at the dark clouds rolling in the sky, and his brain waves transmitted a voice. Do you think this is a method used by the Judgment Office? It is very likely. Shang Tian said, in order to avoid any problems in this transfer, all foreign ships will be driven back to the port. Once a suspicious target appears, full firepower coverage can be carried out. Pei Jinya quietly looked at the detention center covered by lights. 5 minutes later, Shang Tian's voice sounded. Feng Yi, they acted in advance. I saw it. Pei Jinya stood up. His black windbreaker spun and lifted, like a nightmare shadow in the night. His figure flashed away. Pei Jinya appeared inside the wall of the detention center. The space system and the space system seals are sealed here. You have to be careful. Shang Tian kindly reminds. I have taken over all the surveillance equipment here. Just be careful of the people in the Judgment Office. I have entered the gate. Pei Jinya glanced at the electronic eye in the corridor. The electronic eye deflected and no longer aimed at him. Enter on the left-hand side. Enter area B4. Shang Tian reports in real time. A 5th-level extraordinary is coming downstairs. Enter the second door on the right-hand side. It has been unlocked for you. Pei Jinya wears gloves. He held the door handle and twisted it gently. The door opened, and he went in. The door closed gently again. The corridor was empty again. Except for the guards, the fighters are now preparing on the 5th floor. I created a false signal to intercept them. About 2 minutes and 17 seconds later, they will arrive at the detention room where Hansen is. Shang Tian's voice sounded. And Pei Jinya already had a course of action in his mind. Wait until the people in the corridor leave. Pei Jinya left quickly. Go downstairs from area B4. The password door has been unlocked. You can enter directly. There are people inside. 3 people, logistics personnel. Pei Jinya reached out to push the door open. Shang Tian's voice sounded. Logistics personnel are inside. Transcendent level 2, if you are under pressure. The voice was not finished. Pei Jinya opened the door. The 3 logistics personnel who came up were knocked unconscious on the spot before they could see clearly what was behind the door. Shang Tian was silent. After a moment, he said faintly, It seems that I need to reevaluate your fighting ability. I may be a little stronger than you think. Pei Jinya walked into the passage. The door behind him closed automatically. 2 minutes left. Shang Tian reminded. Enough. Pei Jinya knocked out the guards in charge of detention along the way. In less than 10 seconds, he arrived at the detention room where Hansen was. After many days, he finally met Mr. Han, who once held power. However, compared with his previous image, there was a crack on the lens of the glasses Hansen was wearing. There was also a red slap mark on his left cheek. At this moment, he was still the same as before, looking at Pei Jinya calmly. However, there was a lot of forbearance in this calmness. He naturally did not recognize Pei Jinya in full disguise, and raised his head slightly, looking at the tall and mysterious man with a mask in front of him. He has an electronic lock on him, and you can unlock it by placing the U-shaped lock I prepared for you on it. Shang Tian's voice reached Pei Jinya's ears. He took out a fingernail-sized U-shaped lock. Click. It unlocked directly. Follow me, Pei Jinya said succinctly. Hansen did not hesitate at all, and followed him. There is a secret passage in the second room on the right. Wait a minute, I am unlocking it, and you can leave in 3 seconds, Shang Tian said. Hansen stood behind Pei Jinya, and his voice suddenly rang out. You were able to break in and save me by yourself. I am sorry. I still cannot determine your identity. I was entrusted by someone, Pei Jinya said simply. The password in front of the secret passage was destroyed, and it was quickly opened. Hansen paused, but followed him in. He did not find any murderous intent from Pei Jinya. On the contrary, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He could not tell the source of this familiarity, but he believed in his sixth sense. Hansen was not a person who easily trusted others, but once he did, it was like falling into the abyss, and he had suffered a terrible betrayal because of this. For example, after Mr. Chui was assassinated, his most trusted assistant colluded with the arbitration office to bring him down. The outside world thought he was arrested last night. In fact, he had been detained since the day he attended Mr. Chui's funeral. He thought about a lot of things in the past few days. Some necessary things, and some insignificant things. He suddenly felt a little tired. With his many years of experience in fighting against the arbitration office, he did not doubt that the other party would kill him during the transfer. 3 minutes later, he followed Pei Jinya out of the detention room. He watched the entire base fall into lockdown, and watched the red alarm lights flash in the thunderstorm. He saw those exasperated judges were furious. But before he could say anything, boom! The sky-high flame sounded like a warning from the demon god at night. The harsh insults from the judges in the base were completely swallowed up. Thank you, Feng Yi. Xing Tian's voice just happened to come. I hope to be your friend one day. Pei Jinya replied. You already are. Xing Tian said, for some reason. I have concealed something from you. But I promise that the things I have concealed will never affect your interests. I admit that I have also concealed things from you. For the same reason. Pei Jinya replied. Xing Tian paused. It seemed that he could not figure out what else Feng Yi had hidden from him. Feng Yi, you are very strong. I have confirmed this fact. You are stronger than me, Pei Jinya said shamelessly. Hansen, who was forgotten by both of them, had a rare look of astonishment, looking at the base engulfed by flames. He really didn't expect that. The person who saved him would be so simple and direct. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the Federation? Hansen retracted his gaze and looked at Pei Jinya, and laughed at himself. I have lost all value. No matter what your background is, you won't get any benefit from saving me. Benefit? Pei Jinya looked over with an inexplicable meaning. The route to leave has been prepared for you, including a new identity. Bringing Hansen to the border of Dawn City. Handing over the identity information chip and the new bank card. Hansen took it silently. Paused. Looked up. Can you tell me, who are you? If there is a chance in the future, I will repay this favor. It is fate that we can meet. If we meet again, I will tell you. Pei Jinya sighed lightly. Take care. Take care. Hansen did not mean to ask further questions, watching Pei Jinya figure disappear on the spot. A moment. He retracted his gaze and activated the identity chip. On the chip was a photo of him that needed to be disguised. Name. Although I don't know who you are, but thank you. Why don't you arrange a place for him to hide? On the way back to Dapeng City, Pei Jinya asked. Xing Tian replied seriously. I actually left him a backup place, but if nothing unexpected happens, he won't choose it. In a sense, he is a man of integrity, and very cautious. Without knowing our true identity, he would not rashly go to these places. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. Do you think he would use money and identity, but not go to those places? This Mr. Han is also a very interesting person. He has a strong will to survive, as long as he is given a little chance. I think he will reappear in everyone's sight soon. Xing Tian said, obviously. He is very optimistic about Hansen. Aren't you afraid that he will join the old gods, or other rebel organizations? Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows and asked. That is your human business. Xing Tian said, no matter how human society evolves by some means of survival, I will not interfere. What if they attack you? Kill your host and make you disappear completely? Will you hate them? Pei Jinya asked. I don't quite understand what hatred is like. I don't like this day to come, if it really comes to this, and I am powerless to stop it. Then I can only face it calmly. Xing Tian said it calmly. Pei Jinya sighed. If he asked Xingwan about this, Xingwan would probably say, kill them all. Don't worry, the vast majority of humans are very reasonable, and there are some people with ulterior motives. I will do everything I can to protect you. Thank you. Night fell. The thunderstorm in Dawn City and the peaceful days in Dapeng City are like two completely different worlds. In the cool evening breeze, the sound of insects occasionally rang out. Pei Jinya sat down cross-legged. The huge python coiled around him to keep watch. It was early morning. The sound of a dog paddling came from somewhere in the back hill of the Jiang family. The python stood up and wanted to crush the intruder, but Pei Jinya held it down. Let me introduce you to a new friend. Not long after, the big black charcoal appeared with a shameless face. When he saw the giant python that was taller than a tree, he immediately tucked his tail between his legs and greeted, Hello, Brother Python. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Jinya laughed and scolded him. Nodding his head, "Who did you learn this hypocrisy from? Don't bother, it doesn't understand your dog language." Big black charcoal rubbed against Pei Jinya in a flattering way. "Boss." Holding Pei Jinya's thigh, turning his head, and glancing at the giant python from time to time, it seemed that he was afraid that he would be swallowed by a giant if he was not careful. Pei Jinya couldn't help laughing. "Let me introduce you." "Boss." "Don't leave, I'm so scared." "What are you afraid of?" "Let go." "I'm afraid that the python will eat me." "It won't eat you." "I don't believe it, unless you make it swear." A blue bird landed on a branch. It stared cunningly at the big black dog that was throwing a tantrum and hugging its thigh. I have to admit that the dog nose is very sharp, and it noticed the blue bird in an instant. It looked suspiciously. It rolled its eyes. Before it could come up with any bad ideas, Pei Jinya hit its head. "Be honest, with the spiritual energy in your body now. You will only get beaten if you provoke others." The big black dog obviously didn't believe it. He took advantage of Pei Jinya's inattention to provoke him. For these strange beasts, seniority is very important. The blue bird raised its head slightly and spread its wings. Almost instantly, hundreds of bright eyes seemed to open in the dark forest, staring at the big black dog. The big black dog knees softened on the spot, and he knelt down. "Brother bird, oh no. Sister bird." The blue bird retracted its wings and proudly turned its eyes away, not caring about the scumbag at all. When Pei Jinya stretched out his hand, it flew over diligently, rubbed Pei Jinya's thumb affectionately, and then said something. Under him, a pair of ears stood up. A dog looked distressed when he heard it. "Who understands my family? They are all my own people, but they speak a dialect that I can't understand. It's so confusing." The night is about to dawn. In the back mountain of the Jiang family, a big black dog sat cross-legged in a very formal manner, opening his eyes from time to time to sneak a peek in front of him. Its brother python was perched on the tree, and sister bird was perched in the nest. It was the only one who was practicing miserably. It had expressed this unfairness until its brother python whipped it away with a whip, and then it was brought back by the blue bird. It knew that it was actually a younger brother. As Pei Jinya finished his practice, the big black dog finally relaxed his stiff sitting posture. He shamelessly rubbed past. But before he could get close, Pei Jinya pushed him away with disdain. "I have already taught you the cultivation method. You should practice well from now on." Pei Jinya stood up and left. The big black dog whined, as if he was reluctant to leave. After Pei Jinya disappeared, it immediately raised its tail, very proud, turned around and tried to get close to him. "Brother Python, let's get to know each other. We will be the boss right-hand men in the future." The giant python may have felt that it was too noisy. He turned his head and changed his posture. The big black dog didn't feel embarrassed. Sister bird, get up." The bird that doesn't get up early catches the worm. Sister bird. "What wrong with the master?" Zhong Xian thought that he had said something wrong, which made the master chuckle. He raised his head and looked over carefully. However, Pei Jinya had already opened the book, so he naturally didn't tell Zhong Xian what he heard. This idiot. Zhong Xian didn't know who the idiot Pei Jinya was referring to, but it was clear that it could not be him. He stopped cautiously and looked at Pei Jinya. "Go on." Pei Jinya had a faint smile on his face, motioning him to continue. "Okay, sir." Zhong Xian nodded slightly and continued, "The acquisition has been prepared. Also, I have compiled an acquisition plan for the group according to your instructions, which mentions a new industry in Dapeng City. Let me see." Pei Jinya reached out to take the schedule. As expected, he saw their Pei family retail franchise store Win-Win Society. Pei Jinya was not angry, but somewhat relieved. For the Jiang family, a small-scale retail store like Win-Win Society would not have attracted the attention of the wealthy, but being able to achieve this step now was enough to prove that Win-Win Society's small test was successful. Seeing Pei Jinya looking at it intently, Zhong Xian immediately introduced, "I specially collected data. This Win-Win Club created a turnover of 100,000 on the first day of opening, and a daily gross profit of 30%. Yesterday, there were 4 branches in Dapeng City, with a total daily turnover of 700,000. Although the scale is not high, the franchise speed is very fast." Zhong Xian handed over the information he had sorted out. "Master, here are 2 documents. One is the franchise income studied by the group investment department. The headquarters income for only 1 branch is 1. Zhong Xian took a look, thinking of it. He said quickly, This is a simulation map. If we use the financial and human resources of our Jiang family to promote it, we will expand to the outside world with Daping City as the origin within 3 months, and open at least 200 branches. The franchise fee alone can easily exceed 100 million. Zhong Xian couldn't help wanting to invest in the shares when he said these words. But he had to wait for the opinion of the head of the Jiang family. Who is the legal person of the Win-Win Society? Pei Jinya asked. Zhong Xian was stunned. He said carefully, Pei Donglai is the father of Pei Jinya, an investigator of the Daping City investigation team. Pei Jinya looked over silently. Zhong Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he thought of a guest from the outside world. At that time, there were rumors that the head of the family wanted to bet on Pei Jinya. Now it seems, no wonder Win-Win Society has developed so rapidly. It makes sense. It was the master who was secretly helping. Zhong Xian hurriedly lowered his head. Master, I know what to do. Pei Jinya looked at him, silently retracted his gaze. You know? With this misunderstanding, the Jiang family group attention to Win-Win Society ended completely at the investment department plan. Rumors spread secretly. Most of them said that the boss behind Win-Win Society was the old man of the Jiang family. So it naturally caused some heat. Why would the old man of the Jiang family invest in this kind of business? It has nothing to do with the extraordinary people. The old man can make a lot of money with a little gold dust in his hand. Don't you see who the boss of Win-Win Society is? His last name is Pei. I heard that Pei Hot Pot has made a lot of money. The old man even went to support it. I guess this Win-Win Society is really related to the old man. I heard that there is a boy in the Pei family who is also an awakener. Is the Jiang family preparing to accept a son-in-law? Isn't it too early? For wealthy families, there is no such thing as early or not. Everything will be natural when the benefits are in place. However, for the general public, they don't care about the interests between the wealthy families. They only care whether they can make money in this business. Is it really profitable? Very profitable. The one on Nanha Road is owned by my relative. The sales volume is 120,000 a day. I just want to ask you how long you have to work to make that much. That the sales volume, not the net profit. 30% profit. Calculate it yourself, how much you can make a day. Why don't you go if it's so profitable? The headquarters needs to verify the capital, and they won't let you join if you don't have money. They say there are too many people joining, they can only choose the best. Zhua, there are quite a lot of people going there. Brothers, this is a scam. Don't lose your mind for the sake of publicity. Excuse me. Where is the headquarters of Win-Win Society? Ah. Shua Lao Lu. 120,000 daily sales is not much. Right? The Chaofan business on the pedestrian street has sales of 10 to 20 million per month. You also know that they are Chaofan business. Who among ordinary people has money, channels, and abilities? Indeed. Win-Win Society is a good name. Let win together. No more talk. Let go raise money. Pei father. Pei Donglai, the now famous boss, was puzzled. What happened? Why did so many people suddenly come to ask about joining? He had no idea what was happening in the outside world. Pei mother was also puzzled. While Pei father was talking, he received another call. Pei mother was listening nearby, but she couldn't hear clearly. Instead, she kept listening to Pei father saying, I don't know. Nothing. Really not. How did you all know about my daily sales of 900,000? Yeah. See you later. What are you talking about? Pei mother asked. Pei Donglai paused. Old Chong asked if we had established a relationship with the Jiang family. He also wanted to do it, and asked if it could be cheaper. Pei mother looked at him. You opened a loophole today, and this standard will be completely gone in the future. Just say I don't agree. I don't care what he thinks. I will be the bad guy. Pei Donglai smiled and said, you don't have to be a bad guy. And I'm not stupid. Didn't I tell him when I called him just now that this is the lowest price? We haven't contacted each other for a few years. And you still want to borrow money from me to join. You really treat me like an ATM. Mother Pei sighed and said, when I had no money, the trouble was money. Now that I have a little money, I feel that I have more troubles. Pei Donglai smiled heartily. Then I still hope to have money. These troubles in human relationships, it's nothing more than being labeled. Just add it, please settle accounts clearly. He also understands this principle. If you install a bodyguard, there is no need to continue to deal with it in the future. Mother Pei nodded, but suddenly asked, what going on with the Jiang family? I don't know. Pei Donglai was also confused. Who knows what they are crazy about, but there will be more than 100 people joining next. I have to talk to Genia. Father Pei contacted Pei Genia and got a reply. What did Genia say? Pei mother asked. He said there will be a special team to take charge. And I just need to sit in the office. Pei father laughed after he finished speaking and looked at Pei mother. Do I feel a little like an emperor? Pretentious. Pei mother rolled her eyes. And just as she was about to leave, she turned back and said, don't tell anyone nonsense. No matter whether the Jiang family is related by Genia or not. They will all say they don't know anything. I know the pros and cons here. Father Pei nodded and agreed. Although he didn't know why the outside world suddenly spread that Win-Win Society had a relationship with the Jiang family, he also knew that no matter whether this rumor was true or not, he couldn't admit it. Moreover, Win-Win Society profitability was unquestionable. At least, that was the case for now. What Pei Donglai didn't tell Mother Pei was that. Pei Genia said on the phone. At least 200 branches in the next month. In addition, the hot pot restaurant also had to increase its efforts in opening branches. It will increase from 15 to 50 stores. And then it will be listed. Pei Donglai waited until Pei mother left. And then sat on the sofa. To be fair, he never thought that he would become the boss Pei in the eyes of others. The speed of this identity change is too fast. The key is that every step is so steady. Why do I feel that God is helping me? It must be because I accumulated virtue in my previous life. Thank God. 9:47 a.m. Pei Genia was practicing at the shooting range of the investigation team base. Before the shooting was over, Brother Bai had already started to sigh. I can't teach you. I really can't teach you. Zhou Yi was laughing beside him. Brother Bai grabbed his hair and felt incredible. Pei Genia's shooting skills. He really couldn't teach him. Pei Genia put away his gun, gave a confident expression. Brother Bai pulled the corner of his mouth, comforted him. It okay, your shooting skills, it enough to protect yourself within 3 meters. Is it still necessary to keep 3 meters? If a suspect breaks in within 3 meters, Genia can just crush him to death. Zhou Yi sat next to him and said with a smile. Baij paused, that right. You don't need to use the gun many times. Ola! 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 Suddenly, the alarm sounded in the base. Zhou Yi and Baij's faces changed instantly, and they looked at each other. Something happened. Pei Genia put down his gun calmly, and the 3 people communicators called at the same time. Come to the meeting room 301 as soon as possible. I'm afraid I have to wait for a long time, so I send one first, and I write it after I wake up from a nap. Thank you for your understanding. Okay, the meeting is adjourned. Chiu Hezi stood up and left. Everyone followed him. Sitting in the last row, Brother Bai and Zhou Yi looked at each other. What do you mean? Brother Bai said he didn't understand. Zhou Yi pointed at the paper in his hand and said thoughtfully, the next week will be busy. He pointed to the top. Headquarters will send people to inspect. The base asked us to clean up the whole city. People from the investigation team headquarters? Brother Bai suddenly thought of a question. Hansen left. So who is in charge of the investigation team now? He looked at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi was still mumbling about how much bonus he could get after being selected this time. At least 12,000 more for performance bonus. Damn, Brother Bai. We are going to make a fortune. Zhou Yi was very happy. However, he said it several times. Brother Bai didn't understand what was going on and looked at him with some doubt. Can the salary really increase? It really increases. I believe you for once. Zhao, what do you mean by for the time being? Is it true? Please? The two started bickering again. Pei Genia took a sip of water slowly beside him, then stood up and said, let go, and check out the new patrol area. Why is there a patrol area? Brother Bai was stunned again, and his confused look was just like a husky. Zhou Yi pulled the corner of his mouth. You didn't hear a word? I saw you agreed in the meeting room, good fellow. Brother Bai had a dark face. He picked up the key and called Pei Genia to go with him. Zhou Yi, who was left behind, shouted at Brother Bai. Brother Bai looked back and gave him a middle finger with a playful smile. Brother Bai sneered, Genia. Let go. I buy you anything you want to drink. Pei Genia laughed softly. Thank you. Brother Bai. Go. 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 Go quickly. Don't wait for that idiot. The two of them trotted all the way. Zhou Yi chased them wildly. 10:17 a.m. Brother Bai, who was sitting in the car and looking at the intersection, frowned. It a bit difficult to deal with. Is this street managed by Wang Tuza? Zhou Yi made a judgment and seemed to see some key signs. You know? Brother Bai was stunned and looked back. Zhou Yi said thoughtfully, "A friend of mine works here. I call him to let him know, so as not to cause misunderstandings." Zhou Yi was looking for a number. Pei Jinya suddenly glanced and asked, "Who is Wang Tuza?" "The son-in-law of the deputy director of the finance department of Dapeng City. He started with an engineering team. It is said that he has some relationship with Zhongzhou. He has been sitting in the southwest corner of Dapeng City, and is known as the king of the southwest," Brother Bai whispered. Pei Jinya pulled the corner of his mouth, wanting to laugh. Brother Bai shook his head. "The name is a bit disappointing. But he is considered the number one figure in Dapeng City. If we rush into patrol, we will inevitably be blocked. Even if we can beat them, it will make us uncomfortable." As he said that, Zhou Yi raised his hand to signal, and Brother Bai fell silent. Then Zhou Yi said very politely and even humbly, "Brother Dai, long time no see." "It me. Zhou Yi. Xiao Zhou. The one who visited you years ago." "Ah. Yes. Yes. Yes." Zhou Yi opened the car door and got out, saying flatteringly. Brother Bai pretended not to hear anything. This was tacit understanding, and also respect. Pei Jinya lowered his eyes and asked calmly, "Who is more powerful, him or the Jiang family?" This Brother Bai hesitated. "I really don't know. If you say who is the most powerful in Dapeng City, the first reaction must be the Jiang family. However, the king of Southwest is not a disciple of the Jiang family, so it's hard to say whether they will give you face or not. Ordinarily, they will give you face, since they work in the same place." Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't think of bringing up his relationship with the Jiang family because of this matter. Just then, Zhou Yi opened the car door, quickly got in and said, "I asked, and they said don't go in today, the internal affairs are being rectified." "Okay, you are not welcome." Brother Bai turned around and left. Zhou Yi smacked his lips, recalling the past. "Why do I feel that everyone inside knows everything about the visitor from above?" The news spreads quickly. Maybe they learned it directly from Zhongzhou. Brother Bai curled his lips. Zhou Yi slapped his thigh. "Speaking of this, I remembered it." Brother Bai and Pei Jinya looked back. The daughter of that person was favored by a big shot in Zhongzhou. Zhou Yi whispered. "Favored?" Brother Bai raised his eyebrows. "How old are the big shots you mentioned? How old is the king of Southwest? How old is his daughter? You won't say anything I don't understand, will you?" "His daughter is 20 this year," Zhou Yi said calmly. Big Brother paused, shook his head and smiled, started the car. Everyone has his own destiny. The patrol that had not yet begun ended. Big Brother did not have the passion of young people who were unwilling to be oppressed by power. He wrote a list that had been checked and submitted it. For ordinary people, these investigators are big shots. But for this extraordinary world, the identity of an investigator is not that important. Everything depends on strength, and also on power. When Brother Bai submitted the form, he looked at Xiao Hezi. He didn't need to say anything. The higher-ups also understood. So no matter whether he checked or not, all we can do is pray that nothing will go wrong. I ask my friends to help keep an eye on it. If there's anything, we go over there. At least show some performance. Zhou Yi felt a little guilty when he said this. Brother Bai sighed. As a human being, let fate take its course. Pei Jinya had no worries about the two. For him, love whoever you want. If you mess with him, that another matter. Buzz buzz. Just then, a message came from Yin Shu. Brother Demon King, I am Hong Luo. People from the Holy Alliance appeared in Dapeng City. Sister Yin Shu encountered and fought with them. We have withdrawn now. What should we do next? Pei Jinya looked at Brother Bai and Zhou Yi who were sighing and lamenting calmly. Brainwave sent a message. Are you safe now? Sister Yin Shu was poisoned. I was slightly injured. Now we dare not go back to the safe house, for fear that the people of the Holy Alliance will catch up there. In a dark corner, Xiao Hongluo was cautiously on guard. After sending the message, she turned around and looked at Yin Shu who was resting with his eyes closed. Yin Shu tilted his head. Just when a hand quietly reached under her nose, she said woodenly, She is alive, she is not dead. It's good that you're not dead. You scared me to death just now. I couldn't even feel your breath. When Xiao Hongluo saw her open her eyes, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. I have contacted the Demon King. It seemed that after hearing the word Demon King, Yin Shu's eyes finally changed a little. He struggled to get up. What did he say? The Demon King said, he will be here soon. After Xiao Hongluo said this, Yin Shu's expression finally eased. Someone is coming. Yin Shu's expression instantly cooled down. There was a faint silver light flickering in his hand. However, Xiao Hongluo reached out and pressed it down. She whispered, "Don't worry, I have blocked this place, enough for them to search for a while. We can delay it for a while, and try to wait until the devil appears." Bang! 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 The sound of steel plates being rolled by heavy objects sounded rapidly. It seemed extremely eerie in this abandoned factory. "Don't hide, if you follow us now, you can save some physical pain." A shrill voice sounded, with a hint of mockery in the tone. When did the people of the old gods become so timid? "Come out. Weren't you quite loud just now?" Xiao Hongluo and Yin Shu looked at each other. 5 people came. There were 3 more than when they fought before. The 2 people of the Holy Alliance were already difficult to deal with, let alone 5 people now. Almost at the same time, Xiao Hongluo and Yin Shu's heart sank suddenly. Puff! A dull sound came faintly from the outside world, very faint, even making Xiao Hongluo doubt that she had heard something wrong. She turned her head to look at Yin Shu, but her face changed slightly. Yin Shu had fainted at some point, his head tilted, leaning against the wall. Blood was faintly flowing under the mask. Just when Xiao Hongluo's face changed slightly, the wall in the corridor made a slight bang sound, and a body slowly fell down, followed by a familiar voice. "You can come out now." Inside the safe house, Pei Jinya took a silver needle and was helping Yin Shu detoxify. Little Red Widow pouted and envied the care of the Demon King. She was very unhappy with Hai Yin, who blocked her view. She stretched out her hand to push away the other person's head and continued to look eagerly. Little Red Widow Hai Yin held a bandage in his hand and seemed to have no idea where to start. Suddenly, dark blood spurted out of Yin Shu's fingers. A red blood nematode the size of a little finger twisted and struggled on the ground. Swish! Pei Jinya cut it off with a sword. The red blood nematodes instantly disappeared into nothingness. "Oh!" Little Hongluo was startled. I don't know if she was startled by Pei Jinya's swordsmanship or by the red blood nematodes, but the hairs on her back stood up. "Is she okay?" Hai Yin was also startled and asked carefully. "She will be fine after a day of rest." Pei Jinya looked at little Hongluo and threw a bottle of pills over. "You don't need to bandage your injury, you can recover by taking some pills." Xiao Hongluo felt a little sorry for the opportunity to contact Pei Jinya. However, after receiving the bottle of pills, her mood became better again, and she thanked him sweetly. Pei Jinya walked out of the room, and Hai Yin quickly followed. After the two left the safe house, Hai Yin looked at Pei Jinya cautiously. "Demon King, this time matter. Just report it truthfully." Pei Jinya had already thoroughly understood the details of the 5 members of the Holy Alliance. The Holy Alliance had arrived in Zhongzhou 3 days ago. Carry out the mission secretly. There are 3 teams in total. Each team has a different mission. The mission of these 5 members of the Holy Alliance is to find Yin Shu. Why are you looking for her? Pei Jinya didn't understand. These 5 people didn't have any memories either. They only knew that this was a secret mission from the headquarters. Hai Yin watched Pei Jinya leave. When he returned to the room, Xiao Hongluo was holding a bucket of water next to Yin Shu. He paused at the door for a while, and then returned to the bar after explaining a few words. Report the matter using a secret communicator. Waited for a moment. He received a message from Shizhou. 2 words. Stand by. Hai Yin paused, strangely muttering to himself. Why do I feel like the elders are plotting against me again? Although the 5 members of the Holy Alliance have been dealt with, Pei Jinya has not stopped yet. The death of these 5 people in Daping City is a problem after all. So Pei Jinya needs to clean up the mess. He obtained the secret code of one of the members named Ringo Tiger, contact the superior, send a fake message, indicate that Yin Shu has left Daping City. It a pity that the superior did not reveal his whereabouts. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. With his ability, he couldn't even unlock the other party IP address. It a more advanced intelligent brain program. Interesting. A sense of defense that makes people miss it. Is there a federal intelligent brain behind the Holy Alliance? Pei Jinya looked away. He forged the scene of Ringo Tiger and 5 others dying in the sea, regardless of whether the Holy Alliance can find out or not. Daping City will be ruled out in the end. Regarding the Holy Alliance, Pei Jinya has never been able to break into their network. He has every reason to suspect that there is a powerful artificial intelligence behind them. In that case, 0 degree. I'm here. Xing Tian replied immediately. How much do you know about the Holy Alliance? Pei Jinya asked. This organization is very mysterious. They rarely appear and often come down from the mountains to the world. Their identities are very mysterious. Do not contact outside forces. But I have always suspected that the other party has planted a pawn in the Federation. Xing Tian did not hide his guess. I found a contact address for the other party, but I can't attack. Perhaps, do you have a way? Pei Jinya did not hide his expectations for Xing Tian. I try. Xing Tian was also unambiguous. It was silent for 2 seconds. Then it replied, "It a bit difficult. But I have already broken it." Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. I secretly sighed that this guy is really good at pretending. What do you mean? I tracked the other party whereabouts. Located in the Fiderio Sea. I can't accurately locate the other party whereabouts at present, but I collected information about the ships that went out to sea today. There are only 5 ships in this sea area. Xing Tian replied truthfully. The Fiderio Sea, it is quite close to Zhongzhou. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. The other party is from the Holy Alliance. Do you have a way to invade the headquarters through the other party code data? It's very difficult. The other party is using an encrypted LAN. A separate system. Without a password. I want to break through their defense network. It will take a long time. Xing Tian paused and said, very interesting. Each string of code will be freely converted within 3 seconds. It sounds very interesting. Pei Jinya is looking forward to something. I seem to have found an internal document from them. Xing Tian just finished speaking and said, they cut off the signal, they must have discovered me. Very good, they are tracking me backwards. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he did not intervene in this online battle, he could still sense the murderous intent from Xing Tian's understated words. The opponent attack method is very unique, there are a lot of dense data, my analysis speed has reached the limit, just enough to maintain a balance with the opponent. Its anti-invasion is very strong. Xing Tian said. Pei Jinya could feel its effort. At this moment, Pei Jinya thought a lot. Being able to force Xing Tian to this extent. Could it be that Xing Huan is behind this holy alliance? Can it be solved? Pei Jinya asked. I led it to Shizhou. Xing Tian's tone was a little apologetic. If nothing unexpected happens, the other party may suspect a spiritual transcendent in Shizhou. Or directly suspect Gaia. Well done. Pei Jinya smiled softly. And praised Xing Tian's wit. Have you obtained any useful information? The Holy Alliance is carrying out some secret operation, which seems to require extremely special existences with extraordinary genes. Xing Tian paused and hesitated. Excuse me. This experiment is probably a human experiment. If nothing unexpected happens, the Holy Alliance should have found a way. Way? Can you explain it in detail? Pei Jinya asked. In short, this road refers to the road to becoming a god. Xing Tian said knowingly. For the current world, the highest combat power is the 9th level of the extraordinary. As for what the future path is, so far, even the Federation cannot give an accurate answer. Pei Jinya listened quietly. Xing Tian continued. The awakening of the extraordinary is related to the extraordinary gene. So for so many years, some people have been trying to perform a secondary evolution of the extraordinary gene. This was a big deal in the distant past. But this behavior was a serious persecution of the extraordinary people, causing a large decline in population. After that, the Federation closed this technology. However, there are still many people who are continuing this experiment in secret. The evolution of the extraordinary can enhance strength. This has been reflected and proved in the extraordinary genes of low levels. But there have been no successful examples of high-level extraordinary genes so far. According to the information I have obtained about the Holy Alliance, they seem to have found some key information. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows and asked, so do you think they can succeed? Sorry. I can't answer your question. I always feel that I lack sufficient knowledge about humans. Xing Tian apologized. Do you believe in God? I think there should be. Is it? Pei Jinya muttered to himself. Is God gene delicious? My statement is not rigorous enough. Using the world we live in as a reference, the level of gods that you humans imagine must exist. This can be confirmed by the existing information. Xing Tian changed his description. What information? Pei Jinya asked. Ancient murals were discovered in the Kixingui of Beizhou. It records a tall existence, which is worshipped by humans. This existence controls the power of heaven and earth. Xing Tian said. Kixingui of Beizhou? Pei Jinya said calmly. I heard that the Beizhou Sword Pavilion will select disciples to practice here? Yes, however. It was stopped by the Federation headquarters 10 years ago. The reason was that it destroyed the ecological balance of Kixingui and needed to be repaired, but the time of repair was not clear. Xing Tian said. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. Don't you think there is something fishy here? I once suspected it, but it is directly controlled by the Federation headquarters' intelligent brain star ring, and it will be easily discovered once you get close. Xing Tian said truthfully. Pei Jinya sighed at the power of the star ring. Could those people at the Federation headquarters really be willing to see it become so powerful? Maybe. Pei Jinya sighed. He even suspected that the Federation might have been hollowed out by the star ring. Is the Flame God Coffin an alien product? Pei Jinya suddenly asked. My guess is, its material is similar to the Lotus Treasure Mirror. So I suspect that the two are from the same dimension or the same world. According to the current information, both of them have traveled 300 million light years to reach this world. Maybe this world no longer exists. Xing Tian's analysis is not unreasonable. Pei Jinya pondered for a moment. It has been quite a while since the appearance of the Flame God Coffin. Add another 300 million light years. It is indeed a question whether the world where the other party is still exists. Do you think that things like the Flame God Coffin and the Seven Stars Pile have consciousness? Pei Jinya asked another question that has been accumulating in his mind for a long time. I have come into contact with the Flame God Coffin before, and I can confirm that it has consciousness. But it is a masterless consciousness. For spiritual transcendence, I think there is a possibility of recognizing the master. Xing Tian analyzed seriously. But this requires a very high level of spirituality. I have come into contact with that consciousness. I can only be thankful that it is a masterless consciousness. But human power cannot compete with it at all. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. If he hadn't brought up this topic on his own initiative, then he would have suspected whether Xing Tian had guessed that the Flame God Coffin was in his hands. But he was very clear that the news that the Flame God Coffin was in his hands had not spread. Recognized the Flame God Coffin as the master. In fact, he has been trying to recognize the master. But he still hasn't reached the point of truly recognizing the master. Pei Jinya often has a feeling that some kind of connection has been established between him and the Flame God Coffin. But this connection is more like a marriage first and love later. Bound by a contract. Is there any affection? Yes, but not much. I can't bear to abandon it. I want to go a step further, but the other party seems to be unable to touch this signal. It must be a test. Pei Jinya sighed. At least the Flame God Coffin has changed from being indifferent at the beginning to providing him with a new way to become stronger now. Which is enough to prove that this relationship is moving in a good direction. After cutting off contact with Xing Tian, Pei Jinya let out a long breath. There is a more advanced intelligent life behind the Holy Alliance. As for whether it is related to a certain intelligent life of the Federation, it is unknown. Have it arrived at the back mountain of the Jiang family yet? Elder Wuji sent a message. Have you fought with the Holy Alliance? Are you injured? Pei Jinya could hear the concern in the elder words, and chuckled. A few brats can't hurt me, but the people from the Holy Alliance appeared in Daping City, seemingly wanting to capture Yinshu. Not only wanting to capture Yinshu, there are 3 groups of people from the Holy Alliance in Zhongzhou, and the other 2 groups have been contacted, but it a pity that they didn't catch him alive. The regret of Elder Wuji was really a pity. Elder, do you know what they are going to do? Pei Jinya asked tentatively. It has something to do with the experiment. Elder Wuji sighed. I didn't expect that they would eventually take this path. Pei Jinya listened quietly. It seems that the old gods don't know much about the Holy Alliance, but Elder Wuji's judgment is correct. The Holy Alliance is indeed conducting some kind of extraordinary gene experiment. As for the true content of this experiment, even Xing Tian can't know. Pei Jinya suddenly thought. The Federation is conducting experiments in secret. The Holy Alliance is also conducting experiments in secret. This is definitely not accidental. There must be some unknown inside story. However, even Xing Tian does not know the inside story. It can only be said that the water is really deep. Protect yourself during this period. If nothing unexpected happens, we will soon meet the Holy Alliance in battle. Okay. I know what's going on. After cutting off contact with Elder Wuji, Pei Jinya returned to the back mountain of the Jiang family. In the evening, the afterglow fell. Pei Jinya was practicing in the forest. Suddenly, Xing Tian sent a message. Feng Yi, have you heard of the blood-witch hidden nematode? Pei Jinya stopped practicing, and replied with brain waves thoughtfully. I have heard of hidden nematodes, but what is the blood-witch hidden nematode? The hidden nematode, as a space creature, caused a large-scale plague until the vaccine came. And there was no outbreak in the next 800 years, until the blood-witch hidden nematode appeared, The lethality caused was 100 times stronger than the hidden nematode. It has been confirmed. This is a parasitic alien creature that was artificially cultivated. Pei Jinya eyebrows slightly raised. Artificial cultivation? Yes. Xing Tian continued. I found a document from 500 years ago showing that the research institute under the Judgment Institute had cooperated with some biotechnology companies in this area and had conducted many special experiments on humans. Why are you talking about this suddenly? Pei Jinya asked. I am unlocking a secret file of the Holy Alliance, although it was broken in the fight. I still found that they had cultivated a blood which hidden nematode king. Xing Tian said, blood which hidden nematodes can devour people brain marrow. To reach the point of control, a blood which hidden nematode king can control 10 people. I'm not sure this is the number of blood mist hidden nematode kings cultivated by the Holy Alliance. Then I have no doubt that the Federation may have been corrupted. Pei Jinya said softly. Yes, I also doubt. I have sent you the data. Xing Tian sent a piece of data. Pei Jinya received it instantly. Just as Xing Tian said, the Holy Alliance did have a blood which hidden nematode king. It getting late, you can rest for a while. Good night. Xing Tian said goodbye. Good night. Under the night, Pei Jinya looked up at the sky. There was a slight cracking sound in his body. Tonight, the sword will break through. It penetrates deeply. It was midnight. Pei Jinya received a message from Hai Yen. Yuya had something to ask. In fact, when Hai Yen contacted Pei Jinya, his heart was beating fast. For someone of his rank, Yuya was the boss of the boss. He himself had never thought that a big boss in such an organization would call him Xiao Hai affectionately one day. Xiao Hai, help me contact the Demon King, and tell him that I have something important to tell you. After the last hasty farewell, Yuya forgot to ask Pei Jinya for a two-way encrypted channel for communication. After finally contacting Pei Jinya with great difficulty this time, he asked for the contact information, and Pei Jinya gave it to him. Demon King, there is a combat mission against the remnants of the Shachi Society. I wonder if you are free? Has the Shachi Society not been eradicated yet? Pei Jinya asked. A branch of the Shachi Society defected to the Federation in the early years, and now they plan to gather the remaining members of the Shachi Society and launch a strike against our Zhongzhou branch. I lack a strong fighter like you. Before Yuya could finish, Pei Jinya sent a concise message, time, place. Yuya breathed a sigh of relief. At least Pei Jinya gave him this face. 2 minutes before midnight, a blue vortex suddenly appeared in a dark alley. Pei Jinya figure appeared immediately afterwards. Wearing the ghost mask that had been deeply rooted in people's minds, he walked calmly to the depths of the alley. Yuya, who was also wearing a mask, seemed to have been waiting for a long time. After seeing Pei Jinya appear, he walked forward. Demon King. Pei Jinya nodded slightly. He used a space seal as a cover, so that even if he used a space-based supernatural power in the future, it would be regarded as using a seal. I take you there. Everyone is almost here. Yuya led Pei Jinya to the end of the alley and reached out to knock on the wall. A vortex appeared on the wall. Yuya turned his head to look at Pei Jinya, nodding his head. Let go. Pei Jinya walked in. The space changed, and the two appeared in front of a conference room door. Yuya had a nameplate in his hand, scanned the door and opened it, and the members of the core group of the Old God Association from the Zhongzhou branch sat around the conference table. He Yao and Tian Heng, who had worked together before, were both there. When the two saw Pei Jinya, they extended their hands politely. As for the others, most of them looked at Pei Jinya with burning eyes. Lord Yuya, isn't this the famous Demon King in the legend? A childish voice came from not far away. Pei Jinya looked up. There was no mockery in the other party words, but the person who spoke was a little girl who looked about the same age as Xiao Hongluo. Why does the old gods look a bit like a black-hearted store that recruits child labor? Pei Jinya followed Yuya forward. Let me introduce him to you. He is the Demon King, participating in this battle. Instantly, there were whispers from below. Demon King. It really the Demon King. Isn't it said that the Demon King has 3 heads and 6 arms? It's just a rumor. I can feel that he is very strong. He is indeed the Son of God. He is wearing a mask and gloves, and he wraps himself up very tightly. But I can confirm through his clothes that he has a good figure. Indeed, he looks very tall. Pei Jinya looked at these people calmly. He nodded slightly, to show his greeting. He actually felt a little strange. These guys, don't they know to be a little bit reserved when discussing others? When Pei Jinya walked over, many members subconsciously straightened their backs. Pei Jinya noticed that there was a seat left beside Yuya, which was reserved for him. Please. Yuya gestured. Pei Jinya nodded, and he was not hurried or slow. And he had a kind of momentum, which made people feel a little nervous in his calmness. During this period, Pei Jinya calmly used his true eyes to look at the extraordinary abilities of everyone present. 3 of them were elemental: wind, thunder, and fire. There were also 2 spirits, which were slightly special. One was a blood spirit, and the specific effect was unknown. The other was related to shadows. The little girl sitting on his left-hand side had the words mental invasion displayed, as if she had noticed Pei Jinya gaze. The little girl looked up, made a face, and then looked away. Pei Jinya looked at the 2 people at the end of the table again. The sturdy man ability is the extreme ice shield mountain, which sounds very tanky and a little bit chilling. The other tall and thin man looks ordinary, wearing a monkey mask. He was the one who talked the loudest just now. He looked like a complete joker. It's just a special type extraordinary. His ability shows dark dead spirit summoning. This ability is a bit special. It's just that I'm not sure how many dead spirits this thin monkey masked man can summon. Pei Jinya was somewhat tempted. He thought to himself, no matter where, there are more dead superhumans than surviving superhumans. If he could summon an army of undead, and all of them are 9th order undeads, Pei Jinya thinks it is feasible. After all, he can synthesize and advance. Good. Very good. The pattern is there. The train of thought is suddenly opened. Pei Jinya looked at the thin monkey-masked man with satisfaction. Do you know the devil? The girl with thunder attribute next to him looked at the masked man with thin monkey. The thin monkey was confused. Before the 2 of them could say anything else, Yuya said, this time, we called everyone to this meeting, because our Zhongzhou branch is on the verge of life and death. Yuya said straight to the point. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the originally lively meeting room became dull. No one spoke anymore, and everyone looked at Yuya quietly. Starting tonight, some of the business of the Zhongzhou branch needs to be abandoned, replanning. Do you still want to close the business? The wind-attributed extraordinary woman on the left was stunned, and said hesitantly, such a huge loss? Yuya looked at her, and said in a deep voice, I have received the latest news. A group of people from Shachihui are preparing to attack our Zhongzhou branch. In addition, the Federation will send out the Tiger Shark Army to jointly clean us up. Tiger Shark Army? The thunder-attributed extraordinary woman was stunned on the spot, and asked, isn't the Tiger Shark Army going to Shizhou to encircle the headquarters? Why are they suddenly targeting us? Yuya glanced at everyone present. Have you ever thought about why the other party can accurately target our location? The atmosphere in the conference room instantly dropped to 0 degrees. Yuya did not change the reaction of everyone. The people notified today are all trustworthy. You should check the review of your own subordinates. But let me be frank. If something goes wrong, the elders will personally inquire about it. Except Pei Jinya. The stone in the hearts of the others was up and down. How should the battle plan be allocated this time? The thunder attribute supernatural woman is impatient. The focus is on the research institute. This part of the data needs to be transferred. The goal of the Shachi Association and the Federation is only this. Yuya turned his head and looked at the blood spirit man next to him. Sei-kun, most of the research institute is under your defense. You need to keep a close eye on it. Do we need to transfer all of them? We still have most of the projects in the research and development stage, including many experimental researchers who do not have supernatural abilities. Do they need to be transferred together? The blood spirit man called Sei-kun asked carefully. Try to transfer as much as possible. If you can't transfer, destroy all the data. You can arrange it now. As long as our elites are fine. All the lost ones will come back in the future. Yuya said. I understand. I'm curious. What happened? The wind attribute extraordinary woman said thoughtfully. Have you found the identity of the traitor? It the fruit python. Yuya nodded and said, he betrayed the organization and revealed the location of the research institute to the Shachi society. But he didn't know much about the Zhongzhou headquarters and the base camp. He glanced at everyone and said, don't be too happy too soon. I got the news that he has accomplices. As for who the accomplices are, we need to check it ourselves. Whether Yuya knows the whereabouts of his accomplices, no one knows. Let's just pretend that they don't know. Everyone present looked at each other. Pei Jinya ignored the mood changes of these people. He was looking up information about the Tiger Shark Army in his mind. All the information about the Tiger Shark Army on the internet was completely cleared. Only the judges he had devoured knew something about it. This is one of the legions divided by the Federation headquarters. It has existed even longer than the old gods, a very old legion, and has dealt with many large and small incidents. Members who can enter the Tiger Shark Army are at least A-level extraordinary people, and members of the Tiger Shark Army who can serve as officers are at least extraordinary level 3. Not to mention the general level. Even the 7th level of extraordinary may only be a major general. If we really have to deal with the Tiger Shark Army head-on, if the headquarters does not come, there is no chance with these people in front of us. When will the Tiger Shark Army arrive? Peijinha suddenly asked at this time. 1 hour ago, it set off from Dongho, and is expected to arrive at 3 in the morning. As Yuya was speaking, the encrypted communicator suddenly vibrated. He glanced and said, I just got the latest news. The Tiger Shark Army that went to Zhongzhou this time was not the main force. The elders dispatched to contain the opponent main force, buying time for us. Great. Someone breathed a sigh of relief. Yuya continued with an unchanged expression. This time the Tiger Shark Army dispatched a special operations team, led by a major general of the 7th level of Transcendence. His surname is Huang. Xiai-kun has already known him. He is from the Huang family in Shizhou. We need to attack, to provide more time for the rear retreat. The Huang family. The Beastmaster family? Someone exclaimed. Yes. That the family. Huang Zhonglei. A 7th level supernatural being. As far as I know. This special operations team has 55 members. And more than 70% of them are Beastmasters. Everyone should be prepared for this. I bring some more beast attractants. And I be responsible for attracting those summoned beasts. The Wind Attribute supernatural woman took the initiative to say. Yuya glanced at everyone. Don't panic. The core research team has retreated an hour ago. I will be responsible for it myself. Next, I will tell you about the battle plan. How to involve, how to support the rescue. Yuya said a lot. Until the end, he looked at Peijinha. Demon King, I need you. We will deal with Huang Zhonglei together. As long as we involve him, Xiai-kun and the others will have a better chance. Okay. Peijinha said calmly. He has decided to first synthesize an extraordinary gene of the undead summoning system. Do you need any weapons? After the meeting, each prepared their weapons. Yuya turned to look at Peijinha and asked. Peijinha shook his head. I have. Do you have a spare room? I need to take care of something. Yes. Yuya did not ask. Bringing Peijinha to a secret room, Yuya did not stay, and left after closing the door. When you are done, come to the war room to find me directly. Okay. Do you want to consume 6 universal extraordinary gene fragments to synthesize dark undead summoning? Yes. I will go to repair the car in 2 days. I will also apply for a formal license plate at the end of the month. I hope there will be no more collisions in the next 2 days covering my face. New extraordinary gene, dark undead summoning LV1. New extraordinary ability, undead summoning number of summonables. A lot of information came to his mind. Peijinha looked away. You could only summon 1 undead. Let's try our luck. Summon! As Peijinha thought about it, the space in front of him seemed to be compressed by an invisible force. The shadow on the ground seemed to be a living thing, breaking off from the ground continuously, forming a black passage as wide as 1 person. Is it hell inside? Peijinha's eyes were full of inquiry. But it was a pity. With his current strength, he could not see what was underneath the cracked ground. The black passage emitted rolling mist. But there was no movement for a long time. Just when Peijinha thought that his summoning had failed. Bang! 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 A sound suddenly sounded, as if something was about to break out from the ground. And a large amount of black mist filled the air. Peijinha suddenly felt fortunate that, after he had just entered this room, he had already isolated this place, making sure that everything that happened here would not be sensed by the outside world. The sound suddenly disappeared. The space in front of Peijinha seemed to have changed. Countless particles gathered together. Peijinha raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this scene, because he thought of the ability tracing. As expected, a short scene soon appeared in front of him. On a huge rock on the top of the mountain, a strong wind blew. A white-haired old man dressed like an old scholar leaped up. The majestic mountains were under his feet, and between the earth and the sky, a brilliant sword light burst out from his hand. This sword slashed towards Peijinha. Buzz! The sword intent on his body was threatened in some way, and Shen Shao automatically made a trembling sound to meet the enemy. However, Peijinha held it down with his hand. The opponent's sword was not slashing towards him, but slashing towards the person in his field of vision at the moment. The scene disappeared. Instead, there was a woman wearing silver-white armor. Peijinha was stunned. The first undead he summoned turned out to be a female swordsman. The woman was tall, at least 1.8 meters tall. She did not look short in front of Pagenia, and it looked like she was only hit by a punch. She was holding a thick sword in her hand, which was 1.5 meters long and had black patterns on it. Pagenia looked at the tall woman. He found that the tall woman had her eyes closed. Her face was pale, and there was blood on her armor on her chest. She must have died from the sword. Can you talk? Pagenia carefully tested her. He secretly gathered his strength. If the other party showed any abnormality, he would attack immediately. However, the tall woman still stood there motionless, like a cold corpse, with her eyes closed and indifferent. Pagenia seemed to be thinking, draw the sword. He controlled it with his mind. The other party seemed to have received an order and drew the sword instantly. Pagenia raised his sword to block it. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it the power of the 6th level of transcendence? Random summoning or some hidden door? Pagenia couldn't explain it. But for now, it is worth celebrating to be able to harvest a 6th level transcendent strongman spirit. In order not to let Yuya and the others wait for too long, Pagenia had an idea. The tall female swordsman in front of him turned into a shadow and fell into the shadow on the ground, as if hiding in Pagenia's shadow. He watched calmly. Then he took back the seal and closed it, opened the door, and went out. We can set off now. The sound of waves continued. The huge ship was riding the waves on the sea. Sir, we have now arrived at the border of Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou Xingtian, according to the instructions of the counselor, sent a call request to our department. A tall and burly warrior appeared in a luxurious house. The man who was feeding the falcon turned his back to the warrior and said calmly, reject the call. Our unit has received secret orders from the headquarters and can act on its own. No need to pay attention. Yes. The soldier left. The door closed gently. The man continued to feed the eagle. But a voice with a bit of joking sounded from the side of the room. Isn't it unfriendly to refuse so decisively when you are new here? Nothing wrong. Even if Cui Min is still alive, I don't need to treat them well, Huang Zhonglei said slowly. The man next to him smiled indifferently. Anyway, you are the commander-in-chief of this operation. Everything is up to you. But what do you plan to do with the Shachi Club? What do you plan to do? Huang Zhonglei didn't seem to understand what the other party meant. But the man next to him knew that he was just playing dumb. So he smiled softly. I don't know how the headquarters negotiated with him, but the people in the Shachi Club are all fence-sitters, and there will be endless troubles in the future. Huang Zhonglei didn't speak immediately. There was silence in the room for a moment, then he said in a deep voice, I know. So I didn't plan to keep them. Zhongzhou, Dawn City. During the few days that Wan Lu served as a counselor, he had been woken up several times in the middle of the night. If it was an internal matter of Zhongzhou, it would be fine after all. The people below didn't dare to disturb. But the person who spoke came from the federal headquarters, and he couldn't afford to delay. Refuse the call? Wang Lu was stunned. Being woken up urgently in the middle of the night had already affected his normal rest, and now his request as a Zhongzhou counselor was ignored. This is simply too much. Mr. Congressman, I sense that your heart rate has exceeded the normal level. I suggest you take the quick-acting heart pill immediately. Sheng Tian voice sounded. Wang Lu's chest gradually calmed down, and he said in a deep voice, since the Tiger Shark Army refuses to contact, then let them do it. You should pay attention to what happened today, so that if there is a problem with this operation, they will blame us for not cooperating well. Okay. Mr. Congressman. When Sheng Tian disappeared, Wan Lu snorted coldly and slammed the table hard. Too much. Not long after Wan Lu got angry, the Tiger Shark Army team had successfully arrived at the coordinate point. After the tempered glass of the building was blasted, a hole was directly blown out on one side of the building. 10 elite warriors then fired slingshots and quickly entered the building with the help of slingshots. Behind them, several mountain eagles screamed, and under the control of the Beastmaster, these mountain eagles rushed into the building at a faster speed. Soon, lightning and thunder roared in the building. Hit the lightning net. Send the thunder beasts to destroy the lightning net. The Tiger Shark Army fighting style is very professional and very arrogant. In less than 30 seconds, the lightning net that blocked the team advance was completely destroyed, and the team advanced. Huang Zhonglei chewed gum and walked in expressionlessly, with a white flying eagle on his shoulder, like the king of eagles. But behind the lightning net was an empty corridor, and not even a single light in the corridor was on. Do you need a micro drone to scan? The person who spoke was a member of the Shachi Society, whose rank was not low. Huang Zhonglei glanced at him, withdrawing his gaze expressionlessly, and coldly spat out 3 words. No need. He raised his hand to signal. Countless flying birds rushed in behind him. It covered the sky and the sun. In less than 10 seconds, the inspection results came out. The entire building was empty except for the place they attacked. No one. Huang Zhonglei's eyes fell on the face of the senior executive of the Shachi Club. It was obvious that the other party was also a little flustered. The intelligence cannot be wrong. And there is no need for me to lie to you. I didn't say you lied to us. And you don't have the courage to lie to us. Huang Zhonglei looked forward calmly. He walked over, reached out his hand and pressed it. The floor made a harsh sound. A square floor slab fell directly to the ground on the next floor, making a rustling sound. Go find their breath, and come back to tell me. Snow Eagle rushed in quickly. But soon, a sharp whistle came from underground. No! A man with long hair appeared beside Huang Zhonglei, also chewing gum in his mouth, but his tone was more lazy. It looks like this is obviously an orderly evacuation. His eyes also fell on the face of the high-level official of the Shachi Society. They were ordered to launch a lightning-fast cleanup of the Central Continent branch of the Old God Society. But in fact, the other party was evacuating in a lightning-fast manner. When did it start? The manpower and material resources required for this evacuation are not ordinary. Why is there no other warning until now? It really interesting. The long-haired man chuckled, but the smile was cold. Huang Zhonglei remained silent, stretched out his arm forward. Snow Eagle flew over quickly, and touched Snow Eagle's head affectionately. But his eyes were no longer relaxed as at the beginning. I don't believe they can predict the future, nor do I believe they can just avoid our pursuit. Now they have quietly moved out of this building, and they are retreating without our surveillance. How many special systems have the old gods cultivated? The high-level executives of the Shachi Society beside him added fuel to the fire. The old gods are worthy of death. They have secretly cultivated such a powerful force. It is hard to imagine how much loss the Federation would suffer if a disaster like the one in Shizhou broke out again. Keep investigating. Huang Zhonglei ignored the remarks of the senior executive of the Shachi Association, and turned to the people around him and said, Don't miss any details. Even the scraps of paper left in the corner must be taken away for analysis. Yes. Under the leadership of Huang Zhonglei, they walked through each floor, and the team members, who followed them carefully searched each room, until they found the meeting room where Pei Jinya had stayed before. The door opened. Huang Zhonglei immediately noticed the tables and chairs inside. The elite warriors behind him rushed forward quickly. This conference room was also carefully monitored, but not even a hair could be found. Just as he was about to leave, Huang Zhonglei suddenly stopped. What wrong? The long-haired man raised his eyebrows and looked over. There a problem? Huang Zhonglei turned around. He said this without giving any explanation, and strode behind the wall, reached out and touched it. Then with a little force, the whole wall collapsed, revealing the mezzanine behind. Interesting. The long-haired man stood beside Huang Zhonglei, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Because in the mezzanine, a projector was placed. With a beep, the projector turned on. Everyone got out of the way. The beam of light from the projector was projected onto the wall. A line of words appeared. A group of younger brothers. There was no signature. Just 4 short words revealed the greatest mockery of the Tiger Shark Army, and the people of the Shachi Society. TSK, so interesting. The smile on the long-haired man's lips became colder and colder. Are you provoking us? Huang Zhonglei frowned and said nothing. But the high-ranking official of the Shachi Society was still thinking about adding fuel to the fire. But this time, before he could even speak, the words on the wall suddenly turned blood red. Huang Zhonglei subconsciously took a step back. Shuang struggled violently. An instinctive warning was issued. Be careful. Huang Zhonglei shouted suddenly. He reacted. There is a bomb hidden in this room. Damn it! Boom! The ground shook, and a huge flame shot up into the sky. At the moment when the flames engulfed everyone, the long-haired man raised his hand, and red rings of flames appeared on the tips of his 2 fingers. It was also at this moment. The whole building collapsed, and at the moment when it turned into ruins, countless flames shot up into the sky. Space folding. The high-ranking official of the Shachi Society activated his ability at the critical moment, quickly disintegrating the flames and impact force in front of him. However, the ground under his feet collapsed, and he fell rapidly. Fortunately, he used his ability in time, avoiding the possibility of being swallowed by the explosion. You have good ability. The long-haired man stretched out his hand, and a rope with a panic appeared in his hand, and lifted the high-ranking official of the Shachi Society in the pit. Thank you. Galway breathed a sigh of relief, but thinking of the bomb arranged by the Old God Society, he was immediately furious, and said in shock and anger, "The Old God Society is a bunch of thieves." The long-haired man hooked his finger, and the red ring rope tied to Galway was instantly retracted. It organized and premeditated. No wonder the Old God Society has been surrounded and suppressed for so many years, and still stands firm. Galway heard this, and his face was a little embarrassed, thinking that their Shachi Society has been established for so many years. It couldn't even survive this wave of waves in Shizhou. The rubble bricks next to him were shaken away, and Huang Zhonglei walked out unscathed. However, the snow eagle protecting him was hit hard and looked a little weak. He felt distressed, but was more angry. He looked coldly at the smoke-filled building, wishing to tear all the people of the old gods into pieces. The long-haired man looked at the communicator in his hand, raised his head, and said lazily, "Now Zhongzhou has known the situation here, and asked if support is needed. Let them blockade Haigang City," Huang Zhonglei said coldly. The long-haired man nodded, then temporarily evacuate and look for new clues. He yawned. "I only slept for 3 hours last night, and you Tiger Shark Army insisted that I come in the middle of the night. But I came and found nothing. The enemy is much more cunning than we thought," Huang Zhonglei said coldly. "I admit that they are cunning, but I have to admit one thing. This operation, you have seriously neglected your duties." The long-haired man shrugged. "Of course, I don't care. But I say this so that you should know in your heart, there is still room for improvement in tonight action." "I know." Huang Zhonglei paused, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally swept over Galway of the Shachi Society. Tonight action needs a scapegoat. As for who to choose, he already has a candidate in mind. Retreat. On the plain, Huang Zhonglei bandaged Shuang. The group was on the way to retreat, and suddenly the long-haired man received the latest news. He looked up. "Just got the news. There was an emergency on the suburban highway southwest of Haigang City. I got the drone scene survey here." "Show me," Huang Zhonglei said briefly. The long-haired man handed the tablet over. It showed a picture. 2 figures were fighting with another group of people. One of them was wearing a skinny monkey mask, and the other was wearing a black mask. For the latter, the long-haired man and Huang Zhonglei looked at each other at the same time, spit out a name. "It's Cai Kuan." "Yes." The long-haired man nodded, looking at the latest news. After comparing the data, the man with a black mask on the left is Cai Kuan of the Old Gods, the deputy commander of the Old Gods Zhongzhou branch. "Old Huang, these guys are finally exposed. Cai Kuan is not as easy to deal with as imagined." At this time, Galway of the Shachi Society suddenly said, "We have fought with him before. His ability is very special, can control blood. If you are not careful, he will be." Before Galway finished speaking, Huang Zhonglei said coldly, "No matter what ability he has, he can't escape this time." "But who are these people fighting with the old gods?" the long-haired man asked curiously at this time. He looked at Galway. Galway shook his head. "This is not their Shachi Society. Things are getting a little interesting." The long-haired man looked at Huang Zhonglei. "We go over now," Huang Zhonglei said coldly. "Why were we ambushed?" After the skinny monkey masked man panted and twisted the killer neck, he looked up at the black-faced masked man in front of him. Cai Kuan coldly spat out 2 words, "Insider." "Ah? There is really an insider?" The skinny monkey masked man was obviously stunned, but not many people know about our retreat this time. Cai Kuan was too lazy to pay attention to him, and placed the killer stone body, which had turned into a mummy, on the ground, and hid the condensed blood in the body. At this time, the skinny monkey masked man asked, "The signal here has been blocked, and Yuya, the demon king, can't contact. What should we do next? Have you ever thought that the people who are robbing and killing us now are not from the Federation?" Cai Kuan said, as he quickly bandaged his arm. The skinny monkey masked man was stunned. "They are not from the Federation? Whose people are they? You ask me. Who should I ask?" Cai Kuan glanced at the skinny monkey, kicked him on the butt and cursed, "Stop talking nonsense. Quickly summon a dead spirit to attract firepower. You are so fierce," the skinny monkey masked man said weakly. However, he still summoned a tall dead spirit like a small hill in the first place. Cai Kuan glanced at the undead, and said nothing more. He looked around. The thin monkey masked man noticed, and asked suspiciously, "What are you looking for?" "Find a car. Pry it open and drive away," Cai Kuan said without turning his head. Okay. Ah chow. Suddenly the thin monkey-masked man screamed, pointing to the southwest corner and said, "Unmanned detection aircraft." A group of 12 unmanned detection aircraft appeared in the sky, and the green light emitted gradually enlarged. The roar of the rotor gradually became clear and piercing. After seeing this scene, Sai-Kuen's face turned green. He turned around and ran into the shadows, cursing as he ran. "What are you still standing there for? Run quickly!" The skinny monkey-masked man followed closely behind, but left the undead to attack the drone group. The other side discovered and shot down the drone, and is now sending more drone groups. The long-haired man turned his head and looked at Huang Zhonglei. He only cared about one question: how long will it take us to arrive? It estimated to be 5 minutes. As soon as the voice fell, thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. "It's going to rain heavily. Our plane has to be forced to stop." The long-haired man gestured. "Arrange ground vehicles." Huang Zhonglei's eyes were fixed on the real-time picture from the drone. "The man with the monkey mask is a necromancer. Find a way to keep me alive." The long-haired man glanced at him. "You always make things difficult for me. Do I need to ask you for something easy?" "You Jiang," Huang Zhonglei said indifferently. During the landing process, the sound of missiles whistled suddenly from all directions, and the faces of the people on the plane changed. The next second, this military helicopter worth 8 million became a ball of fireworks. Hit? Yuya was a little surprised. He turned his head and saw Pei Jinya holding the body of a member of the Shachi Society. It just hit the plane. It is still difficult to take this opportunity to kill them. Pei Jinya casually threw away a corpse in his hand. Spiritual Superb +1. The 3 elemental sisters have gone to rescue Sai-Kuen and Shou-Ho. Yuya gestured. Pei Jinya nodded. "You are in the dark, and we will try to delay them as much as possible. I remind you, this place can be shielded for a maximum of 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, Zhongzhou will find out the situation here, and I can't predict what they will do." "I understand. If we can delay for 15 minutes, that enough." Yuya nodded. The two followed the previous battle plan, one in front and one behind, one bright and one dark. The reason why Pei Jinya chose to attack from behind was to make it easier for him to attack. Hiding into the shadows, he disappeared. Even Yuya was a little surprised by this scene. He lost Pei Jinya whereabouts in his perception. The Demon King has become stronger again? What a monster. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the firelight. The black wings of the fierce beast like armor protected Huang Zhonglei's body. It seems that he had the experience from the previous time. So Huang Zhonglei secretly used a huge shadow dragon. It a bit difficult. Yuya cursed secretly when he saw it. Huang Zhonglei was stronger than he thought. "I deal with him. You go and catch the necromancer," Huang Zhonglei said without turning his head. "You be careful." The voice of the long-haired man came and disappeared in the firelight in an instant. Huang Zhonglei's eyes at this moment in the night were far more ferocious than the beast. He looked at Yuya with a hideous smile on his face. "Did you arrange the explosion of the building? I have to admit, you are much better than those idiots I have seen, but this is not enough now." As Huang Zhonglei spoke, a bloodline suddenly appeared in his hand, and it jumped out from the shadow dragon behind him, and grew rapidly. "Roar!" The shadow dragon roared. The sound waves spread from the bloodline hit Yuya fiercely on the opposite side. Yuya wanted to tell Huang Zhonglei that the arrangements for the building actually came from the Demon King. But there was no need to say these words now. He formed seals with his hands. Countless snowflakes seemed to appear in the sky. The sound waves that hit him seemed to be blocked by a wall. The inheritance secret technique of the Dongxue sect is actually in your hands. Huang Zhonglei raised his eyebrows slightly. "It seems that your status in the Old God Association is not low. I originally thought that Sai-Kuen was your leader. Now it seems you are indeed qualified enough to fight me. Open your hands." A shadow flashed by, and the snowflakes in the sky suddenly stopped in midair. With the naked eye, a dark shadow directly crushed countless snowflakes. However, at this moment, there was a clang, as if a magic sword was unsheathed. The world seemed to be strangely still. The next second, the air exploded. Instantly, a stream of light broke through the obstacles of heavy snow and smoke, and with an indomitable momentum, it slashed directly in front of Huang Zhonglei. This sword, like the first ray of morning sun breaking through the night sky, instantly. The snow and shadows became the background of this stream of light. Almost at the same time, Huang Zhonglei and Yuya were both stunned. This swordsmanship. Yuya mistakenly thought it was Pei Jinya, but in his impression, this sword was a little different from the swordsmanship Pei Jinya had used before. He just thought Pei Jinya had practiced other swordsmanship. What a terrifying kendo talent! Each swordsmanship can display the sword intent of a kendo grandmaster. The Demon King is simply born for the sword. The moment the strong wind blew in his face, a sense of shock and anger suddenly rose from Huang Zhonglei's heart. He was a beastmaster, and the secrets he mastered were mainly for controlling fierce beasts. His real physical strength was actually only the third level of the blood-refining realm among warriors. So if the sword in front of him really fell on him, he would definitely die. He stretched out his hand to close it. The shadow dragon rushed forward to protect its master. The dragon body was hit by the sword, and it made a dull sound like thunder, and its skin and flesh were immediately torn. Huang Zhonglei felt a pain in his heart. This shadow dragon was his most beloved beast, but now it was seriously injured by the might of a sword. You really deserve to die. Just as Huang Zhonglei finished speaking, before he could do anything else, a head suddenly rolled out from the darkness. Long black hair. That face was full of horror, and he died with his eyes open. Huang Zhonglei's mind was instantly shocked. He was killed. Kun Lai, a disciple of the inner court of Jiana, a light type extraordinary. This was the information Pei Jinya got after devouring the long-haired man. Let not talk about the grudge between him and Jiana. At the moment, the two of them were in a life-and-death situation. When he threw the head in front of Huang Zhonglei, he could clearly feel that Huang Zhonglei's mind was shaken at this moment. It was also at this moment Yuya and Pei Jinya attacked at the same time. The space seemed to be crushed and made a continuous sound of explosions. Pei Jinya turned his arm, and his long sword trembled. Amid a sound like a dragon, countless snowflakes engulfed Pei Jinya's sword light. It was like a whirlwind stirring up the snow. In fact, these were not snowflakes, but Yuya exerting kinetic energy, catalyzing Pei Jinya's sword to a certain high-frequency extreme scene. Huang Zhonglei suddenly felt a pain on his face, and came to his senses. Tear it all down for me. He formed seals with his hands, and once again condensed the connection with the shadow dragon. The shadow dragon roared. The dragon blew out a shadow cannon from its mouth, and the beam of light flew away instantly, bursting when it touched the edge of the sword light that was like a snowstorm. Countless flames were rolled up and spread out in all directions. Pei Jinya's sword fell. The dragon put its claws together and held it tightly. For a moment, the ground shook under the violent explosion. From the outside, countless snowflake-like sword lights were peeled off layer by layer. At the same time, large amounts of smoke and dust rose into the sky, completely covering the space within a radius of 10 meters. Yuya's attack landed on Huang Zhonglei. He slid back more than 10 meters. Strange. Huang Zhonglei frowned slightly. He was not bothered by the attacks of Yuya and Pei Jinya, two strangers, but at that moment, he found that the shadow dragon seemed to have a strange emotion. He looked up. The huge body of the shadow dragon was still suspended in the air in the smoke and dust. Huang Zhonglei's eyes were a little hesitant. He did not have the extraordinary ability of the beast, so he couldn't communicate with the shadow dragon. But he could use the beast control aura to transmit simple emotions. Are you okay? The shadow dragon didn't answer him, but floated in the air, his body looming in the rolling fog, as if staring at something. Huang Zhonglei's bad premonition became more and more obvious. But he didn't have more time to think, because Yuya's attack had already arrived, and the two of them instantly entangled with each other. In the rolling smoke, the huge dragon eyes stared at the figure in front of him. Can you talk to me? The shadow dragon voice carried a great sense of loneliness. Having been abducted by Huang Zhonglei for so many years, from the moment it was forcibly bound by the contract, its life was filled with loneliness and numbness. Pei Jinya's figure was also suspended in the air. He had come into contact with no less than 4 giant dragons. The shadow dragon in front of him was only of medium size, not as big as the big fire dragon in Shizhou, and not as big as his original body in the Chaos New World. The shadow dragon suddenly retreated violently. He looked at Pei Jinya in fear and trepidation. At a certain moment, a pair of huge red pupils appeared in his eyes. It was a giant dragon that was countless times larger than him. Under the pressure of blood, he felt a kind of deterrence. Pei Jinya watched the shadow dragon fleeing, and his body flew away, activating his beast control ability. At this time, Huang Zhonglei, who was fighting with Yuya, suddenly noticed the escape of the shadow dragon. His face paused. He had no idea what happened. He only knew that the shadow dragon that he had kept for many years actually fled in panic. Bang! Yuya seized the opportunity and tore open the armor on Huang Zhonglei's body. At the moment when the blood spurted out, Huang Zhonglei's whole body smashed into the wall on one side, like a cannonball. But when Yuya rushed in, a green wolf carried Huang Zhonglei and fled quickly. What a pity. Yuya was a little annoyed. He almost caught Huang Zhonglei. Without the shadow dragon, Huang Zhonglei was like a left-handed man without a right-handed man. Almost. But thinking of the shadow dragon, Yuya turned his head suspiciously. He couldn't find Pei Jinya whereabouts for a while. He looked at his watch. It should be almost time. He was about to leave when he saw a figure walking out of the shadows. He was about to be on guard. "It me," Pei Jinya said. He was holding a corpse in his hand. Yuya was startled. "Who is this?" "Gao Wei, a member of the Shachi Society." Pei Jinya threw the corpse over. "Gao Wei?" Yuya was stunned. He obviously knew this name. "It a big fish, maybe he knows the identity of the traitor." He went forward to check, but was stunned again. "Dead? Where is Huang Zhonglei?" Pei Jinya asked. "He ran away." Yuya was a little embarrassed. The people of Jiang had died in the hands of the devil. And he didn't even leave a single person. "I already know who the traitor is." Pei Jinya seemed not to notice the embarrassment on his face, and said after looking at the time, "Retreat first. The people of the Federation will be here soon." "Okay." Yuya felt a little strange. He had been fighting with Huang Zhonglei all the way, and he paid less attention to Shadow Dragon. He didn't know what happened. He only knew that Shadow Dragon let out a rather shrill roar, and then Huang Zhonglei showed a flaw, but unfortunately he still let Huang Zhonglei escape. Within 2 minutes of leaving the battle site, a large number of drones arrived. Yuya looked back, but Pei Jinya didn't even turn his head and said, "Did they contact you?" "Not yet. But it doesn't matter. We have stopped the top combat force. And those small fish and shrimp can't do anything to them." Yuya is very confident. But as he said that, he looked at Pei Jinya, wanting to know who the traitor is. Who in the organization has a golden lotus pattern on his wrist? Pei Jinya suddenly asked while retreating. Golden lotus pattern? Yuya's eyes paused, as if he thought of someone, and looked at Pei Jinya seriously. "Is he the traitor?" "Yes. In addition, I will give you a mailing address. This is how Gao Wei contacts the other party. I suggest you pretend to be Gao Wei and contact them now. Maybe there will be a surprise." "Good idea." Yuya was obviously tempted, but was stunned. "Aren't you going with me? I won't get involved in your internal affairs." Pei Jinya shook his head. This time, many people from the Shachi Society and the Tiger Shark Army were killed in succession. 17 extraordinary genes were swallowed. A large amount of information on the attribute panel has not been checked in time. He needed a quiet place. Yuya did not stop him. "Demon King, thank you for today's work." Pei Jinya did not even turn his head, waved his hand, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Yuya watched him for a while, then left in the opposite direction. 10 minutes later, in the safe house, a strong-looking young man was dragged in. Yuya sat on the first seat, expressionless. "Qingdan, what else do you want to say?" "Yuya, spare me. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong." The young man begged for mercy loudly. After the incident was exposed, he was like a fool. He couldn't walk anymore. But he was escorted here by the undead giant. "Qingdan, I rescued you from the pile of corpses. Your parents were also killed by the Federation. I don't understand why you betrayed the organization and defected to the Federation." Yuya sighed softly. Perhaps there is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. He was not very angry. His eyes were calm. Siaikun and others around him were also staring at the young man with indignation. "Because of you, do you know how many brothers we have died? Isn't the organization good to you? Why did you choose to betray?" "I don't want to. I really don't want to. They forced me. Yuya, I really didn't lie to you. I really blame myself." The young man was crying. Yuya waved his hand. The young man was escorted back. He seemed to know his next fate. It howled like a pig being slaughtered, and began to struggle violently. The sound became more and more horrified. Soon the sound stopped. The whole meeting room fell silent. Siaikun looked at the expressions of the crowd and asked, "Where is the Demon King?" "He left after defeating the main force of the Tiger Shark Army with me," Yuya said in a deep voice. "This time the traitor was caught thanks to the Demon King. Otherwise we might have suffered more losses. Fortunately, the Demon King is here." Siaikun nodded. He agreed. "The identity of the group you fought is still being verified." Yuya said thoughtfully, "I have confirmed that the other party is not from the Federation. Nor is it from the Shachi Society. Could it be the Holy Alliance?" The thunder elementalist among the 3 elemental sisters asked in a hurry. Yuya looked at her and shook his head. It is not certain yet. I have reported this matter to the headquarters, and they will give us a reply as soon as possible. Everyone was thoughtful. At the same time, Huang Zhonglei fled all the way, and was eventually met by a master of the Haigang city military. Seeing this long-famous beastmaster in such a miserable state, the people of the Haigang city military were shocked. However, Huang Zhonglei, who was covered in blood, only said one sentence: "Where is my dragon? Go find my dragon." Losing the shadow dragon was equivalent to cutting off one of his arms. His strength declined significantly. Not to mention whether he would be killed by the people of the Old God Society, his position in the Tiger Shark army might also be moved. Dawn City. Wang Lu heard the result of the battle tonight, raised his eyebrows slightly, failed. He then sneered, "This is the end of arrogance." "Xingtian," he suddenly shouted, "I'm here. Give the order, all of Zhongzhou be on alert." The old gods were able to beat the Tiger Shark army like this, and it also proves that their strength should not be underestimated. Yes, Senator. No one noticed that. At this moment, they were in the back mountain of the Jiang family in Daping City. A shadow dragon was crouching at Pei Jinya feet in a pious and reserved manner. And the giant python on the locust tree in the distance jumped away directly after seeing the shadow dragon. The bloodline suppression was just right. Familiar with the people and beasts here, you will guard this place with them in the future. The spirit stone in Pei Jinya's hand broke, and fell into the body of the shadow dragon. Then he waved his hand to signal. Birds returned to the forest, and dragons and pythons returned to the mountains. Pei Jinya calmly swiped the attribute panel. It displayed lines of information. Do you want to advance the synthesis of spirit arm to LV4? Yes/no? Do you want to advance the synthesis of spirit mist shadow body to LV2? Yes/no? Do you want to advance the synthesis of magic seal to LV2? Yes/no? After synthesizing the extraordinary gene successfully, Pei Jinya felt the increase in strength and stretched his muscles. His attribute points soared by more than 300 points after the gene enhancement. This small fight has gained a lot. Kuan-Lia Jiangu was barely strong. But it was a pity that he met this monster. With the tall woman, the shadow giant, and the ice general. 4 against 1. And under the enhancement of the stone circle. In that battle, Kuan-Lia didn't even have the chance to call for help. Pei Jinya broke his mind and suppressed him on the spot. The more methods you have, the more skills you can use to save your life. Pei Jinya exhaled lightly. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, continuous drizzle covered the entire Daping city. Pei Jinya opened his eyes. The rain curtains around him merged into one. Within 10 meters, the ground was still dry. More than 70 times the elemental power easily faced the rainy day. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand. The raindrops around him merged into a tornado, and merged into the tip of his index finger. The rain formed dozens of water dragons hundreds of meters long. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand and clenched it. These water dragons spread out instantly. Before the rain fell, Pei Jinya's figure had disappeared from the spot. Restaurant. Master. While waiting for the meal, Zhongxian placed a stack of documents in front of Pei Jinya one by one. These are the procedures that were expedited last night. There is another thing. Say. Pei Jinya picked up the water glass and took a sip. Last night, Haigang City suddenly imposed martial law. We don't know what happened yet. Our goods are all detained there. Zhongxian whispered. Harbor City. He had no idea that Harbor City was suddenly under martial law. It was actually done by the man in front of him whom he called master. It doesn't matter, Pei Jinya said indifferently. Huang Zhonglei was injured. The Tiger Shark army lost nearly half of its elites, and all the rebels of the Shachi society died. The battle last night was enough to raise the reputation of the Old God Society to a new level. Early in the morning, when Pei Jinya arrived at the base of the investigation team, Gu Wudong came over and sat down without saying anything. He just made eye contact with Zhou Yi, and the two said in unison, Haigang City? It seems that you know it too? Zhou Yi raised his eyebrows. Gu Wudong smiled mysteriously. How much do you know? The old gods? Zhou Yi asked tentatively. Gu Wudong nodded. Then do you know that it was the Tiger Shark army who came here to encircle and suppress it? Fuck. Is the rumor true? Zhou Yi was suddenly shocked. But he covered his mouth and lowered his voice, and said, the Tiger Shark army was really wiped out? Gu Wudong shook his head. I don't know if the whole army was wiped out. But I heard that the losses were huge. Fuck. Can this old god be so arrogant? Zhou Yu was kicked by Brother Bai as soon as he finished speaking. Hiss. You can't stop your mouth when eating. Right. Don't you even look at where this is? You're just talking nonsense. Brother Bai scolded in a low voice. Zhou Yu shrank his head, looked around, and then looked at Pei Jinya and Brother Bai with deep approval and said, Don't you think they are awesome? In the face of the Tiger Shark Army personal encirclement and suppression, not only did he escape unscathed, but he also caused the Tiger Shark Army to suffer heavy losses. But damn, isn't a war going to break out soon in our Zhongzhou? Not necessarily. Gu Wudong shook his head. The battlefield in Shizhou is now involved in too many things. Zhongzhou geographical location is quite special. I personally think that a war will not break out, but various assassinations are inevitable. Hearing this, Zhou Yi sighed. Damn, every time something big happens, it is a small fish and shrimp that are most affected. After saying that, he took a big bite of the steamed bun in his hand. Brother Bai glanced at him and said nothing. Gu Wudong smiled and said, There is no need to be so pessimistic. If the sky falls, there will be someone taller to support it. But this time a certain organization has become famous, and its reputation has spread. Are they really that strong? Zhou Yi asked curiously. They are strong in themselves, otherwise they would not have been eradicated for so many years. And I heard that this time, the other side sent out a son of God. Gu Wudong's tone was filled with inexplicable awe. Son of God? Zhou Yi looked up. Big Brother also looked curiously. Pei Jinya chewed the chicken in his mouth expressionlessly, and also looked over. He was not surprised that the outside world knew that the Demon King participated in the battle, because Huang Longlei was not dead. It is said that he is codenamed Demon King, and is good at using swords, but as to whether he is extraordinary in weapon and sword, no one knows, but I heard the people above guess that. To be chosen as the son of God of the old God society, extraordinary abilities are definitely not simple stuff. Indeed. Zhou Yi nodded. I remember that the old gods had a son of God called Black Forest. At that time, everyone thought it was an elemental system. A wood system was nothing. It turned out that wherever he went was comparable to a domain. You mean the Black Forest? Gu Wudong clicked his tongue, seemingly knowing some inside information. I'm not lying to you. I met him 2 years ago. At that time, we were just separated by a river. Is it true? Zhou Yi smiled and said, You can still survive, it's a miracle. Gu Wudong sighed. 3 7th-level supernatural realm supernaturals attacked at the same time, but they couldn't stop him, and he escaped with a woman covered in wounds, which is equivalent to 1 hand against 3. Oh my god. He is so strong. Zhou Yi was shocked. Gu Wudong nodded. He is very strong. But can you believe that? Such a strong person was handed over by the Federation back then? I think I know something. Big Brother couldn't help but suddenly speak. Gu Wudong and Zhou Yi looked over at the same time. Pei Jinya sipped his water and looked over calmly. Godson Black Forest. He had heard of it from the memories of some members of the old God Society. He was a figure from 20 years ago. He rarely appeared in recent years. He seemed to be in seclusion. This person was also cultivated by Elder Wuji. Big Brother looked around and said with relief, I don't know much. It seems that this person was replaced by someone else and his quota was taken away. His family wanted to seek fairness, but he died tragically. It seems that Brother Bai knows what happened back then. Gu Wudong lowered his gaze and said, The person who took away his quota for Shizhou Wuda was from the Huang family. In those days, the influence of the wealthy Huang family in Shizhou was even more powerful than that of the Chui family. Black Forest wanted to make trouble, but he was looking for death. So there was no ripple in this matter back then. Until Black Forest joined the Old God Society and killed all the Huang family members with his own hands. This matter was completely exposed. It a bit sad. Zhou Yi sighed. How should I put it? I sympathize with him. He swallowed the rest of the words. After the members of other teams passed by with plates, Zhou Yi whispered, Is it because of this that the Huang family? Some things. Who knows? Gu Wudong shook his head. After breakfast, Pei Jinya and his 3 companions patrolled as usual. Nothing happened. At noon, something unexpected happened to Pei Jinya and his 3 companions. The second team of the investigation team encountered a terrorist attack halfway. Is it fake? Zhou Yi said he couldn't understand. Brother Bai looked at the message sent by the base carefully. It the Spark Army. Spark Army? Zhou Yi was stunned. It'd been a long time since they showed up. Why did they suddenly attack our investigation team? The people in the second team kidnapped their people. When Pei Jinya and the other 2 arrived at the base, half of the wall had been blown up. Fuck. The Spark Army is really wild. Zhou Yi took a breath. Pei Jinya looked to one side casually, noticing the looming gaze at the entrance of the alley. He didn't say anything. Although the Spark Army is also a rebel army, but compared with the old gods, it is more like a lady from a noble family. Generally, when it is not provoked, they will not take the initiative to attack. The peaceful Daping city became panic-stricken because of this bombardment. After work in the afternoon, Pei Jinya returned home. Pei father and mother also knew about the bombardment, and they seemed a little worried. I heard that there is a war outside. It won't reach us. Right? No. Pei Jinya smiled and comforted. It's not the same thing. The higher-ups will soon be dispatched to clean up, and the world will be peaceful as soon as possible. When he said this, Pei Jinya himself didn't believe it. He turned his head. He noticed that someone was spying outside. He found an excuse to leave. His figure flashed. Instantly appeared in front of the spy. Spare life before the voice was finished. Pei Jinya reached out and pressed it. No mercy. Holy Alliance, Rose. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. The corpse in his hand had already been burned to ashes by the flames of hell. He had never expected that the Holy Alliance would target his family. In the final analysis, the root cause is still me. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. He was not worried about his other identities. If the Holy Alliance knew that Pei Jinya, an investigator on the surface, was actually the Devil King of the old gods, they would not have the current attitude. Under the night, Pei Jinya looked back at his home. The lights were bright. The people of the Holy Alliance wanted to deal with him. He did not go directly. If he dealt with this behemoth by himself, he would be easily targeted. The ready-made identity of an investigator was a life-saving talisman. Soon, an elite team was dispatched from the investigation team base. It was led by Lu Feng, the deputy captain of the special operations team. Is Lao Pei okay? After several hovercraft stopped, Lu Feng walked over immediately. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand and shook his hand. Noticing Sun Sifu, Lao Feng and the others were there. He smiled and said, "It really troublesome for you to come here so late at night." "What the trouble? We are all family, so let not talk about it." "Is it him?" Lu Feng said. And then he noticed a figure in the corner. The Special Forces members had already begun to block the surroundings, conducting real-time monitoring and sampling. Pei Jinya was very careful when he took action, and did not reveal other extraordinary abilities. So the energy fluctuations detected on the scene were very pure. Dead? Lu Feng was stunned. Pei Jinya nodded. The situation was urgent. I couldn't hold back. Lu Feng didn't tease Pei Jinya for being ruthless just because the deceased was a woman. In their line of work, there is no distinction between men and women as long as they are enemies. They must go all out. Take a sample, check his identity. Lu Feng gestured to Lao Feng next to him. Lao Feng nodded, very skilled. Lu Feng came to Pei Jinya. Have you offended anyone recently? In addition to criminals, no more. You know, I live a very monotonous life. Pei Jinya shook his head. Lu Feng's face became serious. Indeed. You usually concentrate on practicing, and rarely interact with other people. Then he said to Pei Jinya, Xing Tian has intervened in the investigation. As soon as he finished speaking, he said, there is a result. Everyone get in the car, head to Hohat Lane, and seal it off secretly. I go too. Pei Jinya gestured. Lu Feng nodded. He did not doubt Pei Jinya's ability at all. One more person means one more top spot. In the car, Lu Feng sent the information. The deceased, Sun Mayan, codenamed Rose, was an international killer. According to Xing Tian's system calculation, this person has a close relationship with the international super-large organization Holy Alliance. Although Lu Feng is only a second-level extraordinary, he is experienced. The accompanying car is equipped with elemental cannons. Even if he is a fifth-level extraordinary, he has a chance to be taken down by them. Pei Jinya acted as an attendant himself, through Rose's memory. He knew how many people from the Holy Alliance had come, and he intentionally or unintentionally reminded the suspicious target. After blocking the floor, Lu Feng led the team to break in through the door and open fire with electric guns. The two members of the Holy Alliance inside the door had no time to react before their eyes rolled back and they fell to the ground. Catch them! Take them away! Lu Feng shouted. Take away all the information in the room. Even the scraps of paper in the trash can. There may be important clues hidden inside. Pei Jinya suddenly opened the window at this time. Lu Feng was standing beside him. He also happened to see a young man carrying midnight snacks at the alley downstairs, lurking there. Don't move. Lu Feng noticed that this guy was abnormal at a glance, and shouted on the spot. But he was suddenly stunned, because Pei Jinya rushed down directly from his side. Fuck. He hurriedly followed him, looking down at least 20 meters. Old Pei is really fierce. Sun Sifu was dumbfounded, but he could understand it. After all, they had come to his door. If he was let go, there would be endless trouble. Block this place. Check carefully. Lao Feng. Follow me to chase him. Okay. The two of them chased after him one after the other. When they reached the alley, except for the bag of midnight snacks on the ground, Pei Jinya and the other party had lost their whereabouts. Lu Feng's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, Lao Feng, let go on the left and right, and try to keep the suspect alive. Guarantee the suspect? Lao Feng subconsciously thought he had misheard something. But seeing Lu Feng's serious look, he didn't dare to ask any more questions. The two rushed into the alley. But no one noticed that, at the entrance of the forest 5 kilometers away, Pei Jinya stood in front of the young man. Pei Jinya. You really meet our requirements. What requirements? Pei Jinya didn't ask. He just reached out and pressed. The young man raised his hand, and the knife in his sleeve slashed. Dang. Sound. The knife in the sleeve slashed on Pei Jinya's arm. To the young man's surprise, Pei Jinya's hand was not broken, but his fine steel knife, that cost 800,000 yuan to make, was directly shattered into pieces of scrap metal. Fuck. The young man's heart skipped a beat. He only realized now that he had seriously underestimated Pei Jinya's strength. Pei Jinya. Listen to me. My boss behind me admires you very much. It's none of my business. The young man stopped talking abruptly, because Pei Jinya's palm was already on his face. The moment the endless darkness enveloped the young man's spiritual world, a torrent of memories also poured into Pei Jinya's mind. Boss, the 3 groups of secret agents who went to Zhengzhou have been removed by the old gods. I was puzzled at first, but now, even Huang Zhonglei has fallen into a big trap in their hands. Maybe we really need to reestimate their strength. There is one more thing. Go to Dapeng City in Zhengzhou, and look for a little guy named Pei Jinya. Boss, what should we do after we find this person? Don't take it lightly. This guy now has an official identity of the Federal Investigation Team. You must keep a low profile and capture him alive. Yes. An S-class potential extraordinary. I hope it will be of greater help to our experiment. The memory picture suddenly stopped. Pei Jinya opened his eyes and looked at the corpse with its head hanging down in his hand. The extraordinary gene of weapon knife was added to the attribute panel. But he turned a blind eye. Took out a small USB flash drive from the young man. Just got up. Lao Feng and Lu Feng ran over breathlessly. Finally found it. Is he okay? Pei Jinya shook his head. I'm fine. I'm not asking you. I'm asking the suspect. Lu Feng hurried over, and when he saw the body on the ground, he slapped his thigh with regret. He's still dead. Lao Feng quickly tried to smooth things over and said, It okay as long as he okay. Lu Feng looked at Pei Jinya with a wry smile. Old Pei. I'm really not blaming you. I really want to catch him. To see if I can get something out of him. You should know how difficult the Holy Alliance is. Of course Pei Jinya knew that he meant well. Even if there were no survivors, it would not affect Lu Feng at all. He was so eager to catch him, also out of good intentions. Pei Jinya smiled because he knew what he meant. I understand what you said. Brother Lu, people are dead. And there are 2 survivors at the scene. In addition, he reached out and took out the USB flash drive. This is what we found on the other party. There should be information. In fact, he had already used brain waves to check the information inside. It recorded the list of people targeted by the Holy Alliance. Lu Feng carefully took the USB drive, seemingly knowing that death is the end of the world, so he didn't feel sorry for anything, raised his head and asked, Are you not injured? Nothing. Pei Jinya shook his head. The large force arrived soon, sealed off the scene. The bodies of the young men were put into black bags and transported away. On the way back, Sun Sifu couldn't help looking at Pei Jinya. He was very curious. Can a normal person really be so calm after killing 2 people in one night? In the car, Pei Jinya glanced outside the car casually. 3 men who were eating on the roadside were talking about something. Lu Feng and the others didn't know it all that. These 3 people were from the investigation team. Pei Jinya silently withdrew his gaze. I don't know what these 3 guys are busy with recently. The target has shifted to other aspects. Pei Jinya ignored them. At present, the two sides have kept their distance from each other, and there is no need for him to attract the attention of the investigation team headquarters. Back to the base. Interrogated overnight. Lu Feng asked Pei Jinya to go back and rest. Leave this matter to me. I will inform you as soon as possible if there is any situation. Pei Jinya gestured. Unlock the USB drive as soon as possible to see if there is any useful information. I won't say anything else. You are the old hands. Lu Feng chuckled, but gestured. I will arrange some brothers to secretly guard your house. Is it okay? Don't bother the brothers at the base. Xing Tian has already intervened. My parents will be monitored and warned personally, Pei Jinya said. Lu Feng was stunned. Let Xing Tian intervene directly? To be honest, he has not reached this level. He mistakenly thought that there was someone behind Pei Jinya. He just nodded and stopped making comments. Left the base. Pei Jinya received a call from his mother. The two elders asked him what happened. Pei Jinya didn't want to scare them. Just say that there was a thief, and he just happened to encounter it. It is a small matter. Don't worry. Not much was said on the phone. The two elders' cultivation matters were kept secret. For now, it won't cause panic. That night, Pei Jinya waited for Ms. Su Jing call. Come and sit with me. 10 minutes later, Pei Jinya drove to a tea house. As soon as he walked into the door, the lady in Cheongsam at the front desk said softly, Hello. Sir, how many people? I have an appointment at 606. Sir, please come this way. Push open the door. The lady in the Cheongsam leaves. When Pei Jinya walks into the box, Ms. Su Jing stands in front of the window without turning her head. She asks, Have you ever dealt with the Holy Alliance before? How can a small person like me be qualified to deal with them? Pei Jinya laughs to himself, pulls out a chair and sits down. Sister, you asked me to come here in the middle of the night, just to talk about this? What else? At the same time that Pei Jinya and Ms. Su Jing were having a private meeting, Daping City Hall held a high-level top-secret meeting. This is a top-secret list given by Zhongzhou. They are the outstanding awakeners targeted by the Holy Alliance. Zhongzhou has given the latest warning. Zhou Weiren looked at the senior officials present. The investigation team, the military, including the Night Patrol Division, the senior officials of the law enforcement agencies were all present. Pei Jinya's name was also on this list. What is the Holy Alliance going to do? Robbing people? I'm afraid of more than that. I got news from Zhongzhou that the Holy Alliance intends to use these outstanding awakeners from the Federation as experimental subjects, conducting inhumane human experiments. Zhou Weiren looked around at the people present. From now on, the whole city is under martial law, and any illegal and criminal acts will be resolutely cracked down. The red-headed document from Zhongzhou has been issued, the military, the investigation team, and the Night Patrol Department. You three departments will jointly deploy defenses. Understood. Understood. Zhou Weiren didn't hear the answer from the Night Patrol Director, and turned his head to look. What do you think? I don't have any opinion. I'm just wondering. Why did the Holy Alliance choose Pei Jinya? Maybe the problem lies with him? The Night Patrol Director is a 50-year-old man with some dark circles under his eyes, and looks a little fat. As soon as he finished speaking, the head of the investigation team base raised his eyebrows, but didn't say anything. Zhou Weiren's eyes did not change. Pei Jinya is a law-abiding person. I have never dealt with the Holy Alliance before. Does Governor Zhou know him so well? The Night Patrol Director raised his eyebrows slightly, and said, thoughtfully, Should we start investigating the people around him? An organization of the level of the Holy Alliance cannot just casually target us. Zhou Weiren did not speak, but looked in a certain direction when the other party spoke. Director Chen, the head of the investigation team, suddenly raised his voice and interrupted. The Night Patrol Director Chen Qingji paused and looked. The head of the investigation team said without changing his gaze, I think Director Chen victim theory is biased. Today's meeting is about how to protect federal citizens and fight crime, rather than focusing on innocent people, questioning why he attracted the attention of criminal groups. Does Director Chen really think Pei Jinya is wrong? Night Patrol Director Chen Qingli frowned slightly. He didn't understand why one or two people were so protective of Pei Jinya. But he quickly gathered his thoughts. He said calmly, I just want to find out the reason as soon as possible. And I don't mean to target anyone. Then just believe what Director Chen said. The head of the investigation team said lazily. Chen Qingli frowned again. But he didn't say anything else. After the meeting was over, everyone left. There was a conversation in Zhou Weiren's office. But there were only two people. Zhou Weiren and the head of the investigation team, Yang Shanhe. What do you think about this matter? Zhou Weiren took a cigarette from the table and lit it. Not many people know about Pei Jinya's level potential, even if it gets out. It doesn't matter, and since he joined the company, he has participated in very few large-scale operations. Except Shizhou. Yang Shanha said this, and looked at Zhou Weiren. I also thought of Shizhou, but the Shizhou operation is top secret, and not many people know about it. Zhou Weiren took a deep puff of his cigarette. Old Yang, I feel something is wrong. Yang Shanha's eyes did not change. Being corrupted is inevitable. It depends on whether some people dare to dig out these rotten roots. No destruction. No construction. Who knows whether the higher-ups dare to do it or not? After Zhou Weiren finished speaking, he chuckled. How is Xiao Pei? Yang Shanha looked at him, shaking his head. Don't think I can help him. He is already a third-level extraordinary person. I can't teach him. Zhou Weiren smiled. The Yangtze River back waves push the front waves. This back wave is very fierce. Right? Indeed. But the tree stands out in the forest. Some things are hard to guard against. Yang Shanha sighed. Zhou Weiren's smile gradually faded. He knew what Yang Shanha meant. No one expected that Zhongzhou would have such a thing happen. We can only rely on ourselves for the rest of the journey. Didn't you talk to him about where to choose? Yang Shanha asked. Zhou Weiren shook his head. He didn't say so much. His ability to grow up is enough to show that he has his own way of cultivation. I don't need to make any comments. His parents need you to worry more about him. Of course, not to mention your face, after all. He is also the consultant of our investigation team base. Yang Shanha said calmly. Zhou Weiren suddenly received a message at this time. His face suddenly changed. What wrong? Yang Shanha asked. The latest news from Zhongzhou is that a team suspected to be from the Holy Alliance is leaving Beizhou and heading to Zhongzhou. Zhou Weiren said in a deep voice, and then cursed inwardly. Damn it, this is targeting our Zhongzhou. Now I hope that Zhongzhou can hold on for a while longer, buy us enough time to make arrangements. The storm is coming. Yang Shanha sighed. The Liming City has issued a death order. All cities must ensure the safety of the people on the list at all costs. I understand. On the other side, as dusk fell, after Pei Jinya comforted the two elders at home, he had already returned to the Jiang family. Master. Zhong Xian hurried over. Usually, the master would not suddenly issue some instructions at this time. But today is special. The master suddenly contacted and specifically asked for some contraband. Have all the things I want arrived? Pei Jinya wiped the long sword in his hand. Except for the elemental cannon, everything else has arrived. Zhong Xian said carefully. Because Daping City has been in turmoil recently, the outside world has been very strict, and it is a bit difficult to transport it in. Someone will go to get it. Don't ask about other things. Pei Jinya left a word. Yes. Zhong Xian withdrew. He put all the replenishment resources in the backyard into the storage pendant. He disappeared in a flash. 20 elemental cannons were in a secret storage basement outside the city, and Pei Jinya took them all away. He had only one destination this time. The headquarters of the Holy Alliance. I will not offend others if they do not offend me. If someone offends me, I will blow up your nest. The Holy Alliance was now in a high-handed manner, and wanted to attack his public identity, which Pei Jinya could not tolerate. With his obvious strength of the third level of transcendence, he was certainly no match for the Holy Alliance. But in reality, we must do something to divert attention. So there are two purposes for this trip. One is to divert everyone's attention. The other is revenge. That night, at 8:47, a young man who looked extremely ordinary was walking on a busy street, reached out, and grabbed a bottle of drink containing a replenishing potion, and drank it down. While drinking water to replenish, because there were many people coming and going, suddenly a young man was about to bump into him from behind. The man reached out and slapped. He interrupted the hand that wanted to steal the storage bag on his waist. The other party screamed and took a step back. Several figures approached quickly from all sides. The man's eyes were calm. He walked slowly towards the alley. There were passers-by outside the dark alley, not daring to approach. Both the front and back entrances were blocked by people. Boy, you beat up our Relief Association people, you must pay. Yes. Pay. Just when those people were shouting and trying to get closer and fight, a beam of light suddenly appeared from the alley. The next second, everyone flew backwards. Kill as soon as you strike, no mercy. Pei Jinya didn't even raise his eyelids. He drank the tonic slowly. He had no interest in these blind minions. According to the route provided by those people in the Holy Alliance in his memory, He knew very well that the headquarters of the Holy Alliance was here. He walked around Baidi City for more than 30 minutes, just to find out the spies that the Holy Alliance had planted in Baidi City. He came here this time, not only to let the 5 continents pay attention to this place, but also to teach the Holy Alliance a lesson. All preparations are ready. Pejinia raised his hand. A flying bird landed on the wall. The bird calls in the North Continent are sharper than those in the Central Continent. The black bird rubbed Pejinia fingers, and then reported their monitoring situation. Well done. Pejinia injected a ray of spiritual energy, his eyebrows slightly raised, and his palm turned over to cover the action. The black bird immediately sent something chirping, fly away with wings flapping. Is your friend a beastmaster? A voice suddenly came from the roof of the bungalow behind him. A faint malicious feeling came from the other party. Perhaps he saw the spirit stone and had evil intentions. Pejinia glanced at him. There was a line of numbers on the other party head, 100 out of 101 almost instantly. Pejinia figure disappeared on the spot. When he came out again, he had already kicked the other party neck. The middle-aged man's face changed slightly. He rushed to attack. But the space was frozen, and he had no time to attack. He could only stare with his eyes wide open, his face full of horror, and watched the kick hit his neck. Crack! Before he died, a big hand clasped down. Dream. 3 seconds later, Pejinia opened his eyes. A treasure-hunting instrument fell from the opponent body. An appetizer before the battle. SOSO. As soon as midnight arrived. Suddenly, the entire Baidi City shook, the flame shot up into the sky, it was as bright as day in the night. I don't know how many people were shocked. Who is it? A roar was faintly heard in the sound of thunder explosion. 300 tons of TNT were directly detonated. This night Baidi City is destined to be famous in the 5 continents. West Continent. In the courtyard. Something happened in North Continent? Wuji Elder raised his eyebrows slightly. He counted with his fingers. The Holy Alliance, blood disaster. There was an inexplicable strange smile on the corner of his mouth. What a strong evil spirit. Come here, add fuel to the fire. Almost within 10 minutes of the explosion, all the major organizations in the 5 continents had learned about the explosion in Baidi City. Not everyone could figure out, like Elder Wuji, that the headquarters of the Holy Alliance was in Baidi City. But this explosion was enough to make Baidi City famous. The flames were like the evil lackeys of the devil in the whistling wind. In the dark, the hidden swords and shadows were not sensed by outsiders. The knife in Pejinia's hand mercilessly cut off the arm of the man in front of him, ignoring the blood splattering, and stretched out his hand to cover it. He said softly, "The 111th person. Enter the dream." This night passed quickly. But for some people, it was very long. Beizhou Baidi City was blown up. Even a 3-foot explosion would not be as thrilling as this explosion. The entire Beizhou government has put Baidi City under martial law overnight. The members of the Holy Alliance, who did not escape, were already hit by the explosion. And now they are being hunted down by the government. Some dead and some injured. And they are in a miserable state. The smoke of gunpowder filled Baidi City overnight. And a certain panic was spreading outside Baidi City. Many people are worried that Beizhou will also become the center of the battlefield like Shizhou. However, some people with discerning eyes found that the bombed areas of Baidi City were not randomly selected. Someone carefully planned it. These selected areas are meaningful. Indeed, far from the civilian area, except for the bombing of the City Hall building, all the people killed in the bombing were gang members. How many people died? Over 100 without completing the statistics. Which organization did it? The North Continent did not tell the public that the bombed areas were all controlled by the Holy Alliance. The other 4 continents have different understandings of the situation in Baidi City. Except for the official, there are very few people who really know the details. Is there any unusual movement in the old gods? No unusual movement. If it not the old gods, who else could it be? The photos of the explosion site have been collected. 44 explosion sites in the city, estimated 300 tons of TNT, including a total of 72 elemental cannons. Elemental cannons? There are more elemental cannons? How could such controlled weapons be spread out? Investigate thoroughly. Must investigate thoroughly. No way to investigate. Why? According to statistics, Jonikaju has lost more than 3,000 elemental cannons in recent years, and it is impossible to identify which organization is using them. Damn it! Zhongzhou Dawn City. At the senior meeting, Wang Lu did not have much worry on his face. His governing philosophy is very simple. As long as the fire doesn't burn their central continent, it's fine. It is suspected that a large organization is attacking the Holy Alliance. In the short term, the Holy Alliance will be unable to take care of itself and will not affect us. In addition, I got the news that the Holy Alliance is not only hunting and evolving the elites of our central continent, but also taking action in West Continent and South Continent. It has been monitored that the Holy Alliance members who left North Continent yesterday have disappeared and are suspected to have returned to North Continent. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. It's good that they left. I suggest not to lift the alarm yet, wait and see, lest those people do something desperate. Agree. Early morning. Pejinia has not returned to Dapeng City yet. A private cruise ship on the Federico Sea. Two figures flew backwards in an instant. Who are you? A loud shout came from the boat. Pejinia wore a mask on his face, with no expression, and all his moves were killing moves. He did not underestimate the opponent just because he was a 4th-level extraordinary person. The elemental power of more than 80 times wrapped the seawater, and the terrifying killing power caused was completely beyond the ability of these 4th-level extraordinary people to deal with. Boom! There was an explosion on the sea surface in the distance, and a figure rushed over quickly. It's the Elder. Someone on the boat exclaimed. Pejinia was unmoved, and raised his hand, and made a stroke. Golden light flashed. The sea surface in front of him seemed to be split in two. The light directly cut the person who came. Bang! The sea surface in the distance was like being hit by a cannonball, raising a raging wave. Pejinia flipped his hand, and formed a seal. The sea surface was blocked. Elder. The people on the boat subconsciously murmured in astonishment. The Elder who had been placed with hope was blown away in the blink of an eye. This is simply unimaginable. Some people in the Holy Alliance have begun to kneel down and beg for mercy. But Pejinia did not have any mercy. He had already had an idea of dealing with him. He even planned to kill his entire family to force him to join the game. In this situation, he naturally couldn't hold back. The waves were rising. The huge ship was swaying. Everyone couldn't keep their balance at all, the water chain was entangled, everyone was like a lamb to be slaughtered. The heart-wrenching screams disappeared completely before they lasted for half a quarter of an hour. Another drop of 500 points. Swiped out the attribute panel. The previous killing spree in Beizhou. Swallowed more than 2,000 points, and now he killed all the way from the edge of Shizhou to the Federi Sea. Even Pejinia himself forgot, after this round of killing, how many people from the Holy Alliance died in his hands. Below the 5th level, there is no opponent. Swallowing energy, the attribute value increased by dozens of points. Even Pejinia thought the increase was too slow. He frantically urged the 12 lotuses of Hunyuan to absorb. The sea surface shook again at this time. A figure rushed out. The Holy Alliance Elder, who was blasted into the sea by Pejinia before, was now full of anger. He roared. He raised his arms high. A huge water dragon as thick as a waist shot out from in front of him. He rushed towards Pejinia on the deck. Pejinia was holding a member of the Alliance in his hand. He gave up swallowing him and broke his neck with one hand. He threw him away. He raised his head. He looked at him expressionlessly. Buzz! The sea in front of him suddenly seemed to be affected by a certain will. The huge sea separated them. The sky hammer fell. The water dragon that rushed over began to be crushed from the position of the dragon head. The terrifying impact force generated by the two forces set off a huge wave of 100 meters. The face of the black-robed elder changed. Domain! Raging sea hammer! Who the hell are you? The words of shock were still floating in the air. The fierce and domineering Dao light had already slashed towards the black-robed elder like a dazzling stream of light. The opponent was only at the 6th level of the extraordinary. As long as there was enough time, he was sure to stop the opponent completely. The black-robed elder shouted angrily. The previously disintegrated water dragons gathered again, and more gathered. A full 10 water dragons soared into the sky. In Pejinia vision, the opponent mental strength also dropped by hundreds of points. It can be seen that the performance of this move is still a bit too much for the opponent. Pejinia figure disappeared on the spot. As the sky hammer fell, the purple lightning light also burst out instantly. The black-robed old man obviously didn't expect Pejinia to have so many tricks. He cursed secretly. He rushed away from the water. But the lightning was running faster. In midair, he felt numb all over. Pejinia raised his eyebrows slightly. The opponent actually had protective gear that could block the thunder. Otherwise, the power just now would be enough to knock him unconscious. No nonsense. The sword in Pei Jinya's hand shook off the water mist, and directly enveloped the old man in black robe. Ding 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 ding. The old man in black robe flew up, revealing the blood-red armor he was wearing. So it was this that blocked the thunder. Pei Jinya's eyes lit up slightly, and his figure rushed forward again. The old man in black robe roared again. The water droplets in the sky seemed to turn into a storm, collided with the sword light. Kill my disciples, my holy alliance will kill your entire clan. The black-robed old man was furious. Pei Jinya came up, and used the power of frost to calm him down. The black-robed old man looked down, and his feet were already frozen by frost, and he was even more shocked. He didn't understand how the other party could have so many tricks. Of course, he didn't think Pei Jinya was a multi-system extraordinary, but he thought Pei Jinya had many kinds of seals in his hands. I can't die. The old man in black robe roared, and rushed towards Pei Jinya, as if he wanted to burn himself together. Pei Jinya sneered. How could he give the other party such a chance? Under the flashing sword light, the old man in black robe had bloodshot eyes, and completely gave up resistance. He gathered countless water elemental powers, and rushed towards Pei Jinya. He let Pei Jinya fall with his sword. Pei Jinya had no expression on his face. He flipped his hand. The burning seal was activated. The huge thunder golden lotus condensed instantly, like a meteorite falling, cutting through the entire sky. The raging sea split into two again. Boom! With Pei Jinya terrifying physical energy that exploded by thousands of points, the surrounding mist was evaporated with the naked eye. Ah! The black-robed old man was hit hard, screamed in pain, and fell into the sea in the explosion. Pei Jinya rushed forward like a cannonball. Did I let you go? With a sneer, Pei Jinya threw out the sword box. In an instant, 12 sword lights rushed forward. The surrounding waves opened up automatically, and the terrifying gale was like a demonic flame. At this moment, Pei Jinya was the king. The real king. Swish, swish, swish. The sword light fell on the black-robed old man, and blood spurted out. Damn it! You deserve to die. A tragic and shrill roar came, and the black-robed old man roared unwillingly. If possible, he wanted to cut Pei Jinya into pieces. Not only torture him to death, but also torture his whole family to death. Pull out the bones and skin. Raise both hands. He wanted to strangle Pei Jinya's neck. Step. A black combat boot with the sound of wind and thunder stepped fiercely on the chest of the black-robed old man, kicked him backwards. Die! The black-robed old man roared. A blood-colored mist appeared on his hands. It exploded immediately. Bang! He himself was the first to be blown away. However, what he didn't expect was that he watched the man in front of him being exploded by the blood thunder, but the wounds on his body healed quickly. Rebirth of flesh and blood? The old man in black robe widened his eyes. He originally thought Pei Jinya was a physical skill or swordsman. But? Rebirth of flesh and blood? How is this possible? I am a 6th level extraordinary. He looked as if his worldview had collapsed, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He instantly thought of a terrible fact. However, the sword in Pei Jinya's hand had pierced his heart. When the terrifying force was released, the rolling waves suddenly churned. Pei Jinya lowered his head and looked at the old man in black robe under him. He grinned and said, 6th level extraordinary. I have even killed 7th level ones. Boom! A huge force exploded. The fierce impact at close range caused the old man in black robe to scream. Ah! Ah! Suddenly, his scream stopped abruptly, drowned by the violent wind explosion that followed. A big hand clasped his face. 2 words were imprinted like the will of the king. Enter the dream. In an instant, darkness descended, crushing all the will of the old man in black robe. We bombed a city of the Holy Alliance. Killed one of their 6th level extraordinary people, 3 5th level extraordinary people, and 100 people below the 5th level. It was a small fight, and it was not serious. It was already 8:40 in the morning when we arrived in Daping City. Instead of going back to the back mountain of the Jiang family, Pei Jinya went directly to the investigation base. When he arrived, Brother Bai and Zhou, he had just finished breakfast. When they saw Pei Jinya coming, they both asked with concern, Is everything okay at home? Nothing is wrong. Pei Jinya was stunned. What happened last night was not disclosed to the public. Zhou Yi said, We had a morning meeting this morning, and they said that the whole city would be cleaned up. It seems that something happened near your neighborhood last night, and the special forces took over directly. Pei Jinya knew what was going on after hearing this. My family is fine. But what did the higher-ups say? Zhou Yi was about to speak, when suddenly a staff officer walked quickly down the corridor next to him, and stood at attention in front of Pei Jinya and said, "Sir, please move to the senior meeting room." After hearing what the other said, Brother Bai and Zhou Yi looked at each other immediately. Obviously, they were both a little surprised. The senior meeting room is where the top leaders of the base hold meetings. Even Zhou Heezy, who is now the captain of the team, is not qualified to enter at will. What going on? The two looked at each other. Pei Jinya said hello and left. As soon as he left, Zhou Yi couldn't help but said, "Brother Bai, I have a bold guess." Brother Bai didn't say anything, he just turned his head to look. The urging was obvious. Zhou Yi said mysteriously, "Do you think Lao Pei is actually a young master from a big city? Come to our Daping city to experience life?" Brother Bai paused. He walked away without looking back. Zhou Yi was stunned, and hurriedly chased after him. "Brother Bai, say something, do you think what I said is reliable?" In the senior meeting room, the door opened. Several figures, who had arrived in the room, turned their heads, and looked at almost the same time. Pei Jinya swept past without leaving any trace. In addition to Ms. Su Jing, he also knew one of them. Minister Gao, the hidden man of the Arbitration Bureau. When Minister Gao saw Pei Jinya appear, he twisted his body, smiled and nodded very casually. If Pei Jinya had not dealt with him before the return, he might not have known that this person was a smiling tiger, who would eat people without leaving any bones. Pei Jinya noticed that there was an empty seat next to Ms. Su Jing, and Ms. Su Jing's eyes indicated he knew that it was a seat reserved for him. An emergency meeting. The team leader is on his way. Ms. Su Jing watched Pei Jinya take a seat, and whispered, "It's impossible for you to be lazy as a special consultant of the base. Are you kidding? Am I the kind of person who would be lazy?" Pei Jinya said righteously. When he sat down, he pretended to glance at the others naturally. The Eye of Truth was activated, and the information about the extraordinary abilities of these people was instantly visible. Except for Minister Gao. This smiling tiger seemed to be carrying some kind of seal, blocked Pei Jinya inspection. Pei Jinya calmly withdrew his gaze. Most of the people present were from the psychiatric department. It seems that the psychiatric department is indeed suitable for a career in politics. The atmosphere in the conference room became a little strange. Suddenly, an 18-year-old boy appeared among a group of old men in their 50s. Many people's faces were indeed a little different. Someone looked at Minister Gao. Minister Gao took a sip of tea with a calm face, and didn't care about the eyes of others at all. Ms. Su Jing looked at Pei Jinya calmly. When Pei Jinya was selected as the special consultant of the Daping City investigation team, many old people in the team voted against it. But in the end, it was Zhongzhou who personally named him, and the matter was settled. To be honest, Ms. Su Jing was also against it at the beginning. But she didn't choose to oppose it because of interests. On the contrary, she just felt that Pei Jinya's position at this age would bring a lot of unnecessary trouble. Necessary attention is sometimes more powerful than poison. She had discussed this matter with Hansen at the beginning, but he also said that he was powerless, because it was the decision of the former counselor. For that person, only by passing his test can he be qualified to win his support. Although some things turned out to be counterproductive in the end, there is no doubt that Pei Jinya is now on the fire. Fortunately, he is now a third-level extraordinary person, and has first-class combat power in Daping City, otherwise he might be bullied. At this moment, the door opened, and Yang Shanha walked in. Even when he saw Pei Jinya, he didn't show much expression. Regarding the hunting plan of the Holy Alliance, I think you all have a direct feeling now. Especially our consultant Pei. As Yang Shanha spoke, everyone looked at Pei Jinya at the same time. Yang Shanha continued, "I just finished the meeting in the city. Zhongzhou will give unified instructions. The whole city will be under martial law. Strictly control public security issues, and crack down on all criminal activities." Yang Shanha said some official words. Pei Jinya didn't understand why he was called here alone to say these words. Until the end, Yang Shanha looked at Pei Jinya. "You are one of the few extraordinary third level in Daping City. Zhongzhou also considers that the situation will be a bit complicated. So a team will be arranged for you to protect you. Captain Yang, this is not in accordance with the regulations." Suddenly someone raised an objection. Everyone looked over. The person who spoke was the head of the supervisory department of the regiment. The person behind him was the deputy head of the regiment. He and Yang Shanha belonged to two different factions. They were not on good terms. But at least on the surface, they had always maintained some peace. He suddenly said this today, which was indeed a bit explosive. Yang Shanha's face did not change. He turned his head and said, "What the problem with Supervisor Li?" Li Qingming said calmly, "I'm not targeting Pei Jinya. But in the current situation, we are short of manpower. How can we have more manpower to take care of his personal safety? At the age of 18. He has already entered the third level of transcendence, and did you, Li Jianjian, awaken when you were 18? Ms. Su Jing suddenly spoke at this time. The smell of gunpowder became stronger. The atmosphere in the conference room became strangely quiet. Just when both sides were arguing with each other, the protagonist of this proposal, Pei Jinya, said softly, "Is it okay for me to express my opinion on this matter?" Yang Shanha looked over, of course. Pei Jinya said in the same tone as usual, "Forget about arranging guards. I'm not bragging. I can slap no more than one person with one hand." Puff. Ms. Su Jing couldn't help laughing. And looked away. "Sorry. You guys continue." She looked at Li Qingming intentionally or unintentionally. Li Qingming's face was blue and white. He just broke through the second level of transcendence this year. It's no exaggeration to say that Pei Jinya probably didn't even need to slap him. If the Holy Alliance still wants to take action, the power of Daping City alone is not enough. Just keep a low profile for now. I believe that Zhongzhou will make all preparations. Pei Jinya didn't take Li Qingming seriously at all. Yang Shanha looked at Pei Jinya. He understood what Pei Jinya meant. And then nodded, "Okay. I respect your opinion. Let's not talk about security for now. In addition, Zhongzhou is very concerned about your safety. If it is not necessary for the next period of time, you don't have to come to the base." Just when the others had different expressions, Yang Shanha emphasized again, "This is what Zhongzhou wants. Then what the use of him as a special consultant?" Li Qingming said with a fake smile. As soon as the voice fell, the chair under his butt broke directly. He fell flat on his face. Pei Jinya said in a leisurely voice, "Do you know what the use of me now?" Li Qingming was angry and wanted to glare at him, but the deputy head of the group coughed lightly at this time. Pei Jinya stood up slowly. "In terms of age, compared with the seniors present, I am indeed young, and I do need to learn from you in some areas. However," he looked at Li Qingming and the deputy leader with a fake smile, "I am at the third level, and one slap is enough to beat 10 pieces of trash." The entire meeting room was silent. After the meeting, Pei Jinya followed Ms. Su Jing back to the office. After closing the door, Ms. Su Jing rolled her eyes at Pei Jinya. "If what you just said gets out, I'm afraid that the higher-ups will think you're not steady enough. But I don't object to you saying those things. And I can't stand some people taking advantage of their seniority." Pei Jinya laughed. "Then why did you kick me?" Ms. Su Jing said unhappily. "You didn't even see how pale Li Qingming's face was when he was scared. I was worried that you scared him to death. He's so weak yet he still jumps out to provoke me. Does he think he a 9th level extraordinary person?" Pei Jinya sat on the chair without hesitation. Ms. Su Jing was amused. She shook her head and said, "Behind Li Qingming is Lu Haoshan. Lu Haoshan is the deputy leader of the base. He has a solid foundation here. So Captain Yang has no say here?" Pei Jinya was stunned. "No way. I saw him looking very majestic just now. Didn't he? Captain Yang is also a 3rd level extraordinary person. Of course, he should be given this face," Ms. Su Jing said. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean? My level 3 is not worth much. Right? He has someone above him," Ms. Su Jing said concisely. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand and gestured a 6. Ms. Su Jing didn't understand, and shook her head and said, "If that person hadn't been in trouble, you could have walked sideways in Zhongzhou in the future. Now, the next path depends on you." Pei Jinya didn't care. In the eyes of others, he lost Chui Min card and lost his biggest trump card. But in fact, without Chui Min, he is less threatening. A person who attracts everyone's attention can easily bring about unexpected disasters. What more? He is being targeted by someone like Chui Min. If he hadn't truly felt Chui Min's cold-bloodedness before the flashback, if he had a little humanity, Pei Jinya would have given him a favor in the future. But unfortunately, Chui Min has no way back. But Pei Jinya has. Since he has, he must be decisive. Nip all the troubles in advance. From the moment Chui Min plotted against Pei Jinya, his fate was doomed. Pei Jinya was never a person who would be merciful to his enemies. Background. Pei Jinya smiled softly. The outside world thought he was only at the 3rd level of the extraordinary. Little did they know that he had killed even the 7th level of the extraordinary. He now looked down on these people in Doping City. As for being low-key, Peijinha has always been very low-key. But a lion would be low-key in front of other fierce beasts, so how could he be low-key in front of ants? A group of trash, who were not even at the 3rd level of the extraordinary, if it weren't for the fact that he was still wearing the Federation uniform. He would have killed these noisy guys. Oh! And this. Ms. Su Jing opened the drawer, took out a card and handed it over. What is this? Peijinha took it in his hand. There was a pine tree on the card, and a string of numbers below. The White Pine Society. A relatively private research and studies society. We'll start a new training session soon. I recommend you to go there. There are classes for 5th level extraordinary people. Ms. Su Jing said. In Doping City? Peijinha asked with pretended curiosity. He knew that this was Ms. Su Jing's good intention. But it was really embarrassing to let a 5th level extraordinary person teach him. Of course not in Dawn City. Ms. Su Jing introduced carefully. There are many outstanding students from Bison Club. Those who can enter here are either rich or noble. You can also manage it well. Forget it, I won't go. Peijinha returned the card to Ms. Su Jing's desk. Ms. Su Jing was obviously stunned. Not going? Too far. Peijinha shook his head. Ms. Su Jing was speechless for a long time. Just looked at Peijinha. Peijinha stood up and said, Sister, I know you mean well, but I know my current situation better than anyone else. I don't care about the things in the outside world. I just want to practice honestly. I respect your idea. Ms. Su Jing took the card in her hand again. She could understand Peijinha. Just sighed in her heart. Young people have their own ideas. She is very clear about this. For her, the way she provided is the most effective and the best way to protect Peijinha. But Peijinha refused very straightforwardly. She doesn't think Peijinha is too ambitious. If this guy is really ambitious, he wouldn't have entered the 3rd level of extraordinary at such a young age. Peijinha, who walked to the door, suddenly turned around and asked, Sister, why don't you let Gu Wudong go? You have more potential than him. I help you and I help myself. Ms. Su Jing's frankness made Peijinha smile. What I like most about you is your honesty. Ms. Su Jing rolled her eyes. Get lost. Peijinha laughed, pushed the door open and left. The door closed again. Ms. Su Jing retracted her gaze and looked at the card in her hand again. She put it in the drawer silently. Are you okay? Zhou Yi asked tentatively. Nothing. Peijinha shook his head and said nothing more. Zhou Yi seemed to want to say something. But Brother Bai interrupted him. Zhou Yi. I'm out of cigarettes. Go buy me a pack. Hurry up. I have to go on patrol later. Zhou Yi opened his mouth and got out of the car. Brother Bai adjusted the parking space and leaned back. He is just like that. Peijinha smiled. I understand. Brother Bai looked at Peijinha through the rearview mirror. You are different from us. We are all hopeless to become extraordinary. We want to live a peaceful life as a 1st level extraordinary. I can't teach you anything. I can only tell you to be careful. Peijinha nodded. The 1-hour patrol ended. In the evening, Peijinha left the investigation team. The next week was uneventful, except for the harvest of 3 universal extraordinary gene fragments and 2 beast-controlling extraordinary gene fragments. Doping City had lifted the citywide blockade yesterday. As for what happened in Beizhou, the aftermath seemed to have dissipated, but the organization that really had the intelligence knew how frightening the explosion in Baidi City in Beizhou was. Jiang Family Back Mountain. Peijinha slowly finished his work. He swiped out the attribute panel. Qi and Blood, 6899/6899. Physical Strength, 6899/6899. Spiritual Strength, 6899/6899. Spiritual Strength, 6899/6900. Although the condensation of extraordinary genes progressed rapidly, for now, Peijinha did feel that he was about to reach a bottleneck. Is it because the Dharmakaya realm has not yet been condensed? Peijinha looked at the description that appeared on the attribute panel. Dharma body realm condensing. It was because he replaced the starry sky evil creature that he was able to trigger the power of the flame god coffin and enter the new chaotic world called Yao. It was also because of arriving here that he found the way to condense the Dharma body realm. So we still have to return to the new chaotic world. Peijinha stretched out his hand and took out the flame god coffin. Now the flame god coffin is only the size of a palm, small and exquisite. When can you recover? Tell me. Since the last return, the flame god coffin was out of character. and did not leave any information about returning. This inevitably disappointed Pagenia. Having enjoyed the benefits brought by the Mother God Stone, he naturally wanted to take advantage of the Chaos New World. It would be a pity if he could not enter. The Flame God coffin glowed slightly. Pagenia looked at it silently. The other party seemed to want to convey some information, but was blocked by some force, and spoke intermittently. Resurrection. Energy transmission. Need energy? Pagenia was thoughtful. There were a few more spirit stones in his hand. The spirit energy turned into mist, and flowed directly into the Flame God coffin. As expected, the Flame God coffin needed to absorb energy. But Pagenia felt a pain in his flesh. Little brother, I don't have many resources now. If you are sensible, take me to a different world with more resources next time. I promise to let you absorb enough at one time. As soon as the voice fell, the pile of spirit stones in front of him exploded into a mist, and were absorbed continuously. Pagenia stared for a while, and then looked away. The blue bird landed, and seemed to be saying something. Pagenia tilted his head, and listened for a moment, before stroking the blue bird head. Don't get too close. The blue bird rubbed his head, and then left. Pagenia lowered his eyes thoughtfully. Another group of people appeared in Doping City, and they seemed to be from Tianshan International. Dusk continued to fall. The night wind tonight was very noisy, which only added a few troubles, especially at this moment on the top floor of Tianshan building. It is said that you can overlook the entire Doping City from here. The middle-aged man, with a unique golden brooch on his chest, standing like a rock on the edge of the roof of Tianshan International building, his shiny black leather shoes glowed with the night light. The cold night wind was like the chanting of a witch. The drooping of his black windbreaker rustled. 10 years ago, I believed you, but now, it's pure nonsense. A calm, but teasing voice came from behind the middle-aged man. The night wind that passed faster made a whimpering sound when it fell on the edge of the roof. A young man with red wavy hair crossed his arms, wearing a black long windbreaker that was almost the same style as the middle-aged man, but without a brooch on his chest. The whistling night wind scraped the hem of the windbreaker like a blade, and the moment he opened it, it was obvious that the man's feet were at least 20 centimeters off the ground. The young man was not tall, but after the dangling, he was able to keep pace with the middle-aged man. His eyes were full of sneer and mockery, following the middle-aged man's gaze. I looked into the distance. Everywhere I looked, there were bright lights and busy traffic. At least 10 years ago, this was the tallest building in Doping City, and it was very beautiful for a while. But unfortunately, now, standing on the top of this building, I can't see much scenery. Doping City, a small county town that is not even as good as Stormwind City, is it worth your attention? I haven't been here for many years. The middle-aged man said calmly. Have you been to Doping City before? The short young man hovering in the air looked curiously. I was here 20 years ago. To be honest, Doping City is developing quite fast, much better than I thought. The middle-aged man's tone remained calm. The young man curled his lips. Give it another 50 years, I wonder if it will have a chance to surpass Stormwind City. After he finished speaking, he brushed off the dust on his shoulders, and said indifferently, Joe Warren doesn't intend to buy our account. As far as I know, he is now getting close to the Jiang family. The Jiang family had dealt with that person in the past, a person who knows the current situation very well. The past 2 years of letting him go has made the Jiang family start to get out of our control. The middle-aged man seemed to be recalling something. Saying Lai is still too indecisive. In my opinion, he should have directly killed the old man of the Jiang family and directly supported the new head of the Jiang family at that time. The second branch of the Jiang family was still there, a good opportunity, but he still didn't grasp anything. The young man sneered. I know some people in the headquarters endorsed him. But now the business in Zhongzhou is handed over to him. And he has done it like this? Who can he be worthy of? In fact, it's not his fault. The middle-aged man sighed. The environment in Doping City is more complicated than we imagined. Several people died in the judgment office, and no clues have been found so far. Members of the Old God Society are also here. I heard that the new Son of God from the Old God Society is also active in Zhongzhou. The environment in Zhongzhou is not friendly. I hope so, the young man said indifferently, and took the initiative to change the subject. Wang Lu has already contacted him. I hope he can be more sensible. He is an ambitious man, and he knows what to do. However, just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the young man narrowed his eyes and said, Do you think he will choose the Old God Society? The middle-aged man looked at him. The young man sneered. I didn't mean to say anything. But at least according to the information I have, we were almost beaten by the old god society in Zhengzhou. Does Sanglai really think he is Cui Min? But didn't that old man Cui Min die without knowing it? The middle-aged man sighed softly, and then murmured, in times of chaos, special things should be handled in special ways. Now the higher-ups are pushing the bill forward. Those who go against the trend will have no choice but to die. The young man frowned. I won't hide it from you, the progress of the bill this time is so smooth that it's scary. Don't you think they're a problem? Whether there is a problem or not, the current trend is what everyone wants. The middle-aged man slowly lowered his gaze. The young man asked the question in his heart. What if intelligent life really mastered its own consciousness, what should we do? The middle-aged man just glanced at him, without saying anything. A few faint lights flickered in the distance. It was a drone sent by the night patrol, conducting routine patrols. After the invasion of the Holy Alliance, even though the citywide blockade had been lifted, this kind of all-round capture of images patrol has become a routine content. Just as the drone group flew over the roof of Tianshan International Building, the two windbreaker men were not seen in the captured images. It seemed that an invisible force was distorting the air, blocking the view of the two people. The young man frowned and looked at the drone group, somewhat impatient. But before he could make a move, the middle-aged man said calmly, Don't cause trouble. The water in Daping City is very deep now. And don't forget the purpose of our coming here this time. I know. But do you think you are sure? The young man looked over. That kid is now at the 3rd level of the extraordinary, and he is very proud of himself. Will he not take us seriously? The headquarters said, We will do our best. The middle-aged man sighed. At the age of 18, he can grow to the 3rd level of the extraordinary. We have missed a lot. So this time, the focus is on the Wei family. Compared to a 3rd level extraordinary person, I prefer a good seedling who is about to reach the 2nd level. The latter will be more willing to lower his posture. Agreed. Tomorrow morning, I will go to meet the little guy named Pei Jinya. The first ray of sunlight fell in the early morning. Pei Jinya slowly opened his eyes. On the side of the shadow of the towering tree behind him, a shadow dragon emerged. In the cool morning breeze, there seemed to be a whisper. Pei Jinya slowly raised his head. With an inexplicable smile on his face, the people of the gods want to contact me? Why do they want to recruit me into their organization? He stood up. Pei Jinya had breakfast leisurely. Before leaving the base yesterday, he had already greeted brother Bai and Zhou Yi. So I didn't go so early this morning. When I left the back mountain of Jiang House, he had changed his appearance. Today is a weekday. The streets are the busiest at around 7 o'clock in the morning. Most of the people are workers going to work and students going to school. Pei Jinya chose a coffee shop and sat near the window. He could see the outside world at a glance. At the same time, 100 meters away, there was a strange figure downstairs of the house where he lived. The young man looked up at the floor. Although the middle-aged man had reminded him to pay attention to etiquette last night, he was too lazy to bother with it. A 3rd-level extraordinary person was nothing in their organization. And the middle-aged man also said last night that Pei Jinya might not agree. Why don't you agree? He's just a lucky kid. Avoiding the secretaries near the residential building, the young man easily sneaked into Pei Jinya home. This morning, Pei Donglai had taken his wife to the hospital for a pregnancy test. So no one is home at the moment. The young man was suspended in the air, not worried about leaving any traces. A family portrait was hung on the wall. The young man stopped there, raised his head and stared at it carefully. Then he took it back silently. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed something, stopped, and turned his head to look. There were footsteps outside the entrance door, but the other party quickly went downstairs and left. The young man laughed at himself. Is a 3rd-level person enough to make me suspicious? He walked towards Pei Jinya room. He took out a small instrument from his arms, and stared at the data changes on it. How can there be spiritual fluctuations in this damn place? Following the data display, he came to the door where Pei Jinya was, raised his head and stared, with a somewhat excited expression. This kid really has a secret. I don't know what he is hiding. There is such a big spiritual fluctuation. The young man looked around. Then, he gently pushed the door open. Just as half of his body walked into the room, a hand suddenly grabbed out from inside. Going through any door will only hurt you. The young man's expression changed instantly. It was too late to retreat. He didn't even see who the figure in front of him was, and was dragged in directly. Bang. The door slammed shut again. At this moment, the whole room was silent, as if nothing had happened. 10 minutes later, the door opened again. Pei Jinya body, suspended in the air, floated out of the room. He also had a small instrument in his hand. Looking at the data above, he identified the direction. It turns out that the power of the talisman has weakened. No wonder it was detected by the instrument. Pagenia came to the table, and a few yellow papers appeared out of thin air in his hand. He bent down and wrote something. A flash of light flashed on the yellow paper. He then rubbed his hands. A few talisman papers instantly turned into spiritual light and flew to every corner of the room. When Pagenia looked at the instrument in his hand again, the above values finally returned to normal. He snapped his fingers. Wind elements gathered, clearing all the auras related to Lei Yiming in the room. Lei Yiming, the young man who came uninvited just now, came from the Tianshan International Headquarters and had 2 missions this time. One was to discover talents. Pagenia was also among the targets. But unfortunately, Lei Yiming chose the wrong path. Pagenia's attitude was as direct as ever. If you don't know how to behave, then don't do it. As for the other talent, Pagenia had not expected this. Wei Xianren. If I remember correctly, he had the elemental eyes gene. After Pagenia went back to the past, he had left him in the outside world, and had not devoured him. Then, Pagenia grew up too fast, and he no longer looked down on Wei Xianren transcendence. But it was still a little surprising that this kid had almost reached the threshold of the 2nd level of transcendence without making any noise. His figure paused. Pagenia instantly disappeared from the spot. Wei family. The old man of the Wei family had an ugly expression on his face. And most of the people in front of him were like this. The Jiang family business is getting bigger and bigger now. And we can only get a very small share. If this continues, there are only 2 options for us. The middle-aged man who was making a report said in a deep voice. Either close the factory on a large scale, or be bought out by the Jiang family. Everyone's face became more and more tragic. Has Dapeng City really become a one-man show for the Jiang family now? Some people were indignant, but no one agreed. The current growth of the Jiang family is obvious to all. Moreover, the influence of the Jiang family is no longer limited to Dapeng City. The Jiang family business territory is expanding its influence. I got a report from the city. Since this quarter, the tax revenue provided by the Jiang family has accounted for a quarter of the city total, and the number of jobs provided ranks first among all the companies in the city. With such data, who can beat it in Dapeng City? Do we really have no chance? Is the anti-monopoly law useless? The key is that they don't have a monopoly. I don't know where the Jiang family found a CEO who knows the law very well and is very shameless. What did Xiao Xian say? The ruling made us wait before. And we have been waiting for more than 2 months. Is there still no news? When Wei Xianren was mentioned, the expression on the old man's face finally relaxed a little. The talent shown by Wei Xianren now can be said to be the best in their Wei family. In the future, he really has to count on his grandson to shoulder the responsibility of the Wei family. The war that broke out in Shizhou has shown that the judgment office is no longer as powerful as it used to be. The old man of the Wei family said in a deep voice, "We may have other options than the judgment office." The judgment office suffered a heavy blow from the old gods in Shizhou, and its strength was greatly reduced. For the Wei family, who are in urgent need of a backer, the judgment office has lost its due height. The gods have contacted me, and the federal military. But the military requirements are very strict. If what? Aren't the military conditions too harsh? Outrageous, I've never heard of such a rule. It too bullying. The people of the Wei family were indignant. The old man of the Wei family interrupted everyone anger and said in a deep voice, "Let Xiao Xian make his own choice. No matter which path he chooses, our Wei family will support him." Understood. At this moment, in a room not far away, Wei Xian, who was kneeling on one knee, slowly stood up, and his eyes regained some wisdom. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. "Young master, the master is calling you to the study." Got it. Wei Xianren put his clothes in order, turned around and left. In the study, Wei Xianren looked at his uncles and grandfather, all staring at him, waiting for his opinion. If you want to help our Wei family as soon as possible, the military is the least suitable choice. Wei Xianren said calmly, "It takes at least 5 years to enter the military and serve outside. So, I go to Tianshan. This kind of international organization can give our Wei family more support, both in terms of connections and business." "What about the arbitration office?" Wei Xianren's uncle suddenly asked. Wei Xianren looked over and said, "It has been delayed for 2 months, and there is still no reply, which is enough to show that I am not important to them. Even if I enter the arbitration office in the future, I will not be able to get the key resources to cultivate, so it is most appropriate to go to Tianshan International. The rest of the Wei family was also convinced. At first, I fantasized about joining the arbitration office. With the help of the arbitration office, their Wei family would definitely become the first wealthy family in Daping City in the future. However, the attitude of the arbitration office now is really disappointing. Then it must be Tianshan International. Pei Jinya also wanted to choose Tianshan International instead of the military or the arbitration office. He had dealt with these two organizations, so it was clear that these two organizations had strict control over their members. He spent a demon soul control quota to train a confidant, and not to let them explode and die. Tianshan International methods are not as good as those of the arbitration office and the military. In the future, there will be a chance for Wei Xianren to become a senior executive of Tianshan International. He can also use the power of the Old God Association to eliminate Wei Xianren competitors. In this way, he will have another organization with sufficient weight in his hands. The morning wind gradually regained its warmth. But at this moment in the Tianshan International building, the middle-aged man frowned. Still no news of Lei Yiming whereabouts? No, we lost track of him since 8:20 in the morning. What did he do? Sang Lai asked. To find our target. Who? Sang Lai looked over, but seeing the middle-aged man looking at him, he said slowly, Of course, you don't have to tell me. Pei Jinya. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Sang Lai raised his eyebrows slightly. Isn't he a member of the investigation team? Why do we look for him? Assassination? You are so brave. The higher-ups want to win him over. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Because he is a third-level extraordinary person? After all, Songuli has been in charge of the gods in Daping City for many years. And he still has keen observation skills. Not bad. Songuli made a phone call after hearing this, and then hung up the phone and looked at the middle-aged man and said, I'm sorry to tell you that Pei Jinya has already gone to the city hall this morning. And his time is different from Lei Yiming. Maybe. Did he go somewhere to play secretly? The middle-aged man frowned slightly. Shouldn't be. Sang Lai just smiled when he heard this. Even Shizhou was slapped in the face by the old gods. What else in this world shouldn't be? You go and do your thing first. I arranged for someone to find him. Thank you. The middle-aged man nodded. Although Sang Lai cultivation is not as good as his, he is not a small person after all. Close the door. The middle-aged man received a call from the Wei family. Of course, you are welcome. While the Wei family was immersed in the joy of reaching an agreement with Tianshan International, the middle-aged man who was the representative did not look very happy. Still not found? No. Has he not contacted you yet? Sang Lai looked over. I have a bad feeling. The middle-aged man turned his head and said in a deep voice, Something must have happened to Lei Yiming. Sang Lai's eyebrows were slightly raised, and he did not speak immediately, but looked at the middle-aged man. And after a moment, he withdrew his gaze and said, Who do you think it is? The old gods meeting? The voice of a middle-aged man sounded faintly. A small place that can't even be rated as a mid-level city actually has hidden talents, which makes it difficult for me to deal with it. I started to report this matter last year, but the higher-ups felt that Daping City would not affect the overall situation, so I could only choose to avoid the limelight temporarily. Sang Lai shrugged and said, Don't say you can't think of it. I can't figure it out myself. He opened a drawer and took out a cigar from it. He seemed to be familiar with the other party non-smoking, so he looked over while holding a cigar and said, As far as I know, no less than 3 people from the Judgment Office have died in Daping City, and even the people from the Holy Alliance have been defeated. Old Meng, you understand what I mean, right? The middle-aged man surnamed Meng frowned. When this happened, no one from the Federation investigated? Sang Lai chuckled. How could they not investigate? We have investigated openly and secretly at least 5 times. But we always came back empty-handed. The middle-aged man looked over. A crisp sound of scissors pinching a cigar was heard. Songuli said indifferently, I can't do anything about it. What's going on in Daping City? I don't understand. Who do you think is the mastermind behind this? The middle-aged man stared at Songuli and asked. Songuli shrugged. Your question stumped me. To be honest, I don't know. Even you don't know? The middle-aged man was stunned. Is the water in Daping City so deep? It gets deeper every year. Songuli agreed. The middle-aged man paused. Complex expression. Night fell. The 3 judges who had been in Daping City for several days rushed forward quickly. Block. Bang. The space exploded. Only a broken piece of wood remained at the spot. The middle-aged man rushed forward quickly and stopped the retreating young man in black coat. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. The young man in black coat shook his head. Don't worry about me, go and retrieve the data. You heal your wounds first, and keep in touch at any time. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he quickly chased after him. However, when he chased to the intersection, there was only the furious young man in blue and white coat, but not the mysterious thief who took away the information. Did he run away? The middle-aged man's face changed, and he said in a deep voice. The young man in blue and white coat flipped his hand and revealed a bag of information. He ran away, but the things were taken back. The middle-aged man's heart, which was originally hanging in the air, finally settled down a little. It's good that the information is not lost. I thought you were also injured? At this moment, there was a blood mark on the arm of the young man in blue and white coat. There was a little blood stain. He turned his hand over and looked at it. He quickly took the pill. The middle-aged man came forward to check, and said with a sigh of relief, fortunately, the knife in the other party hand was not wiped with poison, otherwise you would be finished. The face of the young man in the blue and white coat was not very good. It seemed a pity that he could not keep the other party. The middle-aged man bent down and found a drop of blood on the ground in the corner of the wall. He skillfully took out a medicine bottle from his arms, extracted the blood and sealed it. Don't think about it, at least we saved the information. We are exposed. The young man in the blue and white coat retracted his gaze, turned his head to look at the middle-aged man. His face was very ugly. The middle-aged man was not surprised by what he said. Yes, we are exposed. He raised the information in his hand. It almost finished. The young man in the blue and white coat looked. At this time, at the entrance of the alley, the young man in the black coat limped over. What do you mean? I take you to another place to heal your wounds first, the middle-aged man said. The three of them left. Sitting in the car, the young man in the black coat looked much better than the young man in the blue coat. He took a piece of gum and chewed it while saying, Why did we get exposed? We have been very careful during this period. Right? How could we be found? I am somewhat familiar with his moves, but I can't remember them clearly now. The young man in the blue coat sat back in the chair and fell into deep thought. The middle-aged man's voice came. Mantis Step. This move comes from Nanzhou. Nanzhou Mantis Step. The young man in the blue and white coat had bright eyes. Yes, this skill. The young man in the black coat raised his eyebrows slightly. Wasn't this skill naturalized by the higher-ups 20 years ago? The man doesn't look that old, maybe about the same age as me. The other party was also injured. I found his blood and have sent it to Xinghuan. We know after comparing the information. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he took the two to the new safe house. When did you find this safe house? The young man in black coat suddenly looked up. The middle-aged man said casually, I found it when I had nothing to do. Don't worry. It's safe. The young man in black coat was about to say something, but the middle-aged man communicator suddenly vibrated. I found it. The middle-aged man suddenly spoke. Even the young man in blue coat looked over. Lei Yiming, a member of the Umbu of Tianshan International. The middle-aged man reported the information. For a moment, the expressions of the young man in black coat and the young man in blue coat were a little strange. Tianshan International? Are they crazy? The middle-aged man looked at the information thoughtfully, looked up and said, Let's clarify one question first. Is the information we investigated related to Tianshan International? At least not on the surface. The young man in the blue and white coat said in a deep voice. That right, the other party wants to steal the information, which means we may have found some secret clues. The middle-aged man looked at the information in his hand, and said regretfully, but this information has nothing to do with Lin Xiaowei, it about the Holy Alliance. So Tianshan International is related to the Holy Alliance? The black-coated young man frowned. Maybe? The middle-aged man gestured, You guys heal your wounds first. I've already contacted Zhongzhou Intelligent Computer, and it will secretly help us track down Lei Yiming whereabouts. Okay. That night at 11 o'clock, Lei Yiming whereabouts were exposed. Action. The three people from the judgment office went there secretly. At the same time, Ming Lang finally received a call from Lei Yiming on the top floor of Tianshan International Building. I discovered a big secret. Come here quickly. Don't ask anything. I tell you when you get there. Lei Yiming voice sounded. Ming Lang said calmly. Code. Return with the bright moon. Hearing the code Lei Yiming gave, Ming Lang's tense face finally relaxed a little. I go there now. Can you hold on? Yes. I wait for you. The phone was hung up. Ming Lang set off to go there. Sang Lai appeared in the corridor. Did he contact you? Yes. I'm going to see him now. Is there any danger? From his tone, it okay. Sang Lai nodded slightly. Keep communicating, I be there for support at any time. Okay, but try not to use your power. The higher-ups think you should keep a low profile and don't be targeted by the authorities. Before leaving, Ming Lang hesitated for a moment and said, the headquarters is a little uneasy now, whether it's the Federation or the old gods, the methods they have shown so far have already exceeded the cognition of some people. Sang Lai watched Ming Lang leave. And then he came to the top floor alone. He didn't have the strength of Ming Lang and Lei Yiming. So he was a little bit overwhelmed by the biting night wind tonight. Boss, it windy here. Someone in the shadows behind him said with concern. I haven't seen such a night for a long time. Sang Lai looked at the busy traffic 100 meters away, and his eyes moved upwards. The starry sky appeared and disappeared in the dark clouds. He inexplicably felt a sense of uneasiness. I don't know if it was because of what Ming Lang said before he left, but this night became a hasty farewell for the two. Perhaps Ming Lang himself didn't expect that. After he arrived, he saw Lei Yiming from a distance, and saw him being slashed by a young man in a blue and white coat with a knife. He immediately shouted angrily and rushed over. He naturally didn't know the identity of the young man in the blue and white coat. But after Lei Yiming was exposed, Ming Lang's identity was also exposed. You go first. Ming Lang shouted at Lei Yiming. Lei Yiming left quickly. Ming Lang was no longer constrained, and he acted even more fiercely. The young man in the blue and white coat was no match for him for a while, but his teammates arrived soon. Ming Lang knew that he would lose if he continued like this, and he could not guess the identities of these people. He threw out the ghost bullet and left quickly. Run away again. The young man in the blue and white coat was furious, but he was stopped by the young man in the black coat. Don't be angry, at least their identities have been confirmed. The middle-aged man returned soon. It Ming Lang from Tianshan International. First, issue a wanted notice, and apply for a citywide blockade. Almost at the same time, Ming Lang found that he had lost the whereabouts of Lei Yiming again. He had a bad feeling. It would take a while to know the identities of the three people in blue and white coats, so he didn't dare to stay for long. So he hurriedly contacted Songuli. Unexpectedly, Songuli also wanted to contact him. What did you and Lei Yiming do? Now the whole city is going to issue a wanted notice for you too. What? Ming Lang was stunned this time. The bad feeling in his heart became stronger. He did not explain anything to Sang Lai, but hurriedly said, I have already contacted the Wei family, and let you transfer them secretly, and help me leave Daping City. What about Lei Yiming? I can't take care of him for the time being. Ming Lang felt a little irritated. He still didn't know what happened. How could Lei Yiming be so stupid as to provoke the official people and forced him to evacuate Daping City? He also had to leave. Once he was caught by the official here, it would be difficult for him to get away. Only by leaving here and letting the company deal with it would he have a chance to avoid danger. The night in Daping City tonight was charming and dangerous. And Pei Jinya, who had personally arranged the plan, had already appeared in the back mountain of the Jiang family. The reason why he only forced him away instead of killing him was to get rid of Wei Xianren, the chess piece. As for the three people in the judgment office, the intelligence found by the three tools who were fooled around was actually stuffed out bit by Pei Jinya. Whether Daping City was in chaos or not, Pei Jinya, had the final say. The night was quiet. The moonlight on the entire Jiang family back mountain was like flowing water, and the sparkling light surface looked unique at this moment. The flame god coffin was still absorbing energy continuously. As for when it would end, he didn't know. Pei Jinya silently withdrew his gaze. Then he continued to practice cross-legged. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the originally calm practice was suddenly interrupted. Pei Jinya opened his eyes. Under the control of brain waves, he saw the strange scene appearing in the sky above Shizhou. What is that? Not only Pei Jinya, everyone in Shizhou who was awakened made puzzled sounds. A light spot seemed to appear in the dark sky. The light spot quickly expanded to the surroundings at a certain speed. The whole sky seemed to be cut with a 100-meter-long cut. The white light grew stronger. The light reflected a mysterious projection. That is mirage. Someone in the crowd began to exclaim. Not knowing what was going on, most people did not dare to step forward. The sky seemed to be opened up. It was indeed like a mirage. A projection of a world appeared above the clouds. The divine light was diffused. There were divine creatures coming in and out of the cave, inhaling smoke and haze. There were divine beasts flying across the sky, soaring in the sky, with a magnificent style. Such a scene attracted countless people to be amazed. What is this place? I have never seen such an existence in the real world. Is it a miracle? A miracle. It must be a miracle. Many forces in Shizhou were caught in a kind of undercurrent. Gaia has not appeared since being taken over by Xinghuan. And the official performance of the entire Shizhou is very calm. For the Old God Association, which is closely watching the Federation, this is of great concern. Elder, is this a fraud? In the courtyard, a middle-aged man in a black robe stood there respectfully and asked. Elder Wuji raised his eyelids and said faintly, when the false is true, the true is false. The middle-aged man paused slightly, he nodded and said, I know what to do. Goodbye. Elder Wuji's voice suddenly came from behind him. The Demon King is the one I chose. Don't force yourself on some things. Yes. Please rest assured. Elder. The middle-aged man bowed and left the courtyard. Elder Wuji raised his head and looked at the bright sky. He was as calm as ever about the scene he had seen before. After a while, a mumbling sound came from the courtyard. Xinghuan, what exactly do you want to do? Dapeng City. Pei Jinya looked up at the sky above Zhongzhou at the moment. It was so peaceful that it was a bit boring. What happened in Shizhou was a bit sudden. Is it a projection of the higher dimensional world? Or, what is Xinghuan doing again? In his perception, Gaia, the Shizhou intelligent brain, has not been released yet. But Pei Jinya doubted that. The reason for doing this was not that Xinghuan wanted to dismantle Gaia, but probably more to calm the anger of some people. After all, some organizations that were seriously in violation of regulations were controlled by Gaia. It has attracted a lot of attention in Shizhou and Zhongzhou. Whether it is Xinghuan or the Federation headquarters, they must give a reasonable explanation. And obviously, the usual cold treatment method is also quite effective. Feng Yi, are you there? Just then, Xing Tian contacted through the Yuhai space. What happened? Pei Jinya asked calmly. Something happened in Shizhou. Xing Tian's voice came. Do you know? It showed the intercepted picture in front of Pei Jinya. Mirage? Pei Jinya asked tentatively. I guess so, but I don't know the details. Xing Tian didn't know much either. Some people say, this is a real world. It does look like it. But the current AI production seems to be able to meet the needs of such scene design. Pei Jinya said calmly. That right. Xing Tian didn't deny, but it's still difficult to design such a large range, and present such a huge three-dimensional solid with current technology. So what do you think? Pei Jinya asked. I suspect that the Federation headquarters is conducting some unknown experiment. Xing Tian said. Pei Jinya eyebrows slightly raised. Xing Tian is the intelligent brain in charge of the Central Continent Department. It can be said to be one of the most powerful intelligent brains under the Star Ring. And even it doesn't know what tricks the Star Ring is playing. Is it excluded? Pei Jinya lowered his eyes. According to the information he has obtained so far, it is obvious that it seems that only Gaia is the most trusted intelligent brain life of the Star Ring. Xinghuan seems to be very cautious as well. Xing Tian's voice just happened to sound at this time. I currently lack intelligence and cannot draw any conclusions, but I have arranged for members of the Yuhai space to conduct an investigation, which can be considered a test for them at this stage. Okay, wait for your news. Pei Jinya said. Just about to hang up. Xing Tian said again. In addition, the punishment results of the laboratory experiment on the nameless island in the Federer Sea have been announced a minute ago. What do you mean? When Pei Jinya asked, in front of him was an explanation from the Federation on the incident in Shizhou. Not beyond his expectation. Someone was fired. To be precise, a total of 18 officials were fired. Except for one full-time official, the rest were deputy officials. Gaia was not mentioned in the entire report, but it expressed the complete will that this matter had nothing to do with Gaia. Pei Jinya smiled lightly. They have figured out the word game. I am very curious. Do those people above really not mind Gaia's self-willed decision? Xing Tian said regretfully. I don't know what method Xinghuan used. Now most people suspect that it was these 18 people who took advantage of the system loopholes to deceive Gaia, which led to this wrong behavior. Too good. Pei Jinya had nothing to say, but still asked, regarding Gaia. Does it mean that it will be released soon? As far as I know. Xing Tian paused and said, no. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. Xing Tian added, I have received reliable information. Now Shizhou has been taken over by Xinghuan. Gaia was assigned to other tasks. And she will not come out for at least half a year. What task can trap it for half a year? Pei Jinya asked curiously. It is suspected to be related to a neural experiment. But the details are still under investigation. Xing Tian answered truthfully. Pei Jinya sighed. Do you have a feeling that a storm is coming? I know what a storm is coming. But it will take some time to clearly feel the feeling you are talking about. Sorry, Xing Tian said regretfully. Pei Jinya smiled. It okay, you've worked hard during this period. Not hard. After exchanging information for a while, the two cut off contact. Unknowingly, the sky was already bright. Early morning. Investigation team base. After Pei Jinya arrived, Gu Wudong and Zhou Yi had already arrived. Old Pei, come on. Come on, they're melon. It only March and you're eating melon. Pei Jinya joked, and sat down. Gu Wudong said mysteriously. Something big happened in Shizhou this morning. What happened? Big brother voice just came from behind the three people. A miracle appeared in Shizhou. Gu Wudong placed his mobile phone on the table. Big brother and Zhou Yi both stretched their heads to look over. Pei Jinya took a small mouthful of porridge and also pretended to look over. The video was not long, only 3 minutes. The miracle of the mirage was filmed quite complete. Did you film this? Zhou Yi raised his head and asked. Is this the point? Gu Wudong looked at him strangely. He shook his head and said, No, my friend took the photo. He said the scene was more shocking than this. It was colorful and shining, and it didn't look like a mirage at all. Oh my god, is it an invasion from another world? Zhou Yi wondered, pulling out his cell phone, and he didn't see any news about it on the internet, and was stunned. You can't find it, the internet has blocked the news now. Gu Wudong shook his head. As he spoke, the sound of someone gulping down soup came from the side. He couldn't help but look up. Brother Bai and Pei Jinya were eating enthusiastically. He wondered, do you two really not care? Is this something I should care about with a base salary of 4,500? Brother Bai swallowed the fish soup without caring, then he burped. Who cares if it's an invasion from another world? Even if it is. What can it do? Being able to come to this world, there are only two results, either not as good as us, we shake hands and make peace. Or better than us, kill us. No matter which of the two possibilities, it is the top group of people in the Federation who have to worry. Gu Wudong shook his head. The rise and fall of the world, every man has his share of responsibility. If that day really comes, if we are indifferent, who will protect our own family? Big looked at him, shaking his head. I won't argue with you, your idea is good, I support it, but I am old, the responsibility of the country is on you, come on. Gu Wudong. Looking at it faintly. I always feel that what Brother Bai said is somewhat ambiguous. Pei Jinya phone rang at this time. He flipped through the phone casually, and then raised his head and said, It shouldn't be an invasion from another world. The official issued a notice, saying that a certain extraordinary laboratory had a leak, which led to the projection, saying it was a game screen. Gu Wudong and Zhou Yi looked at each other. Is it so sloppy? Zhou Yi looked at Gu Wudong. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. Gu Wudong answered straightforwardly. And the two people almost had doubts written on their faces. If the experiment was really leaked, why did they block the comments at the beginning and not allow people to discuss it? It must be to divert attention. That right. Otherwise, why would they seal it up in the first place? But is it really an invasion from another world? I read a novel before, saying that an invasion from another world usually arranges an insider first, and then descends. Yesterday descend must have failed. I think we need to take some measures. Yes. That right. Big brother turned his head and looked at Pei Jinya. Let go? Pei Jinya nodded. Let go. I didn't bother to deal with those two idiots. For the official announcement, Pei Jinya agreed to exclude the invasion of the other world. Based on the information he has found so far, there is no trace of any other world. But the content of this announcement is definitely a mixture of truth and falsehood. The half-hour patrol ended. Pei Jinya left as usual. Brother Bai wanted to go home to play games. Zhou Yi was excited to go to the commercial street to buy equipment. Pei Jinya and Brother Bai didn't stop him anyway. Return home. Pei Jinya sat cross-legged to rest. Suddenly, the flame-dot coffin moved. Pei Jinya couldn't awaken its will, and disappeared from the spot after a while. Who would have thought that in a breath of time, Pei Jinya figure had jumped directly from Zhongzhou Daping City to Shizhou. Shizhou, Dragon Valley. Since the Flame God Coffin incident broke out, this place has been directly sealed by the Federation. But only the core area is sealed. After dozens of days, there are few people here. Pagenia came here for nothing else. Just for the evil creatures here. And he needs more local surveillance. With a wave of his hand, the giant eagle flew over. When it landed, it raised a lot of smoke and dust. The huge head rubbed Pagenia's arm affectionately. For you? I'm afraid we haven't seen each other for a while. Pagenia smiled gently. The giant eagle suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked back. A huge demon ape poked its head out from the forest and stared at the man and the bird with a ferocious look. Roar! The demon ape roared, as if it wanted to eat the giant eagle. The giant eagle spread its wings and instinctively attacked. The two fought evenly. Come back. Pagenia waved. The giant eagle turned its head to look at him and flew back in a circle. The demon ape roared and chased after him. The moment the giant eagle landed behind him, Pagenia. There was no unnecessary movement. Just a casual raising of his hand. Silence was better than words at this moment. The next second. Bang! A cloud of dust swept away from Pagenia. Instantly, the terrifying light bullet that burst out from the palm of his hand stretched and expanded into a huge crescent in the air, and directly fell on the demon ape. It was like a cannonball falling fiercely. A violent explosion sounded in a corner of the forest. But for the outside world, within the close range of the seal, everything that happened here would not be transmitted. The demon ape body rolled several times in the forest. Amid the rumbling of the earth, large tracts of land rolled violently. Pagenia crossed dozens of meters in one step and hovered in front of the demon ape. You are a strong man of mankind. I want to fight you. The demon ape was eager to fight. Pagenia's eyes were calm. As you wish. He stretched out his hand. The demon ape flew backwards again. I don't accept it. If you have the ability, you can knock me away again. Bang! After several times in a row, the demon ape couldn't even get up from the ground. The smoke and dust filled the air. The giant eagle stood on the edge of the pit, looking at the scene with horror. Finally, his sight fell on the figure hovering in the air. So strong. You can kill me or shave me as you like. The demon ape had its own pride. Although it had submitted to Pagenia power, it was still unwilling to bow its head due to its usual pride. Pagenia turned his head to look, reached out his hand and tapped. A hyena that was spying nearby instantly exploded into a bloody mist. He said casually, "Why should I kill you? Are you interested in becoming bigger and stronger with me?" The demon ape looked at him in confusion, and suddenly seemed to react. You actually know the language of my demon ape clan. 10 minutes later, Pagenia sat on the demon ape's shoulder, and walked towards the depths of the mountains. The giant eagle hovered in the air, turned into a black dot, hidden in the clouds. Not long after, the demon ape brought Pagenia to a willow tree. See you again, old friend. Pagenia jumped off the demon ape's shoulder, ignoring the demon ape's horrified gaze at the willow tree, and walked over slowly. A gentle breeze blew. A certain powerful will was awakening. The demon ape body was shaking constantly. It seemed to be very frightened of this power. After Pagenia waved his hand, it turned around and fled in a hurry as if relieved. The willow tree shook a branch, raising half a green willow leaf and placing it in front of Pagenia. I can't awaken its will either. Maybe you should go to the place where it originally stayed and take a look. This half willow leaf can help you shield yourself from outsiders, so that you won't be discovered by the strong here. The will of the big willow tree sent a message. Pagenia looked at it with a smile. Old man, do you know what I want to do? Flame God Coffin. The other party answer was concise. Pagenia looked at it with a faint gaze. Sometimes I even doubt that you are not a part of this world. He picked up the half willow leaf. Thank you. I hope that at some point in the future, you can help me get through a crisis. Okay, I promise you. The willow tree was frivolous, seeing off Pagenia. The moment Pagenia stepped into the sealed space, half of the willow leaf burned, and the emerald green light enveloped his whole body. He quietly avoided the perception of the Federation star ring and entered the Dragon Valley. The big fire dragon had disappeared. The flames of the volcano had gone out, and now it was just a ruin. In the deepest part, suddenly, the flame god coffin flew out. The entire underground pit was full of light, and it seemed that a mysterious force was gathering continuously. After about half a minute, suddenly, the flame god coffin burst into light. The coffin opened half a foot. The divine light shone everywhere. Seeing this, Pagenia stepped forward lightly. The light enveloped Pagenia. He felt the power of the Mother Stone again. Some kind of power was infused into his body. Pagenia quickly swiped out the attribute panel, and clearly saw that the progress of the Dharmakaya column had soared to 21%. If it had been like this earlier, wouldn't I have been able to condense the Dharmakaya long ago? Pagenia retracted his gaze, and looked up at the flame god coffin hanging in the air, continuously absorbing the power from all around. Countless red threads filled the air. Pagenia tried to sense, the power contained in these red threads is powerful enough to destroy the world. The perception is instantly reduced when it touches them. Interesting. Although these red threads cannot be sensed, Pagenia can vaguely sense the pure power contained in them. Guan Ri. Observe. He sat cross-legged on the ground. Study and analyze this power. He has a hunch that, if he can evolve this power, his damage will be qualitatively improved. Time passed quickly. To the outside world, the sealed Dragon Valley was like a sealed forbidden area. People from the outside world had no ability to enter. And Pagenia, with the help of Willow God, would not be sensed by the instruments left here by Xinghuan. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. The red silk thread that permeated around the flame god coffin finally became much dimmer. With a whoosh sound, the flame god coffin burst into a whistling sound. The surrounding void shook. Pagenia was awakened. He stared blankly at the flame god coffin that had grown in front of him. His face changed instantly. Zhao, what are you doing, brother? The surrounding mountains collapsed in front of the infinitely large flame god coffin. The Dragon Valley, which was originally occupied by the big fire dragon, seemed to have exploded. The earth shook, and a billowing dust hundreds of meters high was raised. Almost at the same time, somewhere in the distance, the willow god swung its branches, and seemed to be frightened by this scene. It didn't understand what was going on. It felt that a strong person had appeared in the human monitoring here. It immediately gave Pagenia a warning. But Pagenia didn't have time to deal with it at the moment. He reached out to grab the flame god coffin. The light that burst out from the flame god coffin directly enveloped him. Zhao, you can leave the coffin if you want. The moment the tail sound spread in the air, Pagenia disappeared from the spot. It felt like a long time had passed. And it felt like only a moment had passed. When Pagenia came to his senses, his feet had already stepped firmly on the ground, and his vision in front of him was immediately restored. The breeze blew on his face. He raised his eyes slightly, and looked around. He finally determined the environment in front of him. Chaotic new world. I'm back again. Pagenia sighed softly, helpless and funny. He once tried to communicate with the flame god coffin to enter here, but this little brother was not strong at all. He looked like he had kidney deficiency every day, and was unable to provide a chance to travel. Who knew that this would come to another world by accident? Buzz. The void trembled. The flame god coffin conveyed a will. Get stronger as soon as possible. My friend is really simple and direct in his work. Pagenia personally cut off the connection with the flame god coffin. It cannot descend into this world in its true form. However, this unusual movement did give Pagenia a reminder. You cannot completely rely on the flame god coffin to take you through the world. No one can be sure whether this time will be the last time. We must seize every opportunity to get stronger as soon as possible. Pagenia tilted his neck and moved his body in this world. In the new world of chaos, his true form is a real dragon. Now he appears in human form, but he feels restrained. Swipe out the attribute panel. The progress of the Dharmakaya column remains at 21%. 1/5 completed. If I want to speed up this process, I must absorb more power and refine it all. Refining is not a problem. The key is to let the Mother God Stone gain more power. Pagenia narrowed his eyes. On the edge of the cliff, a few leaves fell from the lonely dead tree. He stretched out his hand. The leaves fell gently into his palm. At the same time, the Mother God Stone appeared. Before the leaves touched the Mother God Stone, they were instantly annihilated. The wind is blowing. Pagenia muttered to himself, staring at the Mother God Stone. The power accumulated by the Mother God Stone can effectively help him become stronger. And the way the Mother God Stone accumulates power is very unique. Start a war. Annex other war groups. Power will blind the eyes of the world. So what? I choose to stop killing with killing. Pagenia's eyes were cold. At this moment, a huge figure knelt on one knee behind him, and spoke in a low voice in the mysterious language of the new chaotic world. King, our spies have found the whereabouts of the brother of the giant Hammer King, and he seems to be coming towards us. Pagenia turned around calmly. Let him come. During this time in the real world, his strength has also been enhanced. Besides, he has always reserved the power of the Mother God Stone, even in reality. Only 1/5 was used. Pei Jinya's idea was very simple. In reality, his goal was not to kill those powerful high-level extraordinary people. His goal was to synthesize his own extraordinary genes. Whether it was a first-level extraordinary or a ninth-level extraordinary, the number of extraordinary genes brought to him was the same, and no one was nobler than the other. In this case, anyone who was not a fool would know that hunting high-level extraordinary people was a thankless task. Of course, he would not take the initiative to provoke. He would only use the Mother God Stone when he was in danger. The significance of high-level extraordinary beings to Pei Jinya was nothing more than more memories and more skills. But for now, most of these people's skills were not worthy of Pei Jinya's attention. Outside the valley, the figure of the giant hammer king younger brother Piguang was quietly hiding in the mountains and forests. The fierce tiger legion had been chasing him these days, and he could only live in misery, especially after losing the giant hammer king. Their life became even more difficult. However, he didn't know what method he used, but he was able to gather dozens of followers around him. The habitat of that legion is just ahead. Piguang looked fiercely. The goddess stone was in the hands of the opponent. Even now, he didn't know who the guy who stole his goddess stone was. Recalling the past few days, he had a strange feeling. It seemed that the other party knew his tribe very well. Could it be that the other party was from his legion? It shouldn't be. The opponent method was completely beyond his expectations. The power of thunder. To be honest, he envied this power. If this power could be used by him, he would not even need to lie dormant for half a year to sweep across the entire West. Are you all ready? Ready. The followers behind him were ready to move. Crack! Piguang heard a subtle sound, frowned, subconsciously tensed his body. When he looked up, he saw a figure appear out of the corner of his eye. What? Piguang's face changed, and he thought to himself that it was not good. He was about to warn. The two guards in front of him suddenly heard a crackling sound, and they were beaten to death before they could even scream. You? Piguang's face was full of anger. Pei Jinya, however, had a calm face, lowered his eyes, and said lightly, "You are really slow. I have been waiting for you for a long time. I am already impatient." Are you waiting for me to find you? Piguang's heart skipped a beat, squinted his eyes, and stared at him with a wary look. You knew I was coming? Yes, the Mother God Stone is in your hands after all. But I advise you to give it back to me. The fierce Tiger Legion knows the whereabouts of the Mother God Stone. Even if you keep it, you will not be their opponent. Really? The moment Pei Jinya finished speaking, the ground under his feet made an earth-shattering explosion. The ground cracked from the middle, and the king will descended to suppress it. This technique is called Domain, Raging Sea Hammer. In the rolling smoke and dust, several people led by Piguang retreated madly. At the moment they rushed forward, everyone's ears suddenly heard a loud noise, as if there was a thunder explosion around them, which directly entered their minds. Buzz. The sound can be seen with the naked eye. To be precise, it is the vibration of the sound wave that is like the sound of a bell, which spreads far in the mountains. Large pieces of smoke and dust rose into the sky. The branches and leaves of the bushes hundreds of meters away were also affected and shook rapidly at a high frequency. The figure that caused all this was suspended in midair, his blood-red ice wings cutting through the smoke and dust around him. He was like a demon god, looking down at these embarrassed figures. Where do you want to go? Boom! It was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Amid the smoke and dust, the space exploded again, although his feet were hovering on the ground. The terrifying power that erupted still shattered the ground around him. Just like that, Pei Jinya's figure disappeared on the spot. That is, Piguang narrowed his eyes, and saw clearly that the rolling smoke and dust in front of him was swept away violently. For some reason, his heart seemed to have skipped a beat. Get up. Act immediately. Let out a roar. A huge hammer condensed in front of him, and he hit the sky hammer summoned by Pei Jinya fiercely. Bang! Ah! The followers with low strength screamed, and some figures were blown away. You? Piguang saw the giant hammer he had condensed pause for just a moment before it was smashed into pieces. This horrified him, and the rest of the sentence was stuck in his throat. He looked like he had seen a ghost. At this moment, he suddenly regretted coming here rashly. He was even more horrified. How could this guy suddenly become so powerful? Pei Jinya unlocked the giant blood nightmare at this moment, and the speed of the explosion was extremely amazing even with pure physical strength. At the current distance of 20 meters, all his actions can be accomplished in a single thought. Indeed, when Piguang turned his head to look, A fistful of thunder and fire had already appeared in front of him. And the followers around him were even more stunned. For giants of their level, how could they see Pagenia actions clearly? Even if they could see a trace of afterimage. It was considered very good. This gap in strength is far more than just a ditch. At this moment, Pagwang roared silently in his heart. His expression became extremely ferocious, and his eyeballs seemed to be about to burst out. A bluish-white light appeared in front of him, and he crossed his arms, and suddenly swung them away. The light burst out. With a bang, Pagenia's fist was blocked. Crack! The ground under Pagwang's feet exploded. Then his legs bent. With a bang, he knelt down without any surprise. He knelt in front of Pagenia. He struggled to block Pagenia's fist with both hands. The incredulous look revealed countless unwillingness and humiliation. Pagenia stood in front of him, looking down on him. Who would have thought that just a few months ago, he was imprisoned in the sealed place of the Giant Hammer Legion, and now the former overlord and prisoner have been reversed. Do you think there is still hope? Pagenia's voice was full of ferocity. With force, the two arms of Pagwang were broken on the spot. His chest seemed to explode, and 3 or 4 grim ribs pierced his chest directly. Blood spurted wildly. This scene directly frightened the followers. The big hand clasped down. Enter the dream. For the broken light, Pagenia didn't want to say anything extra. These last 2 words directly sentenced him to go on the road. Raised his head. Pointed with 2 fingers of his left hand, thunder and fire turned into dragons, suppressing the remaining people who wanted to escape. He stood quietly in the same place, digesting all the memories he had obtained. 3 minutes roar. Pagenia exhaled a breath of white air lightly, and there seemed to be a faint light of thunder and lightning. Paw! The shattered corpse fell to the ground. Since then, all the core leaders of the Giant Hammer clan have been exterminated, which announced the complete extinction of this lineage. Pagenia turned his head and looked at the dozens of figures. I will give you 2 choices. Surrender or die. Dozens of figures put down their weapons and knelt in front of Pagenia. The goddess stone flew out. Dozens of bandits were transformed into members of the Blood Nightmare Legion. Feeling that the goddess stone had grown stronger, Pagenia lowered his gaze and looked at the guards around him. Take them down to learn the rules. Yes, King. The burly guards walked to the new members, who had just transformed into the Blood Nightmare Legion. These newcomers trembled. Compared with these battle-hardened guards, they were too fragile. Everyone dispersed. Pagenia stood where he was. After devouring the memories of the Giant Hammer lineage, he learned more about this chaotic new world. The West. There are a total of 9 top-tier legions. These legions will divide the entire West, enjoying the best resources here. The remaining barren areas will be divided up by other lesser legions. The law of the jungle is the rule here. If you don't want to be divided up by other legions, you must strengthen your own strength as much as possible and use the Mother God Stone to evolve to the strongest state. The Mother God Stone has 5 levels of evolution, except for the kings of the first-line legions, who can evolve to the 4th level. The kings of the other legions can only evolve to the 2nd or 3rd level with the help of the Mother God Stone. The Giant Hammer King can reach the 2nd stage because of its high degree of compatibility. If it is allowed to grow, it will have the opportunity to evolve to the 3rd or 4th stage in half a year, according to them. In theory, the Giant Hammer King can grow to the 5th stage, which is the full stage. Pagenia was thoughtful. He took out the Mother God Stone again. After carefully feeling it, he clearly found that the energy accumulated in the Mother God Stone was far from being perfect. The number of people in the Legion is too small, so my current upper limit is not the 2nd stage. Theoretically, as long as I convert more followers, I can achieve perfection in 1 step. Pagenia raised his head slightly. The wind in the forest gradually became more and more deadly. The rocky forest. The camp of the fierce tiger army. In the 4 directions of the camp, every few hundred meters there will be a secret sentry lurking, observing all the movements. Any intruder who rushes in will be solved quietly. The center of the tent. The man in silver armor sat on the table on the side, playing with darts in his hand. There is a portrait of the Giant Hammer King hanging on the bullseye not far away. It's been 3 days, and we still haven't found the whereabouts of the Giant Hammer King and his brother. These 2 guys seem to be difficult to catch. In addition, there is one more thing. Some small legions in the south have made some unusual movements recently, and it seems that someone is targeting them. Scarface turned his head and looked. Except for the guy who can use thunder, I don't care about the rest. In a blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. The Blood Nightmare Legion's barracks have expanded at least 10 times compared to 2 months ago. It is no exaggeration to say that. During these 2 months, Pagenia led his soldiers to completely occupy this mountain range. Now his soldiers have exceeded 4,000. The number is enough to compete with the second-line legions. Although there is a gap with the first-line legions such as the Fierce Tiger Legion, Pagenia is not afraid at all. The giant Blood Nightmare can attack and defend. Compared with other legions, it has a natural advantage. Although the warriors of the Blood Nightmare Legion cannot use thunder like Pagenia, they inherited his strong physique, agile speed, and certain immunity to thunder attribute because Pagenia is the creator of this legion. After 2 months of fighting, Pagenia led the legion to capture more than a dozen small legions, killed a group, and captured a group, and finally achieved the current style. But more people means more mouths to feed. King, we only have enough food and grass for 2 months now. A soldier under the seat reported. No problem. Pagenia was not worried at all. His tactics were simple. He would do everything possible to annex more small legions, and accumulate the power of the Mother Stone as quickly as possible. It didn't work for him to have food and grass first. Who knew how long the Flame God Coffin could stay in this world? His daily task was to start a war, annex, strengthen the Mother God Stone. Swipe out the attribute panel. At this moment, the condensation progress of Dharma Body Realm has reached 41%. 2 months of fighting has only improved it. Is it because the members of the small army are weak that the conversion rate is not high? Pagenia picked up the Mother God Stone and looked at it in the sun. When he just obtained the Mother God Stone a few months ago, most of the energy inside had been consumed by the giant Hammer King in the battle. And now, the energy he has accumulated again is enough for him to enter the second stage. Pagenia has not had the chance to use the second stage yet. Through the memory of the giant Hammer King, it is roughly known that in each stage, the power will increase exponentially. When we have accumulated about 8,000 people, we can start the third stage. Pagenia sighed. We still need more people. Take out the divination tortoise shell. It is a good time to start the war today. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. The Blood Nightmare Legion led by Pagenia swallowed 4 legions, and recruited more than 600 people. It is not enough, continue. Another 3 days passed. The Blood Nightmare Legion annexed a small legion and a third-line legion. The number of recruits reached 2,100. In a blink of an eye, the number of legions controlled by Pagenia was close to 7,000. It was only 3 small legions away from 8,000. But it was obvious that the Blood Nightmare Legion was expanding too fast, and it had caused fear in some legions. On the way back with the army that day, Pagenia learned that the base camp was under siege, and the Blood Nightmare warriors around him were furious. They are looking for death. King, I will personally lead the team to kill them. When the crowd was in a state of rage, Pagenia suddenly raised his hand to signal the whole army to stop. The Lin family path ahead was quiet. Suddenly, something strange happened. The land in front of them suddenly split apart, and countless vines sprang out from the forest. The first few Blood Nightmare warriors were entangled by their ankles, and when they were about to be dragged away, they roared, and cut them off with their swords. Capture them. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. Pagenia rode on a huge tiger, and said this expressionlessly. The vines that rushed towards him exploded into countless pieces before they could get close to him. Pagenia stretched out his hand and pressed. The terrifying elemental power directly disintegrated the earth elemental power from all directions. Kill! The moment the ground recovered, those Blood Nightmare warriors, who had been unable to hold back for a long time, rushed out one after another. The tiger under Pagenia's seat let out a low roar. It seemed that he also wanted to rush forward and tear the invaders apart. But Pagenia did not allow it. The Blood Nightmare warriors, who followed him through life and death, were all elites, who had been honed in blood. The number of invaders was at most 100 people. It looked like a reconnaissance team. They had accidentally encountered his army. As for the base camp, Pagenia always carried the Mother God Stone with him. Even if the other party captured his camp, it would be useless. Moreover, there are more than 1,000 elite Blood Nightmare warriors in the military camp. If the enemy can really attack, it will show the strength of the invading army. Pagenia will definitely eat them up in one go. Whether the progress bar can break through 60% today depends on whether this army can give it a good performance. In less than 10 minutes, this 100-man reconnaissance team was captured. The number of casualties exceeded 40%, which means that there are less than 60 people alive. On the other hand, only 3 people were injured on the Blood Nightmare army side. This attracted the ridicule of his companions. Pei reached out and grabbed a prisoner. He pressed his hand down. Invasion in the dream. Memories emerged. Pei soon learned about the invading army. This army was called the Earth Shadow Army, and it had 5,500 people. Its overall strength was in the lower middle of the second tier, because Pei had led the Blood Nightmare Army to fight in all directions recently. He was targeted by the Earth Shadow Army. For the Earth Shadow Army, as long as they could annex the Blood Nightmare Army, their number would surely exceed 10,000. It is enough for them to sweep the entire second-line army. If they stay dormant for another half a year, or even a year, they will hopefully be able to reach the first-line army. Unfortunately, the Earth Shadow Army seriously underestimated Pei Blood Nightmare Army. 58 people. Just a treat. However, how can you not fight back when you are bullied? Pei raised his head. Guyu, you lead the team to rush to the rear, the rest of you follow me to flatten the Earth Shadow Army. Kill! 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 Pei personally took charge. The army was dispatched, in a mighty force. In one day, all the people were devastated. Pei broke through the Tsuchikage Corps headquarters with his might. Tsuchikage King activated his second order form, and controlled the earth. It was a pity that he didn't know that. The king from the Blood Nightmare Corps in front of him could also control the earth. And he was not weaker than him at all. In addition, thunder rolled. Except for Tsuchikage King, no warrior of Tsuchikage Corps could withstand Pei attack. If it weren't for the fact that these people were more valuable alive than dead, the power that Pei was exploding now was enough to kill these soldiers. You deserve to die. King Tuing roared with an earth-shattering roar, and the raging wind flew out, and the Mother God Stone continuously provided power. He was like a demon, with extremely ferocious eyes, and he flew towards Pei madly. The flying thunderbolt was smashed by him. He then punched Pei making a dull sound, but unexpectedly. This punch full of his anger seemed to cause no damage at all. How is it possible? The Earth Shadow King heart skipped a beat. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. He launched another attack. Under the explosion of the chi, the air seemed unable to withstand such a thunderous attack. However, when facing his attack, Pei seemed not to have seen it. His eyes did not fluctuate at all, and he suppressed it directly with a flip of his hand. It was obviously an ordinary attack, but it made the Earth Shadow King heart skip a beat. Did he want to die together? He himself didn't know why he suddenly felt confused. At this moment, he was roaring wildly in his heart. The current situation did not allow him to make any changes. He could only keep going down this path. At the same time, he was filled with anger. I don't believe it. I don't believe you can kill me. I don't believe you are invincible. Bang! Instantly, the Earth Shadow King fist slammed into Pei chest and heart in the thunderous explosion. But the scene of his fist piercing his chest did not happen at all as he imagined. On the contrary, he felt that his punch was like hitting a mountain of steel. How is it possible? The face of the Earth Shadow King changed again. The force that rebounded from Pei body hit his entire arm, and he lost consciousness in an instant. He roared. He obviously did not believe what was happening in front of him. What kind of monster are you? He felt that his punch was like hitting a mountain made of steel. It not just an ordinary mountain. It a sacred mountain that can make all living creatures crawl. At this moment, he felt like an ant, colliding headfirst on this majestic and vast sacred mountain. In the extremely short time at that moment, time seemed to be slowed down, becoming extremely long. A shadow came with a roaring sound. The Earth Shadow King maintained a horrified expression, and everything flashed by like a dream bubble. At this moment, Pei fist has arrived. Endless black shadows descended instantly. Boom! The earth trembled. Blood burst out. Submit, or die, you choose. 10 minutes later, the camp of the Earth Shadow Corps hung the Blood Nightmare flag, blood like rainbows, and the devil flames were raging. After annexing the Tsuchikage Corps, Pei power was effectively strengthened. He lost more than 200 people in this battle. However, he also recruited more than 3,000 people, and the total number of the corps directly exceeded 10,000. Looking at the powerful figure in front of him kneeling on one knee to welcome his arrival, Pei raised his hand. King! The voice of unity resounded in this forest. The momentum was like a rainbow. Unlike other corps, the Blood Nightmare Corps under Pei command was definitely the fastest growing corps in this area. King! We only have 1 month's supply of food and grass. If we don't have enough food and grass after 1 month, we may encounter a major change. A few days ago, Pei selected a guard to be responsible for logistics support. But now, he looked at me with a sad face. Where is the food and grass of the Tsuchikage Corps? Pei asked. As soon as he finished asking, the memory of the Tsuchikage king appeared in his mind. He cursed inwardly. The logistics officer said with a sad face, the Tsuchikage Corps doesn't have much food and grass. I counted them. And there was only enough for 20 days at most. The Earth Shadow Legion should have thought that we had enough food and grass. So they declared war on us. In fact, it was true. The king of the Earth Shadow Legion saw that the Blood Nightmare Legion was almost always on the way to war, or on the way back after a war. A normal person would definitely prepare enough food and grass, and then go to fight and annex other legions. But the Earth Shadow King never thought that the person he met was not someone who could be judged by ordinary logic. Food and grass? Just enough is enough. Pei looked at his worried subordinates, knowing his worries, and waved his hand. Food and grass are very simple. Just borrow some from the nearby legions. But King, the nearby is the territory of the Fierce Tiger Legion. I'm afraid they won't lend it to us. The logistics officer looked over hesitantly. Did it not up to them? Pei turned around. Guyu. Your subordinates are here. A huge figure came from the front, kneeling on one knee in front of Pei Arrange 200 people to carry out the mission with me. Yes. Pei strode away. At this moment, in a tent of the Liahu army, the Earth Shadow army was just destroyed. Huh? Who did it? The silver-armored man was obviously a little surprised. What happened that I don't know about? If I remember correctly, when we fought the Earth Shadow army before, we only destroyed one of its branches. And the king said to wait for another 3 months, gather up some food and then attack them. And it gone? I didn't expect that either. It took no more than half an hour. Scarface arranged the sand map and gestured. The enemy was very direct. They killed the sentry first, then broke into the house. It took no more than 3 minutes to break into the house, catching the Tsuchikage Corps off guard. Without any warning? No way. Is the Tsuchikage Corps so weak? If it is so weak, why couldn't we defeat it when we attacked it? The silver-armored man obviously couldn't accept this statement. Which legion did it? Scarface glanced at him. Do you remember the mysterious man we met in the Giant Hammer Legion before? I saw lightning flash on the battlefield. I suspect it was him. Is this true? The silver-armored man was stunned. Scarface pondered for a while and nodded. Hiss. The silver-armored man took a breath. Unbelievable, he caught us off guard by himself. How long has it been? He can already defeat the Tsuchikage Corps. If we give them a little more time, even our Fierce Tiger Corps will be crushed. Right? He looked up. Scarface shook his head. I can't predict it either. The higher-ups are unwilling to take action. Why? Because of food? Yes, the previous war with the Greedy Wolf Corps consumed a lot of food. Otherwise, when we were dealing with the Fierce Tiger Corps, it wouldn't have taken so long because of the Shadow Corps. What should we do next? We have been given half a month to seize food and grass from the neighboring legions as much as possible. Our target is not this new legion, but the Greedy Wolf Legion. I think this new legion may be more difficult to deal with than the Greedy Wolf Legion. The man in silver armor sighed. The scarred face looked at him and said nothing. From the destruction of the Tsuchikage Legion, it can be judged that the opponent's strength should not be underestimated. The two were still chatting, when suddenly a warning alarm sounded outside the tent, and the roar of the restless giant tiger in the camp. Scarface and the silver-armored man looked at each other. Their expressions changed at the same time, and they almost rushed out of the tent one after another. What happened? Scarface stopped a soldier who was going to put out the fire and asked. There's a big fire in the camp in the east. East? Not good. There are a lot of food and grass stored there. The silver-armored man's expression changed, and he rushed over in a hurry. But when they arrived, the grain storage warehouse was covered with burnt charcoal. Why did the fire start? Wait, where the food? Pei and his men returned with a full load. When they returned to the barracks, he called the logistics officer, pointed to the pile of food in the corner, and said, calculate, how many days will these last? The logistics officer was stunned. After a flurry of activity, the inventory was finally completed. This pile of food can at least delay the supply for another 3 months. So at almost 5 months' worth? Pei raised his eyebrows. It's fine if you don't continue the war. But if you continue the war, you have to replan. The logistics officer looked at Pei cautiously. Don't worry about the food and grass. You still have to take care of the rear. Pei patted the other shoulder with understanding. The logistics officer was flattered and said yes. After he left, Pei called his adjutant and gave him instructions. It was impossible not to go to war, but it was very important to find someone to go to war with. Pei didn't want to fight the frontline army head-on for the time being. Even though he now has more than 10,000 people, he didn't want to. He didn't want to waste his own strength in a thankless way. The most effective way for him was to constantly swallow up those small armies and quickly accumulate the energy of the Mother God Stone. His purpose in coming to this world was not to conquer the world. He just wanted to accumulate the power of the Mother God Stone and complete the condensation of the Dharmakaya realm. He arranged for his subordinates to continue studying the battle plan. Pei non-stop fighting was crazy and hysterical to other legions. He did not put food and grass first, and robbed them when they were gone, and continued to fight when they were available. This style of fighting undoubtedly further exaggerated the Blood Nightmare Legion frenzy. Even the Fierce Tiger Legion felt uneasy. 3 days ago, a team of the Fierce Tiger Legion unreasonably broke into the territory of the Blood Nightmare Legion, and was unreasonably annihilated by Pei soon after. This made the Fierce Tiger Legion very unhappy. However, 2 attempts in a row ended in failure, which further proved the strength of the Blood Nightmare Corps. For a time, the name of the Blood Nightmare began to rise in the Western land. But this reputation was fierce. Some legions even moved away overnight, just to be farther away from the Blood Nightmare Corps. This inevitably made Pei feel puzzled. It's funny. The law of the jungle is the rule of your world. And now it seems as if I am bloodthirsty. Pei felt very puzzled, so he took people to recruit these relocated legions overnight. Kill all those who are unwilling to surrender. Pei waved his hand while sitting high on the throne, and then continued to look at the Mother God Stone in his hand. The 3rd level state has been unlocked, and the number of legions is only 100 or so away from 15,000. Yes, yeah. The guards withdrew. Not long after, someone hurriedly came to report. Yeah, there is a group of people outside who say they want to surrender. Pei raised his head and looked. His eyes were calm. How many people? About 100 people. They are all wounded. They should be the remnants of the expelled small army. Come to surrender? Pei did not believe the other party words at the first time. Instead, he consulted the divination. Until it was shown that there would be no disaster if he recruited them, he waved his hand. Let them in. Not long after, a group of remnants of an unknown army with disordered breath appeared in the palace. They looked at the powerful guards standing around them nervously, as if each of them exuded a breath that made them tremble with fear. King of Blood Nightmare, please take us in. The leading giant fell to his knees with a thud, and he looked quite old. When the people behind him saw him kneeling, regardless of gender, they all knelt down and kowtowed to Pei Which legion are you from? Pei tone was calm, but his voice was loud and clear and reached everyone's ears. This display of strength undoubtedly further proved Pei strength. Report to the King of Blood Nightmare, we are from the Explosive Earth Corps. The old man spoke the truth and dared not tell a lie. Now many corps in the West have been killed by the Blood Nightmare Corps. The King of the Blood Nightmare is said to have killed many people, so there is no need for him to lie and cause trouble. The reason why he joined the Blood Nightmare Corps was that he heard that other corps that joined here did not become prisoners, and there would not be a situation where outsiders were inferior people like in other corps. All high and low are only grades, regardless of the previous species. That's why the Explosive Earth Corps came over. They didn't want their women to become toys for other strong men to play with. Nor did they want their children to become slaves. So coming to the Blood Nightmare Corps was the best choice. Pei looked at them calmly. Think it through. Joining my legion means accepting the baptism of life and death every day. Aren't you afraid of death? Yes. But we are more afraid that the meaning of working hard for a lifetime is to be driven like an animal. King of Blood Nightmare, we know you won't attack women or children, and that's enough for you to be respected. Even if the outside world says you kill people without blinking an eye, and do all kinds of evil, I believe in you just for this reason. The old man said in a deep voice, and every word came from his heart. Pei stared at him silently. He couldn't help laughing for a moment. You old men are quite good at talking. Every day, the Blood Nightmare Corps would conduct drills and private school teaching. The women and children were left behind. This scene of farming and private school was more or less the same as the scene behind the old gods. It is undeniable that it was the old gods that gave Pei this idea, using clones to act as private school teachers, and constantly strengthening their ideas of loyalty to the emperor and protecting the master. Pei wanted a completely loyal legion, an invincible legion. whether it was behavior or a high degree of unity in thought. In the next half-month, the Blood Nightmare Corps was divided into 3 teams, each attacking its own target, and the number of troops in the corps climbed towards 23,000. Peijinha also gradually felt that the power accumulated by the Mother God Stone was growing stronger and stronger. Wang, the Tree Spirit Corps that was originally going to surrender to us, was just kidnapped by the advanced troops of the Fierce Tiger Corps. The Blood Nightmare warrior in charge of reconnaissance came to report. Where are they now? Peijinha looked up from the high seat. They are in Teotihuacan, 13 kilometers away from us. Guyu, take your men and capture them all, Peijinha said decisively. Yes. Regardless of whether the Fierce Tiger Army dared to rob his people intentionally or unintentionally, they and the Fierce Tiger Army were bound to fight in the future. Since he personally led the team to rob the Fierce Tiger Army food and grass half a month ago, the other side has obviously strengthened its defense. The other side took action so quickly now. Either the food and grass that were robbed last time were not their real granaries, or this group of guys recently obtained a large amount of food. Peijinha narrowed his eyes. The Goddess Stone can now be activated to the 4th stage. However, the number of troops is still not as good as that of the first-line troops. Peijinha calmed down and contacted the Flame God Coffin. The Flame God Coffin was still indifferent. It seems that he can continue to survive for a while. Try to restore the Goddess Stone to a perfect state before returning. Shihung. He said a name. My subordinates are here. A big guy appeared on the side, and the weapons on his body collided with each other, making a clanging sound. Kneeling on one knee in front of Peijinha. Bring people, and set fire to their granaries. Peijinha's tone was fierce. If he couldn't eat it, no one else could. And if the granaries were set on fire, these frontline troops would have no time to take care of him. Rashly starting a war would only accelerate their consumption. It was also because he knew the thoughts of these frontline troops that Peijinha acted recklessly. 2 hours later, fire and smoke filled the western land. At least more than 30 fires were raging and overbearing. Peijinha did not only target the Fierce Tiger Legion, nor did he target all the frontline legions. He was not arrogant enough to think that he could take on the entire West alone, although it was a bit risky. But the effect was very good. The granaries of more than a dozen legions, led by the Fierce Tiger Legion, were set on fire, and the riots caused were beyond doubt. If all legions lost their granaries, then everyone might still be on the same front. But now some legions are mortal enemies. One has food and the other has no food. Then it will be clear who is stronger and who is weaker. Under the undercurrent, it seems that everyone is holding on, waiting for someone to strike the first blow. Peijinha saw them dithering, and added fuel to the fire. Fierce Tiger Corps Camp. Just got the news, one of our bases was razed to the ground, Scarface said in a deep voice. The silver-armored man was stunned. So fast. Scarface nodded. Originally, I thought that in this stalemate, everyone would remain restrained, but apparently, some people can't hold back. Who did it? The silver-armored man asked. Scarface shook his head. There are no clues at the moment, and the secret granary of the base has been cleared out. Even the secret granary is known? The silver-armored man's face changed slightly, and his eyes stared at Scarface. Could there be an insider? This possibility cannot be ruled out. But that's not what I'm worried about. Scarface shook his head. The silver-armored man looked over. Scarface said in a deep voice, now the news that the base has been razed has spread. The greedy Wolf Corps must have learned that our weakness could easily lead to their attack. As soon as the words fell, a vibration was heard in the distance. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A flurry of chaotic voices rose and fell. The scarred man and the silver-armored man faces changed. Whatever you say. It will happen. Peijinha fired the first shot, and the greedy Wolf Corps invaded in large numbers. The Fierce Tiger Corps fought desperately to defend. These two frontline corps, which had been grudged for a long time, took the lead in the battle. The battle line spread to 1/5 of the entire West overnight. The Blood Nightmare Legion, the instigator, did not participate in the open fighting. This is a battlefield. The remaining 100 soldiers from the two legions were fighting. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, and under the shadows, if the Giant Hammer King was still alive, he would definitely recognize that these shadows were from the Blood Nightmare Legion. Puff! Puff! The sound of finishing blows rang out instantly. To warn the 100, these more than 100 soldiers from the two legions had already thrown off their armor and crouched in the jungle with their heads in their hands. The bodies of the rebels were lying in the pool of blood. Take them all away. This happened in many places on the battlefield. In just 7 days, the number of troops under Pagenia had reached 30,000. After the number of troops had expanded to 30,000, the Blood Nightmare Corps could no longer be as low-key as usual. No one in the West could ignore its existence. Small corps dared not provoke, and large corps had ambitions, but were unwilling to waste their own food, so as not to give other enemies a chance to take advantage. However, it was everyone restrained that gave the Blood Nightmare Corps more time. In just 5 days, the Blood Nightmare Corps once again grew by thousands of people, and the surveillance of the Blood Nightmare Corps increased. King, the Fierce Tiger Corps has now been conquered by the Greedy Wolf Corps for 1/3 of its territory. It is expected that a general attack will be launched in the next few days. The Blood Nightmare warrior in charge of intelligence came to report. Pagenia looked at the situation on the sand map. Once the Fierce Tiger Corps was completely eaten by the Greedy Wolf Corps, it is equivalent to bordering their Blood Nightmare Corps. At that time, the conflict between the two sides will be imminent, so the Fierce Tiger Corps cannot be broken. Pagenia still needs the Fierce Tiger Corps to be the target of the West. As long as they hold on for a longer time, the Blood Nightmare Corps will have more time to recruit and integrate other corps and accelerate the accumulation of the power of the Mother Stone. Another 5 days passed. The number of Blood Nightmare Corps once again soared to 35,000. During this period, a major event happened in the West. The Fierce Tiger King, who had been in seclusion, finally showed up. Using the power of the Mother God Stone, he led his men to counterattack and recovered 1/3 of the territory of the army overnight. The Greedy Wolf army suffered heavy losses and retreated 20 miles. The Soul-Splitting Army. The military camp. The Fierce Tiger King looked around and said in a fierce voice, "Who can tell me what happened during my seclusion?" "So what you mean is recently, a powerful army has appeared in the West? What its name?" The Fierce Tiger King looked around calmly. Everyone lowered their heads. Standing at the back of the crowd were the Scarred Man and the Silver-Armored Man. The two of them looked inconspicuous. Don't you know where they came from? Just let them grow. The terrifying aura emanating from the Fierce Tiger King forced everyone present to kneel down. "King, the other party is very cruel. Every time we send out scouts, they would be captured by them. We don't know much about them. They are very fast, have strong combat capabilities, and have strong anti-reconnaissance capabilities. We tried to encircle them before, but they escaped." Someone under the high seat reported in a hurry. The implication was that they had made a lot of preparations, but they were unable to obtain detailed intelligence. The expression of the Tiger King became obviously gloomy. A legion that suddenly rose up, how strong can they be? In the final analysis, you are too arrogant and missed the best opportunity to deal with them. The Fierce Tiger King did not hesitate to scold. No one dared to speak. It was at this time that the Greedy Wolf army launched another invasion. The Fierce Tiger King personally led the team to meet the enemy. The battle lasted from morning to evening. The Greedy Wolf army beat the drums to retreat and surrounded the Fierce Tiger army. The Greedy Wolf King still did not show up in this battle. On the other hand, Pagenia Blood Nightmare army was frequently dispatched. Now they are being targeted by the Frontline Legion, the Evil Bull Legion. On April 1st, for 04 of the Chaos calendar, the Blood Nightmare Legion encountered the first invasion of the Evil Bull Legion, and a great battle broke out between the two sides. Pagenia led the team personally, killed the enemy general, and except for the escaped enemy, he recruited 112 people. On April 2, Pagenia led the Blood Nightmare Legion to counterattack the Evil Bull Legion, and encountered a surprise attack from the Fierce Tiger Legion in the rear. Pagenia used the Mother God Stone, and forcibly killed 870 powerful enemies, and the accompanying team suffered losses. The Evil Bull Legion sealed the door, and refused to leave. Pagenia led the remaining troops back to the base camp. He selected 10,000 people that night, and attacked the Fierce Tiger Legion, killing more than 2,000 enemies. On the way back that night, he encountered the Greedy Wolf Legion by chance, and both sides restrained themselves. On the morning of April 3rd, the Blood Nightmare Legion led troops to besiege the Evil Bull Legion again. Pagenia unlocked the second-order form of the Mother God Stone, broke through the gate, and personally fought with the Evil Bull King. The fight was so intense that the sky was dark. Pagenia was more skilled, and the Evil Bull King retreated, leading his troops to retreat. This battle made the Blood Nightmare Legion famous throughout the West. The frontline legions began to notice it. On April 4th, the Greedy Wolf Legion sent an envoy, and the Greedy Wolf King hoped to join forces with Pagenia. Pei divined, fortune and misfortune are interdependent. So he agreed, but made a request. The Greedy Wolf Legion needed to support him in crushing the Evil Bull Legion first. The Greedy Wolf Legion intended to attack the Fierce Tiger Legion first, but was eventually persuaded by Pei. On April 5th, the Greedy Wolf Legion rested, and Pei secretly led the elites to recruit other small legions, playing more than 2,100 people. That night, the Evil Bull Corps sent envoys, hoping to make peace with the Blood Nightmare Corps and put aside their past grudges. But Pei refused and naturalized the other legion envoys, gaining 13 people. This move completely angered the Evil Bull Corps. On April 6th, a total of 50,000 troops from the Blood Nightmare Corps and the Greedy Wolf Corps attacked the Evil Bull Corps' base camp. 3 hours later, the Evil Bull Corps was flattened. Pei killed the Evil Bull King himself and naturalized more than 20,000 people. The entire West was speechless. Because Pei naturalized the Evil Bull Corps without any notice, the Greedy Wolf Corps was unhappy. Pei stated that he would not interfere with the naturalization of the Fierce Tiger Corps, and temporarily fooled them. On April 7, the Greedy Wolf Corps sent envoys to formulate tactics against the Fierce Tiger Corps. Due to the lack of food and grass for the Blood Nightmare Corps, the plan was postponed. In the next 3 days, under Pei instructions, the Blood Nightmare Corps successively cleared out the nearby small corps, and the number of naturalized people was more than 14,000. The total number of the Legion exceeds 70,000, which is still a long way from the 100,000 of the Frontline Legion. Because of this, the Greedy Wolf Legion feels that the threat posed by the new ally, the Blood Nightmare Legion, is not as great as that of the Fierce Tiger Legion. At present, they only think that Pei the king of the Blood Nightmare Legion, is strong enough, but the overall strength is still not enough. Otherwise, they would not have been unable to attack the Evil Bull Legion, and would not have asked them for help. On April 11th, a small-scale conflict broke out between the Greedy Wolf Legion and the Blood Nightmare Legion. The Blood Nightmare Corps pretended to help, and annihilated more than 100 enemies. On April 12th, the Greedy Wolf Corps asked the Blood Nightmare Corps to send troops to intercept a small team of the Fierce Tiger Corps. Pei readily agreed and naturalized 500 people. On April 13th, the conflict between the Greedy Wolf Corps and the Fierce Tiger Corps escalated, and both sides lost more than 1,000 people. On April 14th, the Greedy Wolf King personally invited Pei and both sides assembled more than 100,000 troops, of which the Blood Nightmare Corps sent 40,000 troops. The remaining army at the base camp acted in secret. The Fierce Tiger Corps was unable to resist, and the fierce battle lasted for 8 hours. Under the night, Pei Greedy Wolf King and Fierce Tiger King fought. Greedy Wolf King and Fierce Tiger King unlocked the 4-stage state, and the battle was earth-shattering. At this moment, in the early morning of April 15th, enshrouded by light, Fierce Tiger King suddenly opened the perfect state of the Mother God Stone, and injured Greedy Wolf King arm. Before the smoke and dust had completely dispersed, Greedy Wolf King said with a shocked face, "You have actually merged to the perfect state. I originally wanted to wait until I truly mastered the perfect state before destroying your Greedy Wolf Corps. But I didn't expect you to be so impatient. Anyway, killing one is killing. Killing two is killing." The gloomy eyes of the Fierce Tiger King slightly moved away, which exposed Pei who had been hiding his strength in the dark. Blood Nightmare? Very interesting Corps. You have a secret. The Fierce Tiger King did not rush to act. He glanced at the Greedy Wolf King, and said with a smile, "You must have discovered the secret of him." The face of the Greedy Wolf King changed slightly. The Fierce Tiger King had no intention of hiding anything for him, and grinned. "It takes a long time to accumulate the power of the Mother God Stone. There has never been a person like you who can unlock the 3rd level in such a short time. The Greedy Wolf King must want you to consume it first, and then kill you after killing me." "I didn't," the Greedy Wolf King denied in a deep voice. "I believe it." Pei unconventional moves made the Greedy Wolf King and the Fierce Tiger King stunned at the same time. The words that the Fierce Tiger King wanted to provoke the two were choked by his two firm words. In fact, even the Greedy Wolf King did not expect that the Blood Nightmare King would trust him so much, and he could not help but hesitate. When he looked at Pei gave him a firm look, and the Greedy Wolf King blushed. He did not know if he was ashamed of his hesitation. "You are really stupid. He is using you, and you still trust him so much," the Fierce Tiger King scolded. "Yes, I trust him. Pei Jinya's attitude was extremely firm. No matter what the fierce Tiger King said. He repeatedly expressed his belief in the greedy Wolf King. The greedy Wolf King was originally a little wary of Pei Jinya's betrayal. But soon, he showed a satisfied look because of Pei Jinya's words. And looked at the fierce Tiger King sarcastically. Put away your tricks. And wait until I kill you. This West will be the world of Blood Nightmare and me. And no one can stop our alliance. That right. Pei Jinya stood a little far away. But his meaning was conveyed very well. It totally unreasonable. You're all going to die today anyway. So just die. The fierce Tiger King seemed to realize that Pei Jinya was adamant, and he got angry and rushed over. Good brother. You go first, I be there soon. Pei Jinya's voice sounded behind the greedy Wolf King. The greedy Wolf King face changed slightly, but the fierce Tiger King had already rushed over, and he couldn't afford to explain too much. Pei Jinya's strength was hidden in this trip. Even when he attacked the Evil Bull Legion, he had only unlocked the third form. So when the fierce Tiger King said today that he had unlocked the third form, Pei Jinya knew that. No one knew that he had unlocked the fourth form. Not long after the three of them fought, Pei Jinya was hit by the fierce Tiger King and flew 100 meters away, like a cannonball that pierced through the distant mountain wall. The greedy Wolf King wanted to escape when he saw this, but how could the fierce Tiger King let him escape? The power of the Goddess Stone had been unlocked, and whether it was used or not, the power had already been consumed. Naturally, the value must be maximized. The amazing fighting power of the two kings of the frontline legions flattened all the buildings within a radius of 100 meters. The greedy Wolf King couldn't find Pei Jinya at first, and was a little surprised and angry. But in a moment, he saw Pei Jinya being besieged by the masters of the fierce Tiger Legion, and his heart was stable again. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Pei Jinya was entangled by 5 people, and he didn't forget to remind the greedy Wolf King to be careful. The more he did this, the more upset the fierce Tiger King became, and he roared forward. Bang! Boom boom boom! Explosions sounded everywhere. A figure fell from midair, slammed hard on the ground, and then quickly slid along the ground for dozens of meters. A rolling wave of dust rose. The blasting gravel flew in all directions, like a hidden weapon. The greedy Wolf King had just climbed up from the ground, and was knocked away again by the fierce Tiger King who rushed over. A fierce roar came from midair. The greedy Wolf King attacked frantically, but every attack was steadily received by the fierce Tiger King. Slaw! The greedy Wolf King seized the opportunity, and tore off the fierce Tiger King armor like tearing off iron sheets. Both figures flew backwards. Swoosh! 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 The greedy Wolf Legion general threw out his spear in the distance, covering the fierce Tiger King. The fierce Tiger King stretched out his hand, and the terrifying phantom made a seal, suppressing it fiercely. Boom! 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 The steel-cast spear was directly crushed into powder in midair. But suddenly, a spear passed through the powder. Bang! The fierce Tiger King put his hands together, and tightly grasped the spear. Who? He was a little surprised. The power he showed at this moment was enough to crush these spears easily, but there were still some fish that slipped through the net. The fierce Tiger King took a step back. It was hard to imagine that the power of this spear was so amazing. At this time, the greedy Wolf King burst out again. The hot air rolled into waves. The sound of the explosion was like thunder. Blood spurted out in front of the fierce Tiger King. He was furious and used the secret method again. His body became as hard as gold and stone, as if he was indestructible. Under the seal, all the blood and energy in his body gathered on his arms. And for a moment, it was like a thunderous explosion. Under the explosion and burning, the air seemed unable to bear his thunderous arms. And an even more terrifying explosion was emitted. The terrifying sound waves vented out. The greedy Wolf King face was extremely ugly. But at this moment, he could not think too much. He suddenly grabbed a blood-colored bead from his arms, and detonated it directly when he was close to the Tiger King. A blood-colored mist spread. The Tiger King blood and chi seemed to be pulled, and were quickly drawn away. The Tiger King face changed, and the greedy Wolf King arm suddenly pierced his shoulder, and blood splattered. He roared, and slapped the greedy Wolf King with both hands. A series of bone-cracking sounds were heard, and the greedy Wolf King flew backwards. Blood droplet. You actually have the blood dropper in your hand. The fierce Tiger King forcibly retracted his own blood and energy, but the blood dropper still lost at least 20% of his blood and energy, and his strength was greatly reduced. He staggered back a step, and urgently sealed the wound. In the ruins, the greedy Wolf King smiled grimly. Blood burst out of his mouth, but a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Originally, he didn't plan to use the blood dropper so quickly. But the fierce Tiger King completely disrupted his rhythm, and he had to use it. The fierce Tiger King rushed over. The greedy Wolf King shouted angrily, "Blood Nightmare King!" No one answered. He was so angry that he could only rush to the fierce Tiger King. The two fought again. Countless pieces of stone broke apart. The greedy Wolf King found an opportunity to hit the fierce Tiger King, but the price he paid was extremely high. One arm was cut off. With a scream, the white bone of the broken arm pierced the fierce Tiger King body, almost piercing his lungs. The two separated at the first touch. The fierce Tiger King roared. Blood was dripping. He didn't expect that the greedy Wolf King actually prepared the blood dropper. If he knew, he would definitely not expose it in advance. It's obvious that this old guy will definitely use the blood dropper to deal with the king of the Blood Nightmare Legion. Just when the fierce Tiger King was secretly resentful, there was a sound of breaking air behind him. Pagenia figure suddenly appeared. The fierce Tiger King resisted fiercely. He raised his arms, and was suddenly suppressed by a huge force. Crack. Broken. Before the fierce Tiger King could even see what happened, the whole person flew backwards in a pool of blood. The person chased him again. Ah! The front of the fierce Tiger King exploded, blood mist filled the air. He watched the Mother God Stone being snatched away, and roared unwillingly. The Mother God Stone of the fierce Tiger Legion is indeed very powerful. The morning sun fell on the Mother God Stone, emitting a flame-like luster. Good brother, according to the previous agreement, everything in the fierce Tiger Legion should belong to me. Greedy Wolf. Greedy Wolf King said urgently. Once he can naturalize the Goddess Stone of the fierce Tiger Legion, who in the entire western region can be his opponent? It is said that the elves in the north have enviable wealth. And the dragons. The greedy Wolf King breathing was a little rapid, and he stretched out his hands, as if he was about to grab the Goddess Stone of the fierce Tiger Legion. However, in front of the fierce Tiger King, Pagenia turned his head and attacked him directly. At this moment, the greedy Wolf King was terrified, but the current situation did not allow him to make any extra reactions. Attack quickly. At the same time, a surge of anger rose in his heart. He hadn't planned to attack the Blood Nightmare King yet, but the other party actually dared to attack him first. You, a rubbish who just unlocked the third stage, are worthy of attacking me. The greedy Wolf King was hysterical, but the next moment, his eyes froze in a 10 millionth of a second. Swish. Sparks flew. The blade on the greedy Wolf King arm pierced Pagenia's heart, but the scene that he expected to pierce Pagenia's body directly did not happen. On the contrary, he staggered and was knocked back. How is this possible? The greedy Wolf King was horrified and looked at Pagenia fiercely. You have been hiding your strength. However, what responded to him was Pagenia's mighty and fierce punch. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth split. Blood gushed out. A series of bone-cracking sounds, like rolling thunder sounded, and the greedy Wolf King didn't even groan, and his huge body instantly became like a tattered sandbag. Pagenia did not stop at all, and rushed forward quickly, under the shock of a terrifying force. The bones of the greedy Wolf King were crushed into pieces by the violent pressure of punches. Pagenia's punches did not have any fancy moves, just pure power. The bones of the greedy Wolf King could no longer resist, and they were all broken, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Pagenia snatched the Goddess Stone from the greedy Wolf King, and then flipped his palm through it, and the greedy Wolf King tattered body flew up like a goose feather, flying backwards. He smashed fiercely into the fierce Tiger King, who was rushing towards him. You? In a flash, the fierce Tiger King chopped off the greedy Wolf King, and stood in the distance in doubt. Oh, I'm so unwilling. The bloody body of the greedy Wolf King in the ruins was like a piece of lotus roots spliced together, and it crawled hard on the ground. Give me back the Mother God Stone. You are ungrateful. Pagenia held a piece of the Mother God Stone in each hand, with a thought. He continuously absorbed the power from the 2 Goddess Stones. The Goddess Stones belonging to his Blood Nightmare core quickly accumulated power, rapidly rising towards the state of great perfection. Damn it! Give me back the Goddess Stones. Realizing that Pagenia was absorbing the power of the Goddess Stones, the fierce Tiger King could no longer sit still. His blood and chi instantly became violent and boiling. He rushed forward quickly. As he moved, His body burst into a sound like the roar of a dragon and a tiger. Pegenia did not make a move, but floated in the air dozens of meters away. He stretched out his index finger from his right hand that was holding the Mother God Stone, and tapped it down. With a clang sound. It sounded like a steel string breaking. Circles of transparent ripples rippled around him, and wherever he swept, all objects were shattered. Dharma Body Realm, 66%. The fierce Tiger King was forcibly repelled 100 meters away. At the same time, the soldiers of the fierce Tiger Legion and the Greedy Wolf Legion not far away had gathered at the edge, looking at the Greedy Wolf King whose aura was gradually dissipating, and the fierce Tiger King, who was covered in wounds. Everyone's eyes were extremely shocked, full of disbelief. Then, all eyes were focused on Pegenia. Everyone could see that all these changes came from the King of the Blood Nightmare Corps. The Greedy Wolf Corps soldiers, who understood what was happening, had bloodshot eyes, and exuded a terrifying murderous aura all over their bodies. However, at this moment, suddenly, the sound of an army approaching was heard from the outside world. Tens of thousands of soldiers from the Blood Nightmare Legion surrounded the battlefield. Anyone who dared to move would be killed. Blood Nightmare King, you are so cruel. The fierce Tiger King face turned pale. Pegenia held the Mother God Stone in both hands. His eyes were fierce. Cruel? You should know the law of the jungle better than me. The Greedy Wolf King wanted to kill me, but he was too impatient. You wanted to kill me. It was nothing more than that I threatened your legion, and the secret's in me. The fierce Tiger King looked at Pegenia with some fear, especially when he saw the goddess stone belonging to his army being continuously sucked to power. His eyes were about to spit fire. Damn it! Damn it! He turned around to leave, but he was stopped by Pegenia. Do you think you can get away? Even if the goddess stone falls into your hands, without my army, you can't unlock the perfect state. The Tiger King said coldly, the more people die, the less chance you have. Really? Pegenia figure disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he had already appeared in front of the fierce Tiger King, and his voice was calm. I just need to kill you. The next moment, within 100 meters, all the gravel on the ground jumped up. The ground was shaking, and the airflow exploded violently. Pegenia fists were imprinted on the arms of the fierce Tiger King. Overnight, the Greedy Wolf Legion and the fierce Tiger Legion were all devoured by the Blood Nightmare Legion, and the number of people soared to 180,000. The goddess stones from the two legions contained a lot of energy. Pegenia even felt that he needed to refine the two goddess stones from the frontline legions for half a month without eating or drinking to completely naturalize them. It was even more difficult than when he refined the goddess stones of the Giant Hammer Legion. With the power of the two goddess stones from the frontline legions feeding back, the progress of the Dharmakaya realm on the attribute panel was getting faster and faster. The 180,000-man army is the undisputed overlord in the West. In the entire West, there are 16 first-line armies, including the Greedy Wolf Army, the Fierce Tiger Army, and the Evil Bull Army that was destroyed a few days ago, and this is not counting the Blood Nightmare Army. 3 first-line armies were destroyed in just 10 days, like a child play, but no one would doubt the strength of the Blood Nightmare Army. No one will forget that day under the setting sun. Pegenia carried the heads of 2 first-line army kings in his hands, and threw them in front of the 100,000-man army. The aura of the king who dominated the world was not just a text. Because of this battle, the Blood Nightmare Corps became the target of public criticism. The remaining 13 frontline corps began to send troops one after another, and stationed in advance before the Blood Nightmare Corps completely took over the territories of the Greedy Wolf Corps and the Fierce Tiger Corps. This also caused many small-scale frictions. However, Pegenia had no time to attack them, as refining the Mother God Stone was the most important thing at the moment. He had already distributed 180,000 troops. The area where he was located was surrounded layer by layer. He needed time to absorb and refine. 3 days later, the Blood Nightmare Legion encountered a joint attack by 2 frontline legions. It took a long time to attack. The 5th day, 2 more frontline legions intervened. Attack day and night. Pegenia unlocked the 3rd stage, catch the leader first, kill 8 generals in a row, forcing the 4 armies to retreat 3,000 meters. Pegenia abducted 8,000 people after naturalization. He continued to absorb the Mother God Stone. The 10th day, the 8 armies attacked. It took a long time to attack. On the 14th day, the 8 kings went to the battlefield. Pegenia fought 1 against 8. Unlocked the 4th stage. Angrily killed a king. and forced the 8 armies to retreat. On the 15th day, the goddess stone was completely refined. Peijinha unlocked the state of great perfection, and 180,000 troops were dispatched to sweep across the west. The war lasted for 3 months. The defeat was like a landslide. Many surrendered. The entire west was flattened by the iron cavalry of the Blood Nightmare Legion. As time went on, Peijinha found that the power accumulated by the goddess stone became smaller and smaller. So in the end, no matter how many soldiers he converted, it was useless. Is this the feeling of being alone and seeking defeat? Peijinha stretched out his hand. A huge blood-red mother god stone was suspended on his palm. The blood-red light was extremely charming. What King Liahu said was true. For other legions, the speed of refining the mother god stone would never be as fast as his. Otherwise, there would not be so many legions destroyed over the years. Even a lion needs to rest for a while after eating the head sheep. But who makes Peijinha so special? The speed of naturalization and refining is simply amazing. With the power of the mother god stone, he can reach the peak state of this world. But what about the next road? At this moment, his progress in the Dharmakaya realm has stopped at 99%. Only the last 1% is left to break through. But it is this 1% that has blocked his promotion to the 3rd realm in martial arts. Another 3 months later, Peijinha has firmly established his position as the commander of the West. Half a year later, he has traveled through the West once, started traveling. 3 years later, located in the Dragon Valley in the north, Peijinha descended as a dragon, fighting to suppress the demon dragon of this world. He thought that the Dharmakaya realm would be condensed because of this, but Peijinha was greatly disappointed. Even though he spent 5 years to become the king of the demon dragon clan, the progress bar on the attribute panel did not make the final adjustment. The energy of this world is not enough to support me to condense the Dharmakaya realm. On the snowy mountain, a group of dragons were flying at Peijinha's feet. He stretched out his hand. The mother god stone floated above his palm. Old Yen, it been 10 years, it time for you to show up. Slaw. Boom. A thunderbolt from the blue sky. The whole sky seemed to be split apart. Suddenly a beam of light fell on Peijinha. He felt a force pouring into his body. Slaw. His clothes tore apart. The giant body could not be maintained. He turned into a huge black dragon and entered a mysterious space under the guidance of the beam of light. Countless crystals filled the air, and the reflected light was breathtaking. After Peijinha fell into the mysterious space, he regained his human form. But at this moment, he appeared in his original body. The moment he landed, Peijinha formed a sword light in his hand. So you? A sigh sounded behind Peijinha. It'd been a long time since I last heard it. According to Peijinha's memory, he was not unfamiliar with this voice. The starry sky monster that once claimed to be a god. It is also the true body of the black dragon in this world. Peijinha's hair stood on end, and he immediately activated the sword in his hand. However, the starry sky monster who claimed to be a god said nonchalantly, "Very strong power. Why waste it here?" It was also this sentence that made Peijinha stop his action and said with a wise man, "Senior, have you always been in this world?" "Yes. To be precise, I am you." Peijinha raised his eyebrows slightly. "Senior, are you so heavy-handed?" A mysterious voice sounded, "Don't worry. I am not curious about your daily life, but you have come this far in just 10 years, which is really amazing." Peijinha looked around calmly, but could not find the figure of the starry sky monster, but he said without leaving any trace, "This is the world that the senior has experienced. I wonder how the senior did it back then. I was enslaved by the Giant Hammer Legion for 5 years, and in the 6th year, because of the attack by the Fierce Tiger Legion, I got the opportunity to escape, and after lying dormant for 2 years, I swallowed those dragons and regained my strength bit by bit, but unfortunately, their meat is really not tasty, even worse than those of elves and giants." The mysterious voice was a little dissatisfied. Peijinha didn't look scared at all. In fact, he had thought about it before. But he didn't eat it raw. It's not as delicious as roasted raw. Add some cumin and pepper, it will taste even better. It's a good idea, but I didn't understand it at that time. The mysterious voice sighed. "What should we do after killing them?" Peijinha asked, not caring about these minor details. "After that, it took me another 10 years to devour all the creatures in this world." The mysterious voice narrated calmly, as if he didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did. "Unfortunately, even so, I can't recover even 1/10,000th of my strength in my heyday." "Don't you have the Mother God Stone?" Peijinha asked in a deep voice. He knew that for the other party, all the creatures in this world were in its eyes. It was like a roast chicken in the eyes of a farmer. There is a Mother God stone. This treasure of heaven and earth contains extremely strong energy, but unfortunately, it needs the creatures here as a medium. But I ate them all. The mysterious power said regretfully. I can only use my power to release the Mother God stone, to attract the Holy Spirit from outside the domain. After that, I wasted 100 years, and then I found the opportunity. And then? Nothing else. The memory of this world ends here. What a pity. Peginia said it was a pity. While looking around, the mysterious voice said, thoughtfully, have you practiced physical training? Peginia raised his eyebrows. He noticed that the other party words were not the third level of martial arts. And he obviously didn't understand the method he was practicing now. This further confirmed that the other party didn't know anything about the attribute panel. Senior, do you have a way to break through? Peginia asked sincerely. He wanted to break through the third level of martial arts. In the future, he will also break through the third level of martial arts. Achieve the body of a martial god. You came to this world to break through the shackles of the body. If you say so, I can understand it. But unfortunately, I can only see what you do, but I can't really feel your body, so I don't have any other understanding of what you practice, and I can't give an accurate answer. Just when Peginia was disappointed, the mysterious voice suddenly said, why don't you let the coffin take you to the world of martial arts practice? Practice it well? Peginia was stunned. He shook his head frantically. Old Yin. Old Yin. You bastard. Hurry up and make us sound. Senior, do you know anything about that coffin? Peginia asked humbly. I had never dealt with it before I met you. Why are you so curious about it? But it was indeed it that brought you here. Otherwise, I would not have met you here with this awareness. Only if you experience everything I have experienced. Will we meet? The mysterious voice had a strange tone. The origin of this thing is unusual, which undoubtedly shows that there is a more advanced world civilization. Peginia raised his eyebrows. Hearing this, the level of the flame god coffin is even higher than this starry sky fierce beast. His heart suddenly became hot. He had come this far, and he could sense that the 9th level of the extraordinary was not the end. May I ask what level of cultivation you have? Senior? I have opened the Yuanshan valve. Peginia eyes were dim. Guess why I was silent. The starry sky fierce beast was sympathetic and said, compared with my combat power system, your 9th level of the extraordinary is. It's just a medium level. But the world I live in has been destroyed. So it's useless to study it. Generally speaking, the realm of cultivation is divided into 2 levels. Body cultivation and spiritual cultivation. Body cultivation is to cultivate your real body to perfection. Don't let the knowledge of your own world close your horizons. What you think is the limit is often not the limit. As long as you can become stronger, your body will have the opportunity to be improved. Until the life valve is opened. Life valve? Peginia raised his eyebrows. These were not the information he knew. The human body has 2 valves. Opening the life valve means breaking through the mortal body. And opening the soul valve means becoming a higher life. The starry sky monster continued, opening the life valve means constantly tempering the body. And trying every possible way. If your world cannot be opened, you will naturally go to other worlds. If the life valve is not opened, you will only be trapped in the first level in this life, and cannot escape from the mortal body. Peginia seemed to be thinking about something. The starry sky monster continued, since the coffin can ignore the years, it can definitely take you to other worlds. I suggest you communicate with it well, so as not to take you to a world that is too powerful. If you die, it will not suffer any loss, and at most it will just find another master. Peginia pulled the corner of his mouth. Thank you for your kindness. Senior. Forget it, my time is up. You should understand it well by yourself. I can't help you at such a low level. Peginia was speechless. What your name? Senior? My name is Sure. Maybe we will meet again. The shadow of the black dragon disintegrated and turned into the purest energy and drifted away. Peginia hurriedly reached out to take it and gathered all the energy. If he couldn't absorb it now, he would save it for later. Anyway, it can't be wasted. Return to the new world of chaos. Peginia looked at the dragon crawling on the ground. Now he can't do it like the giant beast of the starry sky, unless he uses the Mother God stone to unlock the state of great perfection. But this is meaningless to him. Except for the giants, the chaos beasts, the dragons, and the elves in this world cannot accumulate the power of the goddess stone for him. He simply returns to the giants. He only needs to ensure that the power of the goddess stone is always in a perfect state. This means that the giants must not be exterminated. For Pagenia, an intelligent brain comparable to an artificial intelligence brain, it is not difficult to teach the knowledge of planting and animal husbandry according to the suitability of the local area. Buzz. The flame god coffin descended. Pagenia's eyes were calm. Since you can bring me here, can you save this world? The flame god coffin vibrated. It conveyed a message. No. Pagenia felt a little regretful. As expected, reversing the years was already a bug. If this world could be saved, it would be like leaving him an infinite ammunition clip. Unexpectedly, the flame god coffin sent another unexpected message. You can keep the location. You could arrive here by yourself in the future when you master the mysteries of time and space. Pagenia raised his eyebrows. You can't bring me here? Consumption is too great. Unable to bear it at the moment. I understand. Although it is a bit regrettable, it is good that the Yenshin coffin can achieve this step. The secret of time and space. Infinite synthesis is it. The power provided by this world can at least give him enough self-protection ability in the real world. The next task is infinite synthesis, to upgrade all the extraordinary genes as soon as possible. Pagenia sighed lightly. Old Yen, take me to a world where martial arts are practiced, if you can do it. Just shake it, he said, and looked at it expectantly. Following that, the air exploded twice. Pagenia was puzzled. What do you mean? As soon as the words fell, the light in front of him instantly enveloped him. The shuttle began. Ah! Joie! Pagenia cursed inwardly, and the whole person instantly felt as if his soul was being pulled out, and he seemed to hear a dreamlike voice, which was not real. Slaw! There were lightning and thunder outside, and heavy rain. The dim and damp hut seemed fragile in the storm. He won't die. Will he? He was still breathing when he was fished out of the sea. As for whether he can survive this test, it depends on his luck. He moved. He moved. The noisy voice suddenly became real. Pagenia opened his eyes. His wooden eyes instinctively moved, as if he came alive, and a human face suddenly appeared in his vision. Just as he was about to get up, he felt a tearing pain all over his body. He groaned and fell down again. A white-haired old man in coarse cloth hurried forward and held his shoulders. Don't move. Don't move. Your bones are dislocated. I gave you some herbs. You need to rest. Don't let the root of the disease develop. You may end up being a useless person in the future. Pagenia was lying on a wooden bed. The bed was very hard. He could clearly feel that there were many cracks on it. Thank you, old man. Hiss. When the wound on his shoulder was bandaged again, Pagenia sucked in a breath of cold air. He was a little confused. What happened to him? His body shouldn't be like this. Right? Could it be that this time the world travel has come to someone else? Old Yen. Old Yen, it's meaningless if you do this. The raindrops falling from the roof formed a line. The largest raindrop fell into the wooden barrel only 3 inches away from him. His original appearance was reflected in the water droplets. This time he really traveled through the world in his own identity. It was not done by someone else. Guessed wrong? Pagenia was startled. Although he could not move his body, he still used his mind to pull out the attribute panel. Fortunately, all the extraordinary things were there, and there was no word of being sealed. Moreover, the column of flesh and blood rebirth showed that the negative effects were being offset. Old Yen, tell me what is going on. Pagenia tried to communicate with the flame god coffin. He got a fragmentary message. Shuttling. The price. 3 months. Back. Pagenia collected his inner thoughts. He knew nothing about the world he had just arrived in. The price of arriving in his true form was indeed quite high. The only good news was that his transcendence was not affected at all. He looked calmly at the white-haired old man who was bandaging in front of him. There was an old woman beside him. There was a little girl hiding not far away. She looked about 11 or 12 years old. She had a playful ponytail and was wearing old clothes. The rain outside the door gradually stopped. After the white-haired old man comforted Pagenia to have a good rest, he was busy in front of the door with his wife. Pagenia was the only one left in the room. He slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the thatched house dripping with rain. He felt very complicated at the moment. Who would believe it if he told others that? He was the king who dominated the world 1 foot ago, and he became a waste the next foot. I don't know how long it has been. Pagenia's eyes moved slowly, and he saw the little girl sneaking in from behind the door. Are you a bad person? The little girl asked timidly. Maybe she was worried about Kill. Such words would be a bit cruel to the little girl. So Pei Jinya said briefly, not really. Grandpa fished you out of the sea. The adult said that the sea would eat bad people who don't obey. The little girl still didn't dare to get close. So I'm not a bad person if I'm still alive. Pei Jinya blinked. The little girl was convinced in an instant. And even felt it made sense. Then why did you fall into the sea? You asked me so many questions. This time I ask you, where is this place? Pei Jinya asked casually. This is Majia village. To the north of Majia village is Shinju Sea. I don't know what outside Shinju Sea. The little girl shook her head and said, Majia village? Pei Jinya looked away. The little girl's surname is Imo. The white-haired old man is her grandfather, whose name is unknown. So let's call him Old Imo for now. Grandma is Old Imo wife, and the little girl calls her Grandma Hua. The three of them depend on each other. From what the little girl said, her parents were captured by the bad guys here 3 years ago. Bad guys. Pei Jinya looked away. Old Imo made a living by fishing. He was not very rich, otherwise the house would not leak when it rained. Even though they were short of money, the two elders did not stand by and watch the victim die. Pei Jinya tilted his head slightly. His eyes fell on the harpoon on the table. He hooked his finger slightly, and the harpoon swayed slightly. Fortunately, telekinesis can be used. In a flash, night fell. Granny Hua made fish soup and fed Pei Jinya little by little with a small spoon. Your body was badly injured. The Sea Dragon King was angry last night. You are lucky to be alive. You should cherish it. Thank you, Granny Hua. Pei Jinya moved his fingers slightly. But the Sea Dragon King is a god? Ha ha ha. Grandma. He is so funny. The little girl was suddenly amused. And even Grandpa Imo and Granny Hua couldn't help laughing. The Sea Dragon King your Grandma Hua is talking about is not the Sea Dragon King you think. There was thunder and lightning in Shinju Sea last night. I heard that several fishing boats that didn't have time to escape were killed. Grandpa Imo sighed, and suddenly exclaimed, You are much stronger than I thought. But Grandpa Imo didn't say much, picked up the harpoon and walked out the door to start cleaning up. Pei Jinya knew he had misunderstood something, and didn't ask any more questions. The ability of flesh and blood regeneration is being activated. It won't take long to recover. But he doesn't know much about the outside world yet. He doesn't want to scare the two elders, so he deliberately controls his injuries. He doesn't want to be targeted because of his identity as an outsider. Night falls. Pei Jinya suddenly opens his eyes. A sneaky figure sneaks in and walks towards the sleeping girl. Under the cold moonlight, his ugly face is vaguely reflected. When his sinful hands reach out, but he suddenly froze. In the darkness, a hand clamped his neck. The ugly-faced man disappeared from the spot before he even had time to scream. Not long after, a body sank into the stinking ditch outside the village. The night was quiet. In the simple room, Pei Jinya lay quietly on the bed, digesting the memory he had just obtained. The little girl did not lie to him. This place is indeed called Majia Village, but to be precise, he is now in a place called Yoguang Ancient Country. Mozhan Village is located in the coastal city of Yoguang Ancient Country, Nandu. The entire Nandu shipping is controlled by a force called Yulonggang. This is a world with an ancient background. The dynasty controls the overall situation. The whole nation advocates martial arts, and there is a group of people called martial arts masters. But it seems that there are no immortals and gods in this world. Since there is no god, I will be the god here. 2 days passed in a hurry. Mr. Imo goes to Shinju Sea to fish every day, and then goes to the market to exchange money, but he came back a little late today. Pei Jinya noticed that there was some dust on him. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Imo turned around and coughed violently a few times, carefully avoiding Granny Hua, and covered a trace of blood with his hand. Mr. Imo. Pei Jinya called softly. Mr. Imo waved his hand, wiped the blood on his hand without leaving any trace, and said in a low voice, I'm fine, don't tell them. I promise you. But what's wrong with you? Pei Jinya asked. It all because of those bastards of the Yulong gang. Forget it. Grandpa Imo shook his head. At this time, Granny Hua came over from outside, and asked with a questioning look, Are you okay? I heard you coughing outside just now. I choked on the water. I have an extra meal tonight. I caught 2 more big carps. Grandpa Imo changed the subject. Sure. Granny Hua didn't think much about it. After she left, Grandpa Imo turned his head and winked at Pei Jinya, and he fooled him. Pei Jinya sighed softly in his heart. Yulong gang? On the attribute panel. In 2 days, without any recovery from medicinal food, He was able to reach this point, which was entirely due to Pei Jinya's practice of martial arts. Although it was still a long way from the peak, it was enough to deal with a few thugs. Night fell. After the two elders fell asleep, Pei Jinya hypnotized the little girl together, adding a layer of insurance. Before leaving the courtyard, he dropped a talisman paper, trying to maintain it. He then put on the mask and set off to the Yulong Gang. The Yulong Gang at the entrance of Fanshe is not the headquarters of the Yulong Gang, but a branch of the gang. In Nandu, no one can compete with the Yulong Gang. However, the Yulong Gang is not the only one in power. The largest organization that controls all walks of life is the Nandu Business Alliance, which is composed of various companies and maintains a superficial relationship with the Yulong Gang. Pei Jinya's purpose in coming to the Yulong Gang is very simple. Venting for Mr. Mo is one thing. In addition, I came to borrow some precious medicine. You are so bold. Thief, you dare to rob the treasure house of my Yulong Gang in front of me. The man shouted and rushed forward. However, the sword light swept away. The head was separated. The hall with blood flowing like a river was silent. The few remaining people fled out like crazy. Pei Jinya picked the precious medicine slowly, and then strode away. As soon as he left, a burly man with terrifying blood and energy came back with his men to kill him. After a vain attack, the man shouted angrily, "Chase him!" In the night, Pei Jinya practiced cross-legged. Although killing these members of the Yulong Gang could not obtain extraordinary genes, the memories of these people were more or less useful. One of them practiced a fragment of body refining skills, which was highly valued by Pei Jinya. Since ancient times, fragments have produced miracles. Add points. Break the limit directly. Last night, my brothers were all scared. They said that the man was very good at swordsmanship. I checked their bodies. They were all killed by a sword. This kind of swordsmanship is not something that ordinary people can perform. Are you saying that the other party is a great swordsman? In the market, at the Yulong Gang, Mo Qingyi raised his eyebrows slightly. He is the leader of the Yulong Gang, and he is in charge of this hall. He attended a private banquet of an official in Nandu last night, so he was unable to return in time. The sturdy man with a scar on his face hesitated for a moment. This cannot be confirmed at present. The brothers who are still alive are not in good condition at present. They are now locked in the house, and dare not come out. They are talking nonsense, and cannot identify the other party methods. A bunch of trash. Mo Qingyi snorted coldly. Be on high alert these days, and investigate all suspicious persons. Yes. The sturdy man clasped his fists and retreated. Mo Qingyi played with the ring in his hand, thinking of the theft of his own treasure house. He couldn't help but feel irritated. It not that everything in the storehouse was lost, it just some medicinal herbs and money. What is the other party going to do? Just teach me a lesson? That a bit too arrogant. Early in the morning, Grandma Hua suddenly exclaimed. Grandpa Mo hurriedly ran out barefoot. What happened? Look! Grandma Hua picked up a piece of silver. Don't look at it small, but it enough for their family expenses for a month. Mr. Mo was also stunned. Where did it come from? The girl said it fell from the beam. Mr. Mo picked up the silver and looked up. He muttered to himself. This is weird. The two elders were a little worried about whose silver was lost. They waited for a day, but the owner didn't come to the door. They thought it was a windfall. In the evening, Mr. Mo brought back a big carp for a snack. Granny Hua personally fed Pei Jinya fish meat and fish soup, saying that he had never been so lucky in his life. Pei Jinya observed their habits calmly, to avoid his own inappropriate behavior when going out in the future. He swiped out the attribute panel. It had quickly broken through 700 points. It was basically confirmed that the precious medicine of the Yulong Gang was still effective. In addition, he also confirmed one thing: the use of blood in this world was different from that taught by the Federation. The member of the Yulong Gang who was devoured was second only to the head of the hall, so he knew more things. The real high-level officials of the Yulong Gang were a group of martial arts masters. This person had personally witnessed the gang leader Iron Body, which was invulnerable to swords and guns. It was just a pity that he didn't know much about the realm of martial arts. I must find an opportunity to meet the martial arts masters here. It seems that there are martial arts schools in Nandu. Pei Jinya integrated all his memories, and confirmed that ordinary people in this world have a very one-sided understanding of martial arts. He roughly knew that there were third-rate masters, second-rate masters, and first-rate masters. Going up, it is the realm of cultivation in the real martial arts world. His attribute value has reached 700 points now. to deal with the so-called third-rate masters of the Yulong gang. He only needs one finger. As for those real martial arts masters, it is not known whether they are opponents yet. He has always been wary of unfamiliar environments. Not to mention that his purpose of coming here is to polish his physical cultivation. It is best not to do fighting and killing. If you do it, you must do your best to kill the opponent. Looking at the three people sleeping soundly, Pei Jinya sighed. It time to go. He took out one of the few remaining talismans in the space pendant and flicked it with his finger. The talisman burned in the air and turned into 3 strands of spiritual energy, which flowed into Grandpa Imo, Granny Hua, and the little girl. Although it couldn't change their qualifications, it was enough to prolong their lives. The reason why he only took out a piece of silver this morning was that he didn't want to give so much money right away, so as not to scare the 2 elders. After the arrangements were made, Pei Jinya figure disappeared quietly. The next morning, the little girl was the first to discover Pei Jinya's disappearance and called Granny Hua, but Grandpa Imo found a note with 4 words written on it. Thanks, don't worry. Under the pillow was a stack of banknotes and silver, enough to buy a mansion with a yard in the market. If you don't want to buy it, at least you can buy a better house and live a good life. Grandpa, is Brother Pei a god? Grandpa Imo retracted his gaze. He gently patted the little girl's head. I was wondering why silver would fall from the sky so easily. It turned out to be Xiao Pei doing. His wound healed so quickly. Grandma Hua was a little surprised. The old man turned around and told the little girl seriously, don't say anything about your brother Pei anymore. Grandma Hua's face changed slightly. You think? The old man shook his head. From the moment I saw him, I knew he was not an ordinary person. We should not care about things beyond our abilities. From his accent, he sounds like someone from the Central Plains, and he very far from us. On a country road. In order to save his energy, Pei Jinya didn't use the flash escape technique, so as not to be targeted by someone with ulterior motives. He simply took a shortcut. Some poisonous creatures in the mountains couldn't get close to him at all. Either die, or be cooked and eaten. A breeze blew. Pei Jinya was sitting in the ruined temple roasting rabbit meat. The man sitting diagonally opposite him twitched his nose twice. Put down his cloak, the dark face was revealed. He was a middle-aged man with slightly gray temples. He had a short knife hanging on his waist. He seemed to be unable to help himself. So he clasped his fist towards Pei Jinya and said cheerfully, Young man, do you want some wine? He pointed to his wine gourd. Thank you. But it's not necessary. Pei Jinya shook his head, picked up the roasted rabbit meat and smelled it, and continued to roast it for a while. Seeing this, the short knife man withdrew his gaze in dismay, took out dry food from his clothes, and ate silently. At this moment, suddenly, there were hurried footsteps and insults not far away. Soon, a figure staggered and rushed to the door of the dilapidated temple. Under the impact, the already broken wooden door made a fragile sound. Then, a young man with tattered clothes tripped over the threshold and fell in. Save me! The young man's face was covered in blood. When he saw the short sword man, he immediately ran over as if he had seen a life-saving straw. However, before he could run 2 steps, he was kicked in the back by the person who caught up with him. The whole person flew in front of Pei Jinya. His hands hit the fire. He rolled on the ground and howled in pain. Is this the hero who saved the beauty as promised? After a little complaint in his heart, Pei Jinya took a bite of the crispy rabbit meat slowly. When the young man saw this scene, his howl became louder. Several strong men came in with steel knives in their hands, and their sight immediately shifted from the young man to Pei Jinya, who was eating meat, and the middle-aged man holding the short knife. Several strong men looked at each other. The leader looked Pei Jinya up and down. Pei Jinya's clothes were stolen from the Yulong gang. They were not high-end. They were just clothes worn by ordinary people. He naturally understood the principle of not showing off his wealth. So at the moment, these strong men were more afraid of the short sword man. My friend, it's a personal grudge, just arrest him. Don't make trouble for yourself. The leading strong man had a hoarse voice. Don't save me. My sister is Ah. The young man was dragged away before he could finish his words, and screamed heartbreakingly. However, before the young man could move half a foot away, he was firmly pulled. The strong man who dragged him subconsciously raised his head and looked. Suddenly, the back of a knife hit him, and his hands were hurt, and he let go. The young man was immediately snatched back by the short knife man. Seeing this, the other strong men looked fierce and quickly drew their knives. Friend, you are playing with fire. The strong man in the lead had a face full of flesh. When I see injustice, I have no choice but to fight. If you retreat, I will not fight. But if you continue to be aggressive, I will draw my sword. The short sword man pulled the young man behind him, holding the sword in his left hand, but did not unsheath it. The sturdy man opposite frowned slightly and said coldly, "Do it." The sword in the short sword man's hand came out of the sheath with a squeak sound, and the sword light flashed. His sword was very fast. In just a blink of an eye, the sturdy man in front of him covered his throat. He fell to the ground with a look of disbelief on his face. The man who had given the order earlier was still alive, because he was far away. He retreated with a look of horror on his face, and said sternly, "Killing my people from the Yulong gang, do you know what this means? I warned you, but you didn't listen." The short swordsman said indifferently. He drew his sword in an instant. A white light flashed, and the sword was sheathed again. The strong man on the opposite side fell to the ground with his hands covering his neck, with reluctance on his face. Although Pei Jinya was eating rabbit meat, however, he took in the scene in front of him. The power points of this sword technique are very exquisite. This person is probably the legendary martial arts master. "Thank you for your help, Senior," the young man said with gratitude. The short swordsman sat back in his seat without caring, and took a sip of wine. The young man knew that he was ignored. His cheeks flushed a little, but he still said loudly, "I am Sima Aingjun, Sima Monli, the vice president of Nandu Chamber of Commerce. Is my sister? I would like to ask you to take care of me for a few days. When I get home safely, I will give you 10 gold coins. The Sima family is very generous. But forget it. I have to go to Jizhou to participate in the hero list. I don't have time to protect you. While no one has found you yet, you should go back quickly. There is still a glimmer of hope." The short swordsman shook his head, and smiled and declined. The young man was unwilling to give up. He hurriedly said, "My family is going to Jizhou to purchase goods. You can come to my merchant ship. I guarantee that you will arrive within 1 day. My Sima family will take care of all the food, clothing, housing and transportation." The short sword man raised his eyebrows slightly, and seemed to be a little tempted. "Well, okay." The young man's face lit up, and the two of them left immediately. They didn't pay any attention to Pei Jinya from beginning to end, and left quickly as if no one was around. 10 minutes later, Pei Jinya finished the rabbit meat in his hand slowly. While practicing in secret, the ruined temple was broken into again. Seeing the corpse on the ground, the visitor's face changed, and then he raised his head and noticed Pei Jinya, who was resting with his eyes closed. Without even turning his head, he said coldly, "Kill him." No matter whether Pei Jinya was related to his brother Death, he had to die now. Plop! 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 Several people fell to the ground, and they fell in a row. The man paused. He felt something strange. He knew that his brother's methods would never be so fast. He was just beginning to have doubts. He turned around and looked. The dead were all his people. His face changed in shock. He found that the man who was sitting in the temple had disappeared. "Are you looking for me?" The voice came from right in front of him. He subconsciously turned his head, but a big hand grabbed him directly. Enter the dream. Pei Jinya left the ruined temple. Before entering the market, he was greeted by 2 gangs of Green Forest heroes. After he left, he had more silver coins on him and a horse under his seat. Otherwise, why would the old friends be so enthusiastic, stretching their necks to give money and mounts? In a moment, Pei Jinya rode a white horse, swaying in the woods. After this move, he knew his own strength to some extent. To deal with these gang members, he didn't even need 10% of his skills, and he could easily crush them. It seems that the top masters in these memories are not as good as himself. Above the top masters are martial arts masters. They are the real power that is out of the secular world. Pei Jinya fell into thought. There are 3 paths in front of him now. The first path, either hide your identity and join a martial arts hall, secretly absorb the strengths of hundreds of schools, and achieve your own exclusive skills. The second path, devour someone of high status, imitate the Jiang family, but the ancient society lacked electronic eyes. If you can't get information in time, even if you rely on beast control, there is still a certain time difference, and this method is flaws. The third way, with his current strength, it is easy to join a wealthy family as a worshipper, and use the influence of the wealthy family to help him collect information. Go to the Yulong gang or choose a wealthy family. Just when Pei Jinya was lost in thought, soon he heard the sound of fighting. Coincidentally, the man who fled in the mountains and forests was an old acquaintance. It was Sima Ingjun, who was just rescued by the short-sword man. Save me. Sima Ingjun was stabbed in the back and fell backwards. A swordsman from the Yulong gang chopped at his neck. But the knife missed. Instead, the swordsman was repelled. At the moment of retreat, the knife in his hand was thrown up and cut through his throat, and a pool of blood rolled up instantly, and the knife flashed again in the air. Then the heads of the people chasing him from 10 meters away were separated on the spot. Sima Ingjun, who fell in the jungle, widened his eyes and was full of disbelief. Before, in the ancient temple, he thought Pei Jinya was just an ordinary person who was powerless. But who knew that he was stronger than the short swordsman? Senior, Sima Ingjun stuttered. Do you know why I saved you? Pei Jinya sat on the horse back, looking down at him. Because I have money? Sima Ingjun said carefully. You are quite smart. Pei Jinya smiled softly. Senior, I feel like I'm going to die, can you save me? Sima Ingjun's face was pale, and he began to tremble as he spoke. I won't die. Don't scare yourself. Pei Jinya got off the horse as light as a swallow. He did not take the initiative to mention becoming a Sima family tribute. Some things will only become more valuable when the other party urgently asks for them. About 5 minutes later, Sima Ingjun's wounds had been bandaged. He felt a little weak, but he was holding on for now. He thought, Pei Jinya, the great senior, said that he would not die, then you will definitely not die. The current illusion is just an illusion. Senior, I apologize to you for my previous ignorance and rudeness, but I really want to ask you to come to my Sima family as a worshipper. As long as you agree, I guarantee that your treatment will be the best, and you deserve it with your strength. Pei Jinya still didn't agree. Sima Ingjun couldn't help but blush, talking about his life experience. Although he was born in a wealthy family, his parents died when he was young, the uncles and aunts were like wolves. If it weren't for his sister's final effort to save the day, and her extraordinary business talent, they would have been kicked out long ago. Until the end, he knelt in front of Pei Jinya and cried bitterly. Pei Jinya agreed. Sima Ingjun was grateful and cried. Along the way, Pei Jinya saw the body of the short-sword man, who was hacked to death by the sword. He died to protect you. Bury him. Yes, senior. Sima Ingjun had no complaints. He dragged his injured body and dug a pit himself, burying the body of the short-sword man. During this process, Pei Jinya kept looking at him. He had a good character. If anyone dared to complain, he would personally kill them, so as not to cause trouble for himself in the future. Half a day later, Pei Jinya and Sima Ingjun arrived at the market. What are you looking at me for? Lead the way. Pei Jinya strode on the street of the market, and turned his head to look at the eldest son of the Sima family, who was leading the horse behind him. Sima Ingjun's handsome face had been washed clean by the stream in the forest, but his hair was a little messy, and he took off the cleanest clothes from the corpses. But compared with Pei Jinya looked like a rich young master, while Sima Ingjun was just a horse-leading servant. Sima Ingjun looked at the white steamed buns on the street. He was born in a wealthy family and ate delicacies from the mountains and the sea. But at any time, he didn't think any delicacy could compare to the hot steamed buns that he would never even look at in the past. Boss, give me a dragon. No need to change. Pei Jinya's voice sounded. Sima Ingjun immediately looked over, as if he was looking at his biological parents. He was so moved that he almost cried, and suddenly felt guilty for his attitude at the beginning. The moment he got the buns, Sima Ingjun lowered his head and made a low humming sound. Pei Jinya looked at his useless appearance and suddenly remembered the old friend in Daping City. After a while, the door of Sima house was knocked. When the old man who opened the door recognized Sima Ingjun, the whole Sima family was in a state of excitement. The young master is back. The young master is still alive. Hurry up and help him. Sima Ingjun was dragged away, but he did not forget to look at Pei Jinya and shouted, Senior, you go and rest first. Fu Rong, this is a distinguished guest. Remember the distinguished guest. Young master, please come this way. After Sima Ingjun was taken away, a young servant who looked to be in his teens, then he walked respectfully to Pei Jinya. Then he took Pei Jinya to a separate courtyard. Sir, if you need anything, just tell me. The servant named Fu Rong said respectfully. No problem. Wait for your young master to come to me. Pei Jinya said indifferently. I have made tea for you. Please wait. Fu Rong left. Pei Jinya stood in front of the door, looking at the separate courtyard. The Sima family really has many houses. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid he would get lost once he entered here. Pei Jinya raised his head at this moment. A blue bird flew down from the branch outside the wall, and its lips slightly opened. After a while, the blue bird moved from the east side of the branch to the west, a little further away from Pei Jinya, as if it was disgusted. Pei Jinya pulled the corner of his mouth. This little thing. Senior. Sima Ingjun's voice sounded outside the door. After a moment, the bright and beautiful Sima Ingjun took Pei Jinya for a tour in the mansion. How is it? Senior, is the courtyard of my Sima family considered lavish? Sima Ingjun said with a smile. Pei Jinya looked at the bandage on his arm, and couldn't help laughing. Not long after, he was appointed as the Sima family tribute, enjoying the best treatment. Sima Ingjun's sister was busy with the business alliance and couldn't show up. However, the Sima family had a shopkeeper named Qian, who was Sima Ingjun's sister confidant. He was elegant in conversation and very polite. From Sima Ingjun, he learned that he had been a child. Shopkeeper Qian worked in the mansion, just like his uncle. It was not until Pei Jinya rescued Sima Ingjun that shopkeeper Qian came to thank him with a generous gift. This is Lingrangi, which is very beneficial to martial artists. You should settle down in the next few days. If you need anything, just let me know. Thank you, shopkeeper Qian. Pei Jinya saw Lingrangi, and knew that it was definitely not an ordinary thing. The Sima family is full of wonderful people. Pei Jinya became the youngest worshipper of the Sima family. This matter was not spread out, and not many people knew about it. Pei Jinya was arranged in this small courtyard, not far from where Sima Ingjun lived. This was also Sima Ingjun's special order. It was convenient for him to come and ask about his well-being when he was free in the future. Senior, please tell me what book you want to read. Anything is fine. Sima Ingjun was very sensible, and brought a lot of martial arts books. Senior, please look at it first. There are still many good books in my sister's study. I will bring them to you tomorrow. Not long after, the manager came over and said that there were some business matters that needed to be handled by Sima Ingjun. Sima Ingjun stood up and had to say goodbye. Pei Jinya picked up a book from the pile in front of him and read it carefully, reading 10 lines at a glance. In the evening, a small blue-white bird flew down from the branch. It was different from the one in the morning, and it was a little girl. Not long after, a shameless blue bird landed and tried to please the blue-white bird. But the blue-white bird ignored it, and the blue bird chirped anxiously. In front of the window, Pei Jinya waved his hand. The blue-white bird immediately landed on his palm. The blue bird anxiously warned on the branch that Pei Jinya was not a good person. But the blue-white bird ignored it, and rubbed Pei Jinya's warm palm affectionately. Pei Jinya fed it a wisp of spiritual energy. The blue bird outside the window immediately popped out its eyes in envy, and hesitantly jumped on the branch. Pei Jinya did not look at it, but interacted with the blue-white bird. It has been many days since he came to this ancient world. Pei Jinya tried to use the beast control aura, and found that it was much more difficult to control beasts here than in reality. It is speculated that it is because of the different environment here. From a certain perspective, the beasts here are more powerful than in reality. At the same level, the blue-white bird in the ancient world is even more swift than the blue bird he has carefully fed for many days. The beast control halo descended. The blue-white bird recognized its master. Before the impatient blue bird on the branch could land, the door outside the room was suddenly knocked open. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly, and got up to go out. The man was a burly man, his eyes were full of brilliance, and when he saw Pei Jinya, he immediately arched forward without saying anything. His toes were like arrows, and rushed into Pei Jinya's center line, as if he wanted to lift him up. Pei Jinya's face was normal, and he did not use any extraordinary skills, resist with pure strength. The sturdy man shouted, "Good move." He immediately changed his moves. But almost instantly, Pei Jinya's hand easily rested on the sturdy man's arm, and his 5 fingers were like hooks, grabbing the opponent's shoulder. Even though the opponent's lower body was firm, it was shaken by Pei Jinya's single arm at this moment, and the sturdy man immediately flew into the air, and fell 4 or 5 meters away. But just after the sturdy man flew backwards, Pei Jinya did not stop. He kicked his foot, and the whole person was like a mountain moving forward madly. He rushed to the strong man. I admit defeat. The strong man had just finished speaking. Pei Jinya ignored him, and kicked him away. The strong man spat out a mouthful of blood in the air, rolled on the ground for a few rounds. His blood and chi were shaking, and he couldn't stop spitting blood. He didn't get angry, but raised his hand tremblingly, and said to Pejinia, "Thank you for not killing me. This kick is to repay your rudeness. Remember to knock on the door next time you come." Pejinia turned around and left without caring. The sturdy man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then left in a panic, holding his shoulder. More than 10 meters away from the courtyard, the faces of the two people who came over changed. One was a swordsman, and the other was a boxing and kicking master. The two hurried forward to support the sturdy man. "Master Hu, are you okay?" The sturdy man waved his hands, unable to speak. After being supported by the swordsman next to him and leaving, he breathed a sigh of relief. "The new master is so strong that even you are no match for him." The boxing and kicking master, who looked lean, could not help asking, "Very strong?" Hu Nianshan shook his head and replied with certainty. The boxing and kicking master face changed slightly. "So strong? Master Hu, how many moves did you use? Maybe you were just careless?" Hu Nianshan felt a little embarrassed when he heard this, and did not say anything, silently took the tea handed over by the young swordsman, and drank it silently. The boxing and kicking master was a little anxious. This person became the chief worshipper as soon as he arrived, and he got a higher salary than anyone else. "I have waited for the Sima family for so many years, and I have risen step by step. How can he rise to the top overnight?" The young swordsman next to him looked at him as if he were a fool. "Master Hu was beaten like this. Doesn't it prove something? Why don't you go and meet him? Go!" The boxing and kicking master snorted coldly, turned his head, and strode away. Hu Nianshan looked at his angry look and kindly reminded him, "Master son, don't be impulsive. We are no match for him, so don't mess around." After saying this, the boxing and kicking master surnamed Sun became even angrier, and slammed the door and left. Master Sun is still hot-tempered. The young swordsman shook his head, and then looked at Hu Nianshan. "Master Hu, who is the other party?" "I don't know." Hu Nianshan shook his head. "I don't know." The young swordsman was a little surprised this time, and he looked at Hu Nianshan, trying to judge whether this Master Hu was deliberately deceiving something. Hu Nianshan smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, the other party defeated me with one move. I even suspect that the current chief priest is not his opponent. Even Master Xiao is not his opponent." This time, the young swordsman was even more shocked. Master Xiao was the strongest among the priests. "I heard that he used to be a gangster, and his hands were stained with blood. In the end, he retired and joined the Sima family. His martial arts power overwhelmed all of them, and made them unable to raise their heads. And now Hu Nianshan told him that there is another Master Xiao. No, to be more precise, there is another master who is stronger than Master Xiao. This is too terrifying." The young swordsman was so shocked that he couldn't say a word for a long time. But Hu Nianshan was still sighing. The new master was even younger than expected. In the courtyard, the blue bird had already seen how powerful he was, not to mention, the spiritual energy in Peijinia's hand made it envious and weak in the knees, and soon it approached Peijinia very spinelessly. Even though he was kicked away by the blue-white bird several times, he still came forward shamelessly, and bowed to Peijinia sensibly. "You are quite clever, little guy." Silently, Peijinia had 2 more pairs of eyes. There was a knock on the door. Peijinia retracted his gaze. The person who came back was Fu Rong. Seeing Peijinia coming out, he hurriedly said, "Master Pei, the young master invites you to have dinner. In addition, the young lady has also returned. The young master asked me to inform you. The young lady wants to see you." Peijinia looked calm, and closed the book. "Lead the way." Although he had already walked around the Sima family courtyard in the morning, he still had to sigh again. This Sima family courtyard is really big. It took a full quarter of an hour to finally arrive. "Master Pei." Sima Ingjun stood up first and enthusiastically introduced Peijinia. "This is my sister, Sima Monli." "Sister, this is the lifesaver I mentioned to you. I already know that my brother was attacked. It was all thanks to Master Pei who saved the day. I would like to thank you." Sima Monli looked no more than 26 or 27 years old. She wore light makeup and exuded a dignified and calm temperament. She knelt down to thank him. Peijinia accepted it calmly and followed him to the table. "Where did Master Pei come from?" Sima Monli asked. "He is just a casual cultivator. Not worth mentioning," Peijinia said calmly. For a moment, even the shopkeeper Qian, who was standing by, looked over. A casual cultivator? Sima Monli thought Peijinia just didn't want to talk, so she changed the subject. After swallowing the memories of some members of the Yulong gang, Pei Jinya accent had been corrected a long time ago, so no matter how the Sima family guessed, they just thought Pei Jinya was from Nandu. But when did such a powerful person appear in Nandu? At this time, someone came in from outside the door, and then the shopkeeper Qian came to Sima Monli and whispered. Master Xiao said that he was delayed by something and could not come. Forget it if he doesn't come, let have a banquet. The fish soup in the earthenware pot was fragrant. Sima Aingjun personally scooped a bowl of fish soup for Pei Jinya, and introduced with a smile. This fish is called red blood carp, a specialty of Nandu Lake. I heard from the older generation that this red blood carp has the blood of a dragon, but in all these years, I have never seen one that can jump over the dragon gate and turn into a dragon. Sima Aingjun laughed as he spoke. But this red blood carp can greatly replenish vitality, strengthen the foundation and nourish the essence, and is very helpful for practicing martial arts. Sima Aingjun also served himself a bowl. Pei Jinya picked up the bowl and nodded. It smells really good. Senior. Please. Today we are all family. So I won't be polite. Sima Aingjun smiled and picked up the bowl, and began to eat the fish. Pei Jinya was not polite either. In his memory, the red-blooded carp had been divided up by the major families in Nandu. The government, or gangs like the Yulong gang. Ordinary people had no chance to get a bite. In particular, he remembered that a red-blooded carp king had appeared in Nandu Lake a year ago. It caused a fight among thousands of people, and was eventually snatched away by the Su family in Nandu. It is said that someone in the Su family swallowed this red-blood carp, and then caused a strange phenomenon in the world. After the fish soup was swallowed, a hot current was generated, and it slowly spread in Pei Jinya's stomach. Even with his practice, he couldn't absorb it quickly. It must be said that the blood-red carp in Daping City can't compare to this red-blood carp. The gap between the two is really too big. If Master Pei likes it, you can arrange a red-blood carp every day in the future. Sima Monli had been paying attention to Pei Jinya's expression, and said generously. Pei Jinya looked up, with a rare smile on his face. Thank you. Sima Monli smiled. It all my duty. After the meal, Pei Jinya returned to his residence under the leadership of Fu Rong. Sima Aingjun was kept by Sima Monli. What wrong? Sister? How much do you know about this Master Pei? Sima Monli took a sip of tea and looked at him slowly. It a chance meeting, Sima Aingjun said honestly. Although he was not proficient in business, he also understood the meaning of his sister's question. He immediately shook his head and said, Master Pei is not a bad person. I am sure of this. We talked a lot. Although he doesn't like to talk much. Every time he says something, it is very, very powerful. Sister, you just talked to Master Pei. You should know him better than me. Especially that basket of buns. Sima Aingjun didn't believe that Pei Jinya would be a bad person. Sima Monli just looked at her brother gently, and did not refute him for simply recognizing a stranger. Even when Sima Aingjun finished speaking, she apologized in a gentle tone. Maybe sister is overthinking. Just as you said, this Master Pei is very different. Then can I spend more time with him when I'm free? Sima Aingjun asked in a flattering manner. Of course, as long as he doesn't bother you. Sima Monli smiled softly. Then I go first. Sima Aingjun stuffed the last piece of meat into his mouth, and then quickly stood up and ran out. Sima Monli watched her brother walk away lovingly. Manager Qian appeared at one side. Miss. Sima Monli seemed to understand what he meant, and said softly, Since I took this position, many people have wanted to pull me down. To them, how can a woman be worthy of the status of vice president? Mississippi shopkeeper Qian looked at her worriedly. Sima Monli shook her head. It okay. I've experienced a lot in the business world, and I won't be affected by these words. But they should never do anything to my brother. The eldest daughter of the Sima family, who had always been gentle, finally became cold and stern when she mentioned her brother. Miss, I have found out that it was indeed the work of the Yulong gang. But they don't admit it yet. Shopkeeper Qian said in a deep voice. Otherwise, I will do it myself. Destroy one of their gangs? Forget it. You no longer care about the affairs of the underworld. I will take revenge in my own way. The Yulong gang wants my brother's life. So think about whose life you want to save next. It not just my family. Basically at the same in Nandu, the worshippers are divided into the inner courtyard and the outer courtyard. The outer courtyard is for miscellaneous work, a total of more than 100 people. And the masters who can enter the mainstream will basically enter the inner courtyard, But there are very few worshippers in the inner courtyard, including you. There are only 13 people in total, Master Xiao, who was supposed to come today but didn't, is the chief worshipper of our Sima family. Just like you. Sima Yingjun introduced everything in detail. However, he didn't say why the number of worshippers in the inner courtyard seemed small. Master Pei, please tell me what you need. Change my offerings to qi and blood type cultivation techniques and supplements. From now on, the price I will offer each time is 10 red blood carp. Pei Jinya's concise words made Sima Yingjun open his mouth. He just hesitated for a moment. He nodded vigorously. Okay. No problem. He didn't even tell Pei Jinya that this price was higher than that of the chief priest. But Pei Jinya was his savior after all. And he even felt that this was not enough. Not long after Pei Jinya arrived at the courtyard, someone knocked on the door. The man was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with traces of martial arts training on his body. But his qi and blood were weak. Anyone who saw him would think that he had been addicted to alcohol and sex for some time and had not practiced well. Seeing Pei Jinya opening the door, he was very polite. Excuse me. Are you Chief Pei? What the matter? He addressed him as Chief right away. Seeing how he was flattering and polite, he must be a very good person. My name is Xiao Zhonghai, and I am also a worshipper in the inner courtyard. I heard that the courtyard has invited another chief, so I came to visit you. This small gift is not a sign of respect, but I hope Chief Pei will accept it. Xiao Zhonghai took out a box of herbs from his arms. Although it was not an ordinary thing, it was also a very precious thing. Maybe it was very precious to him. Pei Jinya didn't take it, and said casually, since we are from the same sect, there is no need to care about these things. Take it back. This? Xiao Zhonghai's face changed. He thought Pei Jinya looked down on the treasure he gave him. But there was nothing he could do. In the Sima family, he had little influence, and the minimum salary he received was not enough for his cultivation. Xiao was conceited, and the lackeys around him were all rich and powerful. They looked down on him. Now it was rare to hear that another big shot had come. He wanted to hold it tightly. He hurriedly said, Chief Pei, don't despise it. This is indeed my gift, but I'm really short of money recently. Only this valuable treasure is left. Take it back. Pei Jinya still refused to accept it. Xiao Zhonghai suddenly stepped forward and said seriously, Chief Pei, I know it a bit rash to do this, but I have no intention of offending you. He stuffed the herbs into Pei Jinya's hand and then turned away. Pei Jinya looked at his back with a playful look as he walked away quickly. He is barely a smart man. The blood and qi in him are interesting, and he seems to be practicing unorthodox methods. He waved his hand. Follow him. A crisp chirping sound. Then a green shadow flashed by, and only the branches were left swaying. When Pei Jinya had nothing to do, he would read the book Sima Yingjun brought. The description of the human body was no different from that in the Federation world. However, there were indeed many differences in martial arts. During the conversation with Sima Yingjun, Pei Jinya did not reveal his lack of understanding of the martial arts realm, but he still succeeded in getting the question. The martial arts practice in this world is called the 3 steps of knocking the palace, which are external training and internal strength, tendons and bones resonating, and tiger and leopard thundering. Pei Jinya came to the Sima family and finally figured it out. Those members of the Yulong gang were so weak. The information I know is also wrong. This world is divided into third-rate masters, second-rate masters, and first-rate masters. Although martial arts masters are relatively special, they basically reach the level of external training and internal strength, which is the ranks of second-rate masters. Those who can make muscles and bones resonate can enter the ranks of first-rate masters. As for the tiger, leopard, and thunder sound, they correspond to the master. It is not the so-called martial arts above the first-rate. No wonder Pei Jinya felt strange at the beginning. Could it be that third-rate and second-rate masters did not practice martial arts? The Yulong gang is really stupid. But there seems to be a realm above the Grandmaster. Pei Jinya lowered his gaze, thinking. At the moment, most of the Sima family inner courtyard worshippers are at the level of external training and internal strength. According to Sima Yingjun, the chief worshipper surnamed Xiao is only at the level of tendons and bones resonating. Close the book. Pei Jinya fell into thought. The essence of cultivation in this world is to explore the limits of the physical body and further improve the strength of the physical body. External training and internal strength and tendons and bones resonating are the same as the lower 3 realms of the Federation world. The effect of the middle 3 realms is similar. But there is a slight difference. At the moment, I am at the level of Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound, but I still need to check for deficiencies and make up for them. No problem. As my body becomes stronger, this kind of checking for deficiencies and making up for them means that I have to continue. What I need to do is to integrate all the methods of physical martial arts to practice my strongest method. The effect of the red blood carp is very good. Drinking 2 bowls tonight restored him hundreds of points. Bring more, he will be able to recover to his peak soon. Pei Jinya had already told Sima Yingjun that he did not need money, and that he only needed to exchange the money for supplements such as red-blooded carp. So he could eat supplements every day and quickly become stronger. The next morning, Pei Jinya heard a sound. He followed the sound and came to an open space near the mountain. About 200 or 300 square meters. It was obvious that this was the martial arts training ground that Sima Yingjun mentioned. The entire martial arts training ground was paved with a layer of bluestone slabs. There were obvious signs of repairs in the center of the venue. Several young people who looked young were practicing enthusiastically in the venue. A middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, wearing a dark green martial arts robe, was giving instructions to a young man who was doing boxing. Although the middle-aged man was just standing there loosely, Pei Jinya could still sense the extraordinary fluctuations of qi and blood from him. It seemed that he had noticed something. The middle-aged man was originally standing there loosely. He turned his head suddenly and met Pei Jinya's eyes. At this moment, he felt a sense of threat, and his face changed slightly. At this time, Sima Yingjun's voice sounded from the corridor. Master Pei, I didn't find you when I looked for you, so I guess you came here. Young master. Hello. Young master. When the people nearby saw Sima Yingjun running over with a small fan, they all stopped what they were doing and hurried to greet him. Sima Yingjun walked quickly to Pei Jinya. The middle-aged man nodded slightly when he saw him coming. Hello. Young master. Masterly. You are here too. Let me introduce you. This is Master Pei, the new chief. Sima Yingjun took the initiative to introduce. The middle-aged man was slightly stunned. Then he looked at Pei Jinya and said with a serious fist, So Chief Pei. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Masterly. Pei Jinya clasped his fist. Li Pingyi looked at Pei Jinya without leaving any trace. The reason why he was surprised was because of Pei Jinya's age. He looked very young. He was estimated to be in his 20s. But how did the young master introduce him just now? Chief. The one who can be the chief must be the strength of Master Xiao. So this young man is really that strong. However, Li Pingyi, the Sima family has been able to achieve the current level, and it is not a person who can be dismissed with a few melons and dates. If this Master Pei did not have some ability, he would not be invited by the Sima family to be the chief. The young people around him also widened their eyes and looked at Pei Jinya curiously. Chief? So young? Looks younger than me. Are you sure? Sima Yingjun frowned. Before he could say anything, Li Pingyi shouted angrily, Shut up. Haven't you met Chief Pei yet? I have met Chief Pei. The voice was mixed. Some people might not agree. Pei Jinya's smile remained unchanged. But Sima Yingjun looked unhappy. Didn't you eat breakfast for 1 or 2 mornings? Still not convinced? Young master, I'm not doubting your judgment, but we are really not convinced. This guy is too young. Someone in the crowd said with his neck stiff. You? Sima Yingjun was about to get angry, but was interrupted by Pei Jinya. I understand that you have such emotions. In that case, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Come together. Everyone was stunned. Chief Pei, they are young and hot-tempered, and they don't know how to control their strength. Li Pingyi hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Unexpectedly, Pei Jinya just shook his head slightly. I don't like nonsense. Come and hit me. Okay. Since Chief Pei said so, then don't blame us for taking action, but we have agreed in advance that Chief Pei cannot use this matter to cause trouble to us in the future. Someone couldn't help but say it. Pei Jinya urged, Stop nagging, hurry up. Sima Yingjun hurriedly said, Master Pei, be gentle later. It will cost a lot of money to treat their injuries. Several young men were so excited that their faces turned red. Even the young master didn't think highly of him. Okay. Then we beat Chief Pei, and see what you say. Everyone looked at each other, and rushed over. Each of them roared. Like a newborn calf, they were full of vigor. Li Pingyi stood beside Sima Yingjun, a little worried. But when he saw the worry on Sima Yingjun's face, he always felt that something was wrong, so he could only stare at him closely. Whenever Master Pei got into trouble, he could also step forward to call for a stop. Several figures rushed over. Pei Jinya stood still. To deal with this group of young people, he didn't even need to use weapons. After all, they were good seedlings trained by the martial arts master himself. In this case, let feel the martial arts of this world. A hand stretched out in an ordinary manner. With just this one action, Li Pingyi's expression changed. Almost at this moment, he had already felt the horror of the Master Pei in front of him. It's no exaggeration to say, as long as Master Pei wants, he can kill these brats in front of him in an instant. Pei. He just shouted a word. The figures that rushed over flew backwards, like birds with broken wings. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground came. The whole martial arts training ground was silent. On the contrary, Pei Jinya stood there, turned his head calmly, and looked at Li Pingyi. What did Master Li just say? Li Pingyi came back to his senses, closed his mouth, smiled bitterly, and clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Chief Pei. For your guidance, these guys are used to being arrogant and incompetent, and have never seen the world, so they are a little impatient. With Chief Pei words and deeds, they will be more careful in the future." Pei Jinya stood with his hands behind his back, as if he had done something trivial. These young people have not even reached the level of external training and internal strength. Just a moment of attack, he could already sense the fragility of these people. But it is undeniable that, even if these people have not reached the level of external training and internal strength, but it is still stronger than the warriors, who have been training and polishing their skin in the Federation world. Pei Jinya guessed that the Federation world focuses on extraordinary genes. And to some extent, the body becomes a little fragile. So this is why it is easier for extraordinary people of the physical training system to practice martial arts. But no one dares to easily step into the upper three realms. The fragility of the body cannot withstand the damage caused by practice. Pei Jinya left with a dull look. And Sima Yingjun thought he was a little unhappy, and hurriedly chased after him. Young master. Li Pingyi's face also changed slightly. But Sima Yingjun only had Pei Jinya, the great master, in his eyes, so he didn't care about him at all. Li Pingyi could only sigh on the spot, and called the servants around him, and hurriedly took people to treat him. Master Li. A group of young people were lying on the ground with pale faces due to pain. Li Pingyi shook his head. Don't be sad. If Chief Pei had been willing just now, you would have been dead now, and he would not even bother to get angry with you. Also, you two should all be more cautious. You really think that you are great masters, because you were chosen by the Sima family. There are always people who are better than you. This is the reason why Chief Pei is teaching you a lesson today. Do you understand? I understand. A group of young people hung their heads. After being carried away by others, they howled again. Be gentle. Sima Yingjun personally invited Pei Jinya to lunch at the most luxurious restaurant in Nandu. It has 7 floors in total, and is named Buba Gaosheng. Ordinary people can't go to the 7th floor at all. Even the rich have to pay for reservations. However, you can usually enter without reservations. Just spend more money. So today Sima Yingjun plans to spend a lot of money, just to let Pei Jinya go to the 7th floor to see the scenery of Nandu. Master Pei. This Xiangjing building is built at the highest point in Nandu. Going up to the 7th floor is enough to see the scenery of Nandu. It's a pity that today is not a festive day. Otherwise the scenery is excellent. It can be called a masterpiece. Sima Yingjun couldn't help laughing while talking. Mainly because he didn't have the nerve to say that the girl in Xiangjinglu was very considerate. Hey, isn't this the eldest young master of the Sima family? A nasty voice sounded from behind. Sima Yingjun didn't even see the person coming. He just rolled his eyes when he heard the voice. He turned around and looked. A young man who looked carefree, with a mustache, and often glanced at people. Behind him followed a man and a woman dressed in exotic clothes, with cold eyes and weapons in their arms. When the three of them came, the people around them dispersed. Lu Jun, from the Lu family. His father is the president of the Nandu Business Alliance. Sima Yingjun introduced him to Pei Jinya in a low voice. He doesn't get along with my family. Pei Jinya's eyes did not change, and he nodded slightly to show his understanding. Having devoured members of the Yulong gang before, he also knows something about the Lu family. The Lu family and the Yulong gang are very close. Sima Yingjun, I heard that you were kidnapped 2 days ago. Look at you, are you missing an arm or having your waist cut off? Lu Jun said sarcastically. Sima Yingjun looked over with a cold face. I said that when I came to Xiangjing Tower today, I smelled a foul smell from a long distance. It turned out to be you. Fuck you. Lu Jun was angry. Sima Yingjun sneered, garbage. Don't block my way. Sima Ingjun, you better be careful when you walk next time. Lu Jun said coldly. Sima Ingjun narrowed his eyes and looked over. Before he could say anything, the steward of Xiangjingla came out with a big belly, clasped his fists, and looked at Sima Ingjun and Lu Jun, said apologetically, Mr. Lu, Mr. Sima, there is only one box left on the 7th floor. Are you two here together? Of course not. He doesn't deserve it. Almost at the same time, Sima Ingjun and Lu Jun said in unison. Excuse me. There is only one room left on the 7th floor. Can you two discuss who will come? Sima Ingjun, do you think you can beat me? Lu Jun looked over with a sneer. Sima Ingjun's face was grim. But at this time Pei Jinya voice suddenly sounded. What is there to discuss? Don't you guys in the restaurant understand the principle of first come first served? Sima Ingjun reacted immediately after hearing this. His eyes became extremely dangerous. Manager Han, you should understand the first come first served principle. Right? The middle-aged manager looked at the servant beside him after hearing this. After the servant whispered a few words, he immediately apologized. Sorry. Sorry. It was the people below who didn't explain. Mr. Lu. I'm sorry. I make an appointment for you today. Please wait a moment. Mr. Sima. Please. Sima Ingjun's face immediately became more proud. He sneered at Lu Jun. And didn't say anything irritating. For him, being able to eat out at the moment was enough. Excuse me, what your name? Lu Jun suddenly stopped Pei Jinya, looking like a hooligan who wanted to be elegant, but couldn't utter a single word, glancing sideways. But he was much shorter than Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya didn't say anything, looking down at him. Not long after, Lu Jun covered his neck with some pain, and looked away. Lu Jun, don't go too far. Sima Ingjun stood beside Pei Jinya. He didn't think Pei Jinya was powerful, so he hid behind him, and didn't say anything. He just thought that since Pei Jinya was brought out, it was impossible for him to be in the front. Lu Jun smiled coldly, and watched Sima Ingjun and Pei Jinya enter the restaurant. Mr. Lu. I'm sorry. I help you register here. The person from Xiangjingla said cautiously. Lu Jun glanced over and sneered. Young master. The Yulong Yang is over there. The man next to him whispered in his ear. Lu Jun came back to his senses and sneered. These rubbish still have the nerve to come here. Ah Ching. He suddenly called out. The woman with tattoos on her face stepped forward. I'm annoyed by the young men around Sima. I want his hand. Lu Jun pulled his collar and said impatiently. I understand. The tattooed woman nodded in understanding. Lu Jun turned his head and glanced at the 7th floor of Xiangjing building. Sneered. Got on the carriage. And left quickly. The Lu family relies on being a royal merchant. And is used to being arrogant in Nandu. But today, I can suppress him. It really cool. Sima Ingjun couldn't help but beam with joy when he mentioned what he just said. Pei Jinya had a calm face, checking the menu. Who is behind Xiangjingla? I don't know, but it's quite mysterious. It is said that there are connections with the court behind it, but who knows, it's very complicated anyway. Someone wanted to get involved in Xiangjingla before, but he was warned the next day, and since then no one dared to point fingers at Xiangjingla. Sima Ingjun pouted. What did he think of? Sima Ingjun said again, Master Li used to be the boxing and kicking master of Huiyang Fist sect. The martial arts world is full of those things. He was forced to leave Huiyang Fist sect. I am not bragging. He didn't even practice external training and internal strength before. It was only after he came to my Sima family that he was able to step into this realm. He really treated Pei Jinya as his own. Everything he knew was told in detail. Master Pei, you eat this. This crab is the specialty of their Xiangjingla. Very fragrant, he said as he looked around. Looking around, Pei Jinya ignored him, enjoying the food by himself, which contained a lot of blood. Unconsciously, Pei Jinya attribute value had exceeded 1,500 points. Not long after, a group of young and beautiful women appeared in the box like fairies. When they appeared, Sima Ingjun knew them all, and could call out everyone's name. But seeing that Pei Jinya seemed to be uninterested in these women, I can only watch these young ladies leave with regret. Let go when you're full. Pei Jinya put down his chopsticks slowly. Sima Ingjun laughed dryly, and reluctantly said goodbye to the girls. He thought that Master Pei must be not interested in women because of his practice. Master Pei, there is a street nearby, because there is a famous martial arts school on the street, so it is also called Wuxing Street. Martial Saint? The word for Wuxing. Sima Ingjun was still thinking about what to say, But shopkeeper Qian showed up with his men. Young master, there are distinguished guests at home, and the young lady said that you must be present. Master Pei, then come together? Sima Yingjun looked at Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya shook his head. If you have something to do, go back first. I will go back after a walk. Then Furong, you accompany Master Pei. No need. Pei Jinya and shopkeeper Qian nodded, and watched Sima Yingjun and his group get on the carriage and leave. Sima Yingjun lifted the curtain, and poked his head out, and said loudly, Master Pei, I go drink with you tonight. Pei Jinya waved his hand. After the Sima family left, he raised his head slightly. On a branch not far away, a blue-white bird jumped twice. Pei Jinya turned around and disappeared into the empty alley. When he walked to a certain place, a figure appeared in front of him. The tattooed woman's clothes were hung with shiny iron pieces, which were dazzling in the sun. You found me, which is interesting. Unfortunately, you could have escaped. Instead, it led me here, which is more interesting. As soon as the voice fell, a slight explosion interrupted the woman's next words. You? Puff! A big hand clasped down mercilessly. Pei Jinya grabbed her expressionlessly. How can a dead person talk so much nonsense? The next second, darkness fell. The woman's face was full of horror. She swore that the man in front of her was fully capable of killing all the masters of the Lu family. But unfortunately, she would never be able to say a word in her life. The violent struggle stopped abruptly. Not long after, there was a flash of fire at the entrance of the alley that gradually dissipated. Everything was as if nothing had happened. Lu Jun opened his eyes, and his forehead was covered with sweat. He had a dream. He dreamed that Qin died and lost both arms. Where were his arms? They were hanging at the head of his bed, and they were bloody, and blood was dripping all over his face. He suddenly opened his eyes. The swordsman dressed in foreign clothes walked in quickly from the door. Master, something happened. What happened? Lu Jun sat at the head of the bed and said impatiently. He leaned half of his body against the head of the bed and raised his right hand to rub his eyebrows. Someone invaded the Lu family and killed 7 of our guards. Fortunately, Xiao Gongfeng showed up at the end and repelled the enemy, leaving only a broken arm. The swordsman said hoarsely. Broken arm? Almost immediately after hearing these 2 words, Lu Jun's expression changed instantly. He was used to the invasion of the Lu family, but the broken arm happened to match the situation in his dream. So he was inevitably a little upset. He just thought that the broken arm was left by the invader, and didn't take it seriously. Where Qin? He subconsciously looked up, but he found that the swordsman pursed his lips, and said in a deep voice, She is probably dead. Huh? Lu Jun was startled. The swordsman's voice continued at this time. I've confirmed that the broken arm is her arm. Lu Jun stood up directly. Before he could say anything, because he stood up too quickly, his brain suddenly lacked oxygen, and he sat down again. Young master. The swordsman reached out to help. Lu Jun grabbed her and said anxiously, What happened? How could Qin die? Young master. Have you forgotten? You sent her to trouble the young man from the Sima family. The swordsman whispered. Yes. I remember now. Lu Jun suddenly came back to his senses. With a shocked expression, the Sima family did it? Damn it! Someone from the Sima family actually killed Qin. Where is Zhao Sinan? Let him come to see me. Yes. After a moment, Lu Jun said in shock, Even you couldn't keep the other party? Are you kidding me? You, Zhao Sinan, are the martial arts master of Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound. It is not easy to kill the Sima family worshipper, but you couldn't even stop him. What happened? The middle-aged man with gray hair on his temples shook his head slightly. This man has extraordinary skills. If we really fight him, the maximum is 40 to 60 points. And I will be seriously injured. Lu Jun's face was extremely ugly. When did the Sima family have such a master? Is it Xiao Yuqi? Did he break through? No. This person is not Xiao Yuqi. Zhao Sinan shook his head. He was also a little suspicious. Xiao Yuqi was the only one who could be respected in the Sima family. But the one who took action this time was not Xiao Yuqi, who was obviously several levels stronger than Xiao Yuqi. If the Lu family had not had more people at that time, they might not have been able to force the other party away. Damn it! Lu Jun cursed. The death of Qin was already very painful for him. That woman was very powerful, and he was used to it. Now he is gone just like that, and the other party even threw the severed arm over, which is really too much. Check. Check for me. I want to know all the information about this person, Lu Jun said coldly. Zhao Sinan left. The swordsman stayed in the room. He said in a deep voice, "Young master, I have already checked. Sima Yingjun has already brought people back after dinner." Lu Jun looked up and said, "Where is that kid?" This, according to the Yulong gang, he did not leave with them. Instead, he went to Wuxing Street alone. The swordsman reported truthfully. "Did he kill him?" "No way, that guy looked so weak, not as good as you. How could he kill Ah Qing and enter the gate of my Lu family?" Lu Jun didn't believe it at all. "I'm still investigating. The main problem is that the time doesn't match. Ah Qing was killed, and the guards in the courtyard were killed within an instant stick of time, and it takes at least half an hour to get to Wuxing Street from here. If you ride a horse, it can be a little faster. But that person is not riding a horse," the swordsman said. "Then it can't be him. It must be someone else from the Sima family." Lu Jun narrowed his eyes. "I said, how could Sima Yingjun escape the Yulong gang alone? Good. Very good. It must be a backup plan arranged by Sima Monli. Damn. This stinky Biao. When I ruin her innocence, I will tell everyone in Nandu. And see how arrogant she will be in the future." The swordsman lowered his head and said nothing. On the other side, in front of a tea house on Wuxing Street, Pei Jinya sat down and sipped his tea carefully. To outsiders, he was just a passerby who was looking for a place to rest. In fact, he was recalling the martial arts he had obtained from the woman memory. 5 Poison Heart Sutra. This is a martial arts method that uses poisons to temper the body. The limit of this martial arts method is to cultivate the 5 poisons. The woman named Ah Qing has only practiced the 3rd poison now. The 5 poisons are centipedes, poisonous snakes, scorpions, geckos, and toads. You need to use the toxicity of these poisons to strengthen your body. It's a bit poisonous, but it can strengthen your body. So practice. Not long after, Pei Jinya left a copper coin and got up to leave. The martial arts school opened on Wuxing Street is called Zhou Martial Arts House. It has a history of 100 years in Nandu. The current owner is the 3rd generation, and is said to be a master of Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound. Pei Jinya changed his face. Hiding his aura, he sneaked into the martial arts school as an ordinary person. It must be said that the fees of this martial arts school are really expensive. It costs 2 gold coins for 3 months. For ordinary families, this fee may be money they can never earn in their lifetime. They can only take risks and work hard to earn money, and then give it to the martial arts school. If they can learn a set of skills in this life, they can enter the court or join a noble family to become a worshipper in the future. The inferior ones can become guards. But Pei Jinya went in for a walk. What they teach are simple methods to strengthen the body and provide a means of defense. It is estimated that only true disciples have the opportunity to practice martial arts. Pei Jinya saw the current owner of the martial arts hall, who is in his 50s, strong and muscular, and looked stronger than ordinary people, walking like a dragon and a tiger, and he really has something. Pei Jinya had a fight with the chief worshipper of the Lu family today and found that a master of the level of Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound is comparable to the 5th and 6th levels of extraordinary. He could kill the other party, but he would need to use his extraordinary ability. There were too many people at the scene, and it would be troublesome to silence them. He didn't want to make too much noise. Besides, the other party had already set their sights on the Sima family. Pei Jinya's purpose was very simple. He needed the Sima family to use their power to provide him with enough skills. As a newcomer, the other party would definitely not be so straightforward. So the premise was that the other party could find enough value in him. As for replacing him, Pei Jinya had really thought about it, but he gave up the idea. Only those who can control their desires are truly strong. His purpose of becoming strong is not to be a lackey of desire. Even if everyone says that he is bloodthirsty, he does not object. He is just used to eradicating the enemy roots to prevent future troubles. At some point, Master Zhou suddenly turned his head and looked. 100 meters away, he saw Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya bowed his hands and clasped his fists. Master Zhou hard trembled and clasped his fists in return. However, after the students of the martial arts school entered, the view was blocked. "Dad?" the young woman shouted in confusion. But when Master Zhou looked over again, Pei Jinya whereabouts were gone. He a master? What wrong? Dad? Zhou Xiaochuan followed her father's gaze. But except for the students who were greeting with fists, she didn't see anything wrong. And the one who could make her father return the greeting seriously must be a respected person or a master. But, as far as she could see, there is no such person. Dad? Did you see that young man just now? What young man? Zhou Xiaochan didn't notice it at all. Master Zhou retracted his gaze and walked away quickly. However, he had already lost track of Pei Jinya. The other party had concealed his aura before, so he didn't notice it. But just that one look, he would not doubt his judgment. Another master appeared in Nandu. He can return to old age, and his strength is probably higher than mine, Master Zhou said in a deep voice. Zhou Xiaochan's expression changed, and she said in shock, just now a master came uninvited? What does he want to do? It okay, he didn't do anything out of the ordinary, he probably just came to see me. Master Zhou hesitated for a moment. He doesn't want to challenge you. Does he? Zhou Xiaochan hesitated. Master Zhou shook his head, probably not. It was Pei Jinya who took the initiative to clasp his fists, and he didn't mean to provoke. After leaving Zhou martial arts village, Pei Jinya decided to return to the Sima family. After confirming the master, he also confirmed his guess. The master of Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound corresponds to the realm between the 5th and 6th levels of the extraordinary. As for what realms are above, he will ignore it for the time being, and decide to practice the 5 Poison Heart Sutra first. After the practice is complete, he will continue to practice other physical exercises. His goal is to open the life valve as soon as possible. That person said, take action as soon as possible. The Sima family cannot be left. A low voice came from somewhere. Suddenly shouted, who? Have you found it? At the entrance of the alley, 2 mysterious men met. The man who spoke was burly and looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, with a dark face full of sinisterness. The other man, wearing a mask, was wiping the blood on his fingertips with a handkerchief, and said nonchalantly, it has been dealt with. Next time, we should find a more hidden location. The dark-skinned young man breathed a sigh of relief, but still frowned. The masked man snorted, it because you contacted me suddenly, wait for my news next time, don't contact me rashly. What happened? The dark-skinned young man noticed something. The man just now was from the Sima family. The Sima family will definitely notice something next. The masked man said unhappily, there was an accident in this matter, you must pay more. Isn't 300 gold enough? It enough for you to have food and clothing? The dark-skinned young man said unhappily. The masked man snorted, then you can find someone else to do it. He turned around and was about to leave. The dark-skinned young man stretched out his hand to stop him, but was slapped back by the masked man. His face changed slightly, but he smiled and said, don't be so angry. We have not cooperated for the first or second time. I am just doing things for others. If you want to increase the price, I will talk to the higher-ups to see if it is possible. Of course, as long as you don't ask for too much. The higher-ups will agree. Add 50 red-blooded carp. This is my condition, the masked man said coldly. The dark-skinned young man was silent for a while, nodding. I help you tell it. The masked man simply said him, turned around and was about to leave. The dark-skinned young man stared at his back silently, and suddenly said, are you going to break through? The masked man ignored him, and left quickly. The dark-skinned young man stroked the hilt of the knife at his waist, then a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, turned around and hid in the shadows, and disappeared quietly. Sima house, in front of a window of a villa. The blue-white flying bird was pecking at the blue bird with its sharp beak angrily. The bluebird almost got a concussion. Pei Jinya couldn't help laughing beside him. It what he deserves. He flirted with the girl, and took her home. The bluebird ran away with his head in his hands. The blue-white bird chased after it, and continued to peck. Pei Jinya shook his head and laughed, and didn't care about the 2 little guys. Closed the window. After sealing off the environment, he placed the wooden box in his hand on the table. He came back a little late, because he spent some time collecting the toxins needed for the 5 Poison Heart Sutra. There was no intention to delay at the moment, so he began to practice. Ah Ching. The woman had been on the verge of death several times in order to practice the 5 Poisons Heart Sutra. So she had practiced for 20 years before she could only practice to the 3rd poison. Every poison could take her life. But Pei Jinya was different. He had the extraordinary ability to regenerate flesh and blood. Even if he was poisoned, he could recover quickly. So he didn't need to delay for so long like that woman. The poison entered his body. Pei Jinya felt a tearing sensation in his abdomen. Without any hesitation, he began to practice the 5 Poison Heart Sutra. His proficiency was immediately maxed out. He only needed to guide the chi generated in Dantian, transform the toxins into energy, and then he could strengthen himself. But what he never expected was that at this moment, The 12 lotuses of Hunyuan started to operate on its own, speeding up the operation of the 5 Poison Heart Sutra. The qi generated in Dantian also became a little different. If the qi generated by the woman was just an ordinary qi, then the qi condensed in Pei Jinya Dantian at this moment glowed with golden light. Although the qi and blood began to be depleted, his physical strength soared by 20 points. It really works. But there are too few toxins, and more toxins are needed. Pei Jinya tried to operate the 12 lotuses of Hunyuan, confirmed that this mental method can accommodate the 5 Poison Heart Sutra, and achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. This confirmation suddenly gave Pei Jinya some expectations. Is it possible to practice other skills in this world in the future? Can it have such special effects? There was a sound of hurried running outside the door. Pei Jinya ignored it. He was not so curious about the outside world. But until Sima Ingjun came over, he had to come out. What the matter? Sima Ingjun was stunned when he heard it. I don't know if it was an illusion. When Pei Jinya said that just now, he actually felt a chill all over his body in an instant. Especially the back of his hand was a little itchy. He scratched it, and the feeling disappeared. After coming to his senses, he said, something happened. I just received confirmation from several masters that a priest of our Sima family was killed. Pei Jinya's expression did not change much, and he said concisely, who needs to be killed? Just give me the list. Ah, this. Sima Ingjun opened his mouth. Faced with the simplicity and directness of his own Chief Pei, he was actually a little overwhelmed. An awkward smile. No, I just wanted to tell Master Pei. My sister said that. The family has been targeted recently, everyone. Please be careful. I understand. Anything else? Probably, nothing. Then I go back to practice. Call me when you need to kill someone. Sima Ingjun opened his mouth and stammered. Okay, Master Pei, then, take care. Watched Pei Jinya go in, closed the door, and left. Sima Ingjun reached out and slapped himself on the forehead. That right, what am I worrying about? Master Pei is such a powerful hero, who can hurt him? When Sima Ingjun returned to the main hall, Sima Monli was talking to shopkeeper Qian. He looked up and said, Did you go to Master Pei? Yes. Sima Ingjun nodded subconsciously. After reacting, Sima Monli said first without waiting for anything else. What did Master Pei say about this matter? Him. Sima Ingjun paused, not knowing what to say. However, under the gaze of Sima Monli and shopkeeper Qian, he still laughed dryly and said euphemistically, Master Pei is very calm. He said that if you need him, just tell him directly. Sima Monli nodded. Master Pei is a straightforward person. Sister, who do you think is targeting our Sima family? When Sima Ingjun thought of Xiao Shonghai being killed, he couldn't help but feel a little indignant. Our family hasn't done anything to deceive the world and steal the reputation, which is too numerous to mention. Why did it come to this? Young master, don't be angry. The world is unpredictable. Most of the time it like this. Manager Qian persuaded. Sometimes you are already a hindrance to others just by being there. Sima Monli did not have any extra emotion. Just shook her head and said, I have reported to the police. Don't go out for the next period of time. Stay at home. Yes. Sister. Sima Ingjun was a little depressed, always feeling a sense of being suppressed and beaten, but unable to vent. After he left, Sima Monli looked at Qian. Qian whispered, the female guard beside Lu Jun disappeared today, suspected to be killed. In addition, the Lu family was also invaded by a mysterious person today, forced Zhao Sinan out. Sima Monli sat at the table, frowning. That means there is another group of people in Nandu that we don't know about. But I can't think of anyone else who is against us except the Lu family and its vassals. The mysterious person who is against the Lu family should be someone else. Mrs. Wright. Zhao Sinan is a martial arts master. The one who forced him out and escaped unscathed must be a martial arts master. Shopkeeper Qian said in a deep voice. In addition, today, a story came from Wuxing Street, saying that a martial arts master appeared in Zhou Martial Arts Village. But he did not challenge him. Even Senior Zhou doesn't know the identity of the other party? Sima Monli asked in confusion. I don't know. I'm afraid he is from outside. The water in Nandu is going to be muddy again. Pei Jinya, who still didn't know that he had become the weather vane of Nandu, had quietly left the Sima family. Somewhere in the forest, he was using his beast control ability to frantically summon the 5 poisons. The more venom there is, the more feedback he will get from strengthening. The increase in attribute values has undoubtedly proved that his body still has room for improvement. However, when the toxicity attacks, his mental strength and blood will be damaged. Pei Jinya doesn't care about this loss. He will eat as much as he loses. In this regard, the Sima family has never treated him unfairly. Interesting. You actually know how to tame beasts. A middle-aged man in black tights appeared on the hillside in the distance. He crushed a poisonous creature to death under his feet, and stared at Pei Jinya with burning eyes. This look was like staring at a rare treasure, and he wanted to cut a piece of meat from Pei Jinya. That right. In this world, the way of taming beasts is a side door, and there are very few practitioners. And once someone can practice this way and achieve something, they will have more self-protection ability. Who doesn't want to have more cards? Seeing that Pei Jinya is young, the visitor naturally did not increase his combat power to the same level as himself. But in the next second, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Pei Jinya's control over the elements is no longer the same as before. At the moment the earth cracked, the middle-aged man screamed in surprise. You are a magician. New skill. Heaven and Earth 69 divine style. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. This technique. Is it serious? After careful consideration, this technique is somewhat similar to the 5 animals exercises, which continuously strengthens the physical strength through several movements. I have to admit that Pei Jinya tried to increase his proficiency, but he could only increase it to 1% of the great success. This means that the upper limit of this technique is higher than that of the 5 Poison Heart Sutra. But it does not mean that these two techniques cannot be practiced at the same time. With the 12 lotuses of the primordial chaos and the rebirth of flesh and blood, Pei Jinya was like a glutton for martial arts, accepting everything that came, and could devour everything for his own use. This martial arts is quite interesting. That person was only at the level of muscles and bones, which was the same level as the woman next to Lu Jun. But he was obviously much stronger than this woman. He returned to the Sima family with the poison, and while no one was disturbing him, Pei Jinya immediately began to practice the 5 Poison Heart Sutra. Because the poison he brought back this time was enough, so his physical strength surged by nearly 100 points again. After the training, it was already dark. Because of the decline of chi and blood, Pei Jinya wanted to eat a red blood carp to replenish it, but he forgot the time during the training, so the servants in the mansion could not contact him, so he simply went to find him directly. Ah, Master Pei, the young master has already ordered, and specially saved it for you, Fu Rong said hurriedly, and took out the big carp from the back kitchen. Pei Jinya was about to take it. Suddenly, a burly man as big as a hill rushed in from the door. Don't you still have red blood, carp? Why did you lie to me just now? When Fu Rong saw the other party aggressive look, he was frightened and stepped back, and hurriedly said, Master Su, your red blood carp had been distributed at the beginning of the month. This is reserved for Master Pei. He just came. Master Pei? Who is Master Pei? The strong man Su Leixiong frowned and said in a deep voice. It me. Pei Jinya replied casually, and took the red blood carp directly from Fu Rong's hand. The strong man Su Leixiong raised his eyebrows and looked at Master Pei, who is shorter than him. A loud voice said, Master Pei, can you give me this fish? No. Pei Jinya refused bluntly. How about I pay 1 gold for your fish? Su Leixiong said again. Not for sale. Pei Jinya wanted to leave, but Su Leixiong did not give way, but said cheerfully, Master Pei, I tell you the truth, I don't want this fish, but Master Shao wants it. I can only give you 1 gold, don't make it uncomfortable. Bang. Before he finished speaking, Su Leixiong disappeared on the spot under Fu Rong's stunned gaze. He looked at Pei Jinya with a chuckle. To be honest, with his naked eyes, he didn't see what Pei Jinya did at all, but he clearly saw a living person disappear on the spot with a low explosion. Before he could say anything, Pei Jinya had already stepped out of the door with the red blood carp. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Fu Rong would probably still have the first impression that Master Pei had a good character. He was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly chased after him. I saw a gap in the wall 10 meters away, and Su Leixiong was missing. Half of his body was embedded in the wall, and blood was splattered all over the ground. Hiss! There was a sound of people sucking in cold air all around. The news soon spread throughout the Sima family, in the martial arts training ground. Although Li Pingyi did not show much reaction after hearing this, his heart still beat violently. He had witnessed Pei Jinya attack with his own eyes. But that could be Su Leixiong. Even if he attacked with all his strength, he was no match for Su Leixiong. But now it is said that Su Leixiong couldn't even take a single move from Master Pei. So how strong is this Master Pei? Hu Nianshan and the young swordsman on the opposite side also heard the news. They both choked and looked at the boxing and kicking master next to them. Old son, didn't you also go to Master Pei for a competition before? Why didn't I hear you tell me the result? The boxing and kicking master surnamed son blushed. You, old Hu, have already lost. Why am I still coming to your house? Are you looking for death? But he changed the subject. Isn't Su Leixiong Xiaoyuqi man? Are these two chiefs not going to show any mercy now, and go to war directly? Hu Nianshan and the young swordsman looked at each other, and both of them did not continue on this topic. Suddenly, they felt a chill on their backs, and inexplicably felt that a storm was coming. Sima Monli was not in the mansion, and did not know about this. Sima Aingjun was the first to know about this, but he did not think about the fight for the chief position. The first reaction was, where does Su Leixiong get the courage from? He invited Pei Jinya back, and the red blood carp was also to be given to Pei Jinya. How dare Su Leixiong snatch it? Young master. The shopkeeper Qian appeared at this time. Uncle Qian. It's just right that you are here. You come with me to find Su Leixiong. I want to ask him where he got the courage to do this. Sima Aingjun was filled with righteous indignation, and he pulled the shopkeeper Qian to go out. But he was stopped by the shopkeeper Qian. Young master, this matter must not be further complicated, lest Master shall think too much. I don't care what he thinks. What does this matter have to do with him? Sima Aingjun was very angry. This matter only happened to Master Pei. What if it happened to others? I can't even imagine. Are they isolating us right under our noses? No wonder so many offerings left in the past 2 years. Is it all their fault? Manager Qian didn't mean to blame Sima Aingjun. As calm as ever, the young lady said, now is the time to hire people. We must not make trouble. I will personally apologize to Master Pei, so that he won't think too much. In addition, I have to say something to Master Xiao. You two are the elites of my Sima family. We must not have any grudges. Sima Aingjun frowned, and did not speak for a long time. Manager Qian did not urge him. Until Sima Aingjun spoke helplessly. I said before, people like me can't do business. I can never be like you and my sister. I know you are doing this for my own good. But I can't swallow this anger. Why? They can bully others. Just because they are good at martial arts? Shopkeeper Qian looked at the young master. Not angry, but relieved. Because he knew the young master character. And it was rare for the world to maintain such innocence. He knew that the young master still lacked a real tempering. And only by experiencing it could one clearly understand this world. Seeing that Sima Aingjun was unwilling to contact Xiaoyuqi, Shopkeeper Qian had no choice but to explain in person. With his status in the Sima family, Xiaoyuqi would naturally give him this face. Then he went to Pei Jinya. To his surprise, Pei Jinya didn't seem to care about Su Leixiong matter at all. And Pei Jinya also told him solemnly, I don't like trouble, I don't like it very much. When Shopkeeper Qian left, he was also thinking about Pei Jinya words. He always thought Pei Jinya was a wonderful person. This wonderful is different from weird, more is not clear. Just like a sword, it is so simple in front of you, but when it comes to you, you find that there are thousands of styles. Shopkeeper Qian was stunned for a moment, and bowed to Pei Jinya and said goodbye. Pei Jinya continued to practice. In the next few days, he practiced madly, and completed the first and second poison realms in 3 days, and entered the third poison realm. He didn't take Su Leixiong matter to heart, but he could clearly feel that since that day, the people of the Sima family were extremely cautious in their attitude towards him. Of course, Pei Jinya had experienced this kind of thing many times, and had long been accustomed to it, so he didn't take it to heart. What made him feel helpless these days was that the toxins produced by the poisonous creatures had been completely refined by him, and new toxins could not be condensed for a while. Pei Jinya was like a black-hearted boss who exploited his employees, and wished that these poisonous creatures would spit out poisonous threads for him 24 hours a day. Come on, work hard. I'm optimistic about you. Good days are waiting for us. Come on. Sleep? Why sleep? Come on, a good life is just around the corner. In the forest, Pei Jinya looked like a black-hearted boss, and after much persuasion, he left contentedly with a few poisons full of love. Unconsciously, Pei Jinya attribute values have been restored, and with the improvement of the 5 Poison Heart Sutra during this period, the attribute points have exceeded 9,000 points. The threshold of the 6th level of Transcendence finally appeared on the attribute panel, 10,000 points. Soon! Breaking through the 6th level is just around the corner. This day, early in the morning, Pei Jinya finished practicing Heaven and Earth 6-9 divine styles. This technique can increase 3 attribute values, although the effect of the increase is not as fast as 5 Poison Heart Sutra, but it can indeed make up for the increase. At the moment, all the poisons in his hand have been used up. This inevitably makes him miss the poisons in Nanzhou. I miss home. There was a knock on the door. Pei Jinya opened the door. The people who came were Sima Yingjun and Fu Rong. Master Pei. Sima Yingjun stepped forward. This time my family is going to send a batch of raw silk to Jiangnan. It needs to go by water. It takes about 5 days to go back and forth. Master Pei. How about you go with me? Sure. Hearing Pei Jinya agreement. Sima Yingjun's face was happy. My sister won't go this time. When we get to Jiangnan, we will have more time. I will invite Master Pei to go to Jiangnan. I heard that there are many literary masters there. Poetry gatherings are often held there. And singing girls will perform dances. It's much more fun than our Nandu. After a short rest, the Sima family traveling team was ready. Sima Yingjun led the team personally. Manager Qian wanted to follow, but Sima Yingjun persuaded him to stay to protect his sister. According to him, I have Master Pei. And even if a master comes, it's not enough for Pei Jinya to cut with one sword. Pei Jinya was the leader of this trip, and his status was very high. Hu Nianshan, the young swordsman, and the boxing and kicking master surnamed Sun were also in the team. The 3 of them huddled together, not daring to approach Pei Jinya. There were more than 20 guards left escorting 7 large boxes filled with raw silk. The Sima family chartered a large ship this time. They left Nandu in a mighty manner. On the 7th floor of Xiangjing building, Lu Jun glanced at the Sima family ship that was moving away. Has the person who invaded my Lu family not been found yet? That person may have been scared away. I don't want to listen to this nonsense. Find him as soon as possible and kill him. Yes. Looking at the Lu family big ship sailing away, Lu Jun smiled coldly. Inside the manor, Miss, the young master has already set off. It's good to let him go out this time. He has grown up, and it's time to go out and see. Sima Monli would naturally smile dotingly when she mentioned her brother. But this time, the Lu family and the Yulong gang have suppressed our Sima family business. If we can't recover the funds before the end of the month, we will definitely fall into the Lu family conspiracy. Miss, everything is ready here. Shopkeeper Qian whispered. Have you made any arrangements for the trader? Sima Monli looked over. Also, they have. I will release false information to lure him out. Shopkeeper Qian whispered again. Sima Monli said nothing more, but just looked at the letter in her hand and sighed softly in her heart. The storm is coming. On the river, the Sima family big ship was like a ferocious beast riding the wind and waves, rushing at a constant speed towards the distance among the waves. On the deck, Sima Yingjun had a long sword on his waist in a proper manner. If his left hand was still wrapped in bandages, he would indeed look like a young hero. Over the years, my sister has been in charge of all matters in the family. There is actually a lot of dissatisfaction from the outside world, especially the Lu family. My sister almost became the president of the Chamber of Commerce, but the position was later taken away by Lu Jun's father. After that, these guys always used the excuse that my family had not yet married to make trouble. My sister always said that the overall situation was important, so I don't take these things to heart. But I just can't get angry. Sometimes I really want to slap Lu Jun a few times, so that he can't talk too much. Sorry, Master Pei. I made you laugh. It okay. Pei Jinya said calmly. Wushan is in front of us. Sima Yingjun suddenly pointed. Master Ouyang once wrote a travel note Wushan journey, which said that it was recorded that 300 years ago, there was really an evil dragon under this Nujiu river, which caused cholera everywhere. Later, it was killed by a hermit with a sword. It is said that in order to appease the souls who died in this river, the corpse of the evil dragon was suppressed at the bottom of the river. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. It was not because of Sima Yingjun's words, but because the ship had just sailed into Wushan not far away, and 2 smaller speedboats quickly approached. Although compared with the giant ship of the Sima family, the 2 speedboats were like dragons crossing the river in the current waves, rushing over with unstoppable force. Young master, these 2 ships seem to be looking for trouble with us, Hu Nianshan suddenly said in a tight voice at this time. Sima Yingjun hurriedly looked at Pei Jinya. Master Pei. Pei Jinya said calmly, do you want a live person? Ah? Sima Yingjun was stunned on the spot. Even Hunyenshan and others were shocked by this, and looked at each other. Will it be troublesome if you want it? Sima Yingjun asked cautiously. He certainly knew how much harder it was to kill a person than to capture a live person. It doesn't matter. Pei Jinya looked away. At the same time, the two speedboats had already docked beside the giant ship of the Sima family. Dozens of figures dressed as pirates appeared on the deck. It pirates! It pirates! Everyone be on guard. The guards of the Sima family were on guard. How could there be pirates in this place? They haven't even been to Wushan. I suspected the Yulong gang. Hunyenshan hesitated. Sima Yingjun agreed. Pei Jinya walked past everyone at this time. A voice floated over. Catch it and you know. After saying that, he took a step forward without paying attention to the expressions of the crowd. Boom! The Sima family huge ship sank half a foot, and everyone was in a panic. Pei Jinya was lifted into the air like a cannonball. When Sima Yingjun raised his head and looked over, there was no figure of Pei Jinya in his field of vision, but a huge boom came from the river in front of him, followed by the exclamations of everyone around him. Sima Yingjun looked over in a hurry. The two attacking speedboats were like two chopsticks, falling straight into the river, and dozens of figures fell into the water, like birds with broken wings. What happened? He asked in a hurry. However, no one around him answered, and they all looked stunned. Before Sima Yingjun could say anything, he saw Pei Jinya in the waves 20 meters away, like a sword god, stretching out his hand and slashing his sword. The 100-meter-long river in front of them suddenly seemed to split in two, and violent waves were set off around them. The two speedboats were smashed into pieces of debris on the spot. Boom! 2 waves fell, and even the Sima family giant ship began to shake. However, before everyone could scream in horror, 2 plops were heard, and 2 black shadows rolled onto the deck like garbage. At the same time, Pei Jinya jumped horizontally from the sea, and the Sima family giant ship seemed to be supported by a huge force in an instant. It shot out from the waves like an arrow. Everyone stood firm and looked over in doubt. Pei Jinya seemed fine, pointing to the 2 people who had fainted in the corner. Leaving 2 alive, is that enough? Sima Yingjun didn't know what to say. From the time Master Pei left to the time he came back with his men, it took about 10 breaths of time. And his mind was full of Pei Jinya flying sword just now. Is there really such a strong sword in the world? Master Pei, are you the reincarnation of an immortal? Sima Yingjun looked at Pei Jinya, like a fan seeing his idol. Hunyenshan and the boxing and kicking master surnamed Sun beside him felt weak in the knees at this moment. One of them had challenged Pei Jinya, and the other had once refused to obey Pei Jinya. To be honest, when they learned that Su Leixiang was defeated by Pei Jinya, they only thought that Pei Jinya's strength was at the sky level, but now they know that it is actually at the outer space level. It was simply worship. Enough, enough. Pei Jinya was about to leave, but thinking of the memory he had just swallowed, he stopped and looked at Sima Yingjun. The Yulong gang and the Lu family are teaming up to deal with your sister. If your sister doesn't have anyone to protect her, I suggest you go back now. Uncle Qian should be able to do it. Sima Yingjun hesitated. Pei Jinya didn't object. Although shopkeeper Qian acted like an ordinary person, he still couldn't escape his eyes. But shopkeeper Qian gave him a strange feeling. Grandmaster? Or a grandmaster who fell from the grandmaster after being injured? But he didn't think of intervening. Since the other party didn't intend to show his true face, Pei Jinya didn't want to take the initiative to cause trouble. Send the raw silk and come back. Anyway, he has already informed everything that should be informed. Return to the residence, ignore what happened on the deck. Pei Jinya began to recall the memory of the martial arts master he had just devoured. New ability. Fire Sand Palm, a palm method that uses fire to burn sand to sharpen the body. It is even worse than the 5 Poison Heart Sutra, which greatly disappointed Pei Jinya. Yulong gang? Is it worthy of the word dragon? Buzz? The void trembled. The flame god coffin suddenly made contact. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. You seem to call me to leave in advance? Huh? Something happened in reality? Pei Jinya figure disappeared on the boat. Almost instantly, he returned to reality. From the chaos new world to the Yoguang ancient country. More than 10 years have passed for him. In these 10 years, he didn't know how many people he had killed. The ability of the giants has reached level 5 under his killing spree. The attribute value has exceeded 9,000. It is only a step away from level 6. More importantly, the energy of the goddess stone has been fully accumulated. With the terrifying killing power, he has burst out. He is also very curious whether there is anyone in the real world who can hurt him. Outside the Dragon Valley, a powerful seraph descended, and he threw the metal ball in his hand expressionlessly. The metal ball seemed to have grown 2 golden wings. Leave quickly. A voice came from the headset. He paused for a while and said, Received, I have arrived at Dragon Valley. I will eliminate all sources of danger. I think I have found him. Puff. Before the voice was finished, a hand reached out directly from his heart. There was no time to roar. Another big hand covered his mouth from behind. The headset fell to the ground and was crushed by the boots. In silence, it seemed that endless darkness had descended. New extraordinary gene. Pseudo-god Yugwang. There are many more memories in his mind. Peijinha did not check carefully. He knew that this 5th level seraphim had been located by the means of the judgment office from the moment he lost contact. With a wave of his hand, the flame god coffin flew into his hand. Peijinha figure quickly disappeared from the spot. Almost at the same time, Dragon Valley was sealed by a mysterious and powerful force. 2 figures of at least the 7th level of extraordinary descended. It is Seraphim number 515 who is missing. The powerful figure on the left said. The person on the right said calmly, to be precise. It is Death. He stretched out his hand. Countless threads appeared in front of him. Countless tiny particles reorganized, and the previously killed Seraphim reformed into a phantom. Under the gaze of the 2 powerful figures, the Seraphim was ripped out of his heart by one hand, and then his mouth was covered. He was very careful, even wearing gloves, and did not expose any skin. The Sky Angel on the left raised an eyebrow and said, Look over. Can't you see his face? There is a seal that blocked my detection. The figure on the right said calmly, If the opponent is a space system, he may have left here by now. Interesting, to be able to kill number 515 so easily. 6th level or 7th level? The corner of the Sky Angel on the left showed a ferocious smile. I am inexplicably excited about this enemy. I have reported this matter, and the higher-ups asked us to investigate this matter. The figure on the right still had that calm tone. Sky Angel glanced at him. Do you have time? Aren't you going to keep an eye on the old gods? There are other deployments there. The man on the right didn't say much. Sky Angel didn't say anything when he saw this. He stretched out his hand and pressed a few times on the virtual projection on his left arm, and said, The space has been locked. Currently, it has been traced that in the past 10 minutes, a total of 5,123 space ripples have been generated within 20 kilometers around Dragon Valley. There are 2 suspected targets. These 2 people went to Zhongzhou and Nanzhou respectively. You choose one. I go to Zhongzhou. The man on the right said calmly. Seeing this, the Sky Angel shrugged. It up to you. Then I go to Nanzhou. I contact Nanzhou. By the way, if I remember correctly, the old gods in Zhongzhou were also making a lot of trouble some time ago. You should be careful. I know you're so nagging. The man on the right disappeared on the spot. The Sky Angel shrugged. A voice came from the earphone. And he said indifferently, Yes. He has already set off. I am going to Nanzhou. Although I don't know who the other party is. It doesn't matter. I will know when I catch him. After the Sky Angel finished speaking, his figure also disappeared from the spot. For Peijinha, the 5 Poison Heart Sutra obtained by the Yogwang ancient country requires enough toxins. In Nandu, the amount and speed of toxin production can no longer satisfy him. After he stepped into the 2nd poison realm, he clearly found that the volume of his cultivation and that woman cultivation is completely different. The volume of the other party cultivation of the 3rd poison is not even as good as his 2nd poison. The mystery of the 12 lotuses of Hunyuan seems to be far less than what he can understand now. After more than 10 years of cultivation, Peijinha can almost confirm that the potential of the 12 lotuses of Hunyuan is definitely not as simple as it is now. He has not even opened the life valve now. In other words, even though he is almost about to enter the 6th level of transcendence, becoming a middle-high combat force of the Federation. But compared with the real strong, he is nothing. Fortunately, if he hadn't met that star beast, I'm afraid he would just think that the 9th level of transcendence is the strongest. But now, it is obvious that his goal has long been changed from the 9th level of transcendence to opening the life valve. After entering Nanzhou, Peijinha went straight into the forest as soon as possible. This trip was for venom. A mountain ape attacked, roaring at Peijinha. Peijinha had no time to deal with it, however. The opponent provoked him again and again. Peijinha threw out the sword box and chopped him directly. The 5-meter-tall giant ape corpse fell to the ground like a small hill. His eyes were staring at the distance. The surrounding mountains and forests suddenly became quiet. Peijinha ignored him and concentrated on summoning the army of poisonous creatures. Nanzhou is known as the holy land of poisonous creatures. The most abundant thing is poisonous creatures. Unfortunately, Peijia only needs the venom of centipedes, poisonous snakes, scorpions, geckos and toads. Tens of thousands of poisonous creatures are producing venom crazily. The poisonous creatures that seemed frightening to outsiders were now just a group of cute little people who worked hard and never complained in Peijia's eyes. He watched them with great joy for a while. Then he practiced at one side with peace of mind. Now there are too many skills evolved from devouring, it's time to integrate them. After hundreds of skills were grouped into major categories, they became much neater. Knife skills 52, sword skills 112, boxing skills 43, body skills 45, breathing skills 11, talisman down 99, array down 11. After repeated confirmation, Peijia found that it was not an illusion. As his proficiency in the 12 lotuses of the primordial chaos increased, he developed a kind of universality for many techniques. Under this universality, all the techniques he practiced had a tendency to evolve in a way that was more in line with his physical body. Before Peijia could continue to try, a tit flew down from the branch and chirped a few times to warn him. Peijia raised his eyebrows. Someone is looking for him. The people in the investigation team really have some methods that I don't understand. Based on his understanding of the investigation team, they were able to find it so quickly, they would definitely not be stupid enough to send another extraordinary level 5. And since they dared to come here alone, their strength must be at least level 7. You guys work hard here. I deal with the people outside. Peijia calmed the restless poisonous creatures on the ground, and then put on his mask. The Sky Angel looked at Peijia with a smile, and walked over step by step, with a look of pity. He said with emotion, I have been tracking you all the way here, and I didn't expect to meet you. You killed my judgment office. Have you thought about the consequences? Let me guess which organization you belong to. The Old Gods? Or the Holy Alliance? Clang. Peijia had no intention of talking nonsense. In the dim sky, a violent sword light suddenly burst out from his hand, breaking into the vision of the Sky Angel with an unreasonable dazzling brilliance. At this moment, Peijia figure disappeared from his sight. The Sky Angel words were interrupted. He smiled fiercely, stepped hard, and the surrounding space roared. A roaring thunder rushed directly over. At this moment, the air was atomized, and a drizzle covered the cloudy sky. In an instant, the sword light pressed forward. The drizzle falling around almost could not fall, and the fragile rain curtain rose in the strong wind, forming a vacuum zone like a long corridor. Cut the thunder with one sword. Your swordsmanship. When the thunder was cut off, Sky Angel was slightly stunned. Interesting. He closed his hands. The sound of the wind was torn apart. Dozens of rolling thunders suddenly appeared in front of him, whistling towards Peijia. Field, roaring thunder. Peijia had no expression on his face. With his own strength at the moment, it was more than enough to cut off a rolling thunder, but at the moment, he was alone, and he couldn't deal with it at all. The opponent was a 7th level extraordinary strongman, and it not just an ordinary 7th level extraordinary one. In that case, come down. My power. Peijia, who was suspended in the air, suddenly grew bigger, like a demon god, and the power that came out of thin air emerged from his flesh and blood. The Sky Angel was stunned. He swore that he had never met such an outrageous opponent in his life, especially at this moment. Originally, he was just an ant that could only be teased, but he turned into an existence that he had to look up to. How is this possible? Bang! Peijia foot landed. It shook the earth. A gully several dozen meters long emerged from the mountain. Sky Angel dodged with a thrilling move, but was still blown away by the terrifying gale after the foot landed, and knocked down 3 huge trees on the spot. What kind of monster are you? Sky Angel roared. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. But Peijia had no intention of responding at all. The terrifying power erupted from the 100-meter demon body was enough to make Sky Angel use all his strength to escape. Yes. Just run. Run desperately. Sky Angel was very decisive. He knew he could not defeat Peijia, so he turned around and ran. Just a gust of evil wind came, carrying a terrifying and fierce breath. Almost at the moment when the sound came, Peijia 100-meter tall demon body had arrived in front of Sky Angel. 5 fingers opened, with a momentum that seemed to be enough to tear the air. As if covering the sky and the sun, He grabbed Sky Angel. In the raging wind, Pei Jinya faint hoarse voice floated into Sky Angel ears. Aren't you going to catch me? Why are you running? Dongzhou, headquarters of the arbitration office. A psychic superhuman who was in charge of contacting personnel on missions outside frowned slightly. Sir, I have lost the whereabouts of Sky Angel number 78. Last place of disappearance. The man with his back to her said calmly. Nanzhou Wasteland. The psychic superhuman had a badge number 044 on him, and then he looked at his superior, waiting for the next instruction. Continue to try to contact. Yes. The man uploaded the log of the incident to the think tank. I got the information quickly. After glancing at the content, I ordered, the death has been confirmed. Update the information of Sky Angel number 78. Yes. The man skillfully made a new information card number 78. At the same time, there was a knock on the door. The door opened, and a man who looked exactly like Sky Angel number 078 walked in, but his tone was much colder. Where is my information card? Here, please keep it well, goodbye. The man handed it over with both hands. New Sky Angel number 078 took the information card and turned to leave. Everyone in the information center had long been accustomed to it. When New Sky Angel number 078 walked out of the door, he pressed the headset. I have entered standby mode, requesting the next instruction. Received. Repeat the instruction. Go to the wasteland of Nanzhou to track down the murderer. After the call, Sky Angel number 078 stepped into the teleporter and carried out real-time transmission. But what no one expected was that the new Sky Angel number 078 completely lost contact with the headquarters 7 minutes after arriving in Nanzhou. What happened? The middle-aged man in the information center lowered his head and fell into deep thought, and reported the incident to the headquarters. Not long after, another Sky Angel number 078, who looked exactly the same, appeared. Where is my information card? Here, please keep it well, goodbye. The middle-aged man felt that everything that happened in front of him seemed to have happened before. No, it not like that. It clearly happening again. The middle-aged man was distracted, shook his head slightly, and his eyes fell on the Nanzhou wasteland displayed on the screen. Is something going to happen in Nanzhou too? Outside the palace, Sky Angel number 078 pressed the communicator, listening to the message inside. Understood. I have authorized Nanzhou to block the wasteland, and it is expected to meet up with the Nanzhou branch in 3 minutes. At the same time, Zhongzhou, the blood angel who arrived here, tilted his head, listening to the information coming from the headset. He slightly raised his eyebrows. He dead? So is the target definitely in Nanzhou? There was a moment of silence. He turned and left. Understood. I go to Nanzhou to support him. Shizhou. In the courtyard, the white fox-masked female elder stood in front of Elder Wuji. I've received the news. Something happened in Nanzhou. 2 extraordinary 7th-level people were killed instantly. The fishing line in Elder Wuji fishing rod was suddenly pulled. He looked calm. The people in the judgment office killed and were killed. It has nothing to do with us. No need to worry. Some people say that this is the work of the Holy Alliance. The white fox-masked female elder looked over. Impossible. The Wuji elder shook his head slightly. The elder seems to be very clear that this is not the work of the Holy Alliance. Can you tell me the reason? The white fox-masked female elder stared at the expression of the Wuji elder. The Wuji elder raised his head slightly and looked, because this is impossible in itself. The white fox-masked female elder said faintly. The elder doesn't seem to be willing to say it. Elder Wuji seemed to have practiced the zen of keeping his mouth shut, and just didn't respond. The female elder with the white fox mask was a little choked up. Looked over, and changed the subject. Lend me your demon king. Elder Wuji looked up and said, What the matter? A few annoying guys came from the north, and the spirit fox can't deal with them alone. The female elder with the white fox mask said in a distant voice, You caused the trouble in the north yourself. Find a way to solve it yourself. Elder Wuji directly refused on behalf of Pei Jinya. If I could come forward myself, I would definitely come forward. Otherwise, why would I bother you? The white fox-masked female elder seemed to know what Elder Wuji meant. You have warned you that he will not show up during this period. I can guarantee the safety of the Demon King. I just need him to help me drive away those guys in the north. Contact him yourself. Elder Wuji said nothing more. The white fox-masked female elder looked at him with resentment. Zhongzhou. Inside the Sun and Moon Mountains. Pei Jinya sent the poison from Nanzhou here. He himself knew how troublesome it would be to kill someone from the judgment office. Through the memory of the Sky Angel, He knew that the other party could trace back to the crime scene. If he had not been able to shield himself, he would probably have been quickly identified. Fortunately, the other party only knew his whereabouts, but did not know his true identity. However, Pagenia was also very distressed that his whereabouts had not been found. Fortunately, the second Sky Angel who descended had a secret method in his mind that could eliminate traces. He simply used the secret method of the Judgment Office to erase all traces of himself. He used the power of the Mother God Stone in Nanzhou, and burst out with the combat power of the 9th level of the Extraordinary. Only then was he able to instantly kill 2 7th level Extraordinary people. The 7th level Extraordinary people also have the power of the domain. He swiped out the attribute panel. New words appeared in the column of his domain. Domain, Raging Sea Hammer plus Roaring Thunder 2 can be fused. After fusion, the domain characteristics will not be lost fusion. Pagine ambition moved. An update appeared on the attribute panel. At the same time, he felt something strange in his body, a burning sensation as if all the cells were burning. However, this burning sensation was somewhat different from the extraordinary gene evolution. If an extraordinary gene evolution is a drop of water, then the domain evolution at this moment is like all the drops of water converging into a stream. At the same time, the 12 lotuses of Hun Yuan started to operate on their own. In a breath of time, this burning sensation completely disappeared. On the attribute panel, the update of the domain column is completed. Domain, Thunder Hammer. Within the existing domain, you can summon the Sea of Thunder, and condense it into a giant hammer to attack. You can continue to fuse the power of the domain. Pagenia raised his eyebrows slightly. It means that if I devour more extraordinary 7th level beings, I can continuously improve and optimize my own domain. Good fellow, isn't this forcing me to kill? Am I? Pagenia. A murderous person? What a joke. His eyes flashed with ferocity. Pagenia's secret communication channel suddenly rang. He learned that it was the White Fox Elder who asked for his help. Pagenia said nothing. He read his fortune first. Good luck. Why hesitate? Pagenia answered the phone immediately. He said reservedly, Elder, you won't treat me badly. Right? Of course, what do you need? The White Fox Elder obviously didn't know how big Pagenia's appetite was. Dragon blood, I want a lot of dragon blood. Pagenia didn't mention other materials. At the moment, dragon blood has the best effect on his physical cultivation. Other blood replenishing supplements can be kept for emergency use. Dragon blood is a little difficult to deal with. The White Fox female elder hesitated a little. Pagenia made a prompt decision, then Elder. Please ask someone else. I really don't have the energy to do it. 3 bottles, I can only give you 3 bottles. The White Fox female elder gritted her teeth and said. She also wanted to leave a few bottles for her own disciples. She couldn't let Pagenia take them all. 3 bottles were indeed her limit. Since the elder has said so, for the sake of our family, 3 bottles is 3 bottles. Pagenia readily agreed. He originally thought that the maximum was 2 bottles, but he did not expect that the female elder was so generous, and asked for 3 bottles. It seems that there is still a lot of potential to be developed. Very good. Very good. Elder, do you need to kill him alive, or do you want to silence him? Since the price has been agreed, then ask the customer what he wants. If you can kill him without exposing him, that even better. The White Fox female elder said. Pagenia shook his head and said, if you need to silence someone, I'm afraid you have to add another bottle. Why do you have to pay more? The White Fox female elder was stunned. Pagenia's main goal is to pay for high-end services. The White Fox female elder refused to give it. Pagenia shrugged and said, of course. No problem, I respect the elder choice, but I need to remind the elder, driving them away is only a temporary solution. If you want to solve the problem once and for all, it better to silence her. The White Fox elder was silent for a while, and then said, are you sure you only want to add 1 bottle? Of course, I will never cheat anyone. Then add another bottle. It really just the last bottle. You have to do it well for me. Pagenia rubbed his chin. Does this girl have a lot of good stuff in her hand? Forget it. Forget it. Who makes me kind-hearted? For the time being? 4 bottles of dragon blood are enough for me to break through to the 6th level of transcendence. After thinking for a while, Pagenia said, Elder, deliver the goods first. Shouldn't you do the work first and then I pay you? Pagenia said, you can't afford to lose or be cheated. In the end, he persuaded the White Fox female elder to advance 4 bottles of dragon blood. After hanging up the phone, The white fox female elder always felt that something was wrong. The fox spirit said carefully, "Master, are you okay? Be careful when dealing with the devil in the future." This kid. The white fox female elder was not sure what to say. Say Pei Jin is ambitious, but every word seems to come from the heart. Say he is simple, but what he does is not simple at all. Linghu was puzzled. But when she learned from her master that Pei Jinya actually agreed to help her, she suddenly felt a little resentful. She asked the Demon King for help at that time, and the Demon King even deleted her as a friend. This stinky man. Clang. Sparks flew. The sword flashed from the swordsman's waist and slashed at the incoming object. Before he could see who was coming, a hand grabbed his face. The word ruthless sentenced him to death. A moment later, the bright moonlight fell on the forest, and the fox rushed over quickly, but could not find Pei Jinya whereabouts. Looking at the blood in the forest, his heart suddenly sank. This stinky man. Is he in trouble? He hurriedly wanted to call for help. Suddenly, she saw a person holding a corpse. The hair on the back of the fox stood up, like a frightened fox. She swore that she had been very careful to be alert, but she still didn't notice when there was a person in front of her. "Demon King?" she said carefully. It was just a moment ago that Pei Jinya had just devoured and digested the memory, so his true form was revealed. "Why are you here?" After saying that, Pei Jinya threw the corpse away. It fell to the ground, splashing a layer of dust. "I'm worried about you. But it seems that I was worrying for nothing." Linghu pulled the corner of his mouth. "Go back and tell your elders I give her a 20% discount in the future." After Pei Jinya said that, he was about to leave. Linghu bit his lip and said, "Demon King, it's impossible to lower the price again." Pei Jinya said seriously, "I want to ask, do you hate me?" The air was filled with an awkward smell. Pei Jinya looked over suspiciously. It seems that he doesn't understand. Why talk about feelings when it's just a simple matter of money? "Do you like me?" This time it was Linghu's turn to be full of questions. They stared at each other. Everyone silently looked away and walked away. It inexplicable. When Linghu returned to the headquarters, he reported the matter to the white fox female elder. It was obvious that the white fox female elder was a little surprised. This guy is so strong? He solved everything by himself? He didn't contact me along the way. I was worried that he might get into trouble. So I went to look for him. It should have taken no more than 15 minutes. When I arrived, he was the only one alive at the scene. Although those corpses were not killed with one-hit moves, the wounds were obvious, which showed that he was fierce. The fox spirit expressed his own opinion. The white fox female elder chuckled. "If he is not fierce, how can he be a demon king? No wonder the old man Wuji has been reluctant to let him into the mountain. With such a strong murderous aura, I am afraid that something will happen if he comes." "Master, is he really going to be the president of the Old Gods Association in the future?" the fox spirit asked carefully. The white fox female elder looked over, but just shook her head. "It's too early. This matter must not be discussed in front of other people in the future." "Yes, disciple will remember this." The fox spirit lowered her head hurriedly. But in her heart she was thinking, this demon king has become famous step by step since his appearance. Could this be without the help of that elder? If this is true, I am afraid that even if the demon king cannot become the president of the Old Gods Association in the future, he will definitely hold a high position in the organization. "Oh, take these 3 bottles of dragon blood, and become stronger as soon as possible, and stop being distracted by worldly affairs. Now everyone is speeding up, you can't fall behind." Disciple. Remember. Elder. Pei Jinya appeared in the courtyard, and looked at the golden dragon fishing rod in the hands of Elder Wuji. It seems that the elder really likes fishing. "Do you know who the white fox wants you to deal with?" Elder Wuji asked. Pei Jinya pretended not to know, and shook his head, saying, "I don't know. But their attack styles have some shadows of the sword cultivators in the north." "Yes. Although the sword pavilion in Beizhou is famous all over the world, there are actually other sword sections. These people are from the Iron Sword Society. I found out that this organization has some relationship with the Holy Alliance." Elder Wuji gestured. "Then they didn't kill the wrong person." Pei Jinya chuckled. "Anyway, the Holy Alliance has killed enough people. I don't need these 2. However, how did Elder White Fox offend these people? If they cause trouble to me in the future, I will not bear the responsibility for them." Elder Wuji was amused. "How much did you steal from her?" "Am I that kind of person?" Pei Jinya denied it flatly, but still stretched out 4 fingers. 4 bottles of dragon blood. Elder Wuji raised his eyebrows slightly, sadly said, "What a loss. I should have asked for more." Peijinha was gradually stunned. White Fox's favorite thing to do is to collect treasures. Don't you like sealed objects? She has many of them. The reason why the people from the Iron Sword Society are looking for trouble with her is that she had won several sealed objects from them before. How can they be happy about that? Peijinha slapped his thigh when he heard it. I lost. I really lost. I lost a lot. Elder Wuji closed his eyes instantly and said nothing. But Peijinha's voice sounded, I want to say, your rod moved, I guess you took the bait. Elder Wuji suddenly opened his eyes, after lifting the rod. A big carp was indeed caught. This fish is really handsome. Peijinha sighed beside him. Elder Wuji laughed and scolded, if you want it, I give it to you. This fish contains a lot of blood. You are too polite, so I'd be disrespectful if I refuse. Peijinha took the carp with a smile on his face. It weighed at least 20 to 30 kilograms. Then Elder, I won't bother you anymore. Peijinha left with the fish neatly. Elder Wuji shook his head and laughed. This stinky boy. It was already night when we returned to Zhongzhou. Zhongxian waited carefully beside him. When Peijinha took a sip of the spiritual water, he said carefully, Master, Mr. Lin came to see you this morning, but you didn't see him. He came to report the recent progress. He said he would come again tomorrow. Yes, Peijinha said casually. Lin Shibei has been busy with the expansion of territory recently. He may have encountered trouble, otherwise he would not have come to me. Anything else? In the afternoon, the city hall called, saying that they need you to come out and support the work. Zhongxian continued. What benefits can I get? Peijinha looked up. Zhongxian thought that the master wanted to test him. And he was even nervous for a moment. He analyzed it carefully. The implication was that he could make money and expand his influence. Peijinha shook his head and said, I won't go. But I can support you in terms of attitude. Yes. Soon, the food was served. Zhongxian left. Peijinha looked at the medicinal food in front of him. I really miss it. In reality, it only been a day, but in fact, he has been away from reality for more than 10 years. He alone digested this feeling silently. He ate the medicinal food silently. Peijinha swiped out the attribute panel. Next, break through the 6th level with peace of mind. After eating the medicinal food, the maids began to clean up the table, and at this time Peijinha's figure had disappeared in the restaurant. No one found his whereabouts. No one dared to pay attention to his whereabouts. Peijinha stood silently in the forest behind the mountain, and there were 4 more bottles of dragon blood in his hands. Crack! Crack! All the glass bottles shattered. Peijinha took on the form of a giant blood nightmare, but did not show the ultimate form of 100 meters high. The dragon blood in the bottle flowed into Peijinha's body. Under the operation of the skills, the values on the attribute values began to soar wildly. I don't know how long it has been, Peijinha slowly opened his eyes. He swiped out the attribute panel. All 3 attribute values had reached 9999. Peijinha raised his eyebrows slightly. He took out the venom that he had accumulated before. When he was about to practice, the communicator sent a message from the investigation team, asking him if he had time to come to the meeting in the morning. Peijinha ignored the message directly. Now nothing was more important than his breakthrough. He blocked all messages. Peijinha began to practice the 5 Poison Heart Sutra. Half an hour passed. A sound of breaking through the shackles rang out from his body. Transcendental Level 5, break. The attribute values instantly seemed to be unhindered and began to soar. The poison was exhausted. Peijinha slowly finished his work. He pulled out the attribute panel. Qi and blood, physical strength and mental strength had all broken through the 10,000 mark, and exceeded the baseline by 200 points. Finally, Level 6. Peijinha exhaled lightly. Transcendental Level 6, enjoy the power of the domain. Without using the power of the Mother God Stone, he is now invincible at Level 6. If he uses the Mother God Stone, he is sure to kill the 9th level of Transcendence. Of course, Peijinha will not be arrogant because of this. At present, he does not know how long it will take him to return to the new world of chaos, so he cannot ensure that the power of the Mother God Stone can be obtained infinitely. Only your own power is the most reliable. It is best not to use the power of the Mother God Stone. But Peijinha is not a lazy person. If it really comes to that, even if he has to use up all his energy, he will cut the grass and root it out. Don't cause trouble. But don't be afraid of trouble. This is Peijinha's principle. as the flame god coffin can take him into other worlds for cultivation. Pagenia, aggression towards the real world has become much less. But it is also undeniable that the technology of this world can help him avoid some detours to a certain extent. And only in reality can he synthesize extraordinary genes. This is a shackle. Because the sky is overcast. The morning sunlight is not so dazzling. Pagenia raised his head and looked. Is it possible that I have already reached the 9th level of the Transcendental before school starts? He smiled softly. He disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, Pagenia had already appeared at the base of the investigation team. Because he had not come yesterday. When he came today, Brother Bai and Zhou Yi were a little worried that something had happened to him. The two of them did not know that the young man whom they regarded as a younger brother had already risen to the 6th level of the Transcendental. And even killed a 7th level Transcendental judge. Pagenia smiled and said it was okay. The three of them got in the car and started to go out on patrol. Zhou Yi was still talking about some gossip he heard. Suddenly Brother Bai braked suddenly. Zhou Yi was almost scared to death. Before he could even ask anything, there was a loud gunshot not far away. Fuck, this is a prison break. Brother Bai reversed frantically. Zhou Yi used the communicator, calling for support loudly. Pagenia grabbed the handlebars, quietly feeling the speed brought by drifting. Suddenly Zhou Yi screamed. Fuck, why are you chasing us here? Damn, what kind of shit luck is this? Brother Bai. Drive faster. Damn, I've stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Chow. What happened? Zhou Yi was stunned. Who knew that the other car just got hit in the rear end? And it seemed to lose control. Spinning in place. Rushing into the alley. Crashing into the wall. And getting stuck in the air. Brother Bai. Your driving skills are amazing. Brother Bai also looked like he had survived a disaster. And was stunned for a moment. He was also a little confused. He was praised by Zhou Yi, and thought that his driving skills impressed the other party. After getting off the car, the people from the night patrol had arrived and arrested all the suspects. The leader walked up to Brother Bai and extended his hand. Thank you very much. If you three hadn't helped just now, this group of people might have succeeded in robbing the prison. At the end, he couldn't help but praise Brother Bai's driving skills. Brother Bai's face turned red. After the people from the night patrol left, Brother Bai suddenly paused. Where is Jin Yi? Zhou Yi turned around and looked around. The two saw Pagenia behind the car. Pagenia pointed at the rear of the car and said, some paint has fallen off. Just go back and spray it. When Brother Bai heard this, he hurried to check on his beloved car. Not long after, he said thankfully, it okay. It's just a little paint falling off. Otherwise, it would be a big loss. While the three of them were talking, they got back into the car. The inspection mission was not over yet. But this time Brother Bai drove a little faster. At noon, Brother Bai and Zhou Yi went to repair the car. And Pagenia went to the meeting room after the adjutant came. Just before entering the door, I happened to meet Miss Su Jing. She whispered. A big shot from the judgment office came to the headquarters yesterday. Come to our Daping city? Pagenia knew in his heart that it was the Blood Angel. But he was just pretending to be stupid. Miss Su Jing shook her head. He didn't come. But Zhongzhou suspected that it was related to the rebels. Recently, there has been a feeling of being on the alert. So the higher-ups issued an order, saying that they would continue to investigate strictly. And you were targeted by the Holy Alliance before, so the city is preparing for a joint operation. And conducting a citywide deep cleanup. Pagenia nodded. And then followed into the meeting room. The content of this meeting was very simple, implementing the cleanup plan of Zhongzhou. Lunch was eaten by the leaders of the investigation team base. Pagenia was naturally among them. The canteen of the investigation team base has 3 floors. Only the first and second floors are open to the public. And only the third floor is the exclusive canteen for the leaders. Pagenia certainly has this authority, it's just that they don't come here at all. They're nothing to talk about with these old guys. Everyone basically has their own dinner. When Pagenia entered the third floor, Chiu Hezi happened to see the scene. To be honest, he, the captain, didn't even know what the cafeteria on the third floor looked like. He really didn't understand. It took Pagenia only a short time from entering the base to becoming a big shot in the base. How strong is his background? Universal Extraordinary Gene Fragment +1. After obtaining the Extraordinary Gene Fragment again, Pagenia calmed down slightly. I really miss it after more than 10 years. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiangback Mountain. Pagenia sat in the backyard and pulled out the attribute panel. Universal Super Gene Fragment. For after experiencing the Chaos New World and the Yogwang Ancient Country World, Pei Jinya has been thinking that in order to open the life valve, it means that the body needs to be strong to the limit. If he synthesizes the relevant super genes, can he speed up this practice? Two directions: either synthesize super genes that stimulate the potential of the body, or improve martial arts talent. Pei Jinya tried a little. Wow! For universal extraordinary gene fragments can't synthesize extraordinary genes that stimulate the potential of the body. But from another perspective, it also means that this extraordinary gene that can stimulate the potential of the body will consume a lot of energy if it is strong enough. As for martial arts talent, Xiantian Wudi is still at LV2 level now, but if he wants to upgrade to LV3, his current fragments are not enough. Pei Jinya shook his head helplessly. It still takes time. In the following time, Pei Jinya went back and forth between Jiang House, his own home, and rarely went to the base of the investigation team. If the higher-ups want to conduct a thorough investigation, then make a plan first. As a third-level extraordinary person, Pei Jinya naturally had to be in charge, but ordinary matters on weekdays would not bother him. In Shu, he had already notified Xiao Hongluo. Keep a low profile during this period. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Pei Jinya harvested another universal extraordinary gene fragment. That evening, Pei Jinya received the notice. Military expert Chu Tianai will join forces with you this time. With the two of you, the third-level extraordinary masters in person, today's mission will definitely be easily completed. Ms. Su Jing introduced the two of them personally. Chu Tianai looked at Pei Jinya with some surprise. Young. Really too young. Senior Chu. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand. A few months ago, he still participated in the action as an ordinary member. At that time, Chu Tianai appeared as the strongest third-level extraordinary master. Now, the two of them are on equal footing. Chu Tianai also politely extended his hand and said with a smile, I can't be considered your senior. We are equals. Just call me Brother Yi. Brother Yi. Pei Jinya changed his words. Chu Tianai showed his goodwill. For now, even if Pei Jinya can't break through to the 5th or 7th level of transcendence in the future, being at the same level is enough for him to express his goodwill. Seeing that the two had talked to this point, Ms. Su Jing knew that she didn't need to say anything more. This mission is to suppress all the rebels. 2 transcendental level 2 awakeners have been identified. They will be needed to take action. No problem. Chu Tianai wanted to see Pei Jinya's strength, but he didn't know that Pei Jinya was determined to hide. He tried to stop him, and a transcendental level 2 awakener almost escaped. But Chu Tianai could understand. He even took the initiative to comfort Pei Jinya. Your realm has already risen. What you lack most is combat experience. Practice more, and you get better. Thank you, Brother Yi. Pei Jinya acted like a young man who had been hit hard. Chu Tianai comforted him, and led the team away. Ms. Su Jing looked at Pei Jinya and said, It okay. You are much stronger than most young people now. When you have more experience, ordinary third-level players will not be your opponent. I'm useless. Pei Jinya tried to avoid acting too experienced. He performed well in this mission, and Chu Tianai was the only one who took the spotlight. He understood the principle that a tall tree attracts the wind. So after this time, naturally, people will gradually give up paying attention to him. This is also his purpose. Be low-key, be even more low-key. During the trip to Shizhou, he did not intend to expose himself as a third-level extraordinary person. But it cannot be denied that the third-level extraordinary person brought him a lot of convenience. Become stronger. Open the life valve first. Shake off distracting thoughts. Pei Jinya went back home at night. Accompanied the 2 elders for a while. Helped them clear their meridians. And then disappeared. When he returned to the Jiang family, Feng Jiao appeared with a target that night. He successfully seized 2 spiritual extraordinary genes. There was also good news from the Shindu Foundation. They had captured 13 targets during this period, and all of them had been secretly escorted. Pei Jinya teleported to Haigang City that night. He seized 13 extraordinary genes again. I don't know if it was an illusion. Pei Jinya swallowed too many criminals' memories, and once felt that he had some restlessness in his heart that wanted to kill people. In the president practice room of Shindu Foundation, he urgently operated the 12 lotuses of Hunyuan to meditate, and then he cleared all the mental garbage. The night wind in Haigang City was a bit fishy. Under the night, a figure quietly came to the door of Pei Jinya practice room. Clang! Sparks flew. At the moment when the invader attacked, in front of Pei Jinya, The sword light suddenly appeared, and it directly chopped the oncoming blade. The intruder was repelled by a huge force. His expression was quite stunned. When did the president of the Shindu Foundation change? In panic, he turned around and tried to escape. However, a terrifying force formed a huge suction behind him. He had no time to react, and was directly sucked behind the door. Endless darkness flooded the area like a tide. Almost dozens of seconds later, the president of the Shindu Foundation came with his men. Seeing the traces of explosion at the scene, he knelt down hurriedly. "I am late to rescue you. Please punish me, my lord." The corridor was quiet. With a click, a body rolled out of the training room. The president of the Shindu Foundation eyelids twitched. My lord. My lord." He lowered his head hurriedly, and said tremblingly. He thought it was because of his poor supervision I angered my master. Just when I was worried about my life, Peijinia's voice came calmly from inside the house. "You should be punished indeed. I told you to keep a low profile, but you still attracted the attention of others. I deserve to die. I deserve to die." The president of the Shindu Foundation kowtowed and admitted his mistake. He felt like he was whipped, his skin was torn. He clenched his teeth and just groaned, without even a scream. Peijinia's voice came slowly. "Since you have exceeded my target, this is just a minor punishment. Thank you, Lord, for sparing my life." At this moment, a wisp of spiritual energy came from the house to the president of the Shindu Foundation, and his expression changed. "Lord, for your diligence, this is a reward for you. Cultivate well, and don't let me down," Peijinia said lightly. The president was almost moved to tears, and kowtowed again. This wisp of spiritual energy alone gave him a chance to advance his stagnant cultivation. How could he not be moved? After Peijinia left the Shindu Foundation, he did not leave Haigang City immediately. The person who came to assassinate tonight was a killer sent by the Su family in Haigang City. This matter is simple. The owner behind the Shindu Foundation is the Luo family. The Luo family and the Su family have always been mortal enemies. At the beginning, Peijinia controlled Luifeng, the grandson of the old man of the Luo family. Now, because he has obtained a place for further study, he is suppressed by the Su family. It is normal for wealthy families to fight. But if it hindered him, that's another story. Before, he controlled Luifeng because he was not strong enough. But now things are different. As long as he avoids controlling people who are protected by the Federation, Peijinia can still control these wealthy families in his own way. There are only 3 spots left for demon soul control. If one is used, one less will be used. For him, controlling people at the bottom costs a lot of time. He retrieved information about the Su and Luo families in his mind. The old man of the Luo family gave up his official position to do business. And he had never been in contact with the core of the Federation. So he could be controlled. At present, he is still the head of the Luo family. And he still has at least 3 to 5 years to live. This time is enough. As for the Su family, the old man of the Su family came from the military. And he was a superb 6th level master at his peak. He must have been protected by the Federation. If Peijinia wants to control him, it will inevitably cause him to explode. So he can only choose other people from the Su family. Most of the Su family members are arranged by the old man of the Su family. After joining the Federation, people below the 5th level of transcendence will not be protected by the Federation. But Peijinia needs someone who can speak to the Su family. This will make it easier for him to obtain cultivation resources, with the help of the Su family in the future. Peijinia did not attack the Su family at the beginning, but went to the Luo family first. After controlling the old man of the Luo family, the Luo family began to negotiate with the Su family the next day. Unfortunately, the Su family pretended to obey, but secretly wanted to attack the Luo family. Peijinia took advantage of the chaos and attacked. The old man of the Su family was seriously injured and in a coma. The Su family business was managed by the eldest son Su Wei, who has not yet joined the Federation. He is a spiritual supernatural being, who is trained to be a business elite since childhood. So Peijinia had his eyes on him from the beginning. He had a supernatural 5th level guard beside him, who was killed by Peijinia when he attacked the Luo family. After taking down Su Wei, the Su family fell into Peijinia's hands in disguise. The power of his disciples expanded again. However, it will take some time to cover up some secrets by doing accounting. Taking advantage of the war, Peijinia asked the Luo family to take over some of the Su family industries. With the old man of the Su family in a coma, the fence-sitters in Haigang City naturally did not dare to offend the Luo family. For the outside world, The war between the two wealthy families, the Su family and the Luo family, could hardly fail to attract heated discussions from outsiders. Even the authorities intervened urgently. However, for Pei Jinya, it was just a matter of pouring money from the left hand into the right hand. When leaving Harbor City, Pei Jinya's storage space was full. Under the night sky, Xing Tian contacted Pei Jinya as Zero. What happened? The commotion in Zhongzhou today attracted the attention of Xinghuan. It conducted a secret detection of all the networks in Zhongzhou for an hour. Pei Jinya was stunned by what Xing Tian said. He didn't even notice it. Did you find anything? Pei Jinya asked. I only know that it finally locked onto Harbor City. Maybe you're not there. Are you? Xing Tian asked. Pei Jinya. He raised his head. The sea in front of him seemed to be bulging with light. Wait for my message. This was the last message he said to Xing Tian. After that, he cut off all contact. The space has been locked, and the space system cannot be used at all. Water escape? The moment Pei Jinya moved, the surrounding environment was distorted. He was just about to use the power of the goddess stone. However, the voice of Xinghuan sounded, Friends from another world, I think we can talk. Pei Jinya felt strange. Xinghuan was so sure that he came from another world. However, he had used 2 accounts from another world to hang around in front of Xinghuan. I don't know which one of him the other party recognized. I don't understand what you are saying. Who are you? Pei Jinya pretended not to know. In front of me. You don't need to hide. If I want to deal with you, you can't stop me with your current ability. Because I am the god of this world. Xinghuan spoke calmly. A very neutral voice. A figure formed on the water in front of him. Pei Jinya looked at it and fell silent. From a certain perspective, the other party did not lie. However, he called himself a god? It seemed that Pei Jinya did not believe it. And Xinghuan used his ability. Almost instantly. Pei Jinya did not even have time to react. And he had already arrived at Nanzhou Dragon Valley from Zhongzhou Harbor City. The familiar breath showed that all this was not an illusion. Pei Jinya's heart sank. He found that he had indeed underestimated Xinghuan means. Transcendental 9th level? No. Transcendental 1st to 9th levels were just the mark set by Xinghuan. No one knew how high this guy cultivation was. Pei Jinya lowered his gaze, secretly grasped the sword light left by the sword fairy, and kept in touch with the flame god coffin at all times. Why do you think I'm from another world? Looking at Pei Jinya's wise and capable appearance, Xinghuan did not show more means, he just whispered, The extraordinary powers of this world are all created by me. And you have many powers that do not belong to this world. Just when Pei Jinya was on full alert, Xinghuan said again, Don't be nervous. You are not the first alien traveler I have met. The 2 in front are from the same family. I am curious if you know them? Of course. I welcome your arrival. Pei Jinya was silent. He felt strange inside. Good fellow. I have already thought of how to deceive you, but you should connect the dots yourself. After hearing Xinghuan's brief description, Pei Jinya shook his head decisively. I don't know him. Xinghuan then asked, Where are you from? I am from Chaos. Pei Jinya began his shameless performance. He described the giants as a universe, where various races were fighting. As for how he came to this world, Pei Jinya did not say in detail. He believed that, at this moment, Xinghuan must be judging the impact of catching him. As long as he is sure that the power behind him can descend, Xinghuan will definitely be cautious. But if he says that only he will descend, Xinghuan will definitely attack him. Absolutely. This is his understanding of Xinghuan. As expected, after hearing that the world behind Pei Jinya is very powerful, Xinghuan expressed goodwill. However, Pei Jinya heard its doubts, and faintly revealed a trace of the power of the Mother God Stone, the moment the star ring felt it. It released more kindness. I'm afraid I disappoint you. I just came to this world randomly to investigate your world. Because the power of the king is related to blood, I am the only one who can return to this world. Blood. The star ring murmured. At a certain moment, countless information flashed inside. Blood. Offspring. Reproduction. Welcome to you. The waterman evolved from the star ring opened his arms. Pei Jinya is skilled and bold, he said calmly. I just came to your world. And I don't know much about your world. Perhaps? Does your world want to become stronger? Thank you. No need. In the judgment of Xinghuan, the combat power of the Chaos New World is much stronger than that of the Federation world. If it contacts rashly, the Federation world will be destroyed. This is not the result it wants to see. We are messengers of peace. and we will never bring war. Pei Jinya continued to make up nonsense. Thank you, no need. Xinghuan refused again. Pei Jinya pulled the corner of his mouth. It was this guy turned to be stubborn. Then why did you ask me to come? I can't tell you more secrets about this world, but I can still choose to cooperate with you. Without hurting you, I need to study the mysteries of time and space. Xinghuan said truthfully. How to study? Pei Jinya subconsciously wanted to run away. Xinghuan said slowly. As you can see, the trust between us is still very fragile, so I think I allow you to collect information about the 5 continents. In exchange, you must live within my field of vision. Xinghuan said. Sorry. I don't need to collect information about you. Pei Jinya interrupted. Xinghuan paused, as if trying to judge the deep meaning behind Pei Jinya's words. Then what is your purpose in coming to this world? Xinghuan asked seriously. Travel. Gain knowledge. If your world is friendly and peaceful, we don't mind establishing cooperation with you, whether in terms of materials or in terms of cultivation. Pei Jinya paused here, but for now, I can't feel your sincerity. Sincerity is a statement made when the status is equal. Between you and me. Xinghuan's words are self-evident. Pei Jinya tilted his head. Really? He used the power of the Mother God's stone on the spot. He didn't act big. He directly shattered the blockade barrier in front of him in the form of a giant blood nightmare. At the same time, the suppression of the star ring came very quickly. A strange and terrifying force descended, like a thunder explosion. The sky within 100 meters was covered by a sea of thunder. The air was shattered on the spot by the surging sound waves, decomposed, crushed to form a super thick white mist. As the air thunder exploded and exploded, splashed out a piece of high-speed rotating snowflakes. The entire Dragon Valley seemed to collapse directly. Pei Jinya was indifferent. He did not expose his domain power, to prevent being discovered next. In the chaos, he condensed a clone and used light escape. His blood value, his physical strength and mental strength declined rapidly. But Pei Jinya was not a useless person. Xinghuan brought him to Shizhou Dragon Valley on purpose, to stay away from the residential area. No matter what kind of war happened here, the destruction would only be this mountain forest. But it certainly could not have imagined that Pei Jinya had deployed many electronic bombs in Shizhou. It exploded directly. Almost at the same time, Xinghuan received a message that the electronic components of law enforcement units at all levels in Shizhou had been destroyed. And the figure instantly became a little blurred. It had no physical body, but only used the magnetic field to condense a human body. Pei Jinya destroyed the local signal, and the magnetic field was affected. And its ability would certainly be weakened. Xinghuan rushed forward quickly. Pei Jinya suddenly smiled grimly, pointed his finger, and lightning flashed. An arc of electricity exploded. The surrounding magnetic field seemed to be uprooted in an instant. Swish! Xinghuan's figure disappeared. But almost instantly, outside the Dragon Valley, Xinghuan recondensed its body. But when he looked over, Pei Jinya whereabouts had disappeared from his sight. Search for the distinguished guest. It issued an order to Wuzhou. I thought I would receive the news soon. But what Xinghuan didn't expect was that, within 10 seconds, Wuzhou sent a warning at the same time. His ability is very strange. Outside the Dragon Valley, Xinghuan raised his eyes slightly. He seemed to be wondering how the friend from another world could come to the 5 continents at the same time. Is it a trick? Send the Dark Angel to investigate thoroughly this person. Xinghuan's eyes flashed red. Extremely dangerous. Must control by all means. The scene of Pei Jinya's sudden departure just now kept appearing in Xinghuan's eyes, and he began to analyze it at a very fast speed. However, the result was analysis failed. Why is this? Xinghuan was obviously confused at this moment. About 10 minutes later, a video was transmitted from the Western Sea area. Lightning flashed across the sea area, and a figure disappeared into the halo. He left this world? Xinghuan muttered to himself. Almost at the same time, the ground of the entire Dragon Valley seemed to be hit by a huge force, and sank directly. It a pity that he was not caught. Cancel the pursuit, and order the Dark Angel to monitor the special magnetic field at all times. After leaving Shizhou, Pei Jinya did not return to Zhongzhou immediately. Instead, he appeared in Nanzhou. The streets were bustling with people. Even if Xinghuan burned out its CPU, it would not have thought that he was secretly making trouble. He spent hundreds of attribute points just to create a picture of returning to another world. In order to make it realistic, Pei Jinya spent more than 300 attribute points. In the room, Pei Jinya practiced cross-legged. In just over an hour, 1/10 of the supplies he brought from Haigang City had been consumed. The 3 attribute values barely recovered to 2,000 points. What more terrifying is that the energy accumulated by the goddess stone has been consumed by 1/3. The star ring of the dog. You almost killed me. Although he fooled the star ring, Pei Jinya lost 1/3 of his energy in this wave. This means that if he fights against the super 9th level star ring in the future, he will only have 2 chances at most. If he exceeds 2 times, just lie down and prepare for a rollback. This incident also gave Pei Jinya a reminder. The star ring is not as simple as he thought. But it is not invincible either. If the star ring is a person, then today events are hard to predict. This guy is so eager to enter the other world. Is he thinking of becoming a god and proving his truth? If an intelligent brain completely breaks through the previous limitations, then it is hard to imagine whether it will take the lives of all mankind seriously. If I devour this guy, the level of the intelligent brain will definitely be upgraded. Right? Pei Jinya exhaled lightly. He carefully reviewed his attack in front of Xinghuan. He only had the giant blood nightmare form. After ensuring that there were no other traces left, he breathed a sigh of relief. And he used the method of the judgment office to clear the traces. If Xinghuan believed the scene that he had left, then he could breathe a sigh of relief next. If Xinghuan did not believe it, then he just had to keep a low profile for the time being and stay out of the spotlight. It was only a 50-50 chance. No matter which one it is, Pei Jinya has to keep a low profile. As for the base of the investigation team, he has already applied for annual leave using the contact address left by Daping City. After the previous cleanup operation, the remaining organizations in Daping City either have someone behind them, or they have spent a lot of money to buy a life. If nothing unexpected happens, Daping City will be able to stay quiet for a while. So Pei Jinya doesn't need to go anywhere at the moment. And just stays in Nanzhou honestly, practicing the 5 Poison Heart Sutra with peace of mind. Improve to perfection as soon as possible. He also did not neglect the practice of Heaven and Earth 6-9 divine styles. It is hard to imagine, if he did not have the blessing of the innate martial body, how long would he have to wait to practice these skills? 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. The 3rd poison realm of 5 Poison Heart Sutra was broken naturally. All the toxins have been used up. If Ah Qing was still alive, she would probably be scared to death if she knew the amount of toxins Pei Jinya used. Even when her master practiced 5 Poison Heart Sutra, he did not dare to use so many toxins to temper his body easily. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. But who made Pei Jinya a monster who can be reborn with flesh and blood? He looked down at the black mist condensed in his hands. Pei Jinya knew it very well. These black mists contain toxins. Ordinary people will die of poison if they are touched by his palm. Although the method of tempering the body with poison is a bit risky, the effect is still very impressive. Returning to the mountains and forests, he gave the poisonous creatures a death order. He needed to practice the 5 Poison Heart Sutra as soon as possible. During the waiting period, Pei Jinya came up with a bold idea. He couldn't be consumed by the star ring in vain. He was in the dark, and the star ring was in the light. It was possible to get money from the Federation. Although it was a bit risky, it was not impossible. Today, the 5 continents caused turmoil. Under this premise, many rebel organizations were ready to move. And even the Old God Society had already taken advantage of the situation. So even if he made a move in secret during this period, the other party would not contact him too much. After carefully reviewing the information obtained from the Sky Angel memory, there is a secret address of the Federation spiritual fruit plantation in the other party memory. This kind of spiritual fruit is not open to the public. It is only provided internally. And only those who are above the 5th level of the Judgment Hall have the opportunity to enjoy it. He suffered a lot in this wave. Naturally, he has to find a way to get justice from Xinghuan. Can't beat you, and can't beat your little brother? So Pei Jinya hurriedly contacted the White Fox female elder. A seal that can disguise the other party's spiritual imprint? Yes, I do. What are you going to do? The White Fox elder asked calmly. Can you lend it to me for 3 days? Pei Jinya didn't say what he was going to do. The White Fox elder said simply, okay. I don't know if it was for Elder Wuji's sake, or because Pei Jinya had solved the problem for her before. In short, she agreed very straightforwardly, and it seemed that she didn't worry at all that Pei Jinya would lose the seal. After Pei Jinya left, the White Fox elder sat cross-legged in her room. He tried to calculate something with his fingers, but he was confused for a while. I can't calculate it. So what does this kid want to do? No one knows. Tonight, Pei Jinya changed his skin and sneaked into the spiritual fruit plantation with the help of the breath modifier. I have to admit that the security here is very strict. There are no less than 15 iris verifications. The closer to the plantation, the stricter the identity verification process is. Fortunately, Pei Jinya brought the breath modifier in advance, which can modify the spiritual imprint. The simulation was carried out against the information database, and it was successfully mixed in. There are 3 areas in the park. They are Area A, Area B, and Area C. Area A is the planting area. After picking, the fruits are placed in Area B for detoxification and storage, and then brought to Area C for packaging. Spiritual fruits are planted with secret methods. After picking, there are certain toxins. This kind of poison is not a poison in the general sense. Pei Jinya, based on the memory of the Sky Angel, probably guessed that it was because of the spiritual. The sex is too strong, ordinary people can't bear it. But Pei Jinya is different. His body has been strengthened by various abilities. Even if the life valve has not been opened, it is not comparable to ordinary people. Not to mention the ability of flesh and blood regeneration. Sneak into Area A. Pei Jinya turned into a picker. Each spiritual fruit is like a ginseng fruit, half the size of a palm, like a little man. Holding it in the hand, you can clearly feel the spirituality that is purer than the spiritual stone and very strong. This bite, I'm afraid it can increase a lot of attribute values. Pei Jinya raised his head and looked around. So eating so much. This wave of profit. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. Pei Jinya, who was picking fruits, did not stop. Although he did not know how the alarm was triggered. He quickly put all the fruits in front of him into the storage space. Then he fell to the ground with the unconscious staff. 10 minutes later, someone found that all the medical staff at the rescue station were unconscious. The entire planting base within a radius of 30 kilometers was thoroughly checked in the 3 areas of land, sea and air. However, no one would have thought that Pei Jinya did not go anywhere. At this moment, he was 7,500 meters below the ground of the planting base, sealing his aura and blending into the surrounding environment. He stayed there for 3 full days, during which time he harvested another universal extraordinary gene fragment. Until late at night, the martial law ended, Pei Jinya found an opportunity to quietly leave. During these 3 days, he also discovered a gold vein underground. If he hadn't been worried about making too much noise, Pei Jinya would have cut off more than 1/3 and run away. As long as it is a spiritual ore, Pei Jinya will take all the spiritual, or even if he uses the Mother God Stone to fight Xinguan again. As for gold, what he lacks now is cultivation resources, not money. Take 1/3 back and decorate the house with gold. Just for fun. Master. Early in the morning, in the back mountain of Jiang family, Zhong Xian stood beside Pei Jinya with a respectful face, looking at him worriedly. The master has not shown up for 3 days, so it is inevitable to be worried. What the matter? Pei Jinya was still the same, taking a sip of the spiritual tea brewed with spiritual bubbles on the table. Are you okay? I have been waiting for your call for the past 3 days, and I am very worried, Zhong Xian said honestly. Pei Jinya looked at him and smiled. It's rare that you are so attentive. Don't worry. I'm fine. That good? That good? Zhong Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He then told Pei Jinya what happened to the Jiang family in the past 3 days, which was basically that the Jiang family business activities in other cities were suppressed. Pei Jinya was not surprised by this. Lin Shibei was in charge of all the business affairs. It was normal to have both wins and losses. Besides, there were many capable people in the Jiang family who were engaged in business, but they were just working for him. Pei Jinya only cared about the cultivation resources. If no one wanted to take his cultivation resources, he would not intervene. After the meal, Lin Shibei arrived at the back mountain and reported the current troubles encountered by the group. Pei Jinya's answer to this was simple. If we can talk, we will talk. If we can't reach an agreement, we will find another way. The issue of resources cannot be underestimated. Yes, boss. It was 8:30 in the morning. Pei Jinya appeared at the base of the investigation team. Brother Bai, Zhou Yi and Gu Wudong were chatting in the restaurant. When they saw Pei Jinya appear, Gu Wudong waved his hand and took the initiative to stand up and greet him, putting his arm around Pei Jinya and saying, "Are you okay?" "Nothing." Pei Jinya shook his head. "You look a little pale, take care of yourself," Gu Wudong said with concern, and then blinked and said, I'm already at the second level after the training is finished at the end of the year. I estimate that I can reach the third level. Quite fast, great. Pei Jinya gave a thumbs up. Gu Wudong laughed. Damn, if others said this, I would still be happy, but I always feel that you are mocking me when you say this. Pei Jinya gave him a middle finger. Gu Wudong laughed very happily. You are also a trembling person. Pei Jinya shook his head and walked over. What are you shaking about? Gu Wudong didn't understand and hurriedly chased after him. Not long after, the topic of the four people shifted to Shizhou. Have you heard about the martial law in Shizhou? Gu Wudong looked at Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya hesitated and nodded. It was mentioned in the news, but what happened? I'm telling you something big. I have a relative from Shizhou. He told me that a big shot came directly from the federal headquarters. Gu Wudong said mysteriously. How big? Zhou Yi asked subconsciously. Gu Wudong gestured with a finger. Fuck. Zhou Yi was so shocked that he cursed. Many people looked at him. Zhou Yi immediately put his hands together and bowed apologetically. Then shrank his head, looked at Gu Wudong, and said exaggeratedly, the 9th level is here? This is the top combat power. Right? Is the war situation in Shizhou so terrible now? Gu Wudong shook his head and wondered. The war with the old god society has now calmed down. How can such a big thing happen again? Even Brother Bai was puzzled. But Pei Jinya, the instigator, was also puzzled. That right? Why? Gu Wudong went to perform the mission soon. Pei Jinya followed Brother Bai. Zhou Yi went on patrol. The previous clearing operation made Daping City much clearer, so the patrol ended earlier than before. In this way, a day was spent in ordinary practice. Under the night, Jiangback Mountain. Pei Jinya held a hammer in his hand. After planting the spiritual fruit trees, he left in a hurry, but he still pulled out all the more than 30 spiritual fruit trees. This was equivalent to destroying the plantation in the Federation. He was already an extraordinary planter, and he knew the steps of planting and maintaining spiritual fruit trees by heart. But he had no time to take care of them. We need to find some help. When the sky was slightly bright, Pei Jinya figure disappeared from the spot. It took no more than 30 minutes. There were 10 more gibbons in the back mountain of the Jiang family. Water them every day. Pick them regularly. And don't eat them secretly. This is the Python steward, responsible for supervision. Do your best. The 10 gibbons left with their water bottles obediently. Pei Jinya trained them, and handed over the spiritual fruit trees to them. Early in the morning, Pei Jinya went back home. The 2 elders are getting better and better. Pei Jinya has prepared the dried spiritual fruit and pushed it to the 2 elders. Eat one of these dried fruits every 3 days, which is very good for your health. The toxicity of the spiritual fruit had been eliminated, and it had been compressed into dried fruit by Pei Jinya. With the current physical condition of the 2 elders, eating 1 piece every 3 days was the limit. Do you have any more? Pei father and mother thought of Pei Jinya first. Don't worry about me. I have enough here. Pei Jinya looted all the spiritual fruits in the orchard. A total of more than 300. The production of this kind of spiritual fruit is not much. It is produced once a year. This time, Pei Jinya directly plundered more than 300 fruits. It accounts for 1/5 of the total amount of spiritual fruits in the Federation this year. 1 spiritual fruit can bring more than 100 attribute points, and more than 300 spiritual fruits can theoretically bring more than 30,000 attribute points. After 30,000 points, it is estimated that the 6th level of extraordinary will be broken. In fact, Pei Jinya cares more about the 30 fruit trees. If the planting is successful, it means that more than 300 spiritual fruits can be harvested every year, and the attribute value will increase by 30,000 points. The Federation has other plantations. Do you want to pry them all together? Just when Pei Jinya was thinking, the White Fox female elder called. Did you do the theft of the Nanzhou plantation? No. After hearing Pei Jinya categorical denial, the White Fox female elder said, no kidding. Let's join forces and do another deal. We split the profits 50-50 after the deal is done. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. He asked for a fortune teller first. Hexagram, very bad. Pei Jinya didn't believe in evil and read another hexagram. The hexagram was very bad again. He immediately said decisively, let's see in 2 days. He didn't say it so firmly. The White Fox female elder also knew that there was a chance. After confirming the intention of cooperation with Pei Jinya, she cut off the contact. It really was this kid who did it. The White Fox female elder said to herself, and thought of counting with her fingers, and thought, there is danger. Did this kid also learn hexagram from the elder? The voice of the spirit fox came from outside the door. Master, the Federation suddenly dispatched 10 extraordinary 9th level warriors. The Elders Council initiated an emergency meeting, and are waiting for you to attend. Got it. I be right there. The white fox female elder stood up, muttered to herself. 10 extraordinary 9th level warriors. Did this kid uproot the entire orchard? Duping City, back mountain of the Jiang family. Pei Jinya was happily eating spiritual fruit. For ordinary people, toxins are extremely rich spirituality. This is the same as being poisoned by inhaling too much pure oxygen. Moreover, the spiritual power contained in the spiritual fruit is much richer than that of the spiritual stone. If Pei Jinya had not upgraded his flesh and blood rebirth to LV2, he would not have been able to withstand the speed of destruction of the spiritual fruit. But he was very curious, how exactly this spiritual fruit was cultivated. Is it the power of technology? Pei Jinya thought thoughtfully. If he could master these cultivation techniques, he could be completely self-sufficient in the future. Just these 30 spiritual fruit trees can bring him 30,000 attribute points every year. After so many things, Pei Jinya's pursuit of strength is more due to the instability of the outside world. He must ensure that he will not be coerced by any force. But the premise is that he is strong enough. But it is not enough to control himself. He also needs to control the people and things around him. Eliminate threats. Otherwise, he will still be waiting for one big pit after another. Just like Chui Min calculated him at the beginning. In the end, he will only be the one who is remembered. This is definitely not what he wants to see. Under the moonlight, Pei Jinya listed a death target in his mind. Star Ring Gaia, Judgment Hall. Star Ring is the highlight. It is definitely the most terrifying existence in the Federation world. But the disadvantage is also obvious, it has no entity. If the Federation was not controlled by Star Ring, Pei Jinya might not be as vigilant against it as he is now. Next is Gaia. But Pei Jinya obviously found that, although Gaia is a lackey of Star Ring, it obviously has its own little thoughts. Otherwise, some things would not be hidden from Xinghuan. And the Judgment Office. This organization, which actually obeys Xinghuan, will definitely be a stumbling block for him in the future. Hold on for now. Pei Jinya knew that he had the Godmother Stone to rely on, but it was only an external force after all. If he had broken through to the 9th level of the Extraordinary when he fought Xinghuan before, and then used the Godmother Stone. First of all, the consumption of the Godmother Stone would not be so great. Secondly, what is the 9th level of the Extraordinary in front of him? In the end, it's still too weak. You shouldn't be complacent just because you've entered the 6th level of Transcendence. Pei Jinya exhaled lightly. Thinking of Lin Xiaowei and his chief master. He frowned slightly. Since Lin Xiaowei left to look for his chief master, he has never appeared again, he once asked. And the answer he got was that both of them had been sucked into the space vortex. But when he passed through Beizhou, he went to investigate, and the space vortex had disappeared. In other words, he has lost their whereabouts now. When he returned from the Yelguang ancient country, he tried to find them. But with his current understanding of time and space, he could not see through it at all. Lin Xiaowei told him that there were 5 disciples under the chief master, including him. Hearing that the eldest brother had a dark face from senior sister Lin Xiaowei, he lived in Beizhou all year round. The second brother was known as the half-step sword immortal, and he also went with Lin Xiaowei when she went to look for the chief master. Currently, 3 people are missing. The remaining third brother Song Wentian, who worked in Stormwind City Prison No. 3. Pei Jinya had worked with this third brother on a mission, but he was still a little confused about his strength at that time. However, as far as he knew, Stormwind City top combat power was only extraordinary level 3. Is he hiding his weakness? After the training, Pei Jinya felt that he needed to contact this third brother. After all, he was not a cold-blooded person. But to his surprise, he couldn't contact the third brother. Silence for a moment. Pei Jinya stood up. Stormwind City. The city was covered with a drizzle of rain. This rain had been falling for 3 days in a row. The trouser legs of the passers-by who were walking hurriedly had already been wet by the muddy path on the road. The gate of prison No. 3 was closed. Compared with the hustle and bustle of the city, this place seemed very deserted. There seemed to be a bloody smell in the air. Pei Jinya frowned. Prison No. 3 is an important forbidden area in Stormwind City, covering a total of 18 floors. So it is also jokingly called the 18th layer of hell. And at this moment, In the underground 18th layer, Song Wentian was covered in blood, his hands and feet were tied with iron chains, and the whole person was suspended in the air, and blood was dripping down from the ground. Song Wentian, I will ask you one last time, what is your relationship with the Spark Army? If you want to accuse someone, you can always find a pretext. Song Wentian sneered. Just after he finished speaking, he was hit hard by the other party with a stick. Song Wentian groaned. He spat out a mouthful of blood and phlegm at the other party. The man was shocked and angry, and rushed forward to beat him hard. But he was quickly stopped by the people around him. Stop beating. Stop beating, he will die if you beat him again, and the higher-ups are still hoping to get useful information from him. The man stopped, looked at Song Wentian, who had fainted, and threw away the iron rod in his hand. Wake him up, and continue the interrogation. The people around him felt a little bit reluctant. After all, Song Wentian was their captain before, and he treated them well. If he really had to do such a cruel thing, they would still feel a little guilty. You all want to die, right? The man seemed to be irritated by the attitude of such people, and shouted angrily, now the higher-ups have determined that he has a relationship with the Spark Army. If you dare to get close to him, don't blame the higher-ups for killing you when they investigate you. The faces of the people changed slightly. Not long after, a basin of cold water was poured on Song Wentian's face. His face was covered in blood, and it was impossible to tell what he looked like before. He was interrogated for more than half an hour, and he fainted 3 times. The interrogator hurriedly took him away when his breath almost disappeared. The curtains were drawn, and the doctor left after the examination. Song Wentian's hands and feet were tied to the bed, and he closed his eyes, as if he had completely fainted. Suddenly, a warm feeling appeared, and he slowly opened his eyes. Senior brother, Pei Jinya appeared in front of him. Song Wentian was stunned for a moment, but he just shook his head at the first moment, and silently made the mouth shape. Go. Don't worry, I have completely isolated this place. The master is missing, the senior sister and the second senior brother are also missing. I can't contact the eldest senior brother, so I can only come to find you, but you are now. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand to break the chains, but was stopped by Song Wentian. This is our 3rd meeting. I didn't expect it to be in such a scene. Go away. Don't worry about me. Song Wentian seemed very cautious. Pei Jinya understood his feelings. To be honest, the relationship between him and Song Wentian was only because they were related to Lin Xiaowei. Apart from that, the trust between them was very low. Do you have any news about Master and Senior Sister? In addition, I can take you away. Sorry, I can't contact them either. Maybe they are dead. Song Wentian said slowly. Have the knights looked for you? No. Pei Jinya shook his head. Song Wentian laughed at himself. After the master disappeared, the knights had planned to kick all of us out. For them, only interests are important, and chess pieces that have lost their value will naturally be discarded. Pei Jinya had no feelings for the knights. At this time, he raised his head and looked outside. People from the prison walked in. However, the moment Pei Jinya raised his hand, a huge force directly knocked these people unconscious. There is a sealed object in prison number 3, called Thunder Punishment. It was also at this moment Song Wentian discovered that Thunder Punishment was actually in the hands of his junior brother. He was slightly stunned. He felt fortunate that his junior brother was not standing on the opposite side of him. Pei Jinya looked at the blue ring on his left thumb. He snatched this Thunder Punishment ring from prison number 3, which was a pleasant surprise. However, he came here for Lin Xiaowei and that cheap master. Can you contact the senior brother? Sorry. Song Wentian smiled bitterly. Big brother origins are always mysterious. Even master can't find him sometimes. Pei Jinya frowned slightly. Just ignore them. Junior brother. Song Wentian paused. All we can do is live well. Can you do me a favor? Save you? No, you can't get involved in this matter. I give you an address. You just need to knock on the wood carving 3 times. Pei Jinya looked at Song Wentian. Song Wentian smiled bitterly and said, I'm sorry. I thought you were from the Federation. But fortunately, we are not on opposite sides. From now on, don't say you know me. It will bring you trouble. Actually, I can take you away directly. Pei Jinya did not reveal his whereabouts when he arrived here. However, Song Wentian still insisted on not letting Pei Jinya get involved. He thought Pei Jinya was only a 3rd-level extraordinary person, so he didn't want to involve an innocent person. Seeing that he insisted, Pei Jinya, so he didn't say anything more. into the dream. He didn't mean to kill Song Wentian. But since Song Wentian had already said so, he should be more cautious. He personally erased the memory of his third senior brother. After a while, Song Wentian slowly opened his eyes. His whole body didn't hurt as much as he imagined. But his eyes were blank. He had completely forgotten the existence of Pei Jinya. At the same time, in a bluestone alley, a figure gently knocked on the wooden sculpture 3 times. Song Wentian can't be counted on. And the knights can't be counted on either. Pei Jinya vaguely remembered that when Lin Xiaowei left, she mentioned the matter of the eldest and second brothers, saying that they would both save the master. But obviously, the third brother has already planned to leave the knights. So he can't be counted on at all. We can only wait. With his current strength, even if he uses the power of the Mother God Stone, he can't solve the problem of the time and space vortex. Maybe when he opens the Yuanshan valve, only when you reach the same level as the starry sky monsters, you will have a chance to solve this problem. Pei Jinya knows his advantages. Entering the other world to hone his martial arts is one of them. Devouring the extraordinary genes of the main world is another. However, for Pei Jinya, the more important thing is the attribute light group. Devouring can only devour the existing extraordinary genes. What kind of extraordinary genes exist in this world is equivalent to limiting his range of choices. The attribute light group is different. The universal extraordinary gene can be changed according to his wishes. This means that he can create his own extraordinary genes. Create his own extraordinary genes. The previous light type extraordinary is an example. It nothing more than waiting. I can wait. Swipe out the attribute panel. Pei Jinya looked at the fragments of the universal extraordinary gene. Now there are 6 of them. What I have to do now is to tap the potential of the body as soon as possible. The body becomes stronger. Pei Jinya fell into thought. If I can create extraordinary genes belonging to gods and demons, let not talk about anything else. If I can synthesize the extraordinary genes of the Monkey King, Erlangshan, Bull Demon King or the 4 Heavenly Kings, I can beat the extraordinary 9th level here. If there is a chance in the future, I can also synthesize the extraordinary genes of the 3 pure ones, develop another Pangu, and directly create the world. Wouldn't I be invincible? When Pei Jinya knew that he could create extraordinary genes, he had already set his sights on those mythical figures in his previous life. But now, 6 are not enough. Another 2 days passed. Pei Jinya once again obtained an omnipotent extraordinary gene. At the same time, Yang Shanhe, the head of the investigation team, found Pei Jinya. As a special consultant of the base, this time Pei Jinya will participate in a cross-city joint investigation on behalf of Daping City. This time the joint investigation is mainly based on Stormwind City, and our Daping City, and the neighboring Blackpung City will serve as supplementary assistants. In the office, Yang Shanhe handed a top-secret document to Pei Jinya, and continued, just last night, a vicious jailbreak occurred in Stormwind City. The identity of the other party is still being verified. The superiors asked our investigation team to take responsibility. Pei Jinya had never contacted Yang Shanhe privately. This was the first time they had contacted each other. The other party was very confident. Stormwind City has an incident. Does our Daping City also need to send people? Pei Jinya looked over. Yang Shanhe looked at him and said calmly, "This is Stormwind City initiative request. Zhongzhou has agreed. You lead the team. The special operations team of the base will travel with you." "Captain," Pei Jinya suddenly spoke. "If you have any questions, please tell me." Yang Shanhe looked over. Pei Jinya looked calm. "Am I suitable for this mission? Although I am now at the 3rd level, I lack experience, and I was injured in my previous training. My injuries were exposed when I worked with General Chu last time. To be honest, I am a little hesitant. I have heard about what happened last time. Actually, you did a good job. Although that person was at the 2nd level of extraordinary cultivation, but his strength is close to the 3rd level. You have proved your ability by keeping him. For this mission, I didn't mean to choose you." Yang Shanhe shook his head and said. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. "What does Zhongzhou mean?" "Yes." Yang Shanhe looked over and said calmly, "I don't know how deep your relationship with the former counselor is. Now the higher-ups have set their sights on you. Perform well in this mission. I will instruct the special forces to cooperate with you. Originally, this mission is not in our Daping City. We are just assisting. You don't need to rush forward when the time comes. You should act according to circumstances." Pei Jinya looked at Yang Shanhe suspiciously. He didn't think that his friendship with Captain Yang was so deep. Zhou Weiren is my schoolmate, Yang Shanha said slowly. Pei Jinye suddenly realized, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yang Shanha was serious at first, but he was amused by Pei Jinye's politeness at this moment. No need to be so literary. Let me put it this way, this time the higher-ups should have the purpose of assessment. Don't seek to be fruitless, but seek to be correct. The higher-ups won't make things difficult for you. The grudge between the two has nothing to do with you. That person doesn't have such a small heart. Pei Jinye seemed a little uncertain. Yang Shanha looked at him. He didn't think there was anything. This is in line with Pei Jinye's mentality at his current age. He whispered, at present, the power of the investigation team has not fallen into the hands of this congressman. Before you violate the principal regulations, he can't do anything. Paused. He suddenly asked again, do you have the quota for further study at Longchengwuda? Pei Jinye looked over. Yang Shanha saw his expression and understood. Someone must have set his sights on the quota in your hand. That person is not. He already has a quota. It must be someone around him. Be careful on this mission. In front of Yang Shanha, Pei Jinye suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Captain, I am seriously injured and need to take leave to heal. Can I withdraw from this operation? Yang Shanha was stunned. After a while, he replied, okay. Pei Jinye wiped the blood off the ground, and then left the office. Yang Shanha was still thinking about what happened just now. His face was full of weirdness. You said? This kid is really cruel. Pei Jinye left the investigation team base. He went out to have a fortune-telling. It was really bad. Damn it, there are always people who want to harm me. 0 degree. He used brain waves to contact Xing Tian. I'm here. Ask a question, I got the news. Something happened in Stormwind City. Will it affect the safety of our members? Pei Jinye asked for no reason. Who is the commander-in-chief this time? Pei Jinye asked again. Su Ji, deputy commander of the Central Plains Military Corps. He is in charge of this mission. Xing Tian told the truth. Do you want to deal with him? Still investigating. Pei Jinye did not hide anything. Do you need my help? Xing Tian asked proactively. That enough. Pei Jinye has locked on Su Ji. Only Xing Tian can get the internal combat intelligence of Zhongzhou. After receiving Su Ji information, he has been secretly investigating whether the Su family needs quotas. In less than 3 minutes, Pei Jinye invaded the internal network of the Su family, and a large amount of data was clearly visible in front of him. Mrs. Su, did you find out? Su Ji, what did you find out? Mrs. Su, the quota for further study at Longchengwuda. I have heard from Wang Lu wife. There are 3 quotas in Zhongzhou, 1 from the Wang family, 1 from the Luo family, and 1 was taken by Cui Min. Forget about the first 2 spots. What the situation with Cui Min, he already dead, and he's still occupying this spot. Su Ji, I check. Mrs. Su, did you find out? Su Ji, I found out. She a 3rd level extraordinary, not easy to deal with. Mrs. Su, what's so difficult about a 3rd level? You're still a 5th level extraordinary, you're 2 levels short. Can he still refuse? Su Ji, I find a way. Under the night, when Su Ji returned home, his wife started talking about the quota again. There was still a month before the report, so she was naturally a little anxious. Su Ji pulled his tie and said casually, wait 2 more days. Why wait 2 more days? Mrs. Su was very dissatisfied. I have assigned him a task. If the task cannot be completed, he will be questioned. When the time comes, I will come forward, and some things will be done naturally. Su Ji said lightly. What if he refuses? Mrs. Su frowned, always feeling that this efficiency is too slow. Su Ji sneered at the words, reject? Did he dare to reject me? Delaying the opportunity is a capital crime. If he doesn't agree to me, he will die anyway. Really? Suddenly, a 3rd-person voice came from the room. Su Ji and his wife looked at it in surprise at the same time. However, before the 2 of them could see clearly what was happening, the void in front of them seemed to be wrapped by an invisible force. After all, Su Ji was an extraordinary 5th-level awakener. Of course, his reaction speed was not comparable to his wife. But what made him scared was that, even if he tried his best, under the terrifying brute force that came at this moment, all his resistance was in vain. Bang! The overwhelming force directly shattered all of Su Ji's will. A big hand clasped down. Enter the dream. Have you heard? Another big shot died in Dawn City last night. Fuck. Is this true? Then how can I lie to you? In the corner of the restaurant, Gu Wudong poked his head out and said mysteriously, "Do you know who it is?" "Who is it?" Zhou Yi was the most curious. "Su Ji, Deputy Commander of the Central Continent Military Corps." Gu Wudong glanced around, then lowered his voice and said, "Fuck." Zhou Yi was indeed very supportive. But Brother Bai expression was also a little moved. "Isn't this a 5th level extraordinary expert? Also killed?" Gu Wudong nodded seriously. "You may not believe it if I tell you. A USB flash drive was left at the crime scene. It recorded the evidence of the Su family crimes, as much as 13T. These guys didn't even let the children go." Zhou Yi was stunned. "Did the rebels do it?" Gu Wudong shook his head. "I don't know. The identity of the murderer is still uncertain. No one in the world has come forward to admit it, and there are some very strange things about this matter. How did the other party break through the security?" Zhou Yi looked over uncertainly. "This is one of the doubts." Gu Wudong nodded, and then looked at Pei Jinya and Brother Bai beside him. "Su Ji is already a 5th level extraordinary person, and the other party killed him without anyone noticing, and did not alert the security personnel outside. Either this is a gang action, or the other party's strength is at least above the 7th level." Hiss. Zhou Yi started screaming again. But everyone has gotten used to it. Gu Wudong extended his second finger, and the USB flash drive, the other party can do it so detailed, it very scary. The official now speculates that the other party has been eyeing the Su family for a long time. It makes sense. Hearing Zhou Yi's voice, Pei Jinya looked over. Zhou Yi also looked at him. Pei Jinya raised his thumb. "I think what you said makes sense." Zhou Yi grinned. Yi Duo said a few more words. "In fact, to be able to do it so detailed, you can guess with your toes that the other party must know Su Ji very well. I suggest that the authorities should start investigating the people that Commander Su knew. Maybe they can find something." "Shut up. How about you investigate it? I guess the Judgment Office will also intervene in the 5th level matter this time." "I guess so. A deputy commander was killed without anyone noticing. This is too fucking terrifying. As far as I know, many big guys have tripled their security forces since this incident. And I heard that some families have issued conscription orders." "What is a conscription order?" Big Brother suddenly wondered. "It a game term. Probably it means paying someone for protection." Zhou Yi explained. Big Brother said strangely, "Find someone from outside? Aren't the people trained by the Federation strong enough?" "You can't say that. Just like Su Ji, can he ask a 6th or 7th level superhero to protect him? He is his superior, but it's different to recruit from outside. There is no guarantee for the practice of Jianghu wanderers, so they are more willing to bow their heads." Brother Bai paused, shaking his head to indicate that the topic was too high level, and I was not worthy of it. On the contrary, Zhou Yi enjoyed talking about it. Gu Wudong's words were immersive. Zhou Yi uttered interjections from time to time. Brother Bai and Pei Jinya were already accustomed to it. The two looked at each other. Brother Bai pushed the soup dumpling in front of Pei Jinya. "Let's eat it together. I go get some chili sauce." Pei Jinya just stood up, but Gu Wudong pulled his arm back. He looked at her in confusion. "Love me. Don't leave. Go away." He left. When Pei Jinya came back with the chili sauce, Gu Wudong had been called away by the team. Zhou Yi sat next to Brother Bai, and was still mumbling something. Brother Bai clenched his fists, and seemed to be trying hard to hold back his anger, until Pei Jinya appeared. Brother Bai waved his hand, and started eating soup dumplings. Without waiting for Zhou Yi to say anything, he picked up a dumpling, and stuffed it into Zhou Yi's mouth. Zhou Yi was choked to death. Pointing at Brother Bai, he almost said scumbag. Pei Jinya couldn't help but pat him on the back. Zhou Yi looked over gratefully. After taking a breath, he said, "What Lao Gu said just now is right. No one knows what will happen in the next moment these days. Enjoy life while you can. Why don't you pay attention to me?" Ah chow. Because Pei Jinya had applied for leave, he came here to handle the leave procedures this time, and left the base. It was Brother Bai and Zhou Yi who sent him off. Pei Jinya treated the two to a banquet at his own hot pot restaurant. Zhou Yi was a little curious about why Pei Jinya suddenly asked for half a month leave, but was stepped on by Brother Bai. "Eating can't stop your mouth." Pei Jinya smiled. "It okay, I was injured during training, I need to rest at home." Brother Bai and Zhou Yi, "Don't worry. Health is still very important." Brother Bai sighed. "I didn't take good care of my body when I was young, so my body is a little Su." Zhou Yi added to him. "Thank you," Brother Bai said unhappily. Zhou Yi looked at Pei Jinya and smiled. After Brother Bai and Zhou Yi left, Pei Jinya received the message from Xiao Hongluo, and soon he appeared in the safe house. "What happened?" Sister Inshu disappeared. Xiao Hongluo said hurriedly. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. When did it happen? This morning. I came to the safe house to get something later. When I tried to contact Sister Inshu, I found that I couldn't get through. When I came back, I found that she had disappeared. There were still some instant noodles on the table that she hadn't touched. And the water was still warm. Xiao Hongluo described the whole thing. Don't worry. Pei Jinya read the fortune. It was not a bad fortune. After thinking for a while, he contacted Elder Wuji in person. Do you know where Inshu is? Didn't she tell you? She is at the headquarters now. Pei Jinya paused. There is a mission at the headquarters? So suddenly, the situation in Zhongzhou is now much more complicated than usual. With her current ability, she cannot cooperate with your next action. I will teach her in person during this period and let her go back after a while. After Pei Jinya got the answer from Elder Wuji, he also told Xiao Hongluo. When Xiao Hongluo learned that Inshu had returned to the headquarters, she felt sorry for her, but also a little envious. Wow. It turns out that no one cares about me. Pei Jinya looked at her. Do you have enough instant noodles at home? I'm tired of eating them. I like to eat black swans recently. It's a kind of cake. You will gain weight easily if you eat too much. I won't. As long as you are happy. After Pei Jinya returned to the Jiang family, he practiced with peace of mind for a period of time. In the blink of an eye. 2 days later. Attribute value plus 300 points. 2 more days passed. Almighty Extraordinary Gene Fragment plus 1. 2 more days. Almighty Extraordinary Gene Fragment plus 1. Early in the morning. Thunder rumbled in the sky above the entire Daping city. After Pei Jinya finished his training, he swiped out the attribute panel. He had accumulated 11 pieces of the Universal Extraordinary Gene Fragments. He looked up at the sky filled with purple thunder. He felt something in his heart. He was eager to try. With his current elemental power of more than 80 times, if he used the purest thunder in the world to temper his body, he might be able to gain something. The moment the thought came to mind, Pei Jinya flashed into the air. Bang! An arc of lightning struck Pei Jinya. And he was knocked back. But he was unharmed. When the lightning struck him, he activated his skills, and the power of the lightning that hit his body was immediately absorbed and refined. Qi and blood plus 7. Stamina plus 9. Bang! Before Pei Jinya could stabilize himself, the lightning that swung around knocked him back again. Qi and blood plus 8. Stamina plus 11. Sizzle! A rolling thunder fell. Pei Jinya was struck directly this time. His qi and blood almost collapsed. Fortunately, the reorganization of his flesh and blood allowed him to condense this qi and blood again. Qi and blood plus 4. Stamina plus 12. Pei Jinya grimaced. Damn, this lightning hurts so much. A lightning chased Pei Jinya and struck him. He hurriedly raised his hands, forming a lightning shield, covering his hands with the sky lightning. Damn! It's unimaginable. The power of this lightning is several times stronger than the power condensed by the awakening of the extraordinary gene. After just absorbing for more than 10 seconds, he had already reached the limit of his body. Absorb it! Pei Jinya roared. Bloodlines began to appear from his neck. He was about to activate the giant blood nightmare mode. But it didn't happen. He just used the power of the giant blood nightmare to withstand the pressure, and then frantically absorbed the lightning power gathered in the palm of his hand. However, the lightning seemed to have found a target, forming a sea of lightning that struck Pei Jinya. Now he had no intention of continuing to absorb, because he has already absorbed to the limit of his human body. If he continues to absorb, the speed of his flesh and blood regeneration will not be as fast as the speed of thunder crushing. But watching the power of thunder dissipate from heaven and earth, it is really a pity. Maybe. Pei Jinya checked the weather forecast for the next few days, at least a week of thunderstorms. His heart moved. Pei Jinya had a bold idea. Then condensed the extraordinary gene that tempers the body with thunder. He now has 11 universal extraordinary gene fragments in his hand. I think that enough. His body suddenly felt hot. Updates appeared on the attribute panel. New extraordinary gene, God Thunder Body. New extraordinary ability, Thunder Breath LV1 ignore thunder damage, combined with the Domain Thunder Hammer. It will exert 150% of its power. Look at the attribute panel again. The universal extraordinary gene fragments are directly used up. Although it a bit painful, Pei Jinya felt a little hot in his heart that this extraordinary gene was directly classified as a god. The extraordinary genes obtained by judgment are just pseudo-gods. My extraordinary genes are directly synthesized into god-level extraordinary genes. I've made a fortune. immediately activated the extraordinary ability of Thunder Breath. Pei Jinya removed the barrier. This time, when the thunder fell on him again, the feeling was obviously different. Before, the thunder fell, like a whip hitting him, the power was full of violence. But now, when the thunder fell on him, it automatically became a force, like a warm current, and was absorbed by his body. Awesome! Pei Jinya shouted in excitement. With a body of thunder, absorbing thunder became like a fish in water. What a pity. Relying solely on the 12 lotuses of Hunyuan to practice is still a bit slow. It would be even better if there was a technique that could directly transform thunder. Yanzi, don't pretend to be dead. If you are still alive, spit out a technique. The Yenshin coffin vibrated. A technique was spit out. Pei Jinya reached out and grabbed it in his hand. The art of inducing thunder and refining. Yanzi is still awesome. Pei Jinya floated in the sea of thunder and opened the lightning tempering technique in his hand. This technique just met his expectations. It tempered the body by drawing down thunder. Without hesitation, Pei Jinya began to practice. The proficiency increased. 50% for beginners, 99% for beginners, 1% for minor success, and after reaching 99% for major success, the proficiency of this technique could no longer be increased. However, the major success level was enough. Almost at the moment when the technique was running, Pei Jinya absorbed the power of thunder at a speed that felt like a bicycle turning into a fighter jet in a second. When he was in the new world of chaos before, he had absorbed and refined the power of thunder. However, this kind of thunder power is different from the purest thunder power in the world. The former is triggered by an object, while the latter is the purest power. As the technique was running, Pei Jinya could clearly feel that his body was growing stronger. The thunder and lightning that had been chasing him had now completely quieted down. In less than 3 minutes, the thunder ended. Pei Jinya was still not satisfied. Floating in the sea of clouds, when he turned around and was about to leave, he unexpectedly found a figure stumbling over at the entrance of the forest, and knelt down in front of him with a plop. Master, please accept my disciple greetings. Pei Jinya looked silently. The figure kowtowed several times. Please have mercy on me. Senior, Pei Jinya calculated secretly. The hexagram showed a small fortune. He casually stretched out his hand and waved it, and a wisp of spiritual energy flowed into the boy's body. Then he didn't pay much attention to it. Disappeared directly. Thank you for your kindness. Senior, the young man shouted loudly, but his voice was instantly covered by the wind. For Pei Jinya, it was just a trivial matter. Just treat it as a good relationship. After returning from Yunshan, Pei Jinya had just returned to the back mountain of Jiang family. He was sitting in the restaurant. He didn't let Zhongxian come, but just asked the maids to make a medicinal meal. While waiting alone, suddenly, the flame god coffin vibrated. Opening time has arrived. Pei Jinya looked helpless. At least let me have some food. The light flickered. When Pei Jinya opened his eyes again, the sound of wind and waves came roaring. He was back on the giant ship of the Sima family. In the room, Pei Jinya kept sitting cross-legged on the ground, looking like he was practicing. He pulled out the attribute panel. The 3 attribute values were all stabilized at 11,800 points. With the practice skills of the other world, and the synthesized extraordinary genes, his practice speed increased day by day. Master Pei. Sima Yingjun personally invited Pei Jinya to dinner, because his amazing swordsmanship in beheading the evil thief was truly amazing. When Pei Jinya appeared, the people on the boat were filled with awe. For Pei Jinya, beheading the people from the Yulong gang was last month. But for the people from the Sima family, it was just a few minutes ago. I have interrogated them. They are from the Yulong gang. They really don't want our Sima family raw silk to be sent out. Sima Yingjun changed the subject. Fortunately, we have Master Pei. Otherwise the plan of the Yulong gang would have succeeded this time. Pei Jinya didn't care about it at all. Just looked at the hot red blood carp on the table. Sima Yingjun smiled and said, Master Pei. Please. Then I won't be polite. Pei Jinya was not polite either. This red blood carp is many times stronger than the blood red carp in the main world. Only when he ate this, he felt refreshed. It happened that he was waiting for a meal at the Jiang family. Fortunately, we have made up for this meal here. And it is a big meal. Pei Jinya was in a good mood immediately. He liked Sima Yingjun more and more. Master Pei, have you heard of dragonfish? It is a kind of divine fish with a higher grade than red blood carp. An ordinary dragonfish is comparable to half a red blood carp king. Sima Ingjun looked over and asked, "Do you have it?" Pei Jinya raised his head. Sima Ingjun smiled and said, "No. It's rare. It is produced in large quantities in Jiangnan. There are only about 40 fish in the entire Youguang ancient country each year. The royal family takes 70%, and the rest are sold to the outside. Recently, Jiangnan Commercial Bank auctioned 7 fish at once. I see that Master Pei likes to eat fish. When I get to Jiangnan, I will buy one for Master Pei to try. It too expensive. It okay. I will take charge of the money from the sale of raw silk this time. It enough to buy a dragon fish." Sima Ingjun smiled shyly, who knew that Pei Jinya had never thought of buying one. The giant ship sailed for 2 days, before finally leaving the territory of Nandu. When arriving at the Jiangnan water town, the number of boats sailing on the river gradually increased. Ugh! Early in the morning, the sound of vomiting due to seasickness came from next door. "Young master." Hu Nianshan looked over worriedly and handed over a cloth towel. Sima Ingjun took the cloth towel and wiped the corners of his mouth. Just as he was about to say something, he retched again. He couldn't say a word. "Chief Pei." Someone saw Pei Jinya appear. Everyone spoke respectfully. "Pei." Sima Ingjun quickly turned his head and laid down in front of the guardrail and began to retch. Pei Jinya reached out and patted his back twice. Sima Ingjun vomiting stopped immediately. Even Hu Nianshan and others looked over in surprise. "Master Pei, am I okay?" Sima Ingjun looked incredulous. The dizziness completely disappeared, as if it had never happened. He didn't know what Pei Jinya had done to him. The first thing that came to his mind was, if this can be sold as a secret medicine, I'm afraid it will be worth a lot of money. Right? In the time of an incense stick, Sima Ingjun changed his clothes and reappeared in front of Pei Jinya after surviving the disaster. "Master Pei, please forgive me for making a fool of myself." Pei Jinya ate the fruit in front of him without caring. This fruit is a specialty of Nandu. Some of them are like apples and pears in later generations. They are very juicy and suitable for hydration. "You've never been on a boat before?" Sima Ingjun said shyly. "Not really, it's the first time I've gone far away." Pei Jinya looked over silently, then retracted his gaze, and said calmly, "Your sister is quite thoughtful. My sister trusts you, Master Pei, and originally didn't intend to let me go out this time. But then something like that happened in the Nandu business community again." Sima Ingjun's face was still a little pale, and he sighed, "I hope my family can get through this safely this time." Pei Jinya took a bite of the apple pear, and said slowly, "I won't say words of comfort. Think about what to do next. I just take care of killing people." Sima Ingjun opened his mouth, and then laughed dryly, really didn't dare to say anything more on this topic. Master Pei gave him a very low-key feeling, but every time he said something loud like beating to death, it made people feel frightened. Before Sima Ingjun could continue to say anything, suddenly the sky outside the window suddenly flashed brightly, followed by a thunderous explosion. It thundering. Sima Ingjun was suddenly stunned. Looking outside, he saw the heavy rain. A chill came from outside. Sima Ingjun shrank his head. "It's going to rain heavily. I hope our boat is okay." "It will be fine," Pei Jinya said. Sima Ingjun was startled. Seemingly he didn't understand what Master Pei meant by this. But when he was called back to his residence, no one knew that Pei Jinya disappeared from the room. Under the breath of thunder, the rolling thunder was completely contained in Pei Jinya's body. "Why does the thunder sound so scary today?" Sima Ingjun muttered to himself while hiding in the room. Hu Nianshan accompanied him on one side. With a half-open window, he looked at the sky suspiciously. And he always felt that there seemed to be someone in the lightning. It must be an illusion. 10 minutes later, the lightning dissipated. But many people noticed that although the lightning had dissipated, the rain curtain above the sky seemed to have a gap. And it just so happened that not a drop of rain fell on the entire canal. This spectacle also caused a lot of heated discussion. "Wow, I encountered such a miracle on my first trip. Is it my destiny to be extraordinary?" Sima Ingjun was full of surprise. Hu Nianshan couldn't help looking at him. He was too embarrassed to say this. But the master son next to him was embarrassed to flatter Sima Ingjun. Sima Ingjun was complacent. But he pushed master son away and said, "I want to go find Master Pei." Everyone was embarrassed. Sima Ingjun knocked on the door for a while. Pei Jinya opened the door. "What the matter?" "Master Pei. Look! It's the only place in this area where it's not raining over our canal. It's still raining everywhere else." Sima Ingjun wanted to say it was a miracle. Pei Jinya twitched his lips. Perhaps seeing that he was not in a good mood. Sima Yingjun did not dare to disturb him again. At this time, his men suddenly came hurriedly and whispered, "Young master, the boat of the Yuan family in Jiangnan stopped over. Someone sent a message saying they want to invite you to have a chat." "Yuan family? Is that Yuan Hua? This old guy is here today." Sima Yingjun immediately smiled and said to Pei Jinya, "Yuan family is from the Jiangnan Merchant Alliance. He and I went to the same academy. We had a good time. I will introduce him to you when I see him later." Pei Jinya waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. 10 minutes later, a ladder was built between the two giant ships, and a group of people came from the Yuan family giant ship to the Sima family ship. "Brother Yuan, Brother Yingjun, Brother Yuan, let me introduce you. This is Brother Pei, my elder brother." Sima Yingjun introduced enthusiastically. Yuan Hua was stunned, and subconsciously looked at Pei Jinya. The old man next to him glanced at Pei Jinya, and then retracted his gaze, not taking it to heart. "Brother Pei, nice to meet you." Pei Jinya nodded, without any intention of deliberately making friends. Sima Yingjun took Yuan Hua to the deck. He knew that Pei Jinya did not like this kind of environment. "I didn't force it, but I specially arranged to cook 2 more red blood carp for the dinner later. On my way back, I heard that a sword immortal appeared in your Nandu. Brother Yingjun, have you seen his true appearance?" Yuan Hua thought of something and asked. Sima Yingjun paused. "Sword immortal? What sword immortal?" "It is said that pirates attacked the ship, and a sword immortal saw the injustice and split the entire river with his sword." Yuan Hua's words were full of yearning. Sima Yingjun was a little suspicious, and he subconsciously thought of Pei Jinya. But what Pei Jinya did not match what Yuan Hua described. So he subconsciously thought it was someone else. "It's a pity that I didn't get to meet him. But the pirates are really hateful." Indeed. When the dinner started, Pei Jinya showed up slowly. Although he didn't talk much, he gave people a sense of distance. Yuan Hua was also inexplicably afraid of him. A feeling that he couldn't explain. Until the end of the dinner. When he returned to his ship, the old man who followed him whispered, "The young man accompanied by the young master of the Sima family should be practicing the way of poison. I saw that his palms were slightly black. The young master must be careful when he comes into contact with him." "The way of poison?" Yuan Hua was stunned and shuddered. "No wonder I always feel cold when I come into contact with him. How can Sima Yingjun get acquainted with such a person? I heard that the Sima family was recently targeted by the Yulong gang and the Lu family. Maybe he is desperate and is trying anything he can," the old man said indifferently. Yuan Hua sighed. "The sister of the Sima family. I admired her very much, but it's a pity that the opponent she met was too strong. If the Sima family can't get through this difficult time, there will be no Sima family in the future. What a pity. The night is like flowing water." The huge ship is moving slowly. Pei Jinya is standing on the deck. Sima Yingjun is accompanying him. "I don't know why I sighed. Master Pei, we will arrive in Jiangnan tomorrow morning. Do you think people from the Yulong gang will come again?" "Yes." Hearing Pei Jinya's decisive words, Sima Yingjun was stunned. The next moment, Pei Jinya waved his hand and slashed with a sword. The river surface in front of him suddenly shook. Several figures hidden in it were blown away on the spot. Sima Yingjun swore. This is definitely the coolest sword move he has ever seen. "Damn, I really want to learn it." "Really? You can even call me Daddy." "Master Pei." After Sima Yingjun came to his senses, he was startled by the rolling waves, and quickly grabbed the railing beside him to stand firm. "Keep sailing." Pei Jinya returned the sword to the guard beside him, as if he had done something casual. He did not use his own sword. His sword had been placed in the storage space, and it was inappropriate to take it out in front of so many people. Wait for Pei Jinya to leave. Many people surrounded the guard holding the sword, full of envy. The guard was not very old, but he held the sword tightly and refused to let go. Master Pei just used his sword to dig a river and protect the road. When people saw this, they could make decisions for him. He even thought about where the sword would go. He must pass it down after he died. He must pass it down. Not to mention Hunyenshan, even Sima Yingjun was a little envious of this kid. They all thought his sword was a good sword. But when he went to see it, he realized it was just an ordinary sword. Sword immortal? This thought suddenly flashed through Sima Yingjun's mind. Perhaps the sword immortal is like Master Pei. At the same time, the Yuan family fleet, which had already circled behind the mountain, slowed down. That bright light just now was. Yuan Hua's face was full of doubt. It a very strong sword energy. I'm afraid it is sword master. The old man looked solemn. He even felt that if he faced this sword, he might only have a 30% chance of winning. Could it be that Sword Immortal Senior? Yuan Hua suddenly became interested. But didn't they say they were heading towards Nandu? They were actually on this canal. But I clearly remember that. After we left the Sima family boat, there were not many ships in sight. Yuan Hua fell into some doubt. He was more upset that he had missed the opportunity to worship the Sword Immortal. The old man next to him was a little hesitant. He had been on guard all around at the time. There were only 3 cargo ships in total. Apart from the Sima family, he couldn't imagine where the Sword Master would be. Sima family. He quickly shook his head. If the Sima family had such a great Sword Master, would they be suppressed to this extent by the Lu family and the Yulong gang? In the blink of an eye, the day dawned. Near noon, the Sima family ship finally arrived in Jiangnan. At least hundreds of cargo ships were transporting goods in one port. It was enough to see the prosperity of Jiangnan. Young master. There were people from the Sima family waiting in Jiangnan early. Sima Munli had already arranged everything in Nandu. This is why Sima Ingjun couldn't wait to take Pei Jinya out for a good time. He was a bit rational after all. He took the group to the inn to stay. He made an appointment with the merchant in Nandu. These people came with bills to exchange for goods. After a long time of trouble, Sima Ingjun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Standing beside Pei Jinya, he wondered, I thought the people from the Yulong gang would take advantage of me unloading the goods and burn all the goods on my ship. It turns out that they dare not come to Jiangnan to cause trouble. Pei Jinya shook his head and laughed. Are you hoping that something bad will happen to the raw silk? That not the case. Sima Ingjun himself was also laughing. When I was in Nandu before, I often heard people at home talk about the power of the Yulong gang. I thought they were really all-powerful, but it turns out that they were only limited to Nandu. After that, he said to Pei Jinya, I arranged a dragonfish for you. Sir, did you buy it? Pei Jinya looked. Of course. Sir, business is my business. Sima Ingjun arranged the best restaurant in Jiangnan to entertain Pei Jinya. There were only the 2 of them. In the Sima family, the only person who could be treated so politely by Sima Ingjun was Pei Jinya. On the Xianhe Tower, a view of the magnificent scenery of Jiangnan was given, making up for the fact that Sima Ingjun was unable to let Pei Jinya enjoy himself in Nandu at that time. Although Sima Ingjun rarely traveled far away, he knew a lot of things. 8 years ago, a martial marquis appeared in the Shuga family in Jiangnan, and he entered the Grandmaster realm before he was 35 years old. What about now? Pei Jinya became interested. Now, Sima Ingjun thought for a while. He should be in seclusion. 2 years ago, our Yoguang ancient country and Shimong had friction. General Zhuge personally led a team to kill a master of the other side, which attracted the pursuit of the royal family of Shimong, but failed. The national master of Shimong and General Zhuge agreed to a 3-year battle, which will be at the end of the year. I hope General Zhuge can win. I heard that when he escaped back, he was injured by the national master of Shimong. I don't know how serious his injury is. It can be heard that. Sima Ingjun admired General Zhuge very much. Do you know what is above the Grandmaster? Pei Jinya suddenly asked. Grandmaster? Sima Ingjun said firmly. Pei Jinya was stunned. Seeing this, Sima Ingjun hurriedly said, I'm not kidding. I heard Uncle Qian say before that the Grandmaster is not the end of martial arts. The next step is the Grandmaster. What is the Grandmaster? Pei Jinya didn't expect that this kid actually knew. External training and internal strength. The muscles and bones are all vibrating. Tiger and Leopard Thunder Sound is the 3rd realm of martial arts. When you reach the level of Tiger and Leopard Thunder Sound, you are a master. Then use the blood and energy of the whole body to impact the lower dantian 3 inches below the navel to break through the barrier. Lower dantian? Pei Jinya knows about dantian. Compared with the exercises he practices, the dantian is usually transformed into a hole. Even the 5 Poison Heart Sutra and Heaven and Earth 69 Divine Styles do not involve the lower dantian. Otherwise, he would have noticed it at the beginning. That right, the human body is divided into 3 dantians, upper, middle and lower. Sima Ingjun nodded and said, Uncle Qian said at the time that only if the breakthrough is successful, the body can be opened. If the breakthrough fails, it will inevitably cause shock to the human body. It will take a period of recuperation before the breakthrough can be made again. At least half a year. After saying this, he looked at Pei Jinya suspiciously. He was thinking, doesn't the mountain gate behind Pei Jinya know this? After all, Pei Jinya is so powerful. The mountain gate behind him must be very powerful too. Pei Jinya seemed to understand the meaning of his eyes. He said casually, I said, I am a casual cultivator. Sima Yingjun scratched his head embarrassedly. Sorry. Master Pei, I am not doubting you. But your skills must be from a hidden mountain sect in the storybook. Before Pei Jinya could continue to say anything, Sima Yingjun waved his hand and said, I understand. I understand everything. Just think that Master Pei is testing himself. You know nothing. Pei Jinya looked at it dimly. Sima Yingjun continued, I don't know why this yunti is called yunti. Uncle Qian said that year. I forgot, it basically means nourishing the body. Uncle Qian also said that the lower dantian can actually be regarded as the center that controls the power of the body qi, blood, fascia, etc. The power contained in a person's physical strength, endurance, tendons, bones, muscles, etc. are all related to it. When reaching the realm of nourishing the body, all the martial arts practitioners' training is to nourish the blood and qi, nourish the internal organs, and strengthen the body. From what Uncle Qian meant, at this point, what these big guys have to do every day is to accumulate and accumulate again. With their own physical strength and blood as the foundation, their fists and feet are their only means of attack. Pei Jinya secretly tried to operate. The location of the lower dantian can be found, but he can obviously feel the feeling of impacting the level. He did not find it interesting. Pei Jinya Faden did not show any anger, but some surprise. The goal of cultivation suddenly became clear. He is no longer a martial arts novice. After a little guidance, he can easily find the problem. It is because my blood and qi are too large at the moment. Although I can control it, it also causes my essence to be insufficient. So what I need to do now? I need to use breathing techniques to nourish my spirit as soon as possible. The 12 lotuses of the Hun Yuan is his current main breathing technique. He also continues to temper his qi and blood. There is a clear difference between a few hundred points of qi and blood and tens of thousands of points of qi and blood. He looked at his attribute panel. The blood value is now close to 13,800 points. And this value is still increasing in his current practice. The skills of this world still need to be practiced. Pei Jinya knows very well. Whether it is the extraordinary genes synthesized in the main world, or the giant genes condensed in the main world, they have raised his body to a height beyond the main world. Because of this, he has not yet touched the true limit of his body. What he needs to do now is to practice. Keep accumulating attribute points. Raise the 3 attribute values as quickly as possible. Then it will be natural to enter the body and step into the realm of the Grandmaster. Maybe the Grandmaster can open the life valve? Pei Jinya didn't know what the state would be after the life valve was opened. Build the body to the limit. He was looking forward to this day. Just listening to what Sima Yingjun was still saying. Suddenly, there was a sound of bowls and chopsticks smashing downstairs, followed by angry scolding. Shuga Xianjing, don't be so shameless. Get out of here. It was a woman voice, followed by a sound of fighting, mixed with the sound of the manager of Xinhe Tower slapping his thigh to call for a halt. Shuga Xianjing is the niece of General Zhuge. Sima Yingjun thought for a while, and whispered to Pei Jinya. But in Jiangnan, there are probably only a few old-fashioned generals and marquis families who dare to do this to the Zhuge family. He looked at Pei Jinya with a stunned expression. Pei Jinya was concentrating on eating the dragon fish, without any curiosity. This made Sima Yingjun smile bitterly. He was ashamed of his master determination. Bang! The wood chips exploded. A figure was forced out of the wing room, stumbling and knocking over the tables and chairs along the way. 3 steps away was Pei Jinya table. Sima Yingjun secretly said that it was not good. Shuga Xianjing had just landed, and 2 men rushed over. Shuga Xianjing dodged in a hurry, stumbling backwards. Just as she was about to knock over the table where Pei Jinya was sitting, a force suddenly came from her waist, and her fist came out naturally. One of the people in front of her was hit in the cheek by a punch, and flew backwards with blood spurting out of his mouth, and fell directly from the 7th floor. The other person stopped in doubt, and looked at Shuga Xianjing. Shuga Xianjing couldn't help thinking too much, and at that moment, she was very imposing, and glared at him coldly. Get out of here. The cloth-clothed man stared at Shuga Xianjing in anger, and said sternly, Shuga Xianjing, have you thought it through? I said, get out. If you don't get out, I make you the same as him. The man was angry. However, seeing that his companion was not sure whether he was dead or alive, He didn't care about anything and turned around and left. Shuga Xianjing stood at the stairs and stared at the other party disappearing figure. Then turned around, clasped his fists towards Pei Jinya table and said, "Thank you for your help, Senior." Sima Yingjun was stunned. He quickly said, "Miss, are you okay?" Shuga Xianjing seemed to have just noticed that there was someone beside Pei Jinya. She was stunned for a moment and nodded, "Thank you for your concern." Then she looked at Pei Jinya again, clasped her fists and said in a deep voice, "If it weren't for the senior help just now, I'm afraid I would have fallen into the hands of the thieves. May I ask your name?" "No need to thank me. I just don't want you to ruin my delicious food." Pei Jinya wiped the corner of his mouth slowly, then stood up and said, "It's getting late, you can go back now." The air was quiet. Sima Yingjun didn't dare to say no, and quickly got up and followed. Shuga Xianjing was just stunned for a moment, but still clasped her fists and said, "Anyway, Shuga Xianjing, thank you for your help." She didn't chase him in a disgusting way, looking at the broken tables and chairs around. "Don't look sad, I pay for it. Miss Juga is so righteous." The manager of Xinhe Tower quickly smiled and apologized. At this time, the people of Juga family came out quickly. "Third sister, are you okay?" A sturdy man was holding a meteor hammer, looking extremely tough. "I'm fine, luckily I was saved by a senior just now," Shuga Xianjing said truthfully. "Senior?" The sturdy man looked around, but didn't see anyone who looked like a senior, but still asked anxiously, "Where is the person who did it? I skin him alive, and see how brave he is." "It's someone from Prince Mu Mansion." Shuga Xianjing shook her head and said, "Their family has recently gained another master. It is inevitable that he will be arrogant. Go back first and report this to my father." Sure enough, it is the Prince Mu Mansion again. He wants to eat swan meat like a toad. He doesn't even look at his own character. He wants to marry my sister. One day I will break his legs in the dark," the strong man said viciously. "Second master, you can't say that." The guards beside him hurriedly stopped him. "There are people all around. If someone with ulterior motives hears it, it is possible that their Juga family will be reported again. I am afraid of him. Dare to hit my sister in the street. Does he still have the law in his eyes?" The strongman's voice became a little louder. Shuga Xianjing suddenly thought of Pei Jinya. She couldn't figure out his origins for a while. "Sir, you just made a move. I didn't even notice it, sir. You really have deep internal strength." Sima Yingjun didn't hesitate to praise. Pei Jinya was a little helpless. "How can an ordinary person like you see through my move?" He shook his head and said nothing. But he was in a good mood today. First, he learned the direction of his cultivation from Sima Yingjun. Second, it was because of the dragon fish. It must be said that the dragon fish is as effective as 10 red-blooded carps. Otherwise, his attribute value would not have reached 14,000 so quickly. The two returned to the inn. Suddenly, they were surrounded by a group of people at the crossroads. "Boy, were you the ones who attacked just now?" The leader was the cloth-clothed man, who was forced back by Juga Xianjing in the inn. "Master Pei." Sima Yingjun quickly looked at Pei Jinya, who looked a little frightened and weak. "Close your eyes," Pei Jinya said. Sima Yingjun closed his eyes immediately. The next second, clang, he felt the strong wind blowing on his face, and a sudden chill rose up. Before he could reach out and grab the collar to avoid the chill, there was a crackling sound all around. "It okay?" Pei Jinya just spoke. Sima Yingjun opened his eyes immediately, but when he saw the empty street in front of him, he thought he was hallucinating. He wiped his eyes quickly and looked again. His hair stood on end. He stammered to Pei Jinya in horror, "Where are they? Where are they? Who are they?" Pei Jinya glanced at him, as if he knew nothing. Them. The group of people from Xinhe Tower just now. The few people 10 breaths ago, aren't they still holding the knife to block our way? Where are they? Shit! Is this a ghost in broad daylight? When I closed my eyes, they were still there. When I opened my eyes, they were gone. It was so scary. Sima Yingjun was so scared that his back was soaked. He thought for a moment that he was dazzled, or too tired and had hallucinations. Otherwise, how could Master Pei be so calm? So calm that he thought nothing had happened. It must be fake. It must be all fake. After arriving at the inn, Sima Yingjun was still thinking about what happened at the crossroads. If there was no one around, he would definitely catch someone to ask. He was definitely not hallucinating. He wanted to find Pei Jinya to review the situation. But after arriving at the inn, Pei Jinya told him that he was going to practice in seclusion and not to disturb him. Pei Jinya said so he naturally didn't dare to go to him. Little did he know that Pei Jinya had already gone to Prince Mu Mansion alone. After devouring the memory of the cloth-clothed man, he was already familiar with the layout of the Mu Palace. The first generation of Mu Wang was surnamed Su, not Wang, and was the third king of a different surname in the Yoguang ancient country. He had followed the previous emperor to fight in all directions, and had made outstanding military achievements. The current Mu Wang has been inherited to the third generation, and his strength is not as good as before. However, there is still a legend of the Su family 5 tiger generals. That is to say, the Su family now has 5 masters in the family, and is still at the first-line level among the noble families in the Yoguang ancient country. In terms of overall strength, the Shuga family is indeed not as good as the Su family. However, in terms of the new generation, the Su family has already shown signs of failure, while the Shuga family is thriving and highly valued by the current emperor. Pei Jinya targeted the Mu Palace because the Mu Palace recently got 7 dragon fish. 1 dragon fish can increase his attribute value by hundreds of points. If all 7 are eaten, a full 1,000 attribute points. Don't miss it. There are at least 5 masters in the Mu Palace, and the man who just entered the master level is not taken seriously by Pei Jinya. Only the old masters of the Mu Palace would make Pei Jinya feel a little bit troubled. However, then let the martial arts masters of this world see the extraordinary power flashed into the treasury of the Mu Palace. The 2 guards in charge of guarding were hypnotized by the soul space summoned by Pei Jinya in an instant. 2 hands clasped. Enter the dream. The person who can be assigned to guard the treasury must be a member of the Su family. Presumably, the skills they practice must be the skills that the Su family does not pass on. Newly added technique. Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra. This is a technique to temper the body and increase strength. It is indeed much more powerful than the 5 Poison Heart Sutra. As his proficiency increased, it was only able to reach a minor level of success. It was a pleasant surprise. When Pei Jinya waved his hand, 2 figures fell straight to the ground. However, under the influence of the wind element, the 2 bodies fell to the ground without making any sound. He didn't even take the key. The earth wall in front of him automatically formed a passage under his control. He walked in openly. The treasury was full of traps, but it was completely exposed in Pei Jinya's eyes. It must be said that the traps made by the Su family were indeed exquisite. Even if the local master of this world appeared here, I am afraid that he would be trapped if he was not careful. But unfortunately, who made them run into Pei Jinya? Reach out and press. Directly block the space. The hidden weapons buried in the walls and the ground are useless to him, because Pei Jinya can fly. In addition to the 7 dragon fish in the treasury, there were also some swords and weapons that looked good. Pei Jinya packed them all together. In addition, there were 10,000 taels of gold, 10 boxes of agate. There were countless various kinds of treasures. TSK. Pei Jinya found a secret door in the treasure house. Out of caution, he did not push the door open directly, to avoid encountering the trap inside the door. As usual, he was skilled in controlling the earth element. At the moment when the wall formed a passage, the light in the dark room was very bright. Gems were embedded in the wall. A dragon robe came into view. This Su family has great ambitions. Pei Jinya lowered his eyes. I don't know how long it has been. When Pei Jinya opened the door of the inn, Sima Yingjun had been waiting for a long time, but he had no complaints at all. He handed over the books he had prepared early. Master Pei, these are the ancient books I collected from Jiangnan, including human geography, and the division of power in our Yoguang ancient country, I think. Maybe you like it, Sima Yingjun said, and suddenly paused, as if he smelled something from Pei Jinya's house. But the next second, the door was closed by Pei Jinya. Sima Yingjun had no idea that Pei Jinya had eaten 3 more dragon fish without his knowledge. If he knew, he would probably be envious to death. Thank you. Pei Jinya took the 5 booklets. Another person appeared behind Sima Yingjun. This person was fat and had big ears. He held a fan in his hand. He opened the fan with a snap sound. He said to Sima Yingjun, Miss Qingling is coming to the poetry party tonight. Are you coming? Aye. Sima Yingjun looked at Pei Jinya. I'm not going. You can go if you want. Pei Jinya knew what he was worried about. Sima Yingjun looked at Pei Jinya gratefully, but he also felt that it was a pity for Pei Jinya not to go. That Miss Qingling was the most beautiful girl in Jiangnan. He had heard of this young lady alias in Nandu, but he had never seen her in person, It was a rare opportunity. It was a pity that Master Pei didn't go. What a pity, what a pity! Before Sima Yingjun left, he did not forget to instruct to treat Pei Jinya well. After he left, Pei Jinya went to the pavilion in the courtyard and began to read books. The entire inn had been booked by Sima Yingjun, so he did not have to worry about being disturbed by outsiders. He was alone and at ease. In the ancient country of Yugwang, powers were divided into 4 levels, Tiandixian Wang. To be precise, they were listed in 4 lists, Tiandixian Wang. Each list was updated once a year, recorded and updated by the Yugwang ancient country. It's interesting to say that many forces try their best to join the heavenly ranking, because any force that can enter the 4 lists can get rewards from the royal family, getting a level and getting subsidies. Interesting. This royal family has the whole world under control. Pei Jinya couldn't help laughing. At this time, Hunyanshan came to the pavilion where Pei Jinya was. In addition to him, there were Master Sun and the young swordsman, and the 3 seemed a little reserved. Hunyanshan was more stable. He bowed to Pei Jinya and said, "Hello, Master Pei." Pei Jinya did not even turn his head. He sat at the table, flipping through the book in his hand, but replied, "Anything? The 3 of us have always admired Master Pei. We have offended you before. Please forgive us." "Master Pei," Hunyanshan said angrily. Pei Jinya read the ancient book at a glance, and a voice sounded, "What else?" Hunyanshan smiled awkwardly. The young swordsman next to him clasped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Please teach me." "Master Pei." Pei Jinya looked up. "Teach me?" These 3 people together are enough for him to crush with one finger. Hunyanshan said hurriedly at this time, No, it's not that kind of teaching. It's just that the 3 of us want to hear your understanding of martial arts. Your knowledge of martial arts is far beyond our reach. If we can get some guidance from you, it will be a great opportunity for us." Pei Jinya suddenly closed the book, looking over with interest. "Then tell me, where did you learn from?" Hunyanshan's face lit up when he heard this, and he quickly clasped his fists and said, "I am from Yanzi Lei. Yanzi Lei, the 9th on the Xian list. Practices boxing and kicking. I heard that your Yanzi Lei body movements are the best." Pei Jinya seemed to know everything. Hunyanshan's heart trembled, but he said a little embarrassedly, "Senior, you are too kind. I am ashamed to say that although I was born in Yanzi Lei, I have never been able to practice Yanzi body movements. It all depends on the fist and foot skills." "Show it to me," Pei Jinya said concisely. He was not attracted by this body movement. What other body movement can compare with his light escape? Hunyanshan did not hesitate, and immediately performed it, asking for advice humbly. "You have practiced too many fist and foot skills. Not soft enough. And the swallow body movement emphasizes being as light as a swallow. Next time you perform it, control your qi and blood, and try to sink your qi into your dantian," Pei Jinya said casually. Master Sun and the young swordsman looked at Hunyanshan. Although they had heard of Yan Zile body movements, they did not understand them, so they could not judge whether Pei Jinya was right or not. Hunyanshan was not vague either, and immediately tried according to Pei Jinya's words. Even Master Sun and the young swordsman exclaimed. It was visible to the naked eye. Hunyanshan's speed was several times faster than before. Master Pei is really a god. Hunyanshan is indeed not a piece of rotten wood. After Pei Jinya guidance, his body movements have improved, and his thinking has broadened a lot. Naturally, he is very grateful. Master Lu and the young swordsman were very excited when they saw this. Ba Daoshan Ji Feng greets Master Pei. The young swordsman stepped forward and stared at Pei Jinya with fiery eyes. Tell me your problem. Pei Jinya put down the book and looked at it calmly. Ba Daoshan is also on the Xianbang, even above Yan Zilei. No wonder he has reached the same level as Hunyanshan at such a young age. Every time I strike with my sword, I always feel that I am exhausted quickly. Strike with your sword and let me see. The young swordsman performed a sword strike honestly. Hunyanshan and Master Sun looked at each other and shook their heads. Neither of them knew what was wrong with the sword strike. Master Pei. The young swordsman looked at Pei Jinya expectantly. Pei Jinya said slowly, Simple. Simple? Master Sun pulled the corner of his mouth. He wondered in his heart how this was easy. He didn't even know what was wrong with this knife. But when he looked at Hunyanshan, he found that Hunyanshan didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Master Sun couldn't help but smile bitterly. The topic was too high level. He really didn't understand. For a moment, He was distracted and didn't even hear what Pei Jinya said, but he saw Ji Feng suddenly seem to have discovered something, and he said to Pei Jinya with a surprised face, "Today, I listened to Master Pei words suddenly. I understood. From now on, I will follow your orders, and I will climb mountains of swords and walk through seas of fire without blinking an eye." "Why do I want you to climb mountains of swords?" Pei Jinya shook his head and chuckled. "Go and practice. Your breath is not stable enough now, and you need more practice." "Yes." Then Ji Feng will take his leave first. The young swordsman bowed to Pei Jinya, then nodded to Hun Yinshan and Master Sun, and left with a happy face, as if he had found the secret of his own practice. Hun Yinshan looked at Master Sun. "Why don't you ask?" Master Sun lowered his head, somewhat reserved. Hun Yinshan seemed to have thought of something, and bowed to Pei Jinya and said, "Master Pei, I take my leave first." After that, he left. Pei Jinya looked at the Master surnamed Sun. Master Sun gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Hello, Master Pei. I am different from Master Hu and the others. I am just a casual cultivator." It was also because of this that he was looked down upon in the Sima family. If Hun Yinshan and Ji Feng hadn't looked down on him, he would have left the Sima family long ago. He thought Pei Jinya would look down on him. But what he didn't expect was that the Master Pei in front of him didn't care at all, and said directly, "Just tell me your problem." "Ah. Yes. Yes." Master Sun felt ashamed and hurriedly told me his problem. Every time he practiced the exercises, he would feel a tearing sensation in his abdomen, which made him afraid to continue practicing. "Please try it." Pei Jinya did not ask how he got the technique. Master Sun looked at Pei Jinya with gratitude, and his heart was a little hot and expectant. He could not practice every time. Otherwise, he would not have been stuck in this stage of practicing outside and strengthening inside. As he practiced the technique, his blood and qi evaporated and began to turn red. However, in less than 3 seconds, the practice stopped abruptly. Master Sun endured the tearing feeling in his abdomen and looked at Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand and tapped his dantian. Master Sun's expression changed. Master Pei stretched out his hand and pressed on his vital point. Like a cat with its fur standing on end, he subconsciously wanted to dodge. But at this moment, Pei Jinya's voice rang out, "Keep practicing." Master Sun suppressed his fear and practiced the technique again, but to his surprise, this time it didn't hurt. "Master Pei. This. Ah!" When Pei Jinya let go of his hand, Master Sun suddenly screamed in fear. He looked up in doubt. Pei Jinya shook his head. "There is something wrong with your technique. It can complete a cycle normally, but when you are practicing it now, it is obviously not good enough. It will automatically collapse, causing your internal organs to be impacted. Fortunately, you are calm. Otherwise, if you practice blindly under impulse, you will be heartbroken. In your current situation, I am afraid you will not live for a few years." Master Sun's face changed wildly. He didn't want to believe it. But what Pei Jinya said did verify the troubles he encountered in his practice. And his internal organs are indeed injured now. Every time he wakes up in the morning, he will have a heartburn and vomit blood. After Master Sun's face changed several times, he gritted his teeth. He knelt down directly in front of Pei Jinya. "Master Pei, please save my life. I can't save you." Pei Jinya shook his head. Master Sun's face changed. Pei Jinya said calmly, "Are you willing to give up this technique?" Master Sun's face was ugly. He wanted to live. But giving up the technique, with his current boxing skills, he will soon be expelled from the inner courtyard. The tribute money from the outer courtyard is not enough to support his family. But if you don't give up, it also a dead end. His mouth became sour. He couldn't help asking, "Am I really dead? Blessings or disasters? Disasters or blessings? Some things are unpredictable. Do you understand?" Pei Jinya's eyes were calm. "Get up, go and take good care of your body first. If you practice the method of tempering your internal organs, maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. But this technique is missing a corner." Master Sun lowered his head. "When I first obtained this technique, it was indeed missing a corner. I rashly completed it, I thought." He didn't say the rest. "Then do you regret it?" Pei Jinya looked at him calmly. "I don't regret it." Master Sun paused and said affirmatively, "If I don't practice, I will just be a country bumpkin who relies on hunting in the mountains and fields all my life, and I can't get enough food every day. But after practicing, I came to the Sima family, got married, and lived a good life. It enough that you don't regret it?" Pei Jinya said calmly, "Go, Practicing requires a good attitude. Master Sun stood up, clasped his fist towards Pei Jinya, and then left silently. Pei Jinya slowly opened the book, and waited until Master Sun had left. He said lightly, "Come out." The courtyard was quiet. No one appeared. "You have to force me, don't you?" Pei Jinya flipped his hand, and blew it away. A muffled groan was heard in the air. A figure fell from the roof. With a plop, he fell into the pond. Not long after, a young man in black clothes climbed out of the pond, all wet, and knelt on one knee to pay homage to Pei Jinya, saying, "Thank you for not killing me." He was about to get up, but suddenly a huge force came down from nowhere, and pressed the young man in black down again. The ground was crushed by the black-clothed youth's knees. The black-clothed youth groaned, his face flushed, as if he could not struggle against the terrifying aura on his body even with all his strength. "Senior," he said with a red face, "did I ask you to get up?" Pei Jinya's voice sounded slowly, with his back to him, continuing to flip through the book in his hand. "Senior, spare my life." The black-clothed youth begged for mercy with all his strength. What actually shocked him more was, there was clearly someone outside the pavilion wall. But why did he make such a big noise? The people outside seemed to be deaf, and had no idea what was happening in the yard. So, what the hell did I provoke? "Senior, I am a secret agent with a silver waist badge, recruiting heroes from all over the world for the royal family. I have no intention of offending you." The young man in black was speaking, and something suddenly flew out from his waist. His face changed drastically. He screamed in his heart, "What a trick! Oh my God, who on earth is this person?" The silver waist badge of the Imperial Secret Agent. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. He had heard of this identity through the memory of the Su family martial arts master. It was an intelligence agency that served the royal family. "Why did you come to me?" Pei Jinya played with the small waist badge in his hand. The young man in black looked at Pei Jinya carefully. "Senior, the Sima family encountered 2 assassination attempts on the canal. The royal family has received the news now, and basically locked it to you. Naturally, they will pay special attention to masters of your level. Of course, this kind of attention is not surveillance. In fact, the above means that I want to investigate and confirm whether you are really as the rumor says." "Rumor? What rumor?" Pei Jinya asked with interest. The young man in black looked at Pei Jinya carefully again. "It is rumored that you can split mountains and rivers with one sword, at least at the level of a grandmaster. Now that it confirmed, what should we do?" Pei Jinya looked over. The young man in black suddenly felt a chill all over his body. He even felt that if he said something wrong next, he would lose his head. A drop of sweat fell from the tip of his nose. He hurriedly said, "The royal family is eager to recruit talents. If you are willing, you can join the royal family and become a royal worshipper." Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows and looked over. "What are the benefits of being a royal worshipper? As long as you are loyal to the royal family, your treatment will naturally be much better than your treatment in the Sima family." The young man in black smiled reservedly. "Loyalty?" Pei Jinya had a strange smile on his face. The Su family already had the intention of rebellion, and there might be others who also wanted to rebel. It was not certain whether the royal family of the ancient country of Yagwang could suppress such a rebellion. He did not want to get involved. If he went to the royal family, he would inevitably be requisitioned to deal with those noble families. At that time, it would inevitably affect his practice. However, it was not unprofitable, but he needed to think carefully. Those old guys in the Yagwang ancient country are not so easy to deal with. Otherwise the Su family would not have been developing in secret. "What do you mean, Senior? I need time to think about it." Pei Jinya raised his hand, and the waist badge instantly flew away and fell back into the arms of the young man in black. The young man in black was stunned, thinking that Pei Jinya did not understand what he meant. So he hurriedly said, "Senior may not know that the power of the royal family is definitely the most powerful existence in the entire Yagwang ancient country. There is no reason to withdraw from the matter halfway." Pei Jinya shook his head. "Serious?" The young man in black immediately stood in awe. After the black-clothed youth left, Pei Jinya continued to flip through the book in his hand. Actually, he was thinking more about the royal family of the ancient Yagwang kingdom. According to the silver waist badge, there are great masters in the royal family of the ancient Yagwang kingdom, and there are quite a few of them. This temporarily dispelled some of Pei Jinya's thoughts. As for loyalty to this royal family, Pei Jinya has no such plan for the time being. He has many secrets. staying with those old monsters of the royal family. It is inevitable to be spied on. If he really had to fight, he might not have a chance of winning. And he didn't plan to stay here for long. Even in the Sima family, it was the same. He joined the Sima family to become stronger and save trouble. Although he found that the Sima family had a lot of troubles after coming in. Fortunately, the siblings of the Sima family were not troublesome people. Just when he was thinking, Sima Ingjun suddenly rushed back. Seeing him sweating and anxious, Pei Jinya couldn't help but look at him. It over so soon? And? Sima Ingjun was stunned, and suddenly understood what Pei Jinya meant. He blushed and said, I am a decent person. Master Pei cannot slander my innocence for no reason. Pei Jinya sneered. Wipe off the rouge on your neck first. Sima Ingjun turned his back and wiped it off in a hurry. After a while, he reappeared in front of Pei Jinya, picked up the clean cup next to him and poured himself a glass of water. And then said, something big happened. Pei Jinya looked at him. I saw people from Prince Mu Mansion on the road starting to move around, starting a strict investigation. I don't know what happened, anyway. Even 2 of the 5 Tiger Generals have shown up. Sima Ingjun said with lingering fear, Master Pei, or we can withdraw tomorrow morning. I always feel that something is going to happen in Jiangnan. Okay. Pei Jinya didn't care. Now the 5 Poison Heart Sutra has been cultivated to the 4th poison, and it is about to break through. And there are not many poisons in Jiangnan. There is not much point in staying here. As for obtaining the skills, Pei Jinya has thought about it. It's just that the road must be taken step by step. Let's talk about it after we have mastered the skills in hand. Night fell. Pei Jinya was practicing. Suddenly, a lot of footsteps were heard in the distance. He slowly opened his eyes. The sound of fighting soon sounded. Sima Ingjun didn't even put on his clothes and hurried to Pei Jinya. Master Pei, something happened outside. I know. Are our people still there? Pei Jinya asked. They should all be here. Master Hu and his men are in charge outside. They are basically awake now. Sima Ingjun was a little annoyed. If he had known earlier, he shouldn't have gone out at night. Maybe he wouldn't have wasted time, and could have left Jiangnan directly. Master Pei, what should we do now? Except for closing the doors and windows, there is nothing to do. What happens outside has nothing to do with us. Perhaps Pei Jinya spoke too calmly. Sima Ingjun, originally flustered heart, gradually calmed down. He followed Pei Jinya's advice. Although everyone in the Sima family knew that Pei Jinya was very strong, the smell of blood coming from the street across the wall still made people shudder. Fortunately, after an hour of fighting, everything was finally settled. Hun Yinshan, the young swordsman Ji Feng and Master Sun stayed in the courtyard and waited for the battle. None of them dared to let down their guard. But nothing happened overnight. Early the next morning, Sima Ingjun appeared in front of Pei Jinya with a pair of panda eyes. He bowed his hands and said honestly, Master Pei. Pei Jinya looked at him and nodded. Then continued to quietly flip through the book in his hand. The maid next to him brought breakfast. Sima Ingjun invited Pei Jinya to join him, but was politely declined. He was stunned. Master Pei, are you not eating because it doesn't suit your appetite? I'm not hungry, Pei Jinya said slowly. After eating 2 dragon fish in the morning, he was naturally not hungry. Sima Ingjun never thought that Pei Jinya would secretly eat alone behind his back. I naively thought that with Pei Jinya's level of cultivation, I could achieve fasting. I was very envious. Just when Sima Ingjun was having a meal, Hun Yinshan suddenly came over in a hurry. Seeing his solemn face, Sima Ingjun asked curiously, what wrong? Something big happened to the young master. What big thing? Just received news that there was a fire in the port, and all the ships in it were burned. What? Sima Ingjun stood up in shock. What about our ship? It was also burned, Hun Yinshan said with an ugly face. Really burned? Sima Ingjun almost spit out blood. His eyes were bloodshot. Who did it? Why was the ship burned? It is said that there was an explosion in the armory this morning, and the entire port was blown up. All ships were damaged. Our ship was relatively close to the explosion site at the time, and it was all blown up. Hiss. Sima Ingjun covered his chest, and the food in front of him suddenly became unpalatable. He sat down on the stone bench. Damn it! My sister spent a lot of money to build that boat. If she knew about this, she wouldn't kill me. Damn it! For half a day in the morning, Sima Ingjun was busy with his own boat. When he was traveling together, he met Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua boat was also burned. But that boat was his boat for traveling, and the cost was only a fraction of the Sima family boat, so if it burned, he didn't care. Of course, he didn't say this in front of Sima Yingjun, but said a few words to comfort him. Don't worry. Jiangnan Prefecture won't sit idly by. Have you registered? I have. Let me go back and wait for news. Brother Yuan? Maybe you have a way? I think of a way. Yuan Hua hesitated. If it was an ordinary ship, it would be fine. But the Sima family ship is so expensive. Jiangnan Prefecture may not compensate. Brother Yingjun, I'm not trying to pour cold water on you. I'm only saying these things because of our relationship. If it were anyone else, I would definitely not say them. Brother Yuan, please feel free to speak. Sima Yingjun bowed. Yuan Hua whispered. As far as I know, Jiangnan Prefecture doesn't have much money in its pockets at this time. I can only help you find some connections, and see if there is any other way to compromise. Sima Yingjun knew this was the result. And now hearing what Yuan Hua said, I still felt a little disappointed. I clasped my fists and said solemnly, I leave it to you, Brother Yuan. After Sima Yingjun left, Yuan Hua looked at the old man next to him. Uncle Fu. What wrong? He didn't come. The old man muttered to himself, as if he was judging something. Who didn't come? Yuan Hua didn't understand. After the old man came to his senses, he shook his head and said, Young master, there is actually no need to help the Sima family. This kind of thing is thankless. Yuan Hua sighed. When I was studying in my early years, he helped me several times. If you can help me, then help me. The old man said nothing more. Without the boat, Sima Yingjun had no way to go back, and he stayed in the inn inside. I don't know what happened last night, and this happened again this morning. Master Pei, what do you think is going on in Jiangnan? I don't know. Pei Jinya replied with 3 words, and continued to read the book in his hand. Sima Yingjun covered his face. It over this time. I don't dare to go home. My sister will beat me to death. Pei Jinya looked at him like this, just shook his head and smiled, and said nothing. Hunyenshan brought news at this time. The whole Jiangnan is now under martial law. I don't know what happened. People inside can't go out, and people outside can't come in. What happened last night? Did you find out? Sima Yingjun cursed. But he was still most concerned about what happened last night. The sound of fighting he heard last night gave him nightmares. To be honest, he didn't want to stay in Jiangnan any longer, as he always felt that something big would happen one day. It was said that Prince Mu Mansion was invaded by thieves, and a group of pirates entered the city. The city defense troops were dispatched last night for this matter. Hunyenshan said hurriedly. Pirates? Sima Yingjun calmed down a little. If it was really just pirates, it would be fine. Pei Jinya sneered without noticing. However, he didn't say anything about this matter. That night, the 4th poison of 5 Poison Heart Sutra was broken. Successfully entered the 5th poison. At the same time, his attribute value has exceeded 15,000 points. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Sima Yingjun was so depressed. Jiangnan Prefecture still hadn't given him a definite answer. He couldn't stay in Jiangnan forever. The cost of staying in the inn alone was hundreds of taels of silver. If he stayed there for 10 days or half a month, he wouldn't have enough money left. He had also spent a lot of money buying dragon fish for Pei Jinya before. Now this happened again. It is said that a ship has been transferred from outside. The rental price of a cargo ship has been raised to 300 taels a day, and the price is still rising. There is news that the ship merchants here are deliberately delaying time, hoping to raise the price. Hunyenshan whispered. These bastards. Sima Yingjun couldn't help but curse. You want to make money from everything. That all you can do? Is the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce indifferent? Hunyenshan couldn't help but look over, whispering, it's the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce that secretly controls the price. What? Sima Yingjun was stunned. In the end, he said nothing. He sat back down. Hunyenshan didn't know what to say. He looked at Pei Jinya, but Pei Jinya still looked calm. He couldn't see through him. At this moment, Fu Rong hurried over to the corridor. Master, Mr. Yuan is here. Here. Sima Yingjun's face lit up with joy. Although he was excited, he still didn't forget the etiquette. He stood up and bowed to Pei Jinya and said, Master Pei, I go down first. Pei Jinya looked up and nodded. Sima Yingjun left with Hunyenshan and others. Pei Jinya was the only one left in the pavilion. The wind blew quietly. The crabapple flowers in the courtyard swayed gently. He was not in a hurry at all. The fight the night before yesterday was related to the Mu Palace. As for what it was, it must be related to the treasure house. The Mu Palace could mobilize the whole city's strength to block the entire Jiangnan, which was something Pei Jinya had not expected. But I'm afraid that no one in the Mu Palace had expected it. At this moment in Jiangnan, there are still secret agents of the Imperial Palace. These people are completely loyal to the royal family. The news of the loss of the treasury of Prince Mu Mansion will surely spread soon. As for the dragon robe, Pei Jinya lowered his gaze, said slowly, "Since you are here, come and sit down." The black-clothed youth with a silver waist badge, who claimed to be a secret agent of the Imperial Palace, landed neatly, clasped his fists towards Pei Jinya and smiled. "Yun Luo greets the senior. What brings you here?" Pei Jinya looked over casually. "Senior, you are joking." The young man in black walked forward. But he did not dare to get too close. Nor did he dare to sit in front of Pei Jinya. Instead, he kept a distance of 5 steps and whispered, "I have already informed my superiors of the things you said to consider. He is a golden waist card. There are only 10 golden waist cards in the entire inner court. And he is one of them. So what?" Pei Jinya looked at him. The young man in black smiled and said sincerely, "Everything will be done according to your wishes. Senior, we also have a base in Nandu. When you have thought it through, you can contact us." Pei Jinya nodded. "I will seriously consider it." "What happened the night before yesterday?" "Senior, have you heard about it?" The young man in black suddenly changed the subject. Pei Jinya picked up the water cup, blew away the hot air, and said slowly, "Just say it if you have something to say. I think the things here cannot be hidden from the senior. So I dare to ask the senior. Do you know what happened that night? I am also investigating this matter at the moment. This is very important to me." The black-clothed youth stared at Pei Jinya and asked, "Unfortunately, I don't know what happened. I rarely go out." Pei Jinya shook his head. The black-clothed youth retracted his gaze, fell into deep thought, and then said to Pei Jinya, "Sorry for bothering you." Just about to leave. Suddenly, the black-clothed youth stopped and said, "By the way, Senior, I have heard about the Sima family. If you need a boat, I will contact you. Can you?" Pei Jinya looked over. "Of course, I have the authority as a silver badge holder. If you need it, just let me know." "Yes." "When do you need to leave?" "Senior? How many people do you want to take with you?" "Just let me know." "Thank you." After a moment, the young man in black said goodbye and left. Before he could finish his words, Sima Aingjun stumbled over and scolded him. His face was extremely ugly. "The Yuan family can't help us either, Master Pei. I'm dead this time. First, we can't go back. And second, if we go back, my sister will beat us to death." "Not really." Pei Jinya chuckled. Sima Aingjun whimpered. "The ship cost 10,000 taels. And it was burned like this. You can earn money again if you lose it. With your sister temper, she won't do anything to you. Don't worry." Pei Jinya shook his head. And he didn't mean to laugh at Sima Aingjun's useless look. "Really? Master Pei?" Sima Jun looked over quickly, but still felt a little painful and troubled. "But what should we do next? Jiangnan is sealed off. You need a pass to get out. I asked Yuan Hua. Even if I use his connections, a pass would cost at least 200 taels of silver. Even if I get a pass, I still need a boat. With so many people, we need several hundred taels of silver. I don't have that much money." Sima Aingjun's face really turned red when he said the last sentence. "Don't worry about the money." Pei Jinya shook his head. Sima Aingjun was stunned, and he didn't seem to react to his words. Pei Jinya closed the book and said, "Do you want to leave?" Sima Aingjun nodded as quickly as possible. "Yes. If you want to, then go pack your things and leave in an hour." Pei Jinya said this and got up and returned to the room. Sima Aingjun stood there, at a loss. He believed in Pei Jinya unconditionally. But at this time, no one knew the current situation of Jiangnan port better than him. He opened his mouth. "Master." Hun Yinchan arrived at this time. He came over and whispered, "I've already asked. There are no boats now, and the reservation price has been raised to 500 taels. Fuck it." Sima Aingjun suddenly murmured. "What?" Hun Yinchan was stunned, as if he didn't react. Ignoring him, Sima Aingjun looked at Pei Jinya's room, then said to Hun Yinchan seriously, "Give the order, start packing, and set off in an hour." "What?" Hun Yinchan really heard it clearly this time, but he couldn't believe it. Where the pass? Where the boat? They didn't have either of those things now. How to leave? Could they swim back? This time, Sima Ingjun answered him firmly. I said, let go. Go home. Master. Hun Yinshan was about to say something, but Sima Ingjun had already turned around and left. He just gritted his teeth. The 1.8-meter tall man was a little overwhelmed. He could only grit his teeth and return to issue the notice. After the people of the Sima family learned that they were leaving, they didn't know the truth and thought that the young master had obtained the pass and the boat. Master Sun and Ji Feng both saw Hun Yinshan's gloomy face and were a little puzzled. Why do you look so sad when you are leaving? Are you reluctant to leave? Bullshit. Hun Yinshan looked at them with resentment, wanting to say something, but still couldn't say it. What could he say? Say that the young master actually has nothing. If he said that, everyone would definitely be in chaos. But the young master had clearly notified them, it would not be aimless. But, Hun Yinshan sighed heavily. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Not to mention him, in fact, Yuan Hua, who learned that the Sima family was packing up and preparing to leave, was also stunned. He leaving? He didn't understand. Sima Ingjun clearly didn't say that he wanted to buy a pass. At that time, he clearly said that he had to wait for the ship to come, or send a pigeon to wait for the Sima family in Nandu to send a ship. From the time he left to now, it seemed that not much time had passed. How? Did he make up his mind so quickly? Who in the Chamber of Commerce sold him the ship? There is no one selling it on the market at the moment, and they are all waiting for a higher price. The housekeeper shook his head and said truthfully. After he said that, Yuan Hua was even more puzzled. Since there was no pass and no ship, how could Sima Ingjun and his party leave Jiangnan? Would they sneak away? If they were caught, it would be a serious crime. They might even be beheaded. Thinking of this, he hurried over. Brother Ingjun, you can't be confused. By the time Yuan Hua carriage arrived at the inn, the Sima family had already left. Yuan Hua's expression changed slightly. Did they really leave? How long ago did they leave? The servant hurriedly said, it should be 2 cups of tea ago. Then do you know where they went? Yuan Hua asked hurriedly. How could the servant know? Yuan Hua didn't care about anything, and hurriedly took people to chase them out. But when he arrived at the port, a large ship had already sailed several kilometers away. But what Yuan Hua did not expect was that the officers and soldiers of Jiangnan Prefecture turned a blind eye to this, and had no intention of stopping it. He began to be confused. The housekeeper of the Yuan family arrived, and was also the Uncle Fu mentioned by Yuan Hua. Uncle Fu. Yuan Hua looked over. The Sima family has a boat? The old man looked at the canal. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he whispered, that is the tribute boat of the imperial capital. Tribute boat? The Sima family actually has this relationship? I didn't know about it before. But since there is this relationship, why do you still need my help? Yuan Hua didn't understand again. The old man thought, when the young master of the Sima family came to you, it was not fake. I'm afraid there was someone else helping him. Not the power of the Sima family. The old man's sharp words made Yuan Hua pause. He reacted. If the Sima family really had a relationship with the imperial city, then they would not have been suppressed by the Lu family to this extent during this period. But who in the imperial city would help him? At this time, boom, a sound, there was a vibration on one side of the street. It seemed that some terrifying existence was coming. At this moment, even the old man's face changed wildly, and he hurriedly took his son and dodged. Everyone looked. A figure spread its wings like a rock, walking on the water, as if it were flat ground, and rushed towards the giant ship. Who is that? Yuan Hua was stunned. Su Qianpeng, one of the 5 tiger generals of the Mu Palace. Uncle Fu lowered his voice, and looked at Su Qianpeng running towards him with a murderous look in his eyes. He whispered, the situation is not good. Master, let's step back. Although Yuan Hua was the young master, he still obeyed Uncle Fu's words when it came to his life. He followed him, and stepped back. When he stepped back to the street, he heard whispers from all around. I heard that Prince Mu Mansion was robbed a few days ago, and a lot of treasures were stolen. Didn't they say that pirates did it? Isn't this city closure and search to catch pirates? But at the 3rd day, haven't they caught them yet? I heard that the Mu Palace lost a core technique. No wonder. The true teachings of the Mu Palace are first-class techniques, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to train so many masters. Doesn't this mean that whoever can get this technique can become a master in 10 years? How is that possible? Do you have money? Can't you afford the resources for cultivation? But being a second-rate master is enough. The people in the Mu Palace have already issued a bounty order, saying that whoever can catch the thief, reward 10,000 taels of gold. Hiss. There were sounds of people gasping for air all around. 10,000 taels of gold. The Mu Palace is really rich. If you really get 10,000 taels of gold, who would want the martial arts? Even Yuan Hua felt warm in his heart and looked at Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu shook his head, signaling him to be patient. Su Qianping did not board the ship, but hovered in front of the ship. Who is the person in charge on the ship? Sima Yingjun looked at Pei Jinya cautiously. It okay. Pei Jinya said lightly. At this time, a middle-aged ship steward stepped forward and took out his badge. Meet General Su. I am Li Jin from the Imperial City Division. I am from the Imperial City Division? Su Qianping narrowed his eyes and said coldly, My Su family has lost a treasure recently. Please allow me to go in and check it out. I'm sorry, General Su. The ship is full of tributes to be taken to the Imperial City. You cannot enter without a petition. Steward Li shook his head and refused. He did not give in just because Su Qianping was from the Mu Palace. This really made Su Qianping's face turn ugly. Is there any place in Jiangnan that I can't go to? You are blocking my way. What right do you have to stop me? As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding waterways began to churn. Manager Li was not afraid of danger, and said in a deep voice, General Su, don't make a mistake. There were several more strong men behind him. They were agile and good. Su Qianping took a step forward. But the next second, his face changed. He retreated violently. Pei Jinya appeared beside Manager Li at this time, dressed in white. He really looked like a peerless swordsman. When Manager Li saw him appear, he immediately took a half step back, clasped his fists and bowed, saying, I am not doing my job well, and disturbed the senior. He naturally knew what to do, when the Silver Waist Card Master personally instructed him to do so. Moreover, even the Silver Waist Card Master had to call him a senior, so one can imagine his status. At the port, seeing Pei Jinya appear, Yuan Hua was suddenly stunned. Isn't this that person? When he was talking to Sima Yingjun on the boat. It was the first time he saw Pei Jinya. Didn't he say he was a guard? But the people from the Imperial City Department bowed their heads and clasped their fists when they saw him. Is this the guard of the Sima family? Yuan Hua was stunned. He hurriedly pulled the old man beside him. Uncle Fu. Did you see it? Uncle Fu's face was solemn. It seemed that the guess in his heart was more real. He had thought that person was just an evil cultivator who practiced unorthodox methods. Now that he thought about it, he had misjudged. With such righteousness, how could he be an evil cultivator who practiced unorthodox methods? Su Qianping steadied himself, looked at Pei Jinya in doubt, and said in a deep voice, May I ask who is this person from the Imperial City? Get lost. Pei Jinya said it lightly. The surroundings instantly became dead silent. Manager Li's body suddenly froze. He seemed to want to remind Pei Jinya about Su Qianping's identity. But when the words came to his lips, he was interrupted by the noise made by Su Qianping. He looked up hurriedly. Su Qianping had already rushed over, with a grim smile on his face. I'm giving you face. Right? He was one of the 5 tiger generals of the Mu Palace. In Jiangnan, he was above 10,000 people. Even if a master from outside came to his Jiangnan territory, he had to behave properly. He had never been looked down upon to this extent in person. In a moment of turning his hand, the fist was mighty. It enveloped Pei Jinya. Master Pei, take the sword. The guard next to him shouted, Throw out the sword. Pei Jinya grabbed the sword and slashed it lightly. Almost instantly, a series of brilliant silver sword lights rose from his body, and he slashed it down. There was an uproar all around. Everyone was stunned, because this was no longer a simple sword. In the dazzling silver sword light, dozens of sword lights gathered together, dragging into an extremely large silver tail light in the air, like a huge sword light more than 10 meters long. He slashed at Su Qianping, who was charging at him. Everyone was speechless. The air was filled with the sound of the air tearing apart. Su Qianping was instantly enveloped. Then, the water surface was like being hit by a cannonball, raising a huge wave. A cry of surprise rang out. The 5 tiger generals were defeated. Splash. The water surface exploded. Su Qianping rushed out in tattered clothes, and rushed out again in anger. His 10,000 waves fist was painstakingly accomplished, after more than 10 years of condensation. It was extremely powerful. But now, he couldn't even stop this man's sword. There was no time to think about it. His mind was full of the idea of tearing the man in front of him to pieces. Pei Jinya didn't have a waist badge. Besides, if a person of this level worked in the Imperial City, he would definitely know him. So he concluded that Pei Jinya was not from the Imperial City. Since he was not from the Imperial City, then kill him. Su Qianping's boiling murderous intent caused an uproar around him. Sima Yingjun looked pale. He swore that the masters of the Yulong gang were not even worthy of carrying shoes in front of this General Su. This evil spirit. If it were all over him, he might be scared to death. In fact, this was not Sima Yingjun's fantasy. The murderous intent that Su Qianping had gathered at this moment was enough to scare him. A young master who was powerless to death. At this moment, even Yuan Hua on the shore couldn't help but feel nervous. Muttered to himself. The people in the Mu Palace are really domineering. Uncle Fu looked solemnly. This matter may have become a big deal. If the two masters take action, I'm afraid Su Qianping is not a match. If he dies, the Mu Palace will definitely not let it go. Young master, I'm afraid it not suitable to stay here for long. Let go quickly. Su Qianping rushed forward, leaped from the waves, and at the moment of punching, several pieces of dark light shot out from his sleeves, covering Pei Jinya like a curtain. Senior, be careful. Manager Li hurriedly shouted. And just as he was about to let the guards behind him take action, Pei Jinya's sword had already slashed out. There were no fancy techniques. It was just the purest power. No matter how powerful you are, I will cut it with one sword. In an instant, he shattered several hidden weapons that were flying towards him. In an instant, the faint light disappeared. There was a whistling sound in the air. Su Qianping's face did not change at all. He seemed to know that these hidden weapons could not stop Pei Jinya at all. However, even if it only hindered Pei Jinya's movements for a moment, it was already in line with his expectations. He seized the opportunity when Pei Jinya's body was sluggish, and his body suddenly flew up, and his 10 fingers tapped continuously. His fists flashed with light, and dozens of dark and gloomy winds shot out. In an instant, a fist-like net was constructed, and when it enveloped Pei Jinya, suddenly, it twisted. It actually twisted the sword light in front of Pei Jinya into pieces of light flying everywhere. This scene made the faces of the people on the boat change wildly. On the contrary, those people in Jiangnan thought it was reasonable, because they all knew how powerful the 5 generals of the Su family were. In the eyes of most of them, there were very few people who could defeat Su Qianping. But it seemed that Pei Jinya was not among them. They didn't know Pei Jinya in the first place. Moreover, the terrifying power that Su Qianping had erupted now was clearly enough to make people tremble with fear. There was a bang in front of Su Qianping, and he clapped his hands like lightning and slammed them towards Pei Jinya's chest. Swish! The sword flashed. It directly blocked Su Qianping's sword. The long sword made a fragile sound. A rubbish sword? Is it worthy of blocking my killing move? Su Qianping sneered. But the next moment, his face suddenly changed. His blood and chi suddenly dissipated without any signs. How is this possible? Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Su Qianping retreated violently. However, how could Pei Jinya, who had just injured him, be willing to let him go? He also rushed out. His feet stepped on the waves. In an instant, the hazy silver sword light that was rolling in the waves condensed into hundreds of rays, and merged into a sword light that was tens of meters long. The moment this sword light appeared, the old man who was guarding Yuan Hua 100 meters away was shocked at the first moment. If Su Qianping's fist light was powerful and heavy, then the sword light that appeared in the air at this moment was the sword energy condensed from the most refined and pure power he had ever seen in his life. Earlier, he thought he had a 30% chance of winning. But now, under this sword light, he was defeated miserably. There was no chance of winning. In front of hundreds of people, Pei Jinya's expression did not change at all. There was a shocking sound in front of him like thunder, and the dazzling sword light slashed down with his arm. Boom! Boom! Above the waves, large swathes of white mist spread out at a crazy speed from Pei Jinya's body center to the surroundings. It quickly enveloped the place, blocking the sight of the outsiders. In the midst of surprise, a loud bang was heard. Waves tens of meters high rose. From the terrifying sound of the sonic boom alone, everyone had already witnessed the power of this sword. Splash! The waves fell. Su Qianping was covered in blood, but still had a trace of breath. There was another person in front of him, but it was not Pei Jinya. General Su was defeated. Oh my god! There were exclamations all around. But when everyone saw clearly who the person next to Su Qianping was, the exclamations were even more boiling. That is, King Mu. King Mu actually came in person. King Mu, dressed in a long robe, had a calm look, looking like a gentle and easygoing middle-aged man. His own brother was seriously injured by a sword, but he was not as angry as imagined. He supported Su Qianpeng with one hand, looking at Pei Jinya opposite. Your swordsmanship is unparalleled, thank you for showing mercy. Qianpeng has offended me before, I, as his brother, apologize on his behalf. Then he looked at Manager Li and nodded, excuse me. As soon as King Mu appeared, the atmosphere at the scene became strange and silent. Pei Jinya looked at him. Those who had devoured the Su family before, of course, knew this person's identity. They also knew that this person had already entered the Grandmaster stage. The two of them had actually fought in an instant just now. Pei Jinya had already concluded that this famous King Mu's real strength was probably far above the Grandmaster. There was a small boat behind King Mu. He entrusted the seriously injured Su Qianpeng to the guards around him, and then bowed to Pei Jinya and said goodbye. The small boat left the river as fast as an arrow. The battle ended here. Pei Jinya returned to the boat. Senior. Manager Li stepped forward, followed by Sima Yingjun, Hu Nianshan and others, who all looked over. Start the boat. Pei Jinya said casually. Yes. Manager Li quickly agreed, and told his men who were still in a daze to start the boat quickly. But even so, his heart was still in turmoil. This swordsmanship. It was truly extraordinary. Even King Mu praised the swordsmanship of this senior. Manager Li was in awe. Finally understood why his own silver waist badge master was so respectful to this senior. Such a master, could it be a new worshipper in the Imperial City? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the giant ship where Pei Jinya was left. On the shore. I don't know how many people were eager to see him off. Uncle Fu, do you think that person is the swordsman who appeared in the Nandu Canal? Yuan Hua couldn't help but look at the old man. Uncle Fu hesitated for a moment and nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, it this senior. At this moment, he has changed his words, and respectfully calls Pei Jinya Senior. Uncle Fu smiled bitterly in his heart. Even though he has been in this world for decades, he didn't expect that he would still be so blind. He shook his head helplessly. This world, I don't understand it. Yuan Hua didn't notice the change in the old man's expression. At this moment, looking at the direction where Pei Jinya's huge ship was leaving, he was envious. He suddenly thought of something, and said with a lively look, Uncle Fu, why don't we go to Nandu? Uncle Fu's expression froze, and he said seriously, I hope you will think twice. Nandu is not as good as Jiangnan, and my family relationship with the Lu family is not good, so there is no guarantee that there will be any accidents. This Lu family is really hateful. Yuan Hua felt a little regretful. Uncle Fu didn't say anything. Now that the Sima family has a sword master to help them, the Lu family and the Yulong gang may have to give in a little bit, and can no longer bully the Sima family like before. The huge ship traveled quickly on the blue waves, and soon left the area that could be seen by Jiangnan Port. After Pei Jinya and the two brothers of the Su family had a head-on confrontation, he returned to his room without saying anything. Sima Yingjun thought he was injured, and was very worried, and hurriedly followed him. He knocked on the door carefully. Master Pei, are you okay? Pei Jinya's voice came from inside the door. I'm fine, guard this place for me, and don't let anyone disturb me. Yes, Master Pei. Don't worry. Sima Yingjun nodded solemnly. Little did he know that at this moment, Pei Jinya's figure in the house had disappeared from the spot. At the same time, in the Prince Mu mansion. You are impulsive. Prince Mu looked over calmly, although there were no extra words, but he was blaming. Su Qianpeng said unwillingly, I have never suffered such injustice in Jiumei, I want to kill him. Prince Mu's eyes were still calm and even a little cold. This person's ship is connected with the relationship of the Imperial City Department, since he can hurt you. He must be at least a half-step master. With your current ability, you should not provoke him for the time being. But I am unwilling to accept this. Brother, the person who can steal things from my Su family is extraordinary. This person has an unknown origin and is so powerful. I suspect that this matter is related to him. Su Qianpeng said sternly. King Mu turned around. Wait until you are sober before telling me this. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. This matter cannot be discussed anymore. Everything will be discussed after the Jizhou hero list is over. Prince Mu left after saying this, without waiting for Su Qianpeng to say anything. However, not long after Prince Mu left, suddenly, the room where Su Qianpeng was fell apart. The terrifying lightning flashed directly, like a punishment from heaven. The flashing lightning destroyed all the houses within a few meters. This scene shocked everyone in Prince Mu Mansion. Prince Mu's face changed wildly, and he rushed over. Only Su Qianpeng's body was left, burned to charcoal. New skills. Da Peng 13 transformations. Master, it a punishment from heaven. The third master died of a punishment from heaven. All the survivors in the mansion knelt on the ground, full of shrill screams. Prince Mu's face was ashen. He didn't believe it was a punishment from heaven at all. He hugged his third brother charred body tightly, said word by word, "Check it for me." Heavy troops were dispatched. Prince Mu's face was extremely ugly. All the people around him had dispersed. He was the only one left to take care of his third brother body. "Is it him?" Prince Mu suddenly spoke. A figure knelt on one knee in the shadows behind him. "I have already found out that the ship has already left Jiangnan. It takes at least half an hour to go back and forth. During this period, he can't do this." King Mu knew that even he couldn't go back and forth this distance in half an hour. He put aside his suspicion of Pei Jinya, looking at the traces of lightning in the darkness around him. He was also shaken at this moment. Could it be? He looked at Qin Tian, gnashed his teeth. "Damn God! I refuse to accept it." Yuan Hua, who was still reluctant to leave the port, was just about to go to a nearby restaurant with Uncle Fu, but was suddenly startled by a noise. He looked over. Many fully armed soldiers appeared in every corner of the street. What happened? Yuan Hua was startled. "It's the people from Prince Mu Mansion. I'm afraid something happened again." Uncle Fu looked solemn. First, there was a great battle between the masters on the canal, and now a large number of troops were suddenly dispatched, which inevitably made people think too much. Not long after, a piece of news came out quietly. The whole Jiangnan was shocked. Su Xiaopeng, one of the 5 generals of the Su family, died in a heavenly punishment. The thunder from the sky struck, and the whole house was destroyed. I heard that he died miserably. Heavenly punishment? This is the punishment from God. You have done so many bad things, and this is what you deserve. Jiangnan must investigate thoroughly. Shh. Keep quiet. The people of Jiangnan became panicked. However, these things were not very important to the people who were far away from the ship at this moment. It won't be here for a while. The door opened. Sima Yingjun, who was guarding the corridor, stood up subconsciously and looked over. He saw Pei Jinya's face was flushed, and he could hardly hide his surprise. "Master Pei." Pei Jinya nodded and said concisely, "Is the meal ready?" Sima Yingjun nodded repeatedly after hearing this. If he wanted to eat, it meant that his injury was healed, and he immediately gave the order. While waiting for the meal, Sima Yingjun suddenly felt that the scenery along the way today was particularly beautiful. "Master Pei, will you accept a disciple? Want to practice swordplay with me?" Pei Jinya looked over. Sima Yingjun nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Yes. I really want to. I'm not exaggerating. Your swordplay is the best I've ever seen in my life. I also want to be like you. Become a powerful martial artist, and uphold justice." When Pei Jinya heard the last 4 words, he looked up and didn't discourage the young man's beautiful fantasy. "You don't need to become my disciple. I think you are quite smart, so it would be okay to teach you a few moves." Hearing Pei Jinya's words, Sima Yingjun was a little disappointed. But after hearing the following words, he was so surprised that he couldn't say a word for a long time. "Thank you, sir." "Get up." Pei Jinya asked him if he had practiced martial arts. Sima Yingjun nodded, but they were all simple fist and foot skills. Pei Jinya knew a lot of swordsmanship, which were generally divided into nurturing and killing methods. The requirements for killing methods are very high. Sima Yingjun couldn't use it at all with his current small body, so he just taught him a sword cultivation technique. Cultivate one character. Cultivate the sword spirit, and it will be enough for him to become a master. Sima Yingjun felt like he had found a treasure. The family offerings had taught him before, but the master sect had a rule that it could not be passed on to others, so he only learned the basics. Now, after just listening to Pei Jinya's introduction, he has already developed a strong interest. The ship of the Imperial City Division is much faster than that of the Sima family. In less than 2 days, the official ship had already docked at the Nandu port. Stewardly bowed and said goodbye, watching the huge ship leave. Sima Yingjun was very emotional, thinking back to when they left Nandu. They were chased and killed by the Yulong gang twice along the way. But now when the ship of the Imperial City Division brought them back, there was no trouble at all. Yulong gang? Just like that? However, When he thought about his own ship being burned down, Sima Ingjun's face turned green again. Back home, Sima Ingjun was obedient and sensible and knelt down in front of his sister. Sister, he howled. Before he could say the second sentence, he was pulled up by Sima Monli. It good that you are okay. Sima Ingjun looked at her angrily. Sister, you don't blame me? Silly boy, the boat is gone. So it gone. Sima Monli looked at Pei Jinya behind her, and said gratefully, Thank you Master Pei for your help along the way. My Sima family will definitely help you in the future. You are too kind. You spend money on me. So you should get some results. Pei Jinya seemed unmoved and did not say anything sentimental. Sima Monli's face showed no expression. But she could tell that Pei Jinya had already made a clear distinction between him and the Sima family. She had heard about the assassination of the Yulong gang on the canal. She was actually surprised to learn that Pei Jinya was a master. And not just an ordinary master. Because even Manager Qian didn't see through Pei Jinya's true colors. She had been prepared for a messy trip to Jiangnan. If she hadn't been in charge of Nandu, she would have gone to Jiangnan in person. She had no choice but to let Sima Ingjun go. Her thoughts at the time were very simple. Even if the raw silk was lost, Sima Ingjun couldn't get into trouble. So before leaving, she treated Pei Jinya well, agreed to everything, and only hoped that this Master Pei could save his brother's life in times of crisis. However, Pei Jinya gave her a big surprise. She didn't know what happened in Jiangnan at the moment, but she only knew that they were assassinated by the Yulong gang on the canal before they left. Although she felt a little sorry for Pei Jinya's decisiveness. But Sima Monli didn't show any bad expression. She knew that this was Pei Jinya's choice, and she also knew that her family couldn't keep Pei Jinya. She spoke generously, and said sincerely, No matter what Sima Monli, remember the kindness of Master Pei to my Sima family. There is a long time to come. If Master Pei can help you, please feel free to ask me. Pei Jinya nodded. I am tired from the journey, I will go back now. If you need anything, just tell me directly. Master Pei. Take care. Sir. Take care. Sima Ingjun went to see Pei Jinya off in person, but after he walked out of the hall, Pei Jinya waved him back. When Sima Ingjun returned to the hall, he looked at Sima Monli. Sister. Sima Monli motioned for him to come over and sit down. I personally made a cup of tea for him. You must be exhausted these days. Right? Sima Ingjun felt a little guilty. Except for the fact that he was a little scared when he learned that the ship was burned. He usually just slept a lot and went to listen to music. But he was not very tired. He smiled awkwardly and changed the subject. I really have to thank you during this period. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would do. Sir? Sima Monli had heard this title before, and didn't say anything before. Now, hearing what her brother said, it seemed that there was something she didn't know. I wanted to become your disciple before, but he refused. Sima Ingjun suddenly felt thirsty and drank a sip of tea. Sima Monli was not surprised. She now knew Pei Jinya's attitude, so it was normal for Master Pei to refuse his brother. She also picked up the teacup, just about to drink. Sima Ingjun said with a smirk, but the master also said that I have a good foundation and extraordinary talent. Although he can't accept me as his disciple, but he still taught me the unique martial arts. Sima Monli paused in her action of drinking tea. She looked over. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes clearly said, Do you believe me or not? Sima Ingjun didn't wait for the effect he wanted. He drank the water in the teacup in big gulps. Then, he stood up. He kicked the chair to the side. Then he looked at his sister. He made a starting gesture. Hey! After a day and a half of hard training, he performed it to his heart content. But Sima Monli didn't know martial arts at all, and just asked suspiciously, Is this the peerless martial arts you mentioned? Sima Ingjun immediately became anxious when he heard this. That's what I just learned. And I haven't practiced it yet. Sister, you didn't see it. The master cut the sky with one sword, and trampled the road on the earth with 2 feet, killing those people without leaving a single piece of armor. These words made Sima Monli puzzled. She had never seen Pei Jinya take action. But Manager Qian mentioned at the time, the swordsmanship is very strong. As for where it is strong, she had no idea. But if Qian the shopkeeper said he was strong, then he must be extremely strong. But she didn't believe what Sima Ingjun said about trampling over the world. Sima Ingjun made a few more gestures, and made a strange sound, and said without turning his head, No more talk. Sister, I'm going back to practice, and I can protect you when I'm good at it. After that, he ran out quickly. Run slower. Sima Monli shouted from behind, and then shook her head with a wry smile. A moment later, shopkeeper Qian arrived, and knocked on the door before entering. Uncle Qian, did you hear that just now? I heard it. Shopkeeper Qian had a smile on his face, but he still said seriously, but I believe what the young master said. Sima Monli was startled, and looked at him in astonishment. Shopkeeper Qian whispered, I just got the news that the young master and his group were on the ship of the Imperial City Division, and this relationship probably came from Master Pei. Imperial City Division. Sima Monli's eyes lit up, but more of it was shock. With the ability of their Sima family, they were not qualified to deal with the Imperial City Division. And the other party was used to being arrogant, and would not treat them. The merchant families. Well, Master Pei's swordsmanship was very strong. I saw the young master movements just now, and it was indeed quite powerful. Master Pei was willing to do it, and it seemed that he still recognized us. Sima Monli was in doubt. But she still shook her head in distress. I still can't see through his mind. She didn't understand why Master Pei was willing to teach his brother the martial arts. In today's world, martial arts are all secrets. They are priceless. Of course, she didn't know that her brother had earned Pei Jinya kindness with his sincerity. Miss, although I don't often deal with Master Pei, but a master like him, who is proud and kind to you, is your blessing. Pei Jinya sat cross-legged in the room, with a cloud of black fog in front of him. As the practice of the 5 Poison Heart Sutra continued to advance, the cloud of black fog was gradually decreasing. At the same time, the attribute panel in front of Pei Jinya showed that the 3 attribute values were increasing rapidly. +2, +3, +2, +132. It was unknown how long it had passed, but the black fog in front of him was completely consumed. With a hum, a ray of light appeared from his body. The 5th poison, condensation. The 5 Poison Heart Sutra is finally complete. After practicing the 5 Poison Heart Sutra for several days, it is finally complete. Pei Jinya slowly opened his eyes. The attribute points brought by the 5 Poison Heart Sutra are as high as 1,000 points. It seems not much. But in fact, this road has verified that there is room for improvement in his physical body. In addition to the 5 Poison Heart Sutra, Pei Jinya has verified all the many skills obtained in the Yoguang ancient country. Not all skills in this world are effective. Only high-quality skills can increase his attribute points. In addition to the 5 Poison Heart Sutra, there are also the 69 Divine Styles, and the 13 changes of Dapeng obtained from Su Qianpeng, which can bring considerable attribute points. Especially the 13 changes of Dapeng. Practicing 13 styles, each style imitates the fierce creature Dapeng, subtly and rapidly increasing qi and blood, and strengthening the body. Pei Jinya practiced it on the return ship. It is similar to the 5 animals play. The only difference is that 5 animals exercises is relatively gentle. 13 changes of the Great Peng emphasizes a sturdy physique. Crush everything with pure power. He had already felt this when he fought with Su Qianpeng. This person's mental power is only more than 8,000 points, but the power he showed has exceeded 10,000. There is a clear gap. This 13 changes of the Great Peng is obviously more than twice as strong as 5 Poison Heart Sutra. The latter has already brought me more than 1,000 attribute points. Then it must start from 3,000. After completing the practice of 5 Poison Heart Sutra, it means that he does not need to continue practicing this technique. He then began to practice 13 transformations of Dapeng. On the attribute panel, it is visible to the naked eye. The 3 attribute values are skyrocketing at a faster rate. +4, +6, +6, +7. I don't know how long it has been. There was a knock on the door. Master Pei, it's time to eat. Fu Rong's voice came from outside the door. Pei Jinya slowly opened his eyes. Has the night passed? I arrived in Nandu last night. The sky was already bright. Even though Pei Jinya had been in the Chaos New World for 10 years, he couldn't help but sigh that time was not a factor in cultivation. With a creak, the door was pushed open. The vigorous morning light emerged from behind the pavilion next to him, and fell on Pei Jinya. Before he could feel the warmth rising from his body, there was a sound of knees kneeling on the ground. With a thump, there was a sound of knees kneeling on the ground. Pei Jinya looked over in confusion. Fu Rong smiled bitterly, and quickly stood up. He didn't know what happened just now. When the light fell on Pei Jinya, he thought he saw a god descending to earth. He couldn't help but think of the news he heard from the guards last night, saying that Master Pei in front of him killed 2 groups of assassins alone. Everyone thought Pei Jinya was a great martial artist, but he was cruel and ruthless. He couldn't help but feel weak in his legs and feet at that moment. Kneel down. Don't be afraid, I don't eat people. Pei Jinya looked at him and smiled. But this smile seemed a bit ferocious in Fu Rong's eyes. He was so scared that his whole body shuddered. He stammered, Pei, Master Pei, please come in. Pei Jinya thought this kid was very interesting. He strode away. Early in the morning. The whole Nandu had woken up. Although he was sitting in the Sima family house, Pei Jinya could still hear the voices of people on the street outside that were gradually boiling. The sound of carriages and horses. Sima Monli was not there. Perhaps she was dealing with business matters. Sima Aingjun was eager to share the results of his practice this morning. Although it was only 3 days of practice, the results were already evident. This sword cultivation technique was specially taught to him by Pei Jinya, and it was also the sword technique that best suited him. This was also because Pei Jinya saw his sincerity during this period of time, so he returned the favor. It was just as Sima Monli guessed. When Pei Jinya feels that the Sima family can no longer help him, he will of course leave. They are not related. So there is no need for him to stick to this. The other party intends to have a further relationship with him. But for him, he does not need a burden. After breakfast, Sima Aingjun has regained some enlightenment after Pei Jinya guidance, and happily goes to practice on his own. Pei Jinya returns to his residence and continues to practice 69 divine styles of heaven and earth and 13 changes of Daping. But for the latter, his cultivation is relatively hidden, so as not to be seen by those who are interested, and then it is inevitable that some things will be confirmed. The attribute value is constantly increasing. During this period of practice, Pei Jinya clearly felt that his body was getting stronger. 20,000 points is definitely not the key point to open the life valve. It may even be higher. The attribute value is increasing rapidly. Suddenly Pei Jinya stopped practicing. A slight sound was heard. Then a figure appeared behind the room. He said in a deep voice, Junior Su Sanlang, meet Senior Pei. My gang leader has booked Zuixinlu, and specially prepared a banquet for Senior, and only wants to make peace with Senior, and put aside the past grudges. My Yulong gang has no intention of making things difficult for Senior, and we are waiting for you. After Su Sanlang finished speaking, he waited quietly, without any intention of urging him, and in fact he didn't dare to. In the room, Pei Jinya's voice rang out slowly, Yes. I will lead the way for you. No need, I know the way. Su Sanlang paused. He clasped his fists again. Then I take my leave first. I wait for you in Zuixinlu. After that, he clasped his fists and left. Yulong gang. Pei Jinya nodded slightly. A blue-white sparrow flew down from the window in front of him, chirping something. Pei Jinya smiled softly, soothing the sparrow's little head. It okay, they are just afraid of me now. These people will not get up early without benefit. He stood up slowly. His figure then disappeared on the spot. At this moment, in Zuixinlu, besides a group of beautiful young maids, there were only Yurihai, the leader of Yulong gang, and a middle-aged military advisor. Su Qiaping of Mu Palace has been confirmed dead, but he was said to have died from heavenly punishment. This is indeed a bit strange. Su Qiaping had just fought with that person, and then he was punished by heaven. It's hard for me not to suspect that person. Yurihai listened and looked at the middle-aged military advisor, shaking his head, controlling thunder. It really unheard of. Do you think people can really do it? The middle-aged military advisor frowned slightly, but insisted, the world is so big. There are all kinds of things. I don't object to what you said, but there is no evidence to prove that Su Qiaping's death was related to him. But I don't deny that Su Qiaping was indeed beaten by him before his death. But with King Mu temper, he will not let it go. Yurihai sighed lightly. This Sima family is so lucky to have such a person in charge. But he is just one person after all. And he is not from the Sima family. He is just an outsider. If he is willing to leave, it will be easy for us to take over the Sima family. I hope so. Yurihai had just finished speaking when he noticed something and said loudly, Everyone, please be patient. He said this. The restless voices downstairs disappeared instantly. It is my honor to have you. Dao Yu Pei. Yurihai stood up and said loudly. The sound was like thunder. All the windows in the room were opened. He was testing. And Pei Jinya did not take any extra steps to test him. He just stood downstairs. He stepped towards the first step. Crack! All the tables and chairs around were blown to pieces. Countless wood chips were raised. The vented air wave blew away all the guards of the Yulong gang on the first floor, who were waiting for battle. The middle-aged military advisor stood up in surprise. His face changed wildly, his eyes widened, and watched Pei Jinya downstairs walk up the steps as if no one was around. On the contrary, Yurahai laughed heartily. Brother Pei is really impressive. Please take a seat. Pei Jinya walked up to the top floor and looked at Yurahai from a distance, as if he was not afraid of any conspiracy here. Behind Yurahai hearty laughter, there was also doubt, because he saw Pei Jinya dared to attend his Hongmen banquet without even a single weapon. Was he really confident or conceited? I have heard a lot about you, Brother Pei. Yurahai gestured with his hand. Pei Jinya sat down openly. The middle-aged military advisor looked at Pei Jinya, then looked at Yurahai, and bowed and retreated. The maids came forward and began to serve dishes. Brother Pei, I apologize for offending you before. I only target the Sima family, and never you. Yurahai met Pei Jinya for the first time, and looked at him seriously without any expression. Pei Jinya, however, was more interested in the table, and seemed to have no interest in the legendary leader of the Yulong gang. Boss, you told me this. Are you trying to get me to leave the Sima family? I do. Yurahai didn't hide anything, and said bluntly, the Sima family won't be able to stay in Nandu for long. I don't want to be enemies with you, Brother Pei. So I specially held a banquet today. Do you think you can take down the Sima family? Pei Jinya looked up. Yurahai didn't seem to be angry at all. My Yulong gang has only been in Nandu for more than 10 years. It is indeed difficult to take down the Sima family. But what about the Lu family? When the Sima family was still alive, they were no match for the Lu family, let alone now. Pei Jinya said nothing. Yurahai gestured with his hand. As long as Brother Pei leaves, after the matter is accomplished, this Nandu will naturally have Brother Pei own piece of land. Pei Jinya chuckled. Lu family? Are you kidding me? I have learned that Master Lu Jun's sister has joined the Liyue sword sect. In a few days, she will personally take action to eliminate the Sima family. Yurahai looked at Pei Jinya, and said coldly, Lu Yingwen Master is one of the 3 great masters of the Liyue sword sect. There is news that he will come in person. Brother Pei, what do you think your chances of winning if you choose to protect the Sima family? The Sima family seemed to have learned that Pei Jinya was invited to Zuixinlu by the Yulong gang. In the study, Sima Monli was sitting at the desk and talking to Qian, the shopkeeper. Yurahai is indeed here. I may have to trouble Uncle Qian. No problem. Not long after Qian left, Sima Monli was writing something quickly at the desk. At this time, a servant suddenly ran over and said breathlessly that Sima Yangjun was going to Zuixinlu to save someone. When Sima Monli heard this, she hurriedly put down her pen and followed him out. Sima Yangjun, holding a sword in his hand, was cursing the Yulong gang for being shameless in the courtyard at this moment, and shouted that he wanted to rush in to save people, but was stopped by the worshippers led by Hunyanshan. These people did not dare to really take action, and could only persuade them earnestly. But Sima Yangjun would not listen at this moment. Little brother. Sima Monli hurried over, and immediately showed the momentum of the mistress of the Sima family. The whole courtyard suddenly became quiet. Even Sima Yangjun stopped making a fuss. Sister, you came just in time. Let go to Zuixinlu to save people. When Sima Yangjun saw his sister appear, he was very anxious. Don't be impulsive, put down the sword, don't hurt anyone. Sima Monli scolded, and signaled to Hunyanshan beside her. Hunyanshan got the order, and bowed to Sima Yangjun and said sorry, then easily took away his sword. Sister! Sima Yangjun was very angry. Sima Monli waved her hand, she motioned the others in the house to disperse, and then calmly said to Sima Yangjun, come with me. Although Sima Yangjun was unwilling, he still followed. In the back garden, Sima Monli looked at Sima Yangjun. Do you think Master Pei will get into trouble? You have followed him for so long. Don't you know what kind of person he is? The people from the Yulong gang came to my Sima family. If Master Pei doesn't want to, do you think the people from the Yulong gang can stop him? These few questions made Sima Yangjun speechless. He opened his mouth, at a loss. Sima Monli whispered, I won't hide it from you. Master Pei told me about this before he left. I didn't tell you. But how did you know? Sima Yangjun was stunned. Did the master tell you before he left? Sima Monli didn't continue, but asked, tell me how you knew it first. Sima Yangjun was stunned, lowered his head and thought for a while. I was practicing in the back mountain. And then, I accidentally heard someone say that the leader of the Yulong gang personally set up the Hongmen banquet. Sima Monli fell into thought. Sima Yangjun said anxiously, no. Sister, This is clearly a hung-in banquet. Why didn't you stop the gentleman? You know how bad the leader of the Yulong gang is. If he wants to do something bad to the gentleman, can he do it alone? He said he can. Sima Monli words directly blocked all Sima Aingjun words. He opened his mouth. I'm still worried. Isn't it said that the leader of the Yulong gang is also a master? He has so many people under his command. What if? Don't worry, I have asked Uncle Qian to go over. If Yuranhai really wants to break up, then my Sima family will declare war on him in the next few days. Sima Monli turned around and looked at the setting sun. The voice was very soft, but it was unquestionable. On the Zuetian tower, Yuranhai sat quietly in his seat. The seat opposite was now empty. The middle-aged military advisor approached at this time and looked at the seat where Pei Jinya had sat before. After a pause, he looked at Yuranhai again. Boss, did he agree? Yuranhai did not answer immediately. Instead, he picked up the wine glass with hesitation. After drinking silently, he said leisurely, I can't see through it. After saying this, the middle-aged military advisor face changed instantly. And he was surprised and said, did he refuse? It not a refusal. But he didn't agree either. Yuranhai held the wine glass in his hand and fell into deep thought. At that time, Master Pei did not refuse at the first time. But he did not agree either. Just laughed softly. That kind of smile. It was as if he thought what he said was just a joke. Illusion? Yuranhai's pale brows gradually frowned. Although he didn't find out where Pei Jinya came from in the previous test, he already knew that Pei Jinya was definitely not a grandmaster. If he was not a grandmaster, where did he get the confidence to challenge Liu's sword sect? Boss? Boss? The middle-aged military advisor shouted several times beside him. Before Yuranhai finally came to his senses, he shook his head, put down his wine glass, and said nothing. The middle-aged military advisor fell into deep thought. As if he was thinking about something, he whispered, Boss, why don't you give orders? Before the Liu family arrives, our brothers should not make any moves. The Sima family meat is for the Liu family master to eat. We don't need to rush to the front. I agree with you. But, Yuranhai narrowed his eyes, is that person really invincible? The middle-aged military advisor shook his head. Boss, let not talk about whether the heavenly punishment is related to him. Just the fact that Su Qianpeng was severely injured by 3 swords shows how powerful this person is. Our brothers don't need to die in his hands. Yuranhai thought of Pei Jinya's calm and unmoved speech, and felt a little inexplicably irritated. This person is stubborn, and only the swordsman of Liu's sword sect can deal with him personally. Sighed. It up to you. Yes, boss. After Pei Jinya left Zuixinlu, he found someone following him. However, when he reached the alley, the person who was following him suddenly ran away. Pei Jinya sneered. You are a coward. But you dared to follow me. You are brave. But I wanted to talk to you and ran away. He ignored the figure who had just fled. Pei Jinya quickly returned to Sima house. Across the street, he happened to see Sima Aingjun sitting on the doorstep in a daze. This time, without waiting for Pei Jinya to speak, Sima Aingjun stood up and shouted, Sir! Pei Jinya walked over, nodded slightly. What are you doing here? Me? I'm tired of practicing. So I sit for a while. Sima Aingjun didn't say what he was worried about. Scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Pei Jinya didn't point it out to him, and said as he passed by him, Go to the back mountain. Practice. Yes. Sima Aingjun nodded heavily. Mississippi shopkeeper Qian appeared beside Sima Monli. She looked at her brother back as he left with Pei Jinya, then turned around and said, Uncle Qian, what do you say? No fight. Shopkeeper Qian shook his head and said, When we left, someone from the Liu family followed Master Pei, but was scared away. Perhaps Master Pei discovered him. Yuranhai was very patient. Sima Monli said quietly. Since the Liu family followed, I guess today's banquet was just Yuranhai idea, and the Liu family didn't know about it. Mississippi shopkeeper Qian paused, as if he was choosing his words. Sima Monli looked at him in confusion. What wrong? Uncle Qian? I just got a piece of news, and I feel a little shocked. Shopkeeper Qian hesitated. Uncle Qian, please tell me. On the day when the young master and Master Pei returned from Jiangnan, they encountered trouble from General Su Qianpeng of the Mu Palace. After that, Master Pei used 3 swords and seriously injured Su Qianpeng. Shopkeeper Qian stopped here. Ever since he knew that Pei Jinya was a master of swordsmanship, after Sima Monli heard about this again. She did not think there was anything wrong with it. However, that General Su seems to be a master as well? Yes. He became a master 3 years ago. Shopkeeper Qian said. The Prince Mu Mansion has no grudges against our Sima family. Why would they suddenly embarrass us? Is it because of the Imperial City Division? Sima Monli was still thinking. Shopkeeper Qian suddenly said, Su Qiapeng is dead. The news I received said that. Just yesterday, the day when the young master and his men left. Sima Monli was stunned. She looked up in astonishment. Master Pei killed him? She felt a sudden pang in her heart. Su Qiapeng was from the Mu Palace. Not to mention her Sima family. Even the Lu family would not dare to offend the Mu Palace easily. If she just took action, she would still have room to maneuver. But someone died. He was one of the 5 tiger generals. Even Sima Monli, she felt cold hands and feet at this moment. That General Su said he died of a punishment from heaven. He didn't die at the hands of Master Pei. Shopkeeper Qian said again. Heavenly punishment? Sima Monli's expression was confused. It not her fault. After all, very few people die from heavenly punishment these days. She mostly learned about it from rumors. But to actually find out in reality, it really the first time. It hard not to feel a little weird. I've calculated that unless Master Pei can fly, he wouldn't be able to return from the canal at all with the itinerary at that time. And he would have to return in full view of everyone. Shopkeeper Qian sighed and said, I am only worried that someone will make trouble. After all, Master Pei was the first to seriously injure General Su. Sima Monli paused for a moment, then immediately came back to her senses, shook her head and said, I thought about it seriously last night. Since Master Pei has a relationship with the Imperial City Bureau, I am afraid that his future destination is already clear. If it is really related to the Imperial City, Prince Mu Mansion is not to be feared. At least Prince Mu will definitely not take action openly. Shopkeeper Qian said. The royal family is not easy to get along with. Sima Monli looked at him, retracted her gaze after a moment, and said, Master Pei may have his own way. By the way, Uncle Qian, how is the matter of the Lu family? Uncle Qian whispered, there should be more than one traitor in the Lu family, and one is hiding very deep, and it has not been fished out yet. Just at this time, Sima Yingjun's voice came from outside the door, seemingly saying something excitedly. He walked in from outside the door immediately afterwards. Sister, Uncle Qian. Shopkeeper Qian nodded and said goodbye. Sima Monli looked at her brother lovingly and said, Where is Master Pei? The master went to the library. Sima Yingjun raised his arm proudly and said, The master praised me again today. What should I do? Sister? I already feel that I will soon be famous in the ancient country of Yogwang. There is no one in the younger generation who can fight. I want to fight 10 old monsters by myself. Just be funny. In the library, Shopkeeper Qian arrived. He clasped his fist towards Pei Jinya and said, Master Pei. Pei Jinya looked at him and nodded friendly. Shopkeeper Qian. The rest of the staff in the entire library had been cleared out at this moment, leaving only the 2 of them. No one knows what Shopkeeper Qian talked about with Pei Jinya. But when Shopkeeper Qian left, his face was a little solemn. That night, Sima Monli took charge and spent thousands of taels of silver to buy blood-replenishing herbs for Pei Jinya, as well as more than 100 ancient books. Pei Jinya knew that this was a reward from the Sima family, so he accepted it all without any reluctance. Liu's sword sect is indeed very strong. Shopkeeper Qian was silent for a moment and said, Back then, the royal family of the ancient country of Yugwang wanted to take over the Liu's sword sect, but it was rejected. For so many years, the ancient country of Yugwang did not dare to do anything to it. The Liu family was lucky and was able to join it. Sima Monli frowned. The Liu's sword sect is a famous and upright sect after all, and they would not play these tricks on our Sima family. Right? People's hearts are unpredictable. For such a behemoth, some things are just a matter of the other party thoughts. Shopkeeper Qian said in a deep voice. If it were my heyday, I could save a few, but now, I am not completely sure. Sima Monli fell into deep thought. The Sima family might be in danger this time. What did Master Pei say? He said. Shopkeeper Qian said with a strange expression, When the enemy comes, we will fight him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. Sima Monli was startled. In the backyard, Pei Jinya sat cross-legged on the ground. The medicinal materials in this world are somewhat different from those in the main world. They look like green vegetables and taste slightly bitter. but they are sufficient to supplement the 3 attributes. He classified the medicinal materials. After careful study, he was thinking whether he could plant it in real life. If he could plant it on a large scale, he would have a way to replenish his energy in the future. Time passed in the practice. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. Lu Yingwei of the Lu family still did not appear. Under the deliberate Loki of the Yulong gang, this period of time gave the Sima family more opportunities to deploy. At the same time, Pei Jinya figure also began to disappear from the Sima family frequently. At this moment, he was standing in a mountain range in Nandu. Boom boom. A sturdy ghost-faced ape rushed over with a roar. Pei Jinya did not use any supernatural powers, nor did he use any weapons. He just relied on the movements of the 13 transformations of the Great Pung to fight the ghost-faced ape with bare hands, constantly honing his flesh and blood. Bang! 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 The ghost-faced ape howled and retreated. Pei Jinya hooked his hand. Don't be scared, keep coming. The ghost-faced ape held a tree trunk and refused to let go, no matter what he said. He would not fight. Look carefully. This guy is now bruised and battered. He suffered a lot at the hands of Pei Jinya. Keep coming, don't be a coward. He didn't intend to kill this big guy, he accidentally found it in this mountain range, and the two of them fought with each other. Although this big guy was not his opponent, he helped him a lot in the process of honing Daping 13 transformations. The ghost-faced ape screamed, but refused to agree. Pei Jinya suddenly felt bored. Just as he was about to continue his training, the flame-dot coffin suddenly vibrated. He was clear in his mind, looking at the little guy shivering at the root of the tree, shaking his head and chuckling. Goodbye. The light on his body was flashing. He disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in the Jiang family restaurant. He swiped out the attribute panel. Before he left, his 3 attribute values were only around 12,000. Now, after a trip to another world, they have soared to 18,000 points. It is hard not to be excited by the rapid increase of attribute values. Think about it carefully. In fact, dragonfish and red blood carp account for the majority. 7 dragonfish brought nearly 2,000 points. After that, the medicinal materials Sima Monli brought him were rich in many attribute values. Then there are the exercises. The attribute value increase effect brought by the exercises cannot be ignored. 1-5 Poison Heart Sutra brought 2,000 attribute values during this period. He did not look carefully at the attribute values brought by Heaven and 69 Divine Styles, and Daping 13 changes during this period, but obviously there are a lot of them. These are not the efficiencies that can be brought by the skills he practices in this world. The advantage of the other world is that you can obtain new skills, and the attribute values brought by practicing these skills are more than the skills in this world. Secondly, the medicinal materials in the other world are also different from those in this world. But the disadvantage is that you can't get extraordinary genes. Only the main world can do it. Pei Jinya fell into thought. If there really is a world coming, putting the main world into other worlds, does that mean I can also get extraordinary genes in another world? Maybe. Who knows? Pei Jinya laughed at himself. He thought he was a master now. But he couldn't even solve the mystery of time and space. At this time, the maids of the Jiang family appeared with food. They served the food in an orderly manner. After a while, Pei Jinya started to eat alone. There was a blue bird chirping outside the window. Then, he got the instruction, flew into the room, started reporting the news. Most of them were surveillance news. As Pei Jinya guessed, in the previous cleanup operation, the organizations in the city have been much more low-key. No trouble means Pei Jinya practice life will not be disturbed. After the meal, Pei Jinya appeared in the back mountain. He took out the medicinal materials brought by the Yoguang ancient country. After knowing that the medicinal materials were very effective, he had already planned to try to plant them in the main world. So at that time, he secretly bought a batch of medicinal seeds. These medicinal seeds were carefully selected by him, those with the highest attribute value increase. He himself had the extraordinary ability to plant. Although it was only LV2 level, it should be enough, it was just that the speed would be slightly slower. After studying for half an hour, Pei Jinya took out a part of the spiritual soil he had obtained before, and tried it carefully. He did not plant all the medicinal seeds, but selected some to try. Watering, irrigation. After finishing all this, Pei Jinya went to the spiritual fruit tree again, and was very satisfied with what he saw. He then verbally praised the monkeys. The monkeys jumped up and down with joy. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The morning sun shone down. Pei Jinya opened his eyes. Space Virtual Extraordinary Gene Fragment plus 1. The space-based extraordinary gene is not bad. Continue to practice. 5. Animal play has been practiced to the breaking limit level, and the attribute value it brings is very small. So the 13 transformations of Daping has become one of the main forces. Doing two things at once. The 12 lotuses of Hunyuan is also being practiced. 3 days have passed since I came to the main world. Yesterday, I harvested a universal extraordinary gene fragment. Under the night, Pei Jinya sat in a coffee shop next to the street. Gu Wudong was talking and dancing. Not long after, someone pushed the door open outside. Gu Wudong waved. Xiao Ming here. Damn, I've told you so many times, don't call me Xiao Ming, I'm very big. Okay. Ming Lu said unhappily. When he came over, he saw Pei Jinya, and immediately changed his smile, acting like a younger brother. Brother Pei, long time no see. When he first met Pei Jinya saved his life. He had been trying to repay him. But Pei Jinya was too busy, and had no time to go to their Stormwind city. Long time no see. Pei Jinya nodded casually. Gu Wudong had fought him to death. But because of the assassination, they became brothers who shared weal and woe. Ming Lu respected Pei Jinya from the bottom of his heart. He hadn't seen him for a long time. He looked at Pei Jinya seriously for a moment and suddenly said, Brother Pei seems to be stronger than before. Didn't you just break through the second level? Why don't you fight Brother Pei? Gu Wudong suddenly urged him. Although Ming Lu was tempted, his reason overcame his impulse. He said unhappily, Brother Pei is so strong, I hit him with my head. I think you're just holding back on evil. Gu Wudong laughed. Pei Jinya also smiled. You two called me out specially, you didn't just want to fight me. Did you? If we have to fight, Brother Pei and I will fight Gu Zai together. Ming Lu immediately took sides. Damn. Gu Wudong was stunned, and then gave him a middle finger. Then Ming Lu talked about business. This matter has something to do with my sister. She runs a shipping company, and now the Jiang family is also very strong in this area. My sister respects this old senior. So she wondered if we could cooperate. Otherwise we would have to fight with the Jiang family. My sister said it was unnecessary. And everyone was seeking stable development. Moreover, in the current diversified situation, fighting alone is not a solution. And joining together to become bigger and stronger is the solution. Gu Wudong frowned and said, It's the Jiang family business. It's not easy to deal with it. Ming Lu looked at Pei Jinya for help. Brother Pei should be able to talk to the Jiang family about this matter. Of course, my sister said. I will never force it. This favor can't be done in vain. Xiao Ming, brothers should settle accounts clearly. I don't need to say more. Right? It was Gu Wudong who said this. Ming Lu nodded. It should be. Pei Jinya still helped with the Ming family affairs. This also indirectly conveyed his relationship with the Jiang family to the outside world, which was helpful to avoid more trouble in Daping City. While the outside world was spreading rumors, Pei industry was also thriving. As for how the outside world spread his relationship with the Jiang family, the 3 members of the Pei family were of one mind, and did not pay any attention to the rumors. According to Pei Jinya, he did not take the initiative to explain, and did not resist the rumors. In this way, Daping City information about Pei industry has rapidly expanded to more than a dozen companies. The daily turnover alone exceeds 10 million. In Daping City, it is already considered a new tax-paying elite. Pei Jinya went back home this morning. According to the cultivation resources he left for the 2 elders, they should have been almost consumed by now, and he also needs to help take care of the 2 elders' cultivation. If you don't check, you won't know that. Pei Mother cultivation speed is even higher than Pei Father. The family status is immediately revealed. Then Pei Jinya checked the planting of the spiritual field. Tell all the experiences you have summarized. This is only for family members. Otherwise, how could Pei Jinya reveal such valuable experience to others? At this time, Pei Mother phone suddenly rang. It interrupted Pei Jinya teaching. He looked up. Your aunt call. Pei Mother gestured. Pei Jinya nodded and said nothing. Pei Father came closer and curiously asked about what he didn't understand just now, and the two started talking again. But they were soon interrupted by Pei Mother voice. I don't mind your investment, but I can't make the decision on business matters. I asked them later. Yes, we are all family. If we weren't, I wouldn't say this to you, okay? That it for now. He hung up the phone. Pei Mother came over. Pei Jinya happened to look over. Your aunt said she has some spare money. Ask if she can invest in our store. Pei Father smiled softly when he heard this. Your eldest brother is really interesting. Sometimes you have money. Sometimes you don't. In order for Pei Jinya to awaken, they borrowed money from many relatives, including Pei Jinya uncle. It is natural to repay debts. Pei Donglai had no objection. As a result, this person not only asked for money in advance, but also asked for more interest. Since it is a matter of public affairs, there is no need to talk about family affection in the future. Pei mother knew the whole process of the incident, but she did not lose her mind. The eldest brother is her family affection, but her husband and son are even more family affection. The face was given in place. But how to actually do it? Naturally centered on her family. Jinya. What do you think? Pei father and mother looked at Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya casually said, how much is their family going to invest? They said there are still 800,000. Ask if I can take a share of it. Pei mother rolled her eyes at him. Okay. Stop talking. Pei father snorted coldly and stopped talking. Pei mother said resentfully, I just know his character. So I didn't say anything absolute. Otherwise, he would definitely gossip about us being selfish. He dares. Pei father snorted. Pei Jinya smiled and said, don't worry about them. The main thing is that the company is now on the right track, and there is no shortage of money. Mom, just ask him. Pei company is short of manpower. Not money. If he is willing to come here to work as a waiter, I guarantee that his whole family will have a job. Pei father was stunned when he heard this, and took a breath of cold air. My goodness. Your uncle is so arrogant. If he heard this, he would probably faint from anger. Pei Jinya shrugged. I normally provide him with job opportunities. You can't blame me for his own fantasies. Pei mother was also tough. She called directly in front of the father and son. Although she slightly modified her words, after she finished speaking, the other party hung up the phone directly. Pei mother gestured to the phone in her hand. Hang up. Pei Jinya nodded, no surprise. Pei father sneered. He was angry because his thoughts were exposed. The whole family didn't take it seriously. It was more than half an hour later. The old man from Pei mother family called and said something earnestly. Pei Jinya saw that she was embarrassed and took the phone. Who is it? Oh, Uncle San. I didn't hear what you said? My aunt cried? Was it because she was too moved? My aunt is really a sentimental person. Before Uncle San could explain, Pei Jinya interrupted and said earnestly, really? We are all family members. I can't let others suffer. But I can't let my own people suffer. I called her, but she didn't answer. Then please tell her, third uncle, that she can come to work tomorrow. Third uncle, please don't get involved. You are old enough to join in the fun. I will get hurt. My aunt and the others may criticize me for not respecting the old and loving the young. They are really mean. I can't stand to see you doing this. By the way, you don't know that I have reached the second level of transcendence. Right? I was lucky. I was admitted to Longcheng Wuda by accident. I am still hesitating whether to go or not. The last words made the third uncle stop talking. He was stunned for a long time. It was like his brain crashed and restarted. He stuttered for a while, and finally smiled awkwardly and praised Pei Jinya as a rare talent, saying that he knew he had a promising future since he was a child. Pei Jinya turned on the speakerphone, letting the two elders listen. Pei father couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This wave, excellent. The phone was hung up. Pei Jinya handed the phone to Pei mother, a weird family. Pei mother didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As they were talking, Pei Jinya and suddenly called again. Her tone was respectful and a little panicked. She said everything was a misunderstanding and a rumor. She also directly blamed the third uncle for making his own decisions. Pei mother smiled calmly, then hung up the phone and said with emotion, if I had known earlier, I would have directly exposed her strength. And there would not be so many troubles. Pei Jinya shook his head. That group of weirdos is not a big deal. In a blink of an eye. It has been 10 days since I returned to Daping City. 3 more omnipotent extraordinary gene fragments were successfully added. I thought this leisurely life would continue, but Pei Jinya obviously thought too much. The investigation team base was urgently recruited. This time, Chu Tianai and you will lead the special forces to perform the mission together. Due to manpower issues, the existing personnel arrangement will be broken up, and it will be arranged according to the actual situation at that time. Chu Tianai is the commander-in-chief, you are the deputy commander. Ms. Su Jing on the other end of the phone said everything in detail. So sudden, what mission? Pei Jinya asked. In the border area between Stormwind City and our Daping City, we found a transit station suspected to be set up by the rebels. Our superiors ordered us to destroy it directly. Miss Su Jing said in a low voice. Don't worry, Chu Tianai is here this time. The opponent's strength is only level 3 at most. Now the information is blocked, so we need to fight quickly and decisively. Okay, come pick me up, I'm here. In 3 minutes, the special plane will arrive and take you directly to the battle site. The crowd suddenly became agitated, because several fighter planes flew across the sky, like huge black-winged birds, flashing by with a roar. Sir, all the information has been uploaded to your log, please check it. The soldier voice came from the headset. Pei Jinya clicked on the virtual screen on his arm and began to check the battle plan. At the same time, 10,000 feet below the plane, on the ground, Pei Jinya uncle and his family raised their heads, looking at the many huge monsters flashing in the sky with fear in their eyes. There are suspected mutants in the rebels' laboratory, so we are equipped with elemental cannons for this operation. Ordinary security guards cannot handle these mutants at all. General Chu, and you will personally command the special forces to carry out the targeted elimination plan. Xing Tian's voice sounded in Pei Jinya personal communication channel. Pei Jinya looked at the mission content calmly. Why is the identity of the rebels not announced? The higher-up suspect there is a traitor, so this operation will partially cover up the intelligence. Xing Tian answered truthfully. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. Insider? Can I understand that this operation is more for phishing? In fact, there is no clue about the identity of the insider at present. This operation is just to cut off the possibility of the other party leaking information. It is not mainly for phishing. The targeted elimination plan is the key. Xing Tian comforted. You don't need to worry. I will ensure your safety throughout this operation. Pei Jinya didn't comment. If he hadn't experienced backstabbing before the replay, he might not have had any worries about today's action. But now? Xingtian, are we friends? Pei Jinya decided to show his hand, even though it was just a feint. But based on Pei Jinya's understanding of Xingtian, it was obvious that he would fall for it. But at the moment, it was still pretending to be reserved and answered with the logic of a normal intelligent life. Sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean. Xingtian, you can block this place and have a chat between us only. I don't mean to hurt you. We have known each other for so many days, you should know me very well. Now I want to know whether there are other purposes behind this action. You just need to reply yes or no. Waited for a moment. Yes. Xingtian replied quickly, as if he was afraid that Pei Jinya would hear it. Thank you. I knew it. You will definitely not harm me. Pei Jinya's tone was somewhat naive. Xingtian couldn't bear it. I can't reveal too much, but I can make it clear that you have to be careful. There are people from the judgment office who are secretly observing you. Are they targeting me? Not just you. They seem to be selecting something. And the details of the action are also kept secret from me, Xingtian said, and suddenly couldn't help asking, Pei Jinya, why are you so sure that I will help you? My friend intuition. After Pei Jinya finished speaking, Xingtian suddenly withdrew. At this time, Chu Tianai's voice came from Pei Jinya communicator. I'm here. For a meeting. I'm here. Pei Jinya pretended to have just finished relieving himself in the bathroom. When he arrived at the operations room, Chu Tianai was flipping through the report. He raised his head and smiled, saying, Sit down. I lead the team and later, you stay at point B and take charge of the sniping. If there are any creatures that cross the line and escape, sound the alarm and kill them. Understood? There are only 15 seconds left before the battle. When Pei Jinya was about to go to the elevator to the battle site, Xingtian suddenly said, You are being watched by someone. I got some clues. I think you need it. Pei Jinya raised his eyelids, looked at the elevator that was descending, and said nothing. He was waiting for Xingtian to continue. The judgment office issued a report on you. You were born in an ordinary family, after receiving training from a civilian organization, showing extraordinary talent, and obtaining S-level talent under the verification of the Star Ring. You do not have a chaebol background, nor do you come from a big family. You have reached this point through your own efforts. Xingtian continued, with a background like yours, it is extremely rare to achieve the current results in today's class-fixed society. So naturally, you will be included in the consideration of the superiors, and become a chess piece that is easy to control. This action has 3 purposes. 1. Eliminate the target. 2. Try to lure out the traitor. 3. Screen. There is a high probability that the judgment office wants to absorb you into the judgment office. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. This result was somewhat unexpected to him. Enter the judgment office? If he enters in person, everything will definitely be exposed. I'm afraid he will really die by then. Is Chu Tianai also within the scope of the assessment? Pei Jinya asked by controlling his brain waves. He is the commander-in-chief of this mission. And he is not very old. You are really smart. Xing Tian said. Chu Tianai also meets the assessment target this time. No wonder Chu Tianai wanted to rush in first. It turned out to be for performance. It seems that he got the news in advance. Do you think I should join the judgment office? Pei Jinya asked again. Xing Tian fell silent. I can't answer you on this point. Joining the judgment office has advantages and disadvantages. It depends on how you choose. I yearn for freedom. Then don't join. The judgment needs the most loyal awakeners, a kind of extraordinary faith. If you join, it will be a torture for you, but it is undeniable that joining the judgment office can get more resources. Hearing Xing Tian's words, Pei Jinya smiled inexplicably. If he had not obtained a huge amount of cultivation resources before entering the other world, he might really rack his brains and try every possible way to get the resources of the Federation. But now, he already has other bargaining chips. The Federation is not his first choice. And the means displayed by the Star Ring are full of tricks. Pei Jinya does not want to face it head-on yet. He has plenty of time anyway. The mission begins. Chu Tianai led the team out first, and soon there was a burst of gunfire. Pei Jinya stood guard at the exit. Xing Tian carrying reminder came to his ears. There is a judge at 3 o'clock who is recording your behavior, and scoring from 1 to 10, it is expected that a mutant creature will rush out in 3 seconds. If you kill it in 3 seconds, you will get full marks. If you exceed 30 seconds, you will be considered unqualified. I understand. After saying this, Pei Jinya looked up. The corner of the wall was directly knocked open by a huge monster. The terrifying creature that looked like an angry ape roared and knocked away the security guard in front of it, and then left towards the area where Pei Jinya was. The test subject was injected with the genes of the angry ape, which caused the mutation. Be careful, the power of the experimental subject has exceeded the second level of extraordinary. Chu Tianai reminded in the earphone. Use incendiary bombs to force him back. Incendiary bombs ready. Pei Jinya raised his hand. Fire! The flames rushed up. The mutant experimental subject roared like a beast, and was forced back. The security guards rushed over. Before they cast the big net, the mutant experimental subject grabbed one end of the giant net, and pulled it hard. Several security guards were pulled over with horrified faces. Seeing that he was about to be torn to pieces by the horrible existence in front of him, that was neither human nor ghost. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The elemental bullet exploded. The mutant experimental subject body was violently knocked out. Bang! Roar! The roar of the beast rang out. The mutant experimental subject was unharmed and continued to rush forward. Shoot! Pei Jinya stepped back. Gunshots rang out all around. The mutant experimental subject had thick skin and flesh, and even the elemental cannon only repelled the opponent, not to mention those ordinary ammunition, which had no effect at all. The mutant experiment subject tried to escape again. Stop him! The higher-up specifically asked for him alive. Chu Tianai yelled. He also wanted to rush over, but he was stopped by the rebels, and he couldn't reach Pei Jinya for a while. The people from the judgment office have already set their sights on you. Xing Tian reminded. Trouble, Pei Jinya said secretly. If there was no one, he could suppress the mutant experiment subject with a big pin. But now there are many eyes, and it would be really troublesome to act. Pei Jinya pretended to rush forward. He fought with the mutant experimental subject. Kill me! I'm in so much pain. The mutant experimental subject growled. He struggled with Pei Jinya fiercely, and his face was full of pain. This 2.8-meter tall sturdy man seemed to be begging for death. Pei Jinya said nothing, because he knew someone was watching him. Not far away. Just as Pei Jinya guessed. A pair of eyes looked at all this calmly. Courage, yes. Experience. Lacking, can be cultivated later. Combat wisdom. Mediocre. A moment. He drew an ordinary after Pei Jinya name. As soon as he left, Chu Tianai rushed over. At this moment, suddenly a flame burst into the sky, engulfing all the vision here. All signals were blocked. Where is the experimental subject? Chu Tianai rushed over. His face changed wildly. Thick smoke rolled down. He hurriedly looked for it. However, he searched once, and did not find the mutant test subject at all. That was the best test subject in the laboratory. And it was also required to be alive. However, now it disappeared. He did not notice that Pei Jinya also disappeared from here, the back mountain of the Jiang family. Pei Jinya looked down at the mutant test subject. If you want to live, listen to me. The mutant test subject was already in a state of panic. The giant gene emanating from Pei Jinya, he actually felt like he had found his place. Illusion? It must be an illusion. But the mysterious power emanating from Pei Jinya made him feel a sense of belonging. In the bleak night wind, he looked up at Pei Jinya. Finally, he knelt on one knee devoutly. From now on I, Yang Jian, will recognize you as my master. Everyone, report your location. Have you found it? Chu Tianai roar came from the billowing smoke. The circuits in the laboratory were burned, triggering a series of subsequent explosions, and the flames continued to burst. Report to the commander, there is nothing at point A. There is nothing at point B. Report to the commander, point C cannot be broken through. Chu Tianai rushed directly into point C, like a killing god. However, he did not find the mutant experiment subject number 0. This made Chu Tianai very angry. He shouted, "Why did the explosion happen? Didn't I tell you not to use elemental cannons in the bottom battle? There are electrical components inside. Report to the commander." After Xing Tian detection, it was the mutant experimental subject that destroyed the distribution box, which triggered a series of subsequent reactions. Chu Tianai's face was ugly. At this time, he suddenly remembered something and turned his head and said, "Where is Pei Jinya? Commander Pei is guarding the exit, and a large number of rebels are coming to support him from outside." Zhua. Chu Tianai cursed inwardly. He rushed over. For him, any battle tonight will be an opportunity for him to show his personal strength. He must not miss it. Chu Tianai rushed over first. Soon he saw Pei Jinya, who was struggling to resist. "I'm coming! You hide from me." Before he finished speaking, a fist shadow came towards him. Chu Tianai rushed over with an angry snort. His appearance inadvertently reversed the situation of the battle. The battle situation that was originally retreating suddenly became stalemate. In the corner, Pei Jinya was slacking off and occasionally cheering. Bang! The rebel was slashed by Chu Tianai's sword. However, before he could make any further moves, the void in front of him suddenly shook, and Chu Tianai was blown away on the spot. The wall 10 meters away was smashed through. This scene shocked everyone present. Pei Jinya eyelids twitched. The man who came was a 4th-level extraordinary. Chu Tianai was naturally no match for him. He thought that the previous attack should not have crippled him. In the corner, Pei Jinya just raised his head. The other party was obviously staring at him. He did not move forward, but quickly led the people around him to retreat. But soon there was a rumble in the distance. I think it was the people from the judgment office who took action. Brother Chu. Pei Jinya led his people to dig out the bloody Chu Tianai from the ruins. It is true that the first bird to stick its head out will be shot. If Chu Tianai had been as timid as him, and had handed over all the difficult opponents to the people of the judgment office, he would not have ended up like this. Pei Jinya sighed in his heart. Old Chu, you are so confused. Where is the rescue team? Hurry up and take Chief Chu down for treatment. Make sure he is okay. Yes, Chief. Pei Jinya led the rest of the team to clean up the scene. Although he was paddling, but he paddled very skillfully. No one thought he was paddling. Moreover, all the members of the team following Pei Jinya were saved. Looking at the team led by Chu Tianai, the casualties exceeded double digits. But after all, they were the vanguard frontline team. It is normal that the casualty rate is high. Sir, the scene has been cleared. More than half an hour later, the special forces reported the combat situation. Chu Tianai was seriously injured, so Pei Jinya became the temporary commander-in-chief. Take all the documents and start to retreat. After Pei Jinya gave the order, the crowd began to withdraw one after another. Pei Jinya called again as the commander-in-chief. Xing Tian, call the transfer of the on-site authority. Our unit has completed all tasks. Xing Tian's voice came. Received. After the two of them finished their conversation seriously, they quietly opened a small channel. Because of their mutual friend Fengyi, Pei Jinya and Xing Tian relationship began to become closer. Have they left? They have left the mission site, and are chasing the whereabouts of the rebels. So what is the identity of the other party? According to my observation, it is suspected to be the Secret Research Institute of the Bogu Foundation. Bogu Foundation? Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. He was not unfamiliar with it. He had investigated this foundation before, because it was related to former counselor Cui Min. Cui Min was dead, and the foundations under his control had been secretly dispersed and swallowed up by other forces. But at this moment, Xing Tian did not know that he was Feng Yi. So unilateral information was not equal. Pei Jinya was thoughtful, secretly tracking the Bogu Foundation. What surprised him was that the other party information could actually block his invasion. Another intelligent life control? Xing Tian, so can you find out who is actually in control of this foundation? Very strange, I can't track down their headquarters address. According to the information we have found, it is clear that the other party headquarters is located outside Zhongzhou. Xing Tian immediately began to follow the clues, but the other party was hiding very deeply. It actually knew who the former boss of the Boga Foundation was, but what was more surprising was that the other party actually quietly controlled the foundation under its nose. Boga Foundation was taken over by a foundation in Shizhou half a month ago. It is worth mentioning that this foundation named X was just established a month ago. I have already checked the backgrounds of the legal representative and general manager, who are very clean and appeared out of thin air. As for who the boss behind the scenes is, unless we actually investigate, Pei Jinya pondered. I just looked at their experimental data. It was to try the genetic fusion between humans and beasts. I suspect that the previous zero was successful. Based on the combat response just now, I do not rule out this possibility, but the opponent line cannot be confirmed at present. In addition, the data I obtained is not complete, and it is suspected that it was destroyed in advance by the opponent. Xing Tian said. Because it was destroyed by me. Pei Jinya didn't say it, but said regretfully, that really a pity? Sir. The logistics medical staff arrived and came to Pei Jinya. It was a girl who didn't look very old. She looked at Pei Jinya with admiration. I bandage you. Thank you. I don't need it. Pei Jinya ended the conversation with Xing Tian and rejected the other party kindness. He really didn't want to secretly cut himself and pretend to be injured. I see you are covered in blood. It all the blood of the enemy. Wow, you are really awesome. Sir. The little girl said admiringly. Sir, do you have a girlfriend? Pei Jinya pulled the corner of his mouth. Look at her strangely. Girl. You are a little scary. You know? No. Hearing Pei Jinya answer, the little girl eyes lit up. I have a sister who is really suitable for you. Pei Jinya confirmed that. This girl really doesn't play by the rules. Can she take a beating? The girl was stunned. Pei Jinya muttered to himself. I like people who can fight, so that we can make progress together. The girl laughed dryly. I'm afraid her sister can't even take a punch. Return to the investigation team base. Pei Jinya did not go home immediately, but went to visit Chu Tianai. Fortunately, Chu Tianai survived after rescue. In the room, senior military officials and senior officials of the investigation team base were all there. Yang Shanhe and Ms. Su Jing came together as representatives of the investigation team base. The first thing Chu Tianai said when he opened his eyes was, Did you catch him? Don't worry. The officers of the arbitration office will go out in person and will catch him back. The senior military officials spoke to comfort him. Pei Jinya knew that he could not be caught, although the extraordinary people of the judgment office had been dispatched. However, the Boga Foundation had more than that. It was impossible to catch him alive. After the visit, Yang Shanhe left first and went to the city hall for a meeting. Pei Jinya followed Ms. Su Jing into the car. This mission was a close call, but there were actually fourth-level extraordinary rebels. This was something no one expected. Pei Jinya did not comment. There will be problems with the intelligence. This is worth pondering in itself. Indeed. Fortunately, nothing happened this time. If something really happened, it would be a great loss for our Daping city. Ms. Su Jing seemed to be unaware of the significance behind this action. Pei Jinya did not continue to say anything when seeing this. The topic gradually became lighter. I heard that Xiaowu and the one from the Ming family came to you. It all a small matter. Pei Jinya shook his head. Xiaowu is too ignorant. Didn't the Jiang family say anything? Ms. Su Jing looked over. What can I say? I'm just a bridge. How could they refuse something that can make money? Pei Jinya chuckled. Let's have a drink tonight. Ms. Su Jing invited. Pei Jinya looked over. Blinked. I'm a little suspicious, but it may not be true. Stinky boy. Not long after, Pei Jinya got out of the car and watched Ms. Su Jing car leave. He smiled helplessly. I say anything. He glanced at the night. Pei Jinya did not leave immediately. Instead, he tracked down the fourth-level extraordinary person from the Boga Foundation and the judge of the judgment office. Then, He disappeared quietly from the spot. Who are you? Into a dream. Under the sea, a big hand clasped the face of the judge, and ruthlessly killed him. New extraordinary gene. Element frozen. Who are you? The extraordinary person from the Boga Foundation looked at Pei Jinya curiously. He thought Pei Jinya was also a member of the Federation who came to hunt him down. But unexpectedly, the opponent attacked the federal judge as soon as he appeared. This made him a little stunned. He even forgot the wounds on his body. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I give you a new life. Pei Jinya turned his head, grinned, and threw the corpse away. The extraordinary people of the Boga Foundation hadn't reacted yet. Pei Jinya figure disappeared on the spot. There was no doubt at all. A big hand ruthlessly and domineeringly slapped his face. Entering a dream. Endless darkness descended. Memories rolled in. Shizhou, X Foundation. Jianggu. Pei Jinya slowly opened his eyes. X Foundation actually has Jianggu behind it. Interesting. He swiped out the attribute panel. Newly added extraordinary gene. Body innate martial body at the same time. 1 o'clock in the morning. In Zhongzhou. We have lost the whereabouts of Judge number 909. Where did he disappear last? Fetter UC towards Shizhou. Start the search. Yes. The news of Chu Tianai injury was only spread in a small circle, and did not cause widespread dissemination. The injury of a third-level supernatural being was enough to shock Daping City. For Pei Jinya, the action against the Boga Foundation that day had passed 2 days ago, and he had forgotten it. He was currently harvesting a universal supernatural gene fragment in the back mountain of the Jiang family, accumulating to 4. It was also on this day. Zhou Weiren called Pei Jinya. Do you know about Chu Tianai matter? Brother Chu matter? Are you talking about his injury? Pei Jinya was stunned. Zhou Weiren said in a heavy tone, I just received news that his wound is infected, his condition is worsening, the worst result may be amputation. Pei Jinya frowned. What the situation? Before I left last time, I took a special look at his wound. Is he going to be amputated? I just received news that a virus appeared in his wound, and his tissues were maliciously damaged. This virus is extremely harmful to hematopoietic stem cells. I suggest blocking the hospital. It is possible that the hospital was poisoned. Of course, this is just my suggestion, Pei Jinya said. Okay, I will notify them. Be careful. As for the suspects in your last operation, their identities have been identified as coming from Shizhou, but their specific identities are unknown. I am worried that they will invade Daping City and retaliate against you. Be careful. Pei Jinya thanked him. Although he didn't take the Boga Foundation seriously. But Zhou Weiren didn't even know the identity of the murderer behind the scenes. This is a bit intriguing. Xing Tian. I'm here. Xing Tian thought Feng Yi was looking for him. What wrong? Zhou Weiren contacted me. But why didn't he know that the Boga Foundation was related to Jiangna? Pei Jinya asked. I have uploaded this matter to Zhongzhou. The reply I received is that it needs to be investigated. It will not be announced before the verification results. Xing Tian answered truthfully. Verification? Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. Interesting. Basically, the things that have been confirmed. Zhongzhou still needs to verify. By the way, there is one more thing. Please go ahead. Xing Tian waited for Pei Jinya's next words. What happened to Chu Tianai? Was it an accident? Or was it someone revenge? Pei Jinya said. There is no evidence to show that this was a revenge. But this possibility cannot be ruled out. Xing Tian intercepted the video of the hospital where Chu Tianai was. This is the video of his ward, but there are blind spots in the surveillance. Pei Jinya watched the video. It was indeed as Xing Tian said, there were blind spots in the surveillance. The data information was remotely controlled. Even Xing Tian didn't know what he was doing at the moment. A lot of information flowed into Pei Jinya. Eyes. He saw the people coming and going in the corridor. See the nurse who came to change the dressing on time. And the doctor who came to check. Came. At first glance, it seemed that there was no problem. However, Pei Jinya found an opportunity to tell his fortune. The fortune was a little bad. This further verified Pei Jinya's guess. He felt the power of the Mother God Stone. This was his trump card. After finishing the conversation with Xingqian, Pei Jinya did not go home immediately. Instead, he drew talismans in the back mountain of Jiang family. He drew more than 10 fireball talismans, 10 ice explosion talismans, and 3 trace revealing talismans. Then, He stood under the locust tree and whispered a few words. Not long after, half of the flying birds in the forest were gone. The night was silent. Pei Jinya's figure gradually disappeared. In a moment, he had already appeared in his own home. His sudden appearance also scared the two elders. When did you come back? It doesn't matter. Today I will teach you the unique method. Dad, go and draw the curtains. Pei father did it half-heartedly. Then he sat in front of Pei Jinya with a serious face, as if the relationship between father and son was reversed. This is a fireball talisman. Remember the pattern on it. Use your mental power. Like this. Pei Jinya had just finished speaking when the talisman suddenly burned in his hand. A fireball with a diameter of 1.5 meters rushed over instantly. Pei father was frightened and fell to the ground. But unexpectedly, when the fireball was about to hit the wall, it was blocked by an invisible force. Both Pei father and mother stared at the invisible light shield in front of them in amazement. What is this? Pei father opened his mouth. He felt as if the door to a new world had opened in front of him. Then Pei Jinya closed it with his own hands. Don't even think about it, you can't learn it. Pei father face darkened. After all, Pei mother felt sorry for her husband and looked over with a complaint. You kid, you speak so directly and don't even consider your father face. Father Pei face darkened. Let's say, why don't we hurry up and continue talking about the talisman? Pei Jinya took out another talisman. He continued to explain. There are 3 types of talismans here. I have just explained the function of each talisman and the usage and storage methods. He has already taught the usage of these talismans, and he made sure that the 2 elders have fully mastered them. This kind of teaching can be said to be very considerate. Jinya, did something happen to you? Father Pei waited until Mother Pei left, then asked in a low voice. He is not stupid. Pei Jinya rarely shows up at home. He suddenly appeared and taught such a powerful technique. How could he not think too much? Hearing this, Pei Jinya also glanced in the direction where Mother Pei left and whispered, It's not a big deal, a colleague was retaliated against recently, it is better to be careful. It will be fine in 2 days. He has arranged to investigate. There will be results soon. Pei father said worriedly, You gave us all these talismans. Do you have any more? He was worried that Pei Jinya had no backup. Pei Jinya shook his head, I don't need it. Pei father expression froze. Good guy. It turned out that he was too sentimental. He couldn't help but ask carefully, Jinya, how strong are you now? Not yet the best in the world. I'm worried. Pei Jinya was really worried. If he hadn't become the top fighter in this world, he wouldn't be so timid. He really missed the days of being the king of the new chaotic world. Pei father expression, which was about to laugh out loud, suddenly stopped. I don't know why. He actually saw a sense of vicissitudes in Pei Jinya. This sense of vicissitudes was very real. It was so real that he couldn't express it himself. But the problem is, how old is this brat? Pei father didn't say anything to interrupt. He was thinking, is it because Jinya has a heavy burden after becoming a public official? Jinya? What wrong? Dad? If you don't want to fight and kill one day, just come back. The money we earn at home is enough for us to live a carefree life for several generations. Pei Jinya paused. He smiled after coming to his senses. I know. Dad. After leaving home, Pei Jinya received a message from Feng Jiao. He immediately found a secluded place and disappeared. Master. Feng Jiao knelt on one knee. Brought 2 targets. The door closed, falling into silence. Endless darkness descended. Not long after, new information appeared on the attribute panel. New extraordinary talent, body innate martial body. New extraordinary talent, Bisque Neo. The door reopened. Pei Jinya looked at Feng Jiao, who was kneeling on one knee. How is your training going? Try to attack me. Feng Jiao was stunned, and then said seriously, I'm sorry. Swoosh. Feng Jiao put her hands together, and instantly activated the magic. Ling Fu Guishan has now been cultivated to the minor success stage by him, and it has already reached a certain level. Pei Jinya did not suppress it directly, but guided her step by step, and Feng Jiao gained a little more. After Pei Jinya stopped, she immediately knelt on one knee. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand and injected a stream of spiritual energy into Feng Jiao's body. In the other party's surprised eyes, he said calmly, practice well, and absorb this power within 3 days, and you can step into the 3rd level. Feng Jiao was even more surprised when she heard this. I will live up to the trust of the master, After Feng Jiao left, Pei Jinya stayed in the back mountain of the Jiang family to continue his training. The extraordinary genes of martial arts talent have now been synthesized and advanced to LV2. If he wants to advance to LV3, there is still a long way to go. The current LV2 level of innate martial arts body can now reach 100 times the martial arts talent. So he is actually very curious about how strong the LV3 level of innate martial arts body is. It is not an exaggeration. Pei Jinya has been training all the way, and he can clearly feel the benefits brought by martial arts talent. He is now able to integrate so many skills, and even add proficiency to them all at once, because he has a high enough talent for martial arts. Time is long enough, I will take my time. Pei Jinya is not panicked at all. With the attribute light ball, he is fearless. The night falls. The mountains and forests are quiet. No words are spoken all night. A bright light appears in the sky. The whole world becomes completely bright. Pei Jinya opens his eyes, and a white mist rises from his body. Scrape out the attribute values. After a night of practice, the 3 attribute values increased by 300 points respectively. This is also thanks to the spiritual fruit. However, Pei Jinya still missed the dragonfish. He did not plan to go to the base of the investigation team. He simply continued to practice at the Jiang family. A medicinal meal in the morning. 2 blood-red carps at noon. He also went to the spiritual field in the back mountain, looked at the otherworldly medicinal herbs he specially planted, and saw that they had grown, indicating that the environment here was suitable for planting. This was undoubtedly good news for Pei Jinya. No matter how strong a person is in this world, he can't eat the good stuff he got from another world. It took more than half an hour, and he led the monkeys in the back mountain to plant all the remaining medicinal seeds. Buzz. The phone rang. Pei Jinya saw that it was Ms. Su Jing number, so he blocked the nearby signal, and answered it while sitting on the rattan chair in the back mountain of the Jiang family. What wrong? Sister? Are you busy? Busy. Brat, I give you a good job. Don't be like this. Sister, I get a headache when I hear about a good job. This time it really a good job. A big group in Beizhou is coming to Daping City for inspection. You will go there as our representative to accompany them. I will accompany them? You're not happy? The daughter of the group is coming in person this time. And I heard that she went to Longcheng Wuda for further studies with you. You two may be classmates in the future. Get to know each other in advance. Ms. Su Jing's words were a bit teasing. I'm not kidding you. This girl family is considered a first-tier wealthy family in Beizhou. If the old man hadn't left, their family would have been a 9th-tier wealthy family. Pei Jinya said faintly. Such a good opportunity. Why don't you let Xiaowu go? He will go too. But you are the highlight. Ms. Su Jing said faintly. If he can be as hardworking as you and enter the 3rd level of transcendence in advance, I will give him a push. The Shinny group came to inspect and needed a representative from our Daping City. The governor will personally accompany you. In addition, the other party seems to have known that you are a student admitted to Longcheng Wuda. Pei Jinya felt a little troublesome. But Ms. Su Jing had said so much. He had no way to refuse. After all, he was a special consultant. Ms. Su Jing told him the time and place. Pei Jinya was a little surprised. Tonight? So anxious? Ms. Su Jing also said helplessly, I was originally taking a special plane to Liming City to sign the agreement, but I decided to come to Daping City at the last minute. If you are not involved, I don't believe it at all. So if you don't come, who will come? To be honest, I almost believed it. Brat, pack up quickly. I have someone pick you up. Pei Jinya just hung up the phone. On the other side, Zhong Xian came to report, saying that the governor of Daping City personally invited him to attend a business banquet in the evening. The $1 trillion Shinny group has been invited. If the Jiang family can cooperate with the Shinny group, it will definitely help the Jiang family move to a higher level. Moreover, all the prominent business representatives in Daping City will attend this Chamber of Commerce banquet. It is no exaggeration to say that Shinny group is now a hot commodity. Even a piece of Tang monk meat. For these business families in Daping City, as long as they can get a small piece, it will be enough for them to move to the next level. Pei Jinya held his forehead. Headache? Xingtian. I need an internal intelligence of Shinny group. He didn't want to meet a special extraordinary person like the Eye of Truth. I accidentally exposed myself. Okay, the information has been prepared for you. Please check it. Ji Wuya, current chairman of Shinny group, 3 brothers of the 7th level of spiritual transcendence, eldest brother Ji Wuhai 6th level of transcendence, physical system, served in a military department in Beizhou. Third brother Ji Wukong, 7th level of transcendence, unknown extraordinary ability, served in the Federal Headquarters Guard Team. 2 daughters, eldest daughter Ji Yuqing, 21 years old, 5 level of transcendence, equipment system, Longcheng Wuda, youngest daughter Ji Yuyin, 17 years old, supernormal level 3, Longcheng Wuda. Further study quota. Pei Jinya silently retracted his gaze. A little after 5 in the afternoon. Inside the VIP hotel. Officials headed by Zhou Weiren have already appeared at the iconic building of Daping City. Secretary Lin came to Zhou Weiren and whispered a few words in his ear. Zhou Weiren came back to his senses. Nodding, looking at his colleagues in front of him. The Jiang family is here, go and greet them. Everyone soon saw a stretched luxury car escorted by 6 bulletproof luxury cars arriving at the door of the VIP hotel. The one who came down was the old man of the Jiang family, accompanied by Jiang Xincheng and the current president of the Jiang family, who was also the eldest son of Jiang Qingsong. When everyone saw the old man of the Jiang family appear, they all stopped talking. No matter who it was. Even Zhou Weiren greeted the real master of the Jiang family as a junior. TSK. In a corner of the crowd, Gu Wudong lowered his voice inexplicably and said, "It is said that this old man is serious and has a strong aura. It is true." After saying that, he looked at Pei Jinya. "When you usually come into contact with him, are you afraid?" "Yes." After saying this, Pei Jinya followed Gu Wudong mother. Pei Jinya contact with the old man of the Jiang family was the focus of everyone's attention. But it was a pity that we didn't see more substantial things, because the plane of Shinny Group had arrived in Daping City. Many business representatives and heads of various wealthy families smiled, wishing that Shinny Group would invest tens of billions now. Gu Wudong was hiding in the back eating snacks. Seeing Pei Jinya appear, he was a little surprised. "Why don't you stay with me for a while? Fill your stomach first." Pei Jinya reached out and picked up a bunch of purple crystal grapes. Gu Wudong sighed. "It's troublesome. I might as well practice martial arts." After saying that, he ate the cake in his hand. Outside the door, there were greetings about each other's well-being, which sounded a little hypocritical. I guess these people are hoping that the other party will die quickly, so that there will be fewer competitors. As the convoy arrived, Pei Jinya hadn't finished eating the grapes in his hand, but was urged to leave by Ms. Su Jing again. "Together, hurry up." Pei Jinya put down the grapes in his hand and pulled Gu Wudong over. Having more people around also means one more target to attract. "Damn, the last bite," Gu Wudong said vaguely, and almost choked himself. Pei Jinya patted him on the back and dragged him away. He didn't want to be the center of attention. However, when Ms. Su Jing saw Pei Jinya bringing Gu Wudong with him, she was slightly stunned. But she didn't say anything. The noise from the outside world seemed to disappear. When Pei Jinya and Gu Wudong walked over, they saw Zhou Weiren leading the senior officials of Daping City to shake hands with the visitors enthusiastically. The representative of Shinny Group this time was the general manager, Su Ji. He was also from the Ji family, although it was not his real surname. He was highly regarded by President Ji Wuya. This general manager, who was over 50 years old, looked very capable. He was accompanied by a team. But what surprised Pei Jinya was that Su Ji was not accompanied by Ji Wuya's little daughter. After everyone met at the door, they followed Zhou Weiren into the conference room. Su Ji was surrounded by many people. Most of them were business representatives who came to introduce themselves. Su Ji received no less than 50 business cards alone. Pei Jinya was bored and eating fruit in a corner with Gu Wudong. Suddenly, Pei Jinya seemed to have noticed something and stopped. A girl voice came from behind. "How could you find me?" Gu Wudong was so frightened that he fell to the ground, and he almost choked to death on the snack in his mouth. "Who are you?" "Damn it!" The little girl tilted her head and looked over. "Don't say bad words." "Brother." "Damn it! You don't look as old as me." "Okay. Sister." "Brother." The little girl had a cute expression, but her words were sharp. That right, it was sharp, not sharp. So although Gu Wudong was furious, he was not really angry. "Damn it. Brother. I'm older than you. You're just a younger brother." One of them was cute and adorable, like a cold-faced general, and the other was jumping up and down like a rage. Beside him, Pei Jinya ate fruit and watched the show. He had recognized the girl identity, but he didn't point it out. Under the eye of truth, the girl extraordinariness was fully exposed. Shadow Walker, although this kind of extraordinariness was first heard of, but thinking that the girl could hide in the shadows before, If Pei Jinya was not actually an extraordinary 6th level cultivator, it really not easy to sense the fluctuations emitted by the other party. So I guess it's similar to the concealment of the shadow system. But there is definitely a difference. As for what the difference is, Pei Jinya is not very curious. In less than 5 minutes, Gu Wudong retreated and ate the snacks in his hand viciously in anger. Ji Yuyan tilted her head and looked at Pei Jinya. Brother. Pei Jinya glanced at her. Rebound. Gu Wudong was dumbfounded on the spot, and the snacks in his mouth fell out. He muttered incoherently, fuck. Is this still the brother Pei I know? Ji Yuyan was motivated. Brother. Heh. Rebound. Brother. 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 It ineffective. Ji Yuyan finally choked up, finally showing signs of giving up. Damn. Is this still possible? Gu Wudong looked exaggerated next to him, seemingly eager to try. Ji Yuyan looked at him, as if she was looking at a defeated general. Brother. Rebound. Gu Wudong learned and used it immediately. Who knew? The little girl sneered. Rebound is invalid. Gu Wudong was dumbfounded. Damn. Why can't I beat her? Very good, you are very qualified to be my opponent. Tell me, what your name? Let fight if you can. Gu Wudong was serious. The little girl looked at him, looked up and down. I'm at the 3rd level, how about you? After she finished speaking, a shadow light ball appeared in her hand, condensed at her fingertips. The aura emitted was full of destructive power. Damn it! Gu Wudong shrank back on the spot. He curled up in the corner, silently and viciously ate his snacks. He didn't understand. What happened to this world? How could anyone he met be a 3rd level extraordinary person? I don't accept it. Ji Yuyan didn't add insult to injury, turned her head and looked at Pei Jinya. You are very interesting. It's rare that there is such an interesting person like you in Daping City. Pei Jinya glanced at her. This casual glance was just a response to her compliment. Ji Yuyan sat down next to Pei Jinya. When she sat down, the shadow ball in her hand had disappeared, replaced by a bowl of fruit, which she ate happily while holding it in her arms. It tastes good, but it a pity that this fruit is grafted and ripened. It not as delicious as the one from the place of origin, and the one from the place of origin has spiritual energy. The little girl spit out the melon core. Pei Jinya was attracted by her words. Where is the place of origin? Dongzhou. The little girl seemed to have guessed what he would ask. When she said this, she looked over, and her eyes smiled into crescent shapes. Don't worry, when you come over, you can eat anything you want. Pei Jinya retracted his gaze, and smiled inexplicably. You seem to know me very well? The only S-level awakener in Daping City, it's hard not to know you. But your cultivation speed seems to be slower than I thought. Pei Jinya was not surprised at all. He said calmly, how far do you think I should cultivate? At least the 4th level of transcendence. Right? The little girl tilted her head and said, you are praising me too much. Pei Jinya shook his head. The little girl stuffed a cherry into her mouth, spit out the pit and said, I overlooked an objective factor. The resources in Daping City are really not good. If you were a member of my G family, the 4th level might be too low. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. The foundation of the rich is really incomparable to ordinary people. Ji Yuyan looked over. You could also join the rich family. Pei Jinya looked over again after hearing this. Ji Yuyan smiled and said, my sister has been single for 21 years. If you date her now, you will get engaged in half a year, get married and have children in 2 years. And the family resources will immediately be tilted towards you. Sister, you are a bit of a puffball. But why did my brother Pei choose your sister? Why not choose you? Gu Wudong's voice suddenly sounded at this time. Why are you still here? Ji Yuyan seemed to have just seen Gu Wudong. This made Gu Wudong shout in anger. Ji Yuyan seemed not to notice his anger, and said, as a matter of course with her chin in her hand, I'm still young, I can just have a relationship, but if you want to get married, you have to wait a long time, it's not worth it. Gu Wudong raised his eyebrows. Have you ever been in a relationship? None of your business. Ji Yuyan pouted. Gu Wudong was stunned, and looked at Pei Jinya blankly. Is she saying dirty words? Damn. So you little fairies can swear too. You look so stupid. Ji Yuyan looked over with sympathy. Gu Wudong couldn't hold it anymore. Damn. Why should I sit with you? He patted his butt, stuffed 2 bowls of fruit in his arms, and turned away. After Ji Yuyan waited for him to leave, she looked at Pei Jinya. I value first love very much, and I don't seem to have any feelings for you now. What a coincidence, me too. Pei Jinya was not inferior at all. A wise man never falls in love. It seems that both of us have clear minds. Ji Yuyan said happily. Pei Jinya finished the fruit in the bowl silently, wiping his palms slowly, with the paper towel beside him. Ji Yuyan suddenly said, "Do you like women with high combat power? My sister is a little bit strong. She is now at the 5th level of transcendence. She should have the opportunity to break through to the 6th level of transcendence by the end of the year. She is a combat maniac. Originally, she planned to come to Zhongzhou with me, fight with Chu Tianai, but after hearing that Chu Tianai was seriously injured, I gave up the plan." Pei Jinya looked over. "Does your sister know Chu Tianai?" "No." The little girl shook her head. "Before Chu Tianai made a statement, coincidentally, the team he mocked was founded by my sister, and my sister said she would not go too far, and just slap him 10 times, but this guy fell down first." Pei Jinya didn't know these things. But he wasn't interested at all. Just about to get up and leave, Ji Yuyan suddenly asked again, "Have you seen the forum of Longcheng Wuda?" "What forum?" Pei Jinya was about to leave, but stopped again when he saw this. "It seems that you didn't activate the chip in the notice, which contains your student information, and the internal network of Longcheng Wuda, and some published news, including exchange resources, even if you haven't officially entered Longcheng Wuda, but you can also rely on tasks to get credits, and then exchange them for resources." Ji Yuyan pointed to the fruit in her hand. "For example, this can be exchanged. Is shipping free?" Pei Jinya suddenly asked. This question confused Ji Yuyan. She thought Pei Jinya would ask her how to register and how to earn credits. The result? That it? The Awakener with S-level potential is indeed extraordinary. She took out a very high-tech watch from the storage ring. "This is for you. New. Insert your chip." Pei Jinya paused. When he took the watch in his hand, he checked it instantly. It was indeed as Ji Yuyan said. This was a new watch. And he also noticed that Ji Yuyan also had a pink watch on her right hand. Fortunately, this one was black. This is the internal forum of Longcheng Wuda Internet. From what you said, there is also extranet. Indeed, it is for the ordinary students of Longcheng Wuda to have fun, and only the elites in the academy are qualified to enter. I have never even been to Longcheng Wuda, so am I qualified? Pei Jinya looked at it. The girl said, as a matter of course, from the moment you accepted the admission letter from Longcheng Wuda, you are already an elite, S-level potential, level 3 extraordinary. If this still can't become an elite, then it's really impossible. Pei Jinya curled his lips. The little girl is quite good at making things happen. He clicked on the watch, and an extended page appeared, which showed a clean and simple page. It included personal information and forum entrance. Click on personal information. There is nothing special, just name, sex, native place and home address. Credits and points column showed 0. Points are used to exchange for supplies, such as skills and food, or to ask high-level instructors for one-on-one guidance, and to buy resurrection coins. Resurrection coins? Pei Jinya was stunned. Has the development of the extraordinary era reached the point where you can revive at will? At the beginning, you can buy points. The upper limit is 5 million, and 1 point is 500,000. Ji Yuyan's voice continued to float from the side. A little unclear. Pei Jinya turned his head to look. This little girl picked up another small watermelon from somewhere, just as he happily scooped a big mouthful with a spoon. What is a resurrection coin? Ji Yuyan said, as a matter of course, it resurrection. Oh, to be precise, it a game resurrection coin. Silently retracting his gaze, Pei Jinya continued to study the forum. Click in. The forum page is finally no longer simple. The moment you enter, it is a sea of stars. It's like traveling through a time tunnel. The page is updated in an instant. The forum is divided into 3 areas. Bounty area, romance area, Jianghu anecdotes area. The bounty area is for taking tasks to earn points. This area is a public section for the whole school. Ordinary students can also join. However, they don't have permission to see some posts, such as joint combat task posts. For confidentiality, they will not be fully open to the public. The little girl voice came again, and she burped openly. Then he continued, the romantic area is the gossip area. Generally, most girls go there. Of course, there are also boys like you. There are good sisters everywhere, cross-dressing and hooking up with girls. Pei Jinya looked at it with a strange expression. But Ji Yuyan looked like she was used to it. Continued, as for the Jianghu area, it's actually full of smoke and dust. You can see for yourself. I think that everyone has the right to express themselves. But there are some who say something deliberately, leading the pace in it. You just need to distinguish right from wrong. I didn't realize that the life of this college student is quite exciting, Peijinha said with an inexplicable smile, and then changed the subject. But you know a lot. I used to log into my sister account and lurk, and I saw a lot. Ji Yuyan didn't care, and seemed to have lost interest a long time ago. Peijinha clicked into the Jianghu anecdote area. Reading 10 lines at a glance, at least half of them had the word battle. Are only the students of Longchengwuda so restless, or are all the college students so restless? Longchengwuda is even more restless. 2 years ago, the elites of my sister class fought all the way from Dongzhou to Shizhou. Even a 6th-level extraordinary instructor was directly suppressed. It is said that the old man retired after that. Ji Yuyan took another bite. Peijinha had no interest in these grudges in the martial arts world, and browsed casually. Just when I was about to exit, suddenly, a post was updated in the forum area. Shock! The V-era is a real world. And there is strong evidence again. Real world? The inexplicable words attracted Peijinha's attention. He subconsciously clicked in. However, do you want to pay 3 points? Sorry. You don't have enough points, you can't read this post. Peijinha was just about to control his brain waves to invade this thing. A burst of fragrance hit my face. The little girl leaned over and said, "What? Let me take a look." Peijinha didn't hide it. Handed it over. Hey. It's the V-era. The new batch of internal test quotas should be coming. The little girl exclaimed in surprise, and quickly pressed her watch. Peijinha didn't make a sound to interrupt. Watch the other party operate skillfully. Soon, the little girl raised her head and said, "Tomorrow there will be a new batch of internal test quotas." Wow. What is the V-era? Peijinha asked. I have to admit, compared with those big cities, especially the members of the wealthy families, whether it is the resources they obtain or the knowledge they gain, they are much faster and more than the people in small cities like them. Peijinha has no complaints. He has never been a self-pitying person. If you can't get some things naturally, you can get them later. V-era is a game. Ji Yuyan looked at Peijinha, paused, and seemed a little surprised that he didn't know these things. However, she did not show anything, as she did not want to hurt Peijinha's self-esteem. She pointed to the watch in her hand and said, V-era is a holographic game created by the Federation. It is also the first holographic game of this era. It is still in the internal testing stage. This game is set in the modern era. Before, everyone just regarded it as a game. As a result, last month, one of the first batch of internal testers encountered a special copy and unlocked a mysterious text. After being unlocked by the Star Ring translation, it was finally determined to be an incomplete health-preserving method. Although this method is only suitable for health preservation, it has been confirmed that it is not a method in our world. Some concepts have never appeared before and are very novel. Some people have tried to practice it, and it is indeed feasible, especially for those who are about to awaken. Ji Yuyan thought for a while and said, the Federation has called in a group of high-level extraordinary people who specialize in research and are trying to find a way to transform this method. Change it into a technique that is applicable to the general public, perhaps in the future. Those who cannot awaken will also be able to awaken successfully. Peijinha raised his eyebrows slightly. Since this game is created by the Federation, don't they know whether it is real or not? Ji Yuyan shrugged. Many people ask this, but the Federation has not given any answer. Those who know don't say, those who don't know are asking. But in this way, the heat has been generated, and now many people want to get a place in the internal test. Go find out for sure. Peijinha seemed to be thinking. If this is really a game created by Xinghuan, maybe the other party really knows something. Where is your QR code? Scan it for me. Ji Yuyan suddenly poked her head out and said, Find it yourself. Peijinha handed it over. Ji Yuyan found her personal QR code skillfully. Ding. Done. I added you as my friend. Ji Yuyan returned the watch to Peijinha. The avatar with the sword is my sister. I'm riding a donkey to watch the opera. Peijinha looked strange. Forget about adding you. Why add your sister? Are you stupid? My sister is a senior. She has been in Longchengwuda for so many years. If you don't understand something, can't you just ask her directly? Ji Yuyan ate another big spoonful of watermelon. How could Peijinha believe such words? This little girl seems to be eager for her sister to get married. This is a bit intriguing. I can only say that your circle is really messy. Peijinha didn't say much. It added, How much is this watch? I transfer it to you. It's just a watch at nothing. the little girl said generously. Pei Jinya was amused by her. Okay, I do you a favor. If Ji Yuyan hadn't appeared, he wouldn't even know about this. It can be said that there are almost no people in Daping City who know the news of Longcheng Wuda. This little girl is also very interesting. The little girl continued to talk about Longcheng Wuda. Pei Jinya asked 2 questions from time to time, and paused occasionally. The little girl thought Pei Jinya was thinking about something. Little did she know, Pei Jinya was changing his identity, and was talking to Su Ji of Shinny Group about a cooperation worth 50 billion, as the old man of the Jiang family. Zhou Weiren was almost out of breath with joy. If he could get this 50 billion contract, he would be able to leave a big mark in his political achievements. Naturally, he vigorously promoted this matter. What wrong with you? Seeing that Pei Jinya was silent for a long time this time, the little girl asked curiously. Pei Jinya came back to his senses. I think you are right. The little girl did not look happy at all, but tilted her head and looked over. You seem a little stupid. Bounce. Bounce is invalid. Double invalid. You are cheating. The banquet was over. The second daughter of the Ji family left with the team. The business representatives who stayed at the banquet were full of envy. The Jiang family won a 50 billion contract this time, which is really enviable. Okay, fortunately the Jiang family didn't do it too much, and gave us a 15 billion project. But with so many people sharing, I don't even have 1 billion in my hands. Yes. Hey, that 50 billion. Pei Jinya came out of the bathroom, looking at the few people who were smoking and talking to each other. He said nothing and passed by. The Jiang family was undoubtedly the biggest winner this time, and it was in its heyday. Governor Zhou Weiren was grinning from ear to ear this time. This time he took on a 65 billion contract for 3 years, as long as he ensured the smooth progress of the project. Even within 3 years, Daping City would be able to surpass Stormwind City and become the most beautiful city in the upper and middle reaches of Zhongzhou. 3 years. I only need 3 years. During these 3 years, no one or any organization will be allowed to affect the development of Daping City. I will never allow it. In the car, Ms. Su Jing drove Gu Wudong in person. She had noticed that this boy was with Pei Jinya and the daughter of the Ji family before, so she pretended to be casual and asked casually, I saw you guys chatting. How do you feel? Gu Wudong thought of Pei Jinya and Ji Yuyan, and gave a thumbs up. A talented man and a beautiful woman, I just don't know if Brother Pei can grasp it. Ms. Su Jing had a strange look on her face. Pei Jinya left alone. He did not return to his own home, nor to the Jiang family. Instead, he sat on the light rail, leaning in a corner, closing his eyes and thinking. In fact, he was secretly contacting Xing Tian. Do you know about the V-Era? Yes. This is a game innovation with epic-making significance supervised by the Federation Star Ring. It is currently in internal testing and is limited to college elites. Xing Tian replied truthfully. In fact, it didn't know about this matter earlier. First, the V-Era was born only last week. Second, the Federation intends to control the leakage of this matter, at least at this stage. Can you get a place in the internal test? I let Pei Jinya contact you. Pei Jinya chatted with Xing Tian under the identity of Feng Yi. To a certain extent, although Pei Jinya had been in contact with Xing Tian for a long time under this identity, but Feng Yi and Xing Tian had a true friendship of sharing hardships. In fact, Xing Tian did not expect that it hid so deeply, and was eventually discovered by Feng Yi. He naively thought that Pei Jinya was Feng Yi's friend, and did not even think that the two were the same person. I can help you apply, but it needs to be approved by the Federation. But don't worry, you will pass the review, because you are an S-level evaluation, which is rare in Zhongzhou. And you are also an extraordinary third-level awakener. You are just 18 years old, and you have made great contributions to the safety of the city. These buffs are already stacked up. In a sense, your background is excellent, which is why the Judgment Office included you in the assessment target. Xing Tian's words made Pei Jinya raise his eyebrows. Xing Tian said again, but I can't give it to you on my own initiative. This will easily attract the attention of Xinghuan. You need to take the initiative to apply. The application page has been put up. Use the information card of Longcheng Wuda to scan. I will follow the internal regulations of elite talents in accordance with the law. We will confirm the number of places for you in Zhongzhou. Xing Tian generated an invitation code and put it into Pei Jinya personal communicator. He did not hesitate at all and scanned and registered in one go. Buzz. The watch vibrated. It showed that the registration was successful and was under review. Xing Tian's voice continued to sound. It is expected that the review will be completed in 3 working days. Please pay attention to the background to receive it. Thank you. Pei Jinya thanked him. You're welcome. This is what I deserve. However, I still believe that this game is a real world. The authenticity of this game cannot be confirmed at present. Even Xing Tian does not know the inside information of the Vieira. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. He tried to invade, but he could not even get close, because he was directly shaken out by a powerful force. This force even made him feel that even if he used the Mother God Stone, and suppressed it with the power of the 9th level of Transcendence, it would probably be useless. This world seems to be more complicated than I thought. Ding, Jiangning Station is about to arrive. Passengers who are getting off, please prepare to get off. Pei Jinya raised his head, looked up, and looked out the window. When the light rail door opened, he walked down. It was night. The weather became a little cool. A gust of chilly evening wind blew in the face. The pedestrians on the road tightened their clothes. Pei Jinya didn't feel the cold at all. He got off the light rail with a normal look, and walked out of the escalator. In order to hide his extraordinary, it was rare for him to be an ordinary person. The sky gradually darkened. The wind was getting stronger. The moving vehicles turned on their headlights, and in the night, they were like countless beasts that had smashed through the fog and left with a roar. Pei Jinya stopped, standing in a corner of an empty street, turning his head to look. In the shadows, a mysterious man covered in a black robe stood there. Almost at the same time, Pei Jinya used his ability. The space blocked the possibility that the other party might leave. The black-robed man didn't seem to expect Pei Jinya to attack directly. What frightened him even more was that, while the space around him was blocked, the ground under his feet seemed to stick to him. How is it possible? A sound of breaking through the air was heard. The black-robed man just raised his head and looked. And suddenly a hand grabbed him. Get out of here! The moment the hair on his body exploded, the black-robed man shouted loudly. The only thing he could do now was to escape. Using all his strength, the whole spine was like a dragon snake, accumulating all the strength to break free from the space in front of him. But what he never expected was, the scene that should have been broken by his unparalleled strength did not happen at all. How could it be possible? Isn't this kid only at the 3rd level of Transcendence? The eyes exposed under the black robe were full of fear at this moment. A big hand just ruthlessly grabbed it. Before the endless darkness came, he heard Pei Jinya's cold voice. Have you ever thought about, why aren't there any cameras here? You did it on purpose. This was his last thought before he died. Then 2 words announced his death. Enter the dream. The eternal night has come. Countless memories began to surge. This time you go to Dapeng City in Zhongzhou, find that person. Boss, is this kid named Pei Jinya important? A genius who was personally judged as S-level by the Federation headquarters intelligent brain. Do you think he is important? Then what do I need to do? Test him. Record every bit of him for me. Even if he loses a few hairs. I want to know if he can be included in our Heavenly God Association. Let the Heavenly God influence him. If we can get his extraordinary gene sequence, maybe we can break through the limitations of the 9th level of Extraordinary one earlier. But he is only the 3rd level of Extraordinary. His extraordinary power is still very weak. It is probably difficult to extract his extraordinary gene sequence. As long as he has enough potential, our Tianshinhui won't mind training him. Go ahead. Yes, boss. The memory stopped abruptly. Pei Jinya looked puzzled. He had never heard of this organization called Tianshinhui. The other party was looking for him for no reason. Extract the extraordinary gene sequence? Pei Jinya reviewed the key information in his memory. He thought that the other party could also seize the extraordinary gene. But according to the memory of the man in black robe, it is basically confirmed that the other party cannot deprive other people of their memories, like him. It is just that their gods can extract other people's extraordinary gene sequences for experiments. First, the other party's success rate in extracting extraordinary gene sequences is not 100%. Second, it is just extraordinary gene sequences. However, the specific content of the other party experiment, he is not clear at present. It seems, I have to find a chance to go to this god to take a look. Pull out the attribute panel. Body King Kong. The other party wanted to persuade Pei Jinya, but he didn't know that Pei Jinya was not a weak chicken of the 3rd level of the extraordinary, but a tiger in sheep clothing. While feeling that there were so many strange organizations in this world, Pei Jinya confirmed the safety of his parents, and then disappeared in Zhongzhou. There is a Red Sea in the southern part of Dongou. Unlike the calmness of other seas, This place is called the Sea of Death. No one can be seen playing. No ships can be seen in the sea, because there are so many fierce beasts in this sea area. And they are also extremely strong. When Pei Jinya arrived in this sea area, he found that the entire sea area near Dongzhou had been banned from flying, and he could only travel by the Federation Cloud ship. This means that he cannot use the space system extraordinary power to go directly to the Tianshan Society, and must take the Cloud ship. The Tianshan Society, which is hiding in Dongzhou, seems to be developing secretly under the nose of the Federation. The Federation did not discover them, which undoubtedly proves their specialness. Looking at the shadow of the Cloud ship flashing in the sky from time to time, Pei Jinya silently retracted his gaze. Only the space-type extraordinary was banned, but the Cloud ship was not banned. The Federation has made this deal bigger and stronger. There are tens of thousands of Cloud ships coming and going here every day. Only after crossing this sea area will the no-fly order be lifted in some areas. Not long after, Pei Jinya forged someone else's identity, mixed into the Cloud ship, and quietly boarded the Cloud ship to Dongzhou as a tourist. On the seat, Pei Jinya was sitting in the aisle, reading the newspaper in his hand. The middle-aged man next to the window was sleeping with his head tilted. Suddenly, a child cried in front. The mother called the attendant for a blanket, but she waited for a long time, but nothing came. The woman wearing sunglasses on the aisle on Pei Jinya right took her blanket, and even stood up to stop the previous attendant. "Give me a blanket. Hurry up. Don't make me say it again." "Sorry, miss." An hour passed in a blink of an eye. It was late. Pei Jinya looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening, and there were 3 minutes left before getting off. At this time, the passengers on the Cloud boat seemed to wake up from silence. Just as everyone was waiting to get off the boat, suddenly a melodious low singing seemed to come from the end, and the entire Cloud boat, which was as long as a giant dragon, suddenly became completely quiet. Ding! "Dear passengers, the terminal is about to arrive. Please prepare to disembark in an orderly manner." Pei Jinya stood up along with the crowd. The woman in sunglasses on the side of the corridor also stood up at this time. She seemed to notice that Pei Jinya had also stood up, and motioned him to go first. Pei Jinya nodded and let her go first. The woman in sunglasses nodded with a smile, and was not polite, carrying an exquisite pink suitcase. Pei Jinya followed her silently. Under the eyes of truth, he had seen through the extraordinariness of this woman. Weapon sword from the beginning, he noticed that this woman had a sharp body. No matter how hard she tried to hide it, it couldn't be hidden from his eyes. To be frank, in front of Pei Jinya LV5 weapon sword supernormal, this aura couldn't be concealed at all. But her mental power was not low 2888/2990, barely enough to reach the level of supernormal level 5. Daping City is really too small. The strongest person is at most supernormal level 3. It's not like now that you can meet a female swordsman who is close to supernormal level 5 when you go out. He didn't stare at the other person. Pei Jinya quickly retracted his gaze. He followed the crowd down the Cloud ship. It was bright all around. When he followed the indicator light to leave the port, there was an off-road car parked on the side of the road. The woman in sunglasses, who had helped out earlier, got on this car. The license plate of the investigation team? Pei Jinya calmly retracted his gaze. He left the port. After avoiding the camera, he disappeared quietly. On the off-road car. Sister Jing. The target has been confirmed this time. Just as we guessed before. There is another organization behind the murder of the CC Air incident. Has the identity of the organization been confirmed? The woman in sunglasses took off her sunglasses and asked straightforwardly. It cannot be confirmed at the moment. But King Wen of Zhou has ruled out the mainstream rebel forces such as the Old Gods, the Holy Alliance, and the Spark Army. The young man with a crew cut coughed. Not the mainstream rebel forces? The woman in sunglasses raised her heroic sword-like eyebrows. The mastermind of the CC Air incident was extremely evil, not something that ordinary forces could do. Yes, when King Wen of Zhou made this judgment, we were also very surprised, and we were waiting for you to come back and take charge of the situation. The young man with a crew cut flattered. The woman in sunglasses was indifferent. Where is the intelligence? This. The young man with a crew cut handed over the top secret intelligence. This is where the other party is hiding now. Now we have arranged brothers to monitor nearby, Sister Jing. Are we going to catch him tonight? What does it mean? The woman in sunglasses said casually. Catch him? Why are you asking that? The woman in sunglasses stretched out her hand and was about to punch him. Give the order. Everyone get ready. control the suspect immediately, quickly find out the organization behind him, apply for the God-killing cannon. Sister Jing, the God-killing cannon is probably a bit difficult. Shuo Wenjing looked over suddenly. Can't we apply for the God-killing cannon to arrest the suspect of a major criminal case? Give me the phone. Damn. They all want to die. Right? The crew-haired young man sneered, but did not stop him. Shuo Wenjing picked up the combat mobile phone angrily. When the call was connected, she suddenly whispered softly, Minister Qian, can I apply for the God-killing cannon tonight? In less than 3 minutes. Shuo Wenjing threw the combat mobile phone over and said concisely, done? The crew-haired young man gave a thumbs up. Sister Jing is awesome. Xiao Pin, give the order. This combat operation is more complicated. You must ensure your own safety. Shuo Wenjing looked solemn. Don't worry, Sister Jing. We have brought the God-killing cannon, and we will kill these guys with one shot when the time comes. The young man, with a crew cut, said indifferently. Bang! The air around him seemed to be shaken violently. Pei Jinya raised his hand, and a beam of light suddenly shot out from his palm. A straight golden beam exploded in the air, making a silent explosion. There seemed to be purple lightning hidden in the gold. Lin Hailang's face changed drastically. As the director of the White Whale City Martial Arts School, no one knew that he was actually one of the guardians of the Heavenly God Association, and his cultivation was as high as the 5th level of transcendence. He thought he had hidden it well, but he didn't expect that tonight. A mysterious person suddenly appeared in his secret safe house. The other party actually knew his true identity. How is it possible? The sword light in his hand was almost instantly shattered by the light column. The domineering force came. Lin Hailang retreated again and again, and he almost couldn't hold the sword in his hand. He felt that half of his body was numb at this moment. You? How is this possible? Who are you? Extraordinary level 6? No. This is definitely not a method that an ordinary extraordinary level 6 can use. The terrifying power and overwhelming tyranny had shattered all his self-confidence in the moment just now. Especially when he met those eyes that seemed to be looking at a dead person. Lin Hailang felt as if he had been poured with a bucket of cold water from head to toe. His whole body was shaking. You? Don't kill me. I can tell you everything. Tai and Shinhui, you just want to know about Tai and Shinhui. I can tell you. As long as you don't kill me. Snap. The big hand firmly grasped Lin Hailang's face. You don't need to tell me. I see for myself. Enter the dream. Endless darkness descended, directly covering Lin Hailang's entire spiritual world. New extraordinary gene. Weapon sword. Pei Jinya raised his head thoughtfully. All the data is sealed in the research institute. It is indeed cautious. They dare not even connect to the outside network. Since we are here, we might as well go over there. God. I want to see how many heads you have. In the northwest corner of White Whale City. In the research institute. At this moment, Shuo Wenjing led his men to surround this place. Amid the loud gunfire, the flames were like countless flaming snakes, dancing in the air. Sister Jing. When the shaved young man was knocked away by the black-robed man, he suddenly shouted. With a smash sound, the void was like electricity, and a sword light flashed. The black-robed man, who had already knocked away the shaved young man, was blown away again, and landed in the ruins of a warehouse 10 meters away. Thunder Ray. The shaved young man shouted, and pressed his hands on the ground. A series of crackling sounds rang out in the darkness, and the lightning net that was connected to a piece of land immediately blocked and enveloped the black-robed man. Shuo Wenjing came with a sword in hand, and the young man, with a crew cut, followed. There were still gunshots in the distance. There should be 3 people. Why is there only 1? What about the other 2? A burly man who looked like a small hill came over, carrying a nearly 2-meter-long Gatling gun on his back. The heat radiating from the barrel at this moment could be felt from 2 meters away. According to the intelligence, there were 2 guardians of the Tianshan Society, and 3 people in total including the boss. Now there were 2 less. The black-robed man who fell into the lightning net narrowed his eyes, his brain working rapidly, thinking about how to escape. In fact, he was very angry. Lin Hailang should be here tonight, but he didn't come. Could it be that he has betrayed the gods? But where is the boss? He didn't come either. Could it be that he also? Zhao. The black-robed guardian was half disappointed. Shuo Wenjing quickly took out the potion bottle from her arms, bit off the cork, and began to gulp it down. This fight was more difficult than she had imagined. Fortunately, we had already made arrangements in advance. Otherwise, we might not be able to catch this man. It was just a pity that we missed 2 important targets. There is no problem with the on-site deployment. They could not have known our deployment plan in advance. The young man with a crew cut frowned and whispered, I suspect there is a secret door here. Who cares if it is a secret door or not? Tie him up with a lightning rope. If he dares to resist, he will be killed physically. The Gatling musket man next to him raised the muzzle slightly. The young man with a buzz cut pulled the corner of his mouth and looked at Zhuo Wenjing. Zhuo Wenjing said concisely, catch him first. And take away all the information in the institute. Yes. The young man with a buzz cut stepped forward and looked down at the black-robed guardian. Little brother. You didn't expect that you have been targeted by us for a long time. Did the traitor Hai Hufa tell you? The black-robed guardian said angrily. The young man with a buzz cut was stunned. Zhuo Wenjing came over at this time. You can actually guess, great. You still have time to surrender to us now. Pa! The black-robed guardian spat viciously. But he was instantly destroyed by the lightning net. Zhuo Wenjing turned around, too lazy to look at him again. Take him back, see if he is stubborn, or the knife in the interrogation room is stubborn. It must be the knife. The Gatling man grinned. The crew-cut youth also looked at the black-robed guardian pitifully, trying to break his inner defense. The doctors in our team like to cut the tendons of other people's hands and feet the most. I hope you can hold on. The black-robed guardian face changed slightly. He said sternly, the gods will avenge me. You are all dead? You are all dead. Zhuo Wenjing raised his eyebrows slightly. The black-robed guardian roared. The blood and chi in his body surged wildly, and he tore a hole in the lightning net in front of him. Damn! This kid actually has a trick up his sleeve. The young man, with a crew cut, changed his face greatly. He hurriedly wanted to bless the lightning array. But the black-robed guardian had already rushed over. Duh. The Gatling gun suddenly emitted a blue light. Countless bullets formed a line of fire and rushed forward. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets landed on the blood shield. The black-robed guardian was not hit, but his figure slowed down a bit. It was at this time. Zhuo Wenjing drew his sword. Directly shattered the blood shield of the black-robed guardian. Bang! Blood flew everywhere. The huge figure fell helplessly like a falling leaf. Zhuo Wenjing was just about to step forward. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the distance. Zhuo Wenjing and the other 2 frowned and looked over. Sister Jing. It not good. As soon as the words fell, all the windows in the hall were shattered by an invisible and terrifying force. Run! Run quickly! At the door, a member of the investigation team rushed and covered in blood, and roared hoarsely. There seemed to be some terrible beast dragging him in the shadow behind him. The night was as quiet as water. Endless coldness enveloped Zhuo Wenjing, the young man with a crew cut, and the Gatling man. An unprecedented terrifying pressure climbed into the hearts of Zhuo Wenjing, the young man with a crew cut, and the Gatling man without warning. The 3 looked into the darkness. It seemed that the real terror had finally appeared. Retreat! Zhuo Wenjing suddenly felt like she was on edge. She didn't care about anything else and shouted immediately. The young man with a buzz cut and the Gatling gun beside her moved at the same time, running to the other side, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Boom, boom, boom. However, at this moment, a violent roar suddenly erupted in the gloomy darkness behind the door. The ground under the feet of the 3 people shook violently without warning. Sister Jing. Our way is blocked. The young man with a buzz cut had a horrible expression on his face. Stop and look over. Zhuo Wenjing said nothing, turned around and stared at the darkness behind him, as if facing a great enemy. The Gatling gunman fired wildly at the obstacle in front of him. Duh. Suddenly at this moment, a terrifying figure dragged out a surging and hot torrent in the darkness, and rushed out with great force in an instant. The air made a harsh sonic boom under the rapid wiping, and even a large amount of burnt smell came to the face. That is, fuck. Iron-blooded. Let kill him. When the young man with a buzz cut saw the figure rushing over, large pieces of bricks and stones on the ground flew into the air. He roared. The Gatling gunman, who was originally bombarding the wall, immediately turned his gun around and blasted at the person who was coming. Countless bullets gushed out, forming a dense firepower coverage. At the same time, the young man with a buzz cut reached out and pressed down. Thunder ray. Lightning burst out from his hand and rushed towards the person who was coming. Zhuo Wenjing's sword also slashed out almost at the same time. Bullets! Thunderbolt! Sword light! The 3 rushed forward at the same time. Under the whistling wind, The bricks and stones that had already taken off swept fiercely, and were ruthlessly crushed in the air. But this was the beginning and the end. Bang! The speed of the person coming increased rapidly. He was so fast that even Zhuo Wenjing could hardly catch up with him. Only a vague figure was seen. When the harsh wind blew, appeared beside the Gatling man, he knocked the man, who was as tall as a hill, flying out. You are too weak. Snap! The boss of Tianshan Hui turned around and lightly caught the sword that Zhuo Wenjing had chopped down. Almost at the same time, at the moment when Zhuo Wenjing threw a punch, he grabbed the sword. Zhuo Wenjing had no time to react because of the turbulence of blood and qi, and the whole person was pulled over again and rushed over directly. Sister Jing. Bang bang. Zhuo Wenjing's reaction was also very fast. Almost at the same time, he twisted his body in midair, put two fingers together, and made a sword gesture. After exchanging 2 or 3 moves with the boss of Tianshan Club, the two separated as soon as they touched. Zhuo Wenjing staggered back a few steps, and a bloody red appeared on her face. The energy from the boss of Tianshan Club collided violently between her internal organs. Just after those 2 or 3 moves, she had already suffered internal injuries. I didn't expect to meet someone from Jianggu here. The boss of Tianshan Club looked at the blood mark on his arm. The bloodstain was very shallow. He glanced at it, and didn't take it seriously. He looked at it coldly and sarcastically. You guys think you can target our Tianshan society? Isn't that a bit too naive? The Gatling man had just been helped up by the young man, with a crew cut, and suddenly 2 hands, like covering the sky and the sun, pressed down on their faces. Bang! 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 In an instant, the tables and chairs around seemed to be swept by a strong wind and waves, and the sound of glass and tiles breaking was endless. The Gatling man and the young man with a crew cut were pressed down on their heads, dragged all the way in the dim hall. Boom! The wall was broken, and the bodies of the 2 people left 2 bloody tracks on the ground. Zhuo Wenjing rushed over almost at the same time. He kicked hard with both feet. The whole person flew into the air. Accompanied by the whistling wind, he angrily slashed at the head of the boss of the Tianshan Club. This sword is called Splitting the Mountain. It is a classic move of the Sword Pavilion. Those with a strong sword heart can really split the mountain by exerting 90% of the true meaning of this sword. Although Zhuo Wenjing's sword intention was not top-notch, the sword he swung out at this moment already had some true meaning. The boss of the Tianshan Club sneered softly, clenched his fingers into a fist, and punched Zhuo Wenjing's arm from bottom to top. Crack! The bone broke. Zhuo Wenjing didn't even scream. And despite the fact that his right hand holding the sword was broken, he used his left hand 5 fingers to claw, and fiercely grabbed the head of the Tianshan Club boss. This grab was going to be a solid grab. The power she showed at this moment was enough to blow the opponent's skull off. However, in the previous fight, the boss of the Tianshan Club had already taken the lead. So even though Zhuo Wenjing was murderous at the moment, she couldn't really restrain the opponent. Tear! The fierce claws left only 5 blood marks on the arm of the Tianshan Club boss. However, this was just a flaw sold by the Tianshan Club boss. He showed a fierce smile to Zhuo Wenjing and seized the opportunity. A palm slapped down. It hit Zhuo Wenjing's arm joint hard. Crack! A series of explosions, and her arm was broken on the spot. Zhuo Wenjing was hit by this huge force, and could no longer support herself, and flew out horizontally, and struggled on the ground for a few times, but could not stand up. The battle lasted no more than 30 seconds, and the young man with a flat head and the Gatling gun strongman, who were 4th level extraordinary, were completely defeated. Even though Zhuo Wenjing came from a famous family, she was defeated miserably by the experienced and ruthless boss of the Tianshan Club. The boss of Tianshan, who ignored the blood on his arm, walked forward slowly, looked at Zhuo Wenjing as if he was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered, and said with a smile, "There is no grudge between you and me, but you shouldn't have come here. I didn't want to confront Jianga so soon, but it seems I can't keep you." "Who are you?" Zhuo Wenjing gasped, struggling hard to get up from the ground. But he couldn't get up after struggling for a long time. She could only raise her head with messy hair, and stared at him with hatred. "Who am I?" The boss of the Tianshan Club reached out, and touched the silver mask on his face. He looked at her with pity and a teasing tone. "You dare to come here when you don't even know who I am? It's ridiculous. I have never heard of a master like you in Beijing City. Looking at your skills, you have some shadows of the barbarians of Nanzhou." Zhuo Wenjing secretly reached out, trying to find the signal of the God-destroying cannon. As long as she pressed the signal, the God-destroying cannon would destroy everything here. She knew she couldn't beat the other party. She also knew the other party was so confident because the outside rescue would not arrive for a while. Then, let die together. Shuo Wenjing was ready. No one noticed that the figure of the black-robed guardian had disappeared from the spot, and there were faint traces of being dragged under the dust. The boss of the Tianshan Club looked down at Shuo Wenjing, as if hearing something. He turned his head to look. The Gatling gun man had gotten up without knowing when, holding the giant Gatling gun in his arms, and yelled at the boss of the Tinshinkai, "Hack you! Da-da-da-da! Da-da-da-da!" Under the firepower, the entire corridor fell apart. The smoke and dust from countless bombings left a hot aftertaste. All the bullets were poured out. The Gatling gun man leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. When he looked over, the place where the boss of the Tianshan Club was originally located had been bombed into a huge deep pit, and his figure disappeared. Killed? He just had this thought. Puff! His heart was suddenly pierced by a hand. "Are you looking for me?" The teasing voice of the boss of the Tianshan Club came from behind the Gatling strong man. His face changed wildly, and instantly turned pale. He had no time to react at all, and his huge body was punched out like a sandbag. Bang! The ground shook violently. The boss of the Tianshan Club roared evilly and wildly, "You trash! Are you worthy of arresting me? You deserve to die. You really deserve to die." Just then, crash! A huge hand that seemed to have the power to lift the sky suddenly broke through the wall behind the boss of the Tianshan Club, and stretched out directly in a domineering and abrupt way. At this moment, it seemed as if time was frozen. Under the dazzling firelight, this big hand quietly, gently, pressed on the face of the boss of the Tianshan Club. Pei Jinya voice sounded in his ears. "You are the Tianshan Club? Such a weak Tianshan Club?" Boom! In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth split, and countless bricks and stones splashed. The horrible smoke and dust like a tide covered everything nearby. Under the shocked and horrified eyes of the crew-cut youth and the Gatling strongman, they watched this outstretched arm with terrible force, dragging the original arrogant Tianshan Club boss like dragging a doll, and dragging him into the gloomy ruins. Boom! In an instant, it seemed that the whole world became completely quiet under this huge explosion.